1017, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
All right, guys, what's the bigger story for the Cubs? Yan Gomes back off the concussion list, or Miguel Amaya option to Iowa to make room for his return?
Oh, it's definitely Yan Gomes, especially, him back and performing well and having a good game. And he hit a home run, right? So, I mean, he did pretty well for himself. I don't think this is the end of Miguel Amaya by any stretch. I just think that this is your best catcher. And he's the guy that you've turned to, and he's the veteran guy that you brought in, and it's still his time. And he's played well this year. And David, you said it earlier, the work he's done with the pitching staff has been pretty impressive, and everybody seems to like him, and that is definitely a good thing. So I think it's the return of Yan, but I feel bad because I'm not dismissing Miguel Amaya. I really like that story. We had waited on him for a while, and then there was injuries, and there was a longer wait than you thought. You almost forgot about him, and having him come up. Now, he came up from Double-A, right? So now he's going down to Iowa. So in a way, he still earned a promotion, and he's still closer to the big leagues than he was before coming up. So I'm not giving up on that story by any stretch, but I think they got the guy they want back.
Well, they definitely got the guy they want back. I can't be a hypocrite. This is right now the Cubs MVP, Yan Gomes. He's done it behind the dish. He's done it at the plate. But Minaya could have a big impact because he's going to get these opportunities every single day. You know, he'll get one day off a week as opposed to getting one opportunity a week. Kyle Hendricks is down there. Not for long, but he's going to get to work with Kyle Hendricks. There's other guys, right? Cody Hoyer working on his return. So he's going to get to work with guys and other young guys. And maybe some of these other young guys will develop a great relationship with Amaya. And then 2 years from now, they're doing great things for the Cubs. So this could be equally beneficial for both guys. And it was a good story while it lasted. He got to come up here. It was great to see his parents, jumping up and down when he got the first hit as a Cub. So I think this is good for both parties.
I think it's good to remember this in light of this news. Miguel Amaya wasn't scheduled to be up this soon or contribute at all. This isn't debating Matt Mervis. This isn't debating Christopher Morel. This is celebrating the fact that when he did get the surprise call up, he responded as well as he did. The Cubs are still raving about the way that he handled pitchers over the weekend. It was, Miguel Amaya's weekend, and it was something he responded to well. He showed them a lot. He has come through injury. He's had the Liz Frank injury, Mully's favorite, and he's had Tommy John surgery. I think that when you look at what he has done and shown, that's huge for the organization. But there's no bad news about him going back to Iowa. Yan Gomes coming back is a big deal because he has been their most valuable player. Who knew that he was going to be hitting like this early? It may not last, but he is giving them a chance to get everyone else going as well. He's handling pitchers. That is his primary job. He is the reason all this stuff is going on. Let's be honest here. He is the reason the Cardinals are going through what they're going through because they signed Wilson Contreras because he was available. Why was he expendable? Because the Cubs had Yan Gomes. And we saw why they believe in him last night. We saw how potent he can be at the plate. So Yan Gomes coming back, a bigger deal for last night and a bigger deal to this season.
Yeah, that's always the question, right?
Speaking of the Cubs, what is the most encouraging news? Nico Horner going through baseball activities yesterday. Brandon Hughes throwing a 32-pitch bullpen. Kyle Hendricks set to start for Iowa again on Sunday, or Cody Hoyer pitching for Iowa on Friday.
There's a lot of good news there. There's a lot of encouraging things there. The one thing I think that to me stands out is Nico Horner. Nico Horner missing any amount of time would be a blow to this team when they need him at the top of the order making things happen. We've seen him get on base over 20 games in a row. We've seen him thrive in the leadoff spot, and we've seen him be the catalyst this offense needs. Him being out hurts. Him being out a couple games you can live with. So if he's resuming baseball activities, if he's back on the field in Minnesota against the Twins, that's good news. Brandon Hughes, yeah, you need, but you have alternatives. And as far as Kyle Hendricks coming back, you haven't had him since last July. Take your time, Professor. Make sure you're ready to come, and when you come, you stay. And when you stay, you're not on the injured list. You're not going on and off. So I think that is going to be gradual. And Cody Hoyer, as Carter Hawkins pointed out to us yesterday, on the 60-day IL, whenever he comes off of it, they're going to be able to put him in a position to not be a closer necessarily, but certainly help with late inning, high leverage situations. But of all those situations, Nico Hoerner being close to getting back is the biggest deal.
You're right. Absolutely right, David. It's Nico Hoerner because you know what you had when you lost him. The other guys, there's still a lot of questions, especially back at the big league. It's been so long. Kyle Hendricks obviously has done some really good things, but it's been so long that you don't know if he's going to get that back when he gets back. We saw what Nico could do. I have to admit, Nick Madrigal's been doing a pretty nice job in a short time span filling in for him. Last night at second base, but up at the top of the order. But it's Nico Hoerner to me.
Yeah, it's Nico Hoerner because you know what you have with him, and you just had him. And it is what's great about him doing baseball activities is that it's true. He's not going on the IL. I mean, when you watched him rounding second base and you could see the pain on his face and the whole, it was like, oh, ruh-roh.
He grabbed for his leg.
Oh, yeah. No,
bad.
I thought for sure he was headed to the IL. So apparently he just has like a trick hamstring, which was pretty interesting to learn. And I know that sounds goofy, but that's kind of the way they describe it. Well, he tightens up and then he's okay, and it just snaps a little and it goes right back into play. I've never heard that with a hamstring, but it looked like it was a more serious injury, and now it looks like he's going to be back. Not today, but after the off day, right? So I would expect him back on Friday. I would expect him in the starting lineup in Minneapolis, and that's great news. As far as their bullpen pieces are concerned, that would be great to get guys back. But you're doing okay. You're holding on. It's not as pressing a need as it. It's a pressing need, but I don't know that. Cody Hoyer in particular, I'm not sure what to expect from him if he does indeed get back with the big league club, because it takes a while to come back from that injury.
98.8.
And I just wanted to say about Kyle Hendricks, I thought it was really cool to talk to Tommy Hotovy about that yesterday, about how he came back to the big league club. We talked about the bullpen session and the way that was described by a young player in awe who watches great professionalism as the two guys are going at it, and just then it working. So I kind of love that idea. I thought that was super cool, and I got tons of time for the professor. I like
The professor
watching him work.
came back to Chicago to do some research.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Of the players, the White Sox could see rejoining the big league club in the next week or so. Moncada, Liam Hendricks, Garrett Crochet. Which one will make the biggest impact, or have they missed the most? Who have they missed the most?
Well, I mean, they've obviously missed Moncada because they had him and he went out. And yet I think that Liam Hendricks is the best story in sports right now. And the idea of him coming back is just, it's such a wonderful feel-good. You got to feel great about that. Garrett Crochet is almost an afterthought. I mean, they drafted him high and he made an impact, and he could certainly help them out a lot. They could use that large-footed man with the left flamethrower. That would help a ton for that team. But I think that Moncada is probably the answer because they had him and they lost him. And they, he's got a good glove. He had a really nice World Baseball Classic. He was the best third baseman, or voted such. So get him back. Let's see. I just don't know how long he lasts. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can Garrett Crochet be stretched out and become a starter? Is that possible? Because here's the problem.
I want to know that. That's a great question.
That's for the future, right? He said that he wanted to be.
That's a great question, though. Why not now?
But here's the problem. Liam Hendricks, a great story. Garrett Crochet, I think, has an unbelievable future in front of him. But when you score one run against the Royals, you're not going to need Liam Hendricks. You're not going to need Garrett Crochet. So it's got to be Moncada, because he's got to help that offense get going. It's got to be Moncada. You could have the two fantastic 7th, 8th, 9th inning guys, but the White Sox haven't been in a position to use a 7th, 8th, 9th inning guy.
I get it. You're right. but I am going to resist investing any kind of hope or faith or optimism in Yohan Moncada's return. I'm going to be holding my breath every time I see him run to first or at the plate fouling a ball off his ankle. I don't know how long he's going to be here. Whereas when you see Liam Hendriks appear, and it looks like it could be next Tuesday, I wish it were sooner too, Mully. I wish he was here for the weekend series against the Astros. Because if he's shutting down AAA hitters, why not give him a chance to shut down Major League hitters? Because you know what? What do you got to lose if you're the White Sox? You are already a terrible team that lost to the worst team in the worst division last night. I think it's going to be Liam Hendriks because I think that the impact will be beyond what he does on the mound. The impact will be lifting a team that needs it badly, that needs something to change, that needs an atmosphere shift. And I think that when you see what Liam Hendriks will be able to provide, yeah, it'll be obvious. Garrett Crochet, I love that idea, and I would love to know what the White Sox think organizationally about that now that this season seems to be off the rails. So if you can devote this season to making him into a starter sooner rather than later, why wouldn't you give it a shot?
To answer your question,
What do you make of Pat Beverly saying on his podcast that the Bulls would have finished 4th or 5th in the Eastern Conference if he had been on the team from the beginning of the year?
The Heat are about to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's a team that you were right there with.
We lost to a team that's about to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. We were up 5. We're a top 4, top 5 team in the East if I'm there the entire year. Easy.
Bulls top 4, top 5 easy if Pat Bev is on the team from the beginning. Might that have been a case if Lonzo Ball were healthy?
I don't even want to entertain the Lonzo Ball part of the question, but I don't even want to speak that into.
Okay, AK.
Well, I don't, because it's such a fantasy land, and we've fallen for this before. The banana in the tailpipe. Lonzo Ball is not going to be playing for the Bulls maybe ever again, and I don't think he was ever going to play. But yeah, with Lonzo Ball, they definitely were a top 4 team. We have the evidence, the small sample size. And with P. Bev, I have to say, when Patrick Beverly said that, and I listened to it yesterday for the first time, I found myself kind of nodding my head. This team wasn't that far off in terms of consistency. And what was the problem most of the season? Intensity, focus, back and forth. Not that he would have solved all of the problems, and maybe his effect would have been dulled over time, but I don't think that it's as easy to dismiss as some people may want to. If he had been there for 81, 82 games and played in, more than 60 of them, I think the Bulls would have been in the mix for that 4th or 5th seed. Absolutely. They nearly beat the Heat. Their offense took a vacation over the final 3 minutes. They ended the season early. They were outscored 15-1, and look at the Heat now. So they weren't that far away. I understand where he's coming from.
Okay, but that was in a one-game type situation, right? I mean, it was not in a 7-game type of series. We're talking about a guy, and I like Patrick Beverly. I don't want to say I don't like Pat Beverly. He doesn't score points. You got to be able to put the ball in the basket. It's very important to put the ball in the basket. I mean, his last 5 games with the Bulls, 2 points, 8 points, 11 points, 2 points, 4 points. He's playing over 25 minutes a game. And in the last game that they lost to the Heat, I believe he scored no points. 0 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists. That was his stat line. And he plays every game, and they're going to be a 4th or 5th seed. I can't, David. I don't want to entertain the ball question either. But he's going to be the straw that stirs the Bulls' drink. 0 points in over 30 minutes of play.
His job is agitator. His job is motivator.
He just did it.
That's what he is, and that's what he does. I'm not arguing with you, Dustin. I do think if Lonzo Ball was healthy, it'd be a totally different conversation.
Totally.
It's just not even worth bringing up because it's so frustrating to see a guy that, you got 35 games or something where it looks pretty good and that's it. But yeah, I think it's an interesting question because You look at these teams. Okay. You look at Brooklyn. Okay. Now there's a team. Their window on a championship is not just closed. It's like nailed down. It's boarded up. They've got absolutely.
They got the cock out in Brooklyn.
They got draft picks at some point, but they are never going to be able to win. The Bulls looked like they were a team that had gotten DeMar DeRozan and they had this group and they were heading somewhere, and then they got waylaid. My point is, they were a playoff team a year ago when they lost one of their key players and they didn't ever get back to where they were by the end of the year. They're not as far away as teams that have completely cleared house and all that. They are definitely short one or two players, right? Definitely. Like if you somehow pulled off a trade, and again, it would depend what it would take to get it, and you got Dame Lillard in here, now all of a sudden, you're a playoff contender. You're a team that's good. How do you do that, right? It's a very difficult thing to do. So they need something miraculous to happen next Tuesday with this lotto, the draft lotto, where they actually get to keep their pick and add a player that can contribute, and then they're on the way. They got to have a point guard. They got to have someone to fill that position, and they need more, I think, than what Pat Beverly offers. But this is him making a pitch for his contract that he wants. I love Pat Bev because he's an energy guy. And that they were a dead arse team, and he showed up, and they showed a little energy. They did that all year. Yeah, they'd have been a lot better.
Am I hearing you correct? You're just suggesting that maybe AK should call Kyle Davidson for advice as well for how to win a lottery.
I think maybe Gary Bettman ought to call Adam Silver and tell him how to fix a lottery, but maybe get Lovey on that call. We could have a three-way conversation about how we get the Bulls the number one pick.
You know, I knew that question would come up.
The Bears, they're going to find out their schedule tonight, but we are already knowing the team will travel a total of 12,253 miles, fewer than every team in the league other than the Packers, 11,956 miles, and the Bengals, 11,942 miles. Will that be a competitive advantage?
I think what's extraordinary about this, if you look at the miles they're traveling versus other teams, there are at least 5 teams in the league that will be traveling more than double the miles that the Bears will be traveling. Now, when you look at the schedule, one of the things you want to see is how the season spreads out for you. In other words, teams love playing at noon on Sunday, followed by noon on Sunday, noon on Sunday. You want to get into a body rhythm in a season. You don't want all this choppy kind of interference in what you're doing. You don't want too many days off one time and too few the next week. You want to go with this kind of easy flow of noon on Sunday, noon on Sunday. That's a real benefit. So not having to travel all the miles is definitely a benefit. There's the two farthest teams are, I believe Seattle is like 30,000 miles and San Francisco is right behind them. So that is an advantage. I think the Rams are in the top 5. So those are teams in the NFC that are comparatively at a disadvantage to the Bears just with the number of miles you're traveling. I know no one wants to hear it, but it's hard. It's a grind. I mean, I know Dustin's already waving at me. David, you can testify to this. When the Bears played down in Champaign, that was one of the worst seasons I've ever been through, let alone the team. It's a nightmare to have to travel every
rhythm.
Weekend on everything.
There's no security. There's no stability.
There's none of that. Yeah, that feeling that
creatures
you
of habit. We all are.
You want to get into a flow of a season and feel that sort of expectation, and it makes a huge difference.
They're going to have to hit the road 8 times this year, right? They get the extra home game this year with the imbalanced, odd scheduling, correct? Is that right?
I think you're right.
Okay. I mean, give me a break. It's not 1976.
Hold on. We have to look that up.
1, 2, 3.
Because I think next year they're going to be on the road for one of their home games, right? So that would mean 9 next year, right?
Yeah, but I thought they were on the road 9 times last year.
Were
they
on the
be
road
home 9 times this year? I can do that math.
Yeah,
8 and 9 is 17 still. Here, it's not 1976. Air travel, technology, creature comforts, training, nutrition, sleep doctors, all this. It means absolutely. Now you're talking about flying Seattle.
Yeah.
I think that hurts them, but they live that's where it is geographically. I just don't think it's going to make a big difference. There was a big gambling trend, like when you'd get a West Coast team playing on the East Coast in a
1 o'clock
1 o'clock
start.
Eastern, and it's the morning for them. That I trust me, I've tried that trend. It doesn't work. So no, I think this is nothing when you're talking about 8 road trips.
Interesting year you chose, 1976. The Bears traveled to San Francisco. They traveled to Los Angeles to play the Rams. They traveled to Seattle to play the Seahawks, and they finished 7-7 under Jack Pardee. Little history for you there, Dustin.
Thanks.
Nice little reference. Look, it is a factor. You can deny it or not. You do get into routines. When you have Flusy, who wants to structure everything, every minute of every practice, that's just the way football coaches look at the world, through that straw. And they see things regimented. And when you have a schedule that is taking you all over the map, any sort of advantage you're looking for, they're going to use this to their advantage, whether it's real or not. They're going to imagine it. They're going to promote it. They're going to cling to that. Like, yeah, we have an advantage. You know what else is an advantage? Home games against the Falcons, Panthers, Cardinals, Broncos, and Raiders. 5 teams kind of in state of flux.
Yeah.
That's going to give you an advantage. You're playing those teams at home. You're going on the road, and you're not going on the road to play teams that are going to blow you out, but you're not going to be wasting a lot of time and extra energy and expending that. And you know what the other thing is? And this is, you don't poo-poo it if you're the Bears, because you're looking for any kind of psychological edge. Believe me, if this isn't real, you pretend it is. You lean into it. And if they believe it, that's all that matters. If the Bears believe they have a competitive advantage by traveling less frequently than they have in past years, lean into it. Use it. Believe it, because you know what? That's the part of coaching too. Get people to believe in things whether they're true or not.
And that's a pick 6.
If we set the number at 4, would you bet over or under on the number of times the Bears will appear in prime time once the NFL schedules are officially released tonight, even though there are leaks everywhere? Any special schedule requests?
Well, I already got one. They're not playing on Black Friday, so that's good. Don't have to worry about that. I would prefer they don't play on Christmas. Don't have to worry about that. Those are the only 2 special requests that I would have. As far as the primetime games, you're talking about a team with Justin Fields. And when you have one of the more electric players in the NFL, my sense will be that will be over, that they will have more than 4 games on prime time. You got to think that Bears-Packers at one point will be Sunday night at Lambeau. Dustin's shaking his head. He's dismissing me already before I'm done with my answer. My gosh, if you're watching on Twitch, can you see why I would be offended by that? So they are definitely going to play the Packers on prime time. You got Justin Fields with a couple other opportunities to play teams that are, compelling teams. I got to think that it's going to be 5 primetime games. You got Thursday night factoring in too. So there's opportunities galore to give the country a chance to see the Chicago market and number 1.
No shot. And they also changed that rule, David, that you are not guaranteed a primetime game.
I know. I'm not talking about just guaranteeing the Bears out of pity. You've got number 1. You've got one of the most exciting players in the National Football League. You don't need the sympathy. You have a reality. He's electric.
Now, I think this question has more to do with what you guys were talking about on the last question. I think getting out of the rhythm, Mully, you're right. If they had it their way, they play every game at noon on Sunday. That's different. I think primetime games can affect you more than jumping on an airplane can. My special request, stop putting Bears-Packers on Sunday night. I hate Sunday night football. I haven't waited all day for Sunday night. Sunday night, I like to go to bed at about 6:30 at night. That's okay. And I got to stay up till 11 o'clock and then wake up at 2 o'clock. It ruins the week. It takes until Wednesday to feel normal. So I just hope there are no Sunday night football games. I have not waited all day for Sunday night.
The best open in sports.
No.
Carrie Underwood's singing.
Carrie Underwood's fantastic,
that's
but
the
I
best
have not
open in
waited
sports.
all day for Sunday night.
Jesus, take the wheel.
That's coming back.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that.
No Sunday night football, please.
Okay.
It's hard for me to even look at this question because I'm thinking to myself, like, what's their best road trip? You know, they're going to Tampa this year.
Kansas City. They're not
which
going
is
to
a good-
Frankfurt.
Well,
LA.
but they do play at Kansas City.
Yeah.
LA for the Clippers, or for the Chargers is probably the answer. But New Orleans, going to tell you what it done did. Come on now. That's a great trip. Just
It's a great
food
trip, but it's not a marquee game.
Oh no, but I'm talking about
yeah.
if you wanted to go on a trip.
Are we looking at this from the sports writers' perspective?
no,
Absolutely.
no,
you are.
David,
Not
I once
always,
got Mitch Rosen to send us to New Orleans
That's true.
for a work trip to see Olin Kreutz play center
Get
for
to
the
work.
Saints.
Yeah.
Get to work. Let's start planning that one.
Dustin and I actually touched down. I think we went. Did we have breakfast somewhere? And we went to the place with the chicory coffee.
Yeah, we
and
had the beignets first.
Beignets. Then we went to the Central
Grocer.
and had a muffaletta sandwich. We split it.
We split
then,
like a half
and
of a
then we
half.
went to K. Paul's, which is dead now, sadly. And
We
had
went there
some
later. Then we jumped on the
brie
trolley.
sauce.
We went
Oh,
down to
my
the end of
God.
the line. We ate a platter of oysters and
Oh,
watched
my
college
God.
football.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean,
then we went to
got way
K.
out of
Paul's, and
control.
then we went to one of Emerald's places after
That's
K.
right.
Paul's.
That's right. Yeah. It was honestly
Gluttonous.
you had to check yourself in. It was sinful.
Okay, let's
There was
cancel
so
that
much
trip, though.
gluttony. No,
that would kill my diet.
Yeah, your
Yeah, it would
gout
kill
your
your
gout
diet.
would be
My gout would be
flared up like
flaming.
crazy.
Yeah,
The
it
dogs
was-
would be barking.
It was unbelievable. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I think it's probably the Chargers, right? That's a good trip.
Chargers, Chiefs.
Chiefs. No,
That's gonna be-
why go?
I'm
watch
just
them-
saying.
Why go see Matt Nagy beat the crap?
Prime
out of them?
time.
To answer the question, I'm going with the under, which would be 4 or less. I don't think they'll get. Is that the way the question was posed?
If the number's 4, you're taking the under?
If
Well,
the
if
number's
it's 4, you push, right?
I push.
Okay.
So I'm going under.
I say
I just
3.
don't think they're getting 5 nationally televised.
All right, when
games.
I'm right tomorrow's
Okay.
Friday, right? You guys are buying coffee.
No.
And if
no.
I and I
if
will,
you're
if you
right
guys are
tomorrow, we'll go over to the Billy Goat. And Dustin will avoid us, and we'll have a beer. I'll happily pay for a beer. How's that? Nice way to end
If
the
it's
show.
raining, I might be able to go. I got a couple lawns to cut tomorrow. Don't tell Dan.
312-644-6767. We've got the extra point next, and it's a good one. Mully and Haugh on the score. Jesus, take the wheel.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2. Steve Stone. Is Tim Anderson okay?
Being out as long as he was out, what Pedro is trying to do with him is give him some time, not play him too many days in a row to make sure he is 100%. You'll notice when Tim is truly 100%, he will start running a lot.
When we spoke with you, he was your favorite guy. I mean, that's where
Yeah.
we first kind of started debating him as a possibility. And I think we just played that cut where you said, you move him. He's a right tackle. You move him into the right. You keep Braxton Jones on the left. They got a free agent lineman, Nate Davis, and then you battle away, and suddenly you got 5, and you're maybe improving a little bit from a year ago.
Oh yeah, no, this is the right move. It's the right move. They got to fix that. They had to fix that position. Kevin Jenkins, I think, can play right guard. Nate Davis at left guard. I mean, you could let those guys battle it out right now. But I think they got their right tackle for the long term. And then look, they were a very good running football team last year, and obviously Justin helps them. And you hope that he doesn't have to run so much this year. And then you say, okay, now we've got a wall to protect Justin Fields where he can keep his eyes down the field. All right, he's not worried about leakage. Look, Darnell still got to learn, but when I watch him and study him, one of the things, I don't want to compare him to Trent Williams. Nobody's Trent Williams, but he does some things that Trent Williams does with his hands that you have to be very confident to do, to knock defensive linemen's hands down and to get them off balance, to control them. And I saw him do it throughout his career at Tennessee, and I didn't see anybody else in this whole business do it. Skoronski a little bit, but not like Darnell. Part of it is his length. Part of it is his confidence in his base, that if he would miss that with his hands, like he's got enough girth and base to him that you're not going to run him over. And so, and I just like his mentality. Like, you could just tell, not just a tough guy, but a guy that, enjoys a good fight. And I felt like that's the thing that separated him with me from everybody else in this draft at that position.
Great to talk to you last night on the draft show, Baldy. I thought your insight was excellent. And what you say about Darnell Wright, I think is very interesting, because there were 4 offensive tackles that we were spent the last several months talking about and evaluating. And Darnell Wright is the one the Bears ended up with, and seemed like the one they were fixated on. We talk a lot about doing free agency with Orlando Brown Jr., scheme-specific fits, guys who were perfect for the scheme. Obviously, the Bears must feel like he fits this scheme, because they wouldn't have drafted him at 10 if they didn't. What is it about his skill set that fits this scheme?
Well, I mean, he's a very good pass blocker, and he's got great, all the measurables you're looking for, whether it's length, girth, power. He's 340 pounds, but yet, he ran a 5.5 40. I mean, it's just unusual. And where that comes in handy and where you need that is all backside cutoffs or getting to the second level, because you're not going to be a good running team unless you get the second level of linebackers and safeties blocked. And you need linemen that can get there. And so, the way you watch him run and move, and then move big bodies. You watch him move Jalen Carter, against Georgia. Like, he can move big NFL-sized bodies. And, there's some schemes, you go to the 49ers, and they're not exactly driving guys off the ball. It's his own scheme.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
All right, guys, we're going to fast forward a little bit. The year is 2028. Who is the biggest sports star in town? Connor Bedard, Justin Fields, a Cub outfielder, Dylan Cease, Zach LaVine, or the Bears quarterback who succeeds Fields?
Oh, wow. That didn't take long. Oh, boy. Interesting question. In the context of what happened this week with the Blackhawks and winning the draft lottery and being in position to pick Connor Bedard, I think people kind of get this. And the season tickets, $5.2 million worth going in the first 12 hours after this news was evident and in front of us, it suggests this. Connor Bedard is the Blackhawks equivalent of getting, Patrick Mahomes. This is their generational talent, and this is as close to a can't-miss prospect as we have seen in a long time. This is Sidney Crosby. This looks like Connor McDavid. These kind of comparisons. So it's in the context of hockey, and even though hockey is never going to be as popular in this city and in most cities in America than the NFL team or other teams that have been there longer, had more success, or more people pay attention to, he's going to revive interest a lot. And in 2028, he will be the biggest superstar in Chicago. I don't know if that is not an endorsement for Justin Fields, but I think that there's to me, it's a safer bet that Connor Bedard will be a star for the Blackhawks, a superstar for the Blackhawks, than Justin Fields will be a superstar for the Bears. He still could be successful, but I just don't know if the ceiling is as high. And that's how much I think about what Connor Bedard is capable of doing for the sport, for the organization, and for the city.
I mean, what does it say when we have to put Dylan Cease down as the name for the White Sox that's going to be the star in 2028? Oof. I hope that it's Justin Fields. That's what I hope. But my prediction is going to be PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. So a Cubs outfielder will be the biggest star in Chicago by the year 2028.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult question. I think this is an easy question. But it's difficult because the only answer is Connor Bedard, because he is the youngest guy. At age 17, he turns 18 soon, and they haven't even drafted him yet. But that puts him in the wheelhouse of the right age for a young budding superstar, and the team should be pretty good around him. The Sox don't give out $100 million deals, so Dylan Cease will be long gone by then, right? Zach LaVine, I don't. Will his knees hold up? I don't know. It'd be the QB who succeeds Fields is hopefully not going to happen. But I don't know. How old is Justin now? 24?
23.
23?
I think he's 23.
So he'd be at the right age.
You're right in his prime, Mully.
Right in his prime.
Justin Fields in his prime in 2028.
Let's hope it's him that he develops this year. What I want this question to be is one that we look back on in 5 years and slap ourselves in the head. Of course, it's Pete Crow Armstrong. Of course, it was always Justin Fields. But I think that the best bet, and if I was betting on this by a mile, it's Connor Bedard.
Pete Crow Armstrong is an answer leading with your heart over your head, Dustin.
But that's a defensive.
No doubt.
He's a defensive player. You've got to get that offense caught up to him. See what I'm saying? Like Pete Crow Armstrong, it would have been more interesting if you said, Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger could be somebody that in 5 years, what will he have accomplished with the Cubs if he's still a Cub? Will he be a Cub beyond this year?
Probably not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We heard a little hesitation there yesterday. We'll get into that later. But you're right. The easy answer would be Bedard, because that would be true in almost any sports city that would ask this question this morning.
Any team that had the first
pick. If the Philadelphia Flyers had the number one overall pick,
he's the answer.
He would be the answer in Philadelphia.
Yep.
Because in 5 years' time, maybe Jalen Hurts, but maybe something happened along the way to superstardom. I don't know, but that's, I guess, how.
I hope it's Fields. I hope Fields pops, and this becomes a question we run back next year and laugh about.
If the quarterback of the Bears is an NFL superstar, in Chicago, he will be treated like Michael Jordan.
Oh, I mean, he'll get the Sid Luckman treatment.
Well, the thing is that we can't really compare it to any Bears quarterback in the modern day.
Yes,
that has been that kind of league-wide star, because it's never happened. So we don't really know. I mean, Urlacher was a linebacker. He fit perfectly with this franchise. He was a star. He's a Hall of Famer, but the popularity would be different if it were a quarterback.
Did you ever think it was going to be Jay Cutler?
Yes. I don't want to speak for you, but I think we both did.
Yeah, I think when they got
the day they got him, April 2nd, 2009,
I agree
there was euphoria. And had you asked that question in 5 years, who's the biggest star in Chicago, would have been Jay Cutler.
What if I told you, I'm doing one of those, Victor Wembanyama had not even been drafted when they asked that question.
When is the NBA draft lottery?
It's Tuesday.
All right,
coming Tuesday.
So if we're asking this question again next Thursday, boy, that would be fun. If the Bulls end up with the number one pick.
Well, if Chicago got 3 top picks, right, in that short.
The fix is in, pal.
Wow.
I mean, aren't you more hopeful about that happening? I know it can't happen, and I know it's a major long shot, but the very fact that it happened twice to 2 teams in Chicago, wouldn't that be just the nicest little mwah?
Well, maybe we should
have
have a little show bet. I know the afternoon show does some show bets. Maybe this would be a fun way to get our pot really deep.
What,
on
to
a
bet
show
on something that has a 2% chance of happening?
Right. Well, I'm saying, but just for the giggles and sports of it. I mean, what are the odds?
Give me some more investment advice, counselor.
All right, next Wednesday at 6:45 when Joe O is here.
Yeah,
we're going to ask him what the odds are for that. Okay, then Brandon and I'll just do it. Okay, Brandon, and then when Brandon and I hit, we will buy Blackhawks season tickets, and we won't invite you.
Dustino, why would we ask Joe about it on Wednesday when the lottery takes place the night before?
Well, maybe we'll move it up then.
Okay, well maybe we will. And I don't care what the odds are. I'm always in. David doesn't believe in the investment. I am front and center.
I don't. I'm not betting on the Bulls in the draft lottery.
Hi, it's me. No. Soft touch. Okay, I'm here for you. Bet. Exactly. I did that one time in
Thanks, Fred.
Phoenix Airport.
Thank you, Fred.
On my way to Vegas.
Okay.
I listen. It's happened. Lightning strikes.
I do think
Joe O.
As irrational and illogical as it is, I did have a moment where I wondered if the Bulls have a better chance of winning this draft lottery despite the long odds because the Blackhawks did.
Yes, because the leagues understand. Fix it for Chicago.
Right. There would
Hashtag city that
there
works.
would be a congressional investigation if that happened in Chicago next week. If the Bulls win the lottery after the Blackhawks found a way, there would be somebody calling for hearings.
Who do you like more this morning? Is it Lovie Smith for gifting the number 1 to the old franchise? Is it Gary Bettman for whatever sinister stuff he was up to? Or will it be Adam Silver?
That's next Wednesday's Pick 6.
There you go.
There we go.
Come on, Adam. Fix it like a horse race. Jeez.
Thanks,
awful.
Wilbur.
Yeah, that's tough stuff. All right. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
We'll play for a nickel if you want to bet.
A bet? This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you'd want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps. But there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow.
Something just...
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it, and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell
It's
out
nothing.
below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
It was
That's what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Radio 670 The Score. Oh, goodness gracious. There is leaking news constantly. Rumors.
A lot of leakage today.
But a lot of leakage connected to the NFL schedule. Everybody wants to be first. It's a big race. And maybe, just maybe, again, this is a rumor. We haven't verified this, but finally there is a rumor about the Bears, and that is that the NFL schedule has the Green Bay Packers schedule, full schedule, has apparently been leaked by, what is the name of the account on Twitter? NFL Nerding, something like that.
At Nerding on NFL.
Nerding on NFL.
Okay, and they are leaking this, and they're saying what?
They're saying that the Green Bay Packers open their schedule at Chicago 3:25 p.m.
Week 1?
Opening on week 1.
Okay, so
3:25.
if true, and we have to qualify that. If true,
Bears.
That's fantastic. Number one is fantastic because that's when you want to play Jordan Love. Yep. That's when you want to get the guy who has so much uncertainty surrounding his status as the successor to Aaron Rodgers and the throne in Green Bay. That would be a best case scenario for the Packers-Bears matchup this year.
I love the idea of him, like, running out of bounds and the crowd booing, and he says, "I've never owned you."
I think if I were Jordan Love, I would keep my mouth shut pretty much until I accomplish something. But that would be terrific. I would be, as I said earlier, I think they're going to be more than 4 games in prime time. Packers-Bears typically is a prime time opportunity. The nerding schedule or the nerding
account. It's a rumor. It's
they
not
said
official.
The rumor that has the Bears and Packers playing week 1 and week 18.
Week 18 would be the
in
Bears
Lambeau.
At Lambeau.
Oh, that sounds like a great trip.
But neither game in prime time. So if
matters.
that's the case, then there's no way you're getting your over. If Bears Packers aren't part of a prime time, there's no way it's going over.
I don't know. You can say that. I'm not giving up hope.
Maybe you know what? The last week of the season, they'll
flex it.
Yeah, they'll flex that to some
maybe
game that matters.
By then, who will be quarterbacking the Packers?
Oh boy, you have no belief in
no,
Jordan Love.
I don't have any faith in Love.
How explain that? How can you just dismiss his career before it's begun?
I think because the small sample size that I've seen has been,
mediocre.
I've been nonplussed, been unimpressed.
Yep.
Certainly, they see him on a regular basis. He is coached by somebody I have a ton of respect for, in Tom Clements. They do have an offense that you do respect, but I think I'm just going to go with this feeling. It's not based on anything that is that real technical, Mully. It's more like it's hard for me to envision the Packers getting it right again. And if they have another guy that is a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback after spending the last 30 years enjoying that kind of luxury, I just don't want it to be true.
So if this is accurate and the Packers do open at the Bears on week 1, does that mean that the other rumor from that website, which is that Kansas City opens against Detroit, is accurate? And if that's accurate, does that mean there's more interest in Detroit than maybe you would think
Bears?
There might be? No, I'm saying if this schedule is correct, the same site is the one that came up with the idea that Kansas City opens their Super Bowl defense against the Detroit Lions.
You're going to be
curious that Detroit would be the choice of the league.
I think the league is trying to probably market a trendy choice for an NFC dark horse champion in the Lions.
So this usually is some sort of a preview of the Super Bowl.
If it were Chiefs-Lions,
and the league is picking the Lions.
The league is giving Dan Campbell their endorsement.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I do think that's what you're saying, and I do think that's true. You have to have some. You do have to take a leap of faith. There are people who think that Jordan Love is probably going to be the best quarterback in the NFC. There are people that think the Lions are going to be the best team in the NFC. Lions-Chiefs on opening night, to me, is intriguing. I know a lot of people are like, it's the Lions. The Lions are an intriguing team. They've got a lot of talent, and they've got a compelling coach, and I do wonder where this all is headed.
And they've never won the Super Bowl.
Right. See? There you go.
Yeah, that's what the league.
I do think another thing, and people may want to weigh in on this. The Chiefs also play the Bears. Why isn't Chiefs-Bears the first opening Justin Fields versus Patrick Mahomes?
Because they're not going to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I mean, are the Bears going to win the Super Bowl?
No, but do you market teams or do you market stars? Justin Fields is potentially a bigger star than anybody the Lions have to offer.
Or the Chiefs.
No.
It's the Matt Nagy revenge game.
Okay.
A lot of storylines.
Right.
That would be a good time to get the Chiefs on banner night. Typically, the team's not has all their focus.
Yes.
You could be prepping for Patrick Mahomes every minute of every day.
Why would you want a quarterback starting his first game?
I know what you're saying, but I think it's better if the Bears are playing the Packers in Week 1 than the Chiefs.
I like that too, David. Don't get me wrong, but I just think either one would serve the Bears well.
If you're trying to sell the idea that the Bears can win the division or compete for the division next year, which I think is premature and early, but if you're making that argument, but you're liking the schedule.
Let's just go the other way then for a second. How much of a disaster would it be if Jordan Love opens his account with a victory?
No.
I'm just saying. There's that danger too.
I'm not going to listen to that right now.
312-644-67. The fact that you plugged your ears and said no, that gave me the hint that you didn't want to hear that idea. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Bears fans, don't miss the Score Bears and NFL schedule release show tonight 6 to 9 with Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Harris. Get the complete overview on who Justin Fields and the new look Bears will play in the upcoming season as the matchups are announced live.
Fields cuts inside, looking for the goal line, into the end zone for the touchdown.
Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network.
No, we want to hear your exit today.
I heard about Bernstein leaving you on the air in the middle of the show.
But not even in the middle of the show. At 10:15? So at 10:15? Why did he show up to work?
So here's what happened. Can we hear it? Do you mind if we hear it?
Let's hear it.
I've got to get on a plane in like 2 hours because it is impossible to get to Harrisburg. The one thing Rod Zimmerman warned me about Bucknell. You can't get there. It's in the middle of nowhere.
And you're fired.
All right, yeah. So, sorry. I've got to get my kid out of school and get to O'Hare.
That's fine. That means I got more time with Dan Wiederers.
Yeah, you're going to have an old-fashioned Lawrence Holmes show today. So get the bass drop ready, Mike Rankin. All right, apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. But, family first.
Go be with your son and try to get out of town before all the snow comes our way.
All right, peace and love.
Oh, my God. So that's amazing.
All right,
so look.
You couldn't even wait for the break?
The concept of weather? No, this is what happened. We're sitting there.
Planes work?
And he goes, hey, just so you know, I'm trying to find a different flight. During the first segment, he's just booking flights. Like, that's all he's doing
during the segment
is booking flights. And then I saw like the eureka moment where he had figured out the Matrix and he's got everything all set and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he's doing like this. He's like, and I'm like,
he's holding up the phone.
Use your words. And that's when he decided to tell all of us that he had to go.
I've got to get on a plane. Apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. Peace and love.
It's about time that apology came, by the way. But I've been waiting for that for 15 years.
Family first is just kind of funny in that context, too, because isn't he going for...
It's like orientation.
Orientation?
Yeah.
He talked about that like he had gotten some sort of horrifying news. Like
yes.
I need to leave. I need to get on a plane. Like my family needs me. Nah, man, you could drive.
Is it possible he was going to check on Todd Frazier? You know, if that's possible.
I gotta go.
Going downstairs, you take over, okay?
Every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. I don't know whether it's the six gun or what it is about that, but I want to go see some open country. I just want to travel at a horse's pace.
So help people understand why today is full of such excitement, because you know who the teams are going to play.
Oh, yeah.
You know who's on the schedule.
Yes, you know the opponents already.
And people kind of roll their eyes sometimes like you guys are just addicted to the NFL.
Yes.
But it's not who you play.
It's when you play them.
It's when you play them.
It's how the schedule falls
Everybody
together.
knows that. Everybody who looks at a schedule now, you can't project the season until you know how the games fall and what order they are. Because let's say
it's a favorable schedule because they were a bad team.
You lose 14 games and you're going to have this kind of schedule that will give you an opportunity to get well fast.
Exactly.
And the Bears have an opportunity to get well fast. That's what I when I saw the rumor reported this morning about the Bears opening the season with the Packers, slightly disappointed if this is true that it's not in prime time, even though it will
because it'll
mess
ruin,
with our sleep cycle.
It'll ruin your over-under.
It would ruin my over-under, too. And I would have to buy coffee or beer or whatever. But I do think that
coffee and beer is a wonderful drink.
Either or.
Both together.
Coffee beer is actually pretty good. I've heard it's not bad.
I think Guinness made poorly is coffee beer.
But let's get back to my reaction to playing the Packers week 1 for the Bears is exciting because you want that shot, the first shot at Jordan Love. You want the Packers to regret their decision early and often. So week 1 gives you that opportunity. And the rest of the schedule, I think the Packers, that's a team that in a rivalry, they could go either way. But then your schedule really is agreeable. You play teams that you should beat at home.
Yeah.
At home, you've got beatable teams, the Falcons, the Panthers, the Cardinals, the Broncos, the Raiders, all 5 of those opponents at Soldier Field. Conceivably, it's way early, but conceivably, you could make an argument that the Bears could win each of those 5 games.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. This is such a stupid exercise, but we're going to do it. We're going to watch the show tonight, and then we're going to put our predictions together, and we'll be here probably during the Pick 6. We will give you what our projected record is and how we see this breaking down. And you can't do that until you figure out how you're playing them, when you're playing them, etc. And that's one of the fun things. Like you could probably right now say, "Oh, you're going to beat these guys. You're going to beat these guys." That's a tough chore going to Kansas City and beating them. So maybe you get a loss there before you even know when it is. But who knows? Who knows? The schedule is put together. Who
knows?
It is designed to get everyone. It's all about parity.
It is all about parity.
You want everybody to have an honest shot at the playoffs, even if they're not trying, and you want people to try.
The NFL has legislated parity better than any professional sports league could.
Right.
That's what builds the drama and suspense each and every week. Let's go back a year ago. I'm sure the Friday morning after the schedule released last year, that we both were looking at that opening game with the 49ers, and it was a big fat L, right?
Yes.
No way they were going to beat the 49ers. No, I don't care if it's at Soldier Field.
Well, we didn't know that there was going to be miraculous happenings. We didn't know there'd be a locust,
we didn't know Mother Nature was a Bears fan.
Yes.
On that day. And she gave the Bears and gifted us a monsoon that Justin Fields could belly flop and slide in the end zone and give us the picture for the season. That was a moment. There weren't many. There weren't many at all. There were only 3 victories, and I never would have guessed.
Justin Fields diving across.
That was awesome.
That was great. It was the highlight of the season.
It was historic.
It was great.
Hey, it's probably in the art museum, and it's going to be one of those pictures that's going to be moved in a couple of weeks when they start preparing for NASCAR.
When they start tearing down, when NASCAR starts ruining the architecture of the great city of Chicago, which is known for what? Architecture.
But don't you agree with me that if they play the Packers in week 1, what you could see is a symbolic changing of the guard. Justin Fields throws for 300, 2 touchdowns. The Bears beat the Packers. Jordan Love throws 3 picks and is 28-13. And all of a sudden, there's a new sheriff in town. There's a new quarterback here for the duration. This is what the new Bears-Packers rivalry will be moving forward. Don't you think that's great in terms of a storyline? And that could happen? Getting a little carried away?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that could happen. I think it is a great storyline. And I think that, the idea of a changing of the guard sounds fantastic. We should let you know that you should tune in tonight because the schedule release show will feature Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron. Those guys do a great job. It's on from 6 to 9. Gabe and Anthony will react to the 2023 schedule release live, and they'll talk Bears with you. You can tune in on 670 The Score and the Odyssey app starting at 6. Schedule release show is brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and the Bears' future. Listen, I hope the Packers stink. I really do. And I hope they miss Aaron Rodgers, and I hope it turns out that he was this missing element. And frankly, they're relying on their 2 receivers, Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs from last year. They drafted another guy. I think they drafted 2 more this year. Their receiving core, you want to talk about a team, if you want to help Jordan Love, shouldn't they make some kind of trade and bring in their version of DJ Moore? They're relying on guys
too
that
late.
They took. Well, it's too late now, but they're relying on guys that
unproven
that they couldn't get. Maybe it's because Aaron Rodgers didn't show up in time, whatever. But they couldn't get that element of their game going until well into the season.
But again, they have become now, with Rodgers gone, they drafted Jaden Reed from Michigan State. He joins a young receiving core that I think was made better because Aaron Rodgers was throwing them the football. Even in a down year, he helped a guy like Watson progress
even
and
with
improve.
a broken finger, even with a bad whatever else he had.
Even with
haircut,
a bad haircut and 5-day stubble. I think that he was the reason a lot of those receivers elevated their play. Now we'll see if that continues. I think this too, what the Packers will do now with Jordan Love and an unproven receiving core is they will lean into the scheme even more. They will believe that the star of their offense is the scheme. Matt LaFleur has become the most important person in that offense, right? Because the way the plays are going to be called, because of the game plan, because of his schematic advantage and genius. No longer do they have Aaron Rodgers to bail everybody out. I think they're going to lean heavily into what he does well. Mully, you take a step back. I guess you want to be fair, and we kind of have fun with Matt LaFleur. He's got a tremendous resume. He's got a lot of victories. I don't know where he ended and Aaron Rodgers began.
Right.
And I don't know if we're going to find out that he was more, Aaron Rodgers was better for Matt LaFleur than Matt LaFleur was for Aaron Rodgers. So that's what I think is curious about what the Packers are going to be moving forward, because we're going to find out early on if they have growing pains, the Bears can benefit from that in week 1.
Well, and again, there is a flip side to that. It could go the other way. It could be the Bears having growing pains. It could be the Bears not quite ready for the start of the season.
They really shouldn't be in that position, though.
Why wouldn't they be?
They should not be in that position. If anything you're going to see from week 1 from the Bears, they should benefit from continuity. They have the same offensive coordinator. You've got the same quarterback. You've got a makeshift offensive line.
You got a new offensive line,
okay.
2 new linemen, maybe 3 different positions.
It's all about the quarterback.
You got the same quarterback.
It's all about the quarterback.
You got a new running back. You got new receiving core, right? At least 2 contributors.
Same scheme.
You got the same scheme.
Same play caller. Same quarterback.
Let's hope it's not the same. Let's hope it's not about getting the quarterback out running. Let's hope it's taking advantage of DJ Moore as Deebo Samuel. Let's hope it's taking advantage.
You have that option, but I don't think that I want the Bears to shy away from wanting to establish the run and be the smash mouth football team.
I don't know that you can go 17 games with Justin Fields taken off as much as he did last year.
Probably not, but the threat of him taking off will create opportunities for the other running backs.
He's extraordinary at it, and it's amazing, and I love seeing it. I'm just saying, I hope that we see a version of that offense that is more about the passing attack than it is
you've got to.
The running.
It's got to be more sophisticated and polished, and he's got to be better as a passer. We all know that is true, but I'm not going to complain if the Bears lead the league in rushing again. Not at all.
Oh,
I hope they do.
I don't have a problem with that. But I'm just saying, I do hope that it's more about other people running the ball.
Can both things be true?
Just the quarterback.
Can they lead the league in rushing and still have a passing attack that has taken a step forward and is good enough to throw the ball down the field and get the most out of DJ Moore?
I don't know they could have led the league in rushing if not for Justin Fields being the guy that he was, the weapon he was in the long runs that he had.
I don't disagree with that.
And he did get hurt at one point in the season, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that anybody can take a pounding like that in the National Football League. I think that what I'm hoping is that they can add, what's the old adage? You throw to score, you run to win. So in an ideal situation, you would see them open up their passing game. They'd be able to score, and then they would be able to, force a team. Maybe they can get more sacks this year by taking a lead and forcing a team into throwing, making the opponent one-dimensional.
Well, now you're killing my buzz because you're talking about the pass rush.
I'm sorry.
I'm more excited about the offense than the pass rush because I don't think they've done anything really substantial to improve the pass rush. You can get your waves of defenders on your defensive line. Those are the interior tackles. You may be able to stop the run better. Maybe, by definition, that helps your pass rush, but there's nothing tangible on the roster that makes me feel any better about their ability to rush the passer. So when you're talking about the offense, yeah, there's a lot to be excited about because we're going to argue over how they get into the end zone and how they control the clock. That'd be a great argument to have each and every Monday morning.
I hope they win. I want them to win.
Yeah.
I watch all these games. I spend a lot of time on it, the pregame, the postgame. I want it to be worth the investment of time. I think last year Justin Fields was worth watching, and that was it for the Bears. There wasn't a lot that was worth watching. We have a texter. I want you to chew on this one. With the Bears' luck, Jordan Love and the Packers will stink this year, somehow wind up with the number 1 or number 2 overall pick, get that franchise quarterback, and then torture the Bears for the next 50.
That possibly could happen. You could see that happen. I think that they are almost – I should be careful if I want to say this or not. I think that they are probably closer to bottoming out than they are to ascending to be the best team in the division under Jordan Love.
See, what I hope for the Packers is no man's land. I hope that
NFL purgatory.
That's what I'm
be
hoping
stuck
for.
there for a while. That'd be a great place to be.
Just be good enough and have Love be good enough to win 7-8 games, and then they think, well, next year he'll be okay, and then they come back and win.
That'd be perfect.
7-8 games.
Go 8-9.
Yes.
9-8.
Yes.
Draft 15th. Stay away from Caleb Williams.
There you go.
Believe in Jordan Love at your own peril. That'd be great.
That'd be
All right,
nice.
312. So David doesn't want Fields to pass. Okay. Did I say that? I mean, really, come on, people. I'm not saying I don't want Justin Fields to pass.
You never said anything near that.
I think they're going to be more dynamic in their offense because of who they have at receiver, the experience level of Justin Fields, and this is the year where we begin to see, finally, he's able to elevate the play of everybody else around him. That includes throwing the ball, but I don't want to take away the running element. You can't do that. Instinctively,
No,
you're never going to be able to.
I don't think that's a wise idea. But what I'm saying is, at some point in the season, they shifted and they leaned into the run of the quarterback. And nonetheless, even though they did it, what was it, 7 games in, 8 games,
they had a great 5-game stretch where that was the main part of their offense.
And that was fun, and that was good stuff. But what I want to see is I want to see the passing game. I think this guy throws a good deep ball. I want to see guys running downfield and catching a good deep ball. I want to see DJ Moore catching a short pass and turning it into a 30-yard gain. I want to see some of that Deebo Samuel stuff. I don't want gimmicks everywhere.
No, not gimmicks everywhere.
Those are ways of running the ball that spread the field open.
You have some
creativity.
creativity.
I want to see in time, on time, and I want to see the Bears being able to score and then being able to run.
Well, we're saying the same thing because I think what we're talking about is that with Justin Fields and his ability, the runs that are going to be inevitable have to be organic. I don't think we're going to see this year as much of a Luke Getsy leaning into the designed runs as much as he had to out of necessity. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Wasn't getting done the first part of the season. They leaned into the Ravens-style offense more so when they had more designed runs, and we saw what happened. Justin Fields emerged. He's electric, explosive, and now he's a future budding star. I don't think you're going to need to have to do that this year.
I hope not.
Because of the weapons, because of the offensive line.
I want to see his accuracy.
But you're still going to see it.
I want to see. You know what I don't mind? If they actually put the quarterback on the move and then give him 3 levels to look at, and then he could run if he wants. I think there are ways of taking advantage of his gifts, and he has great gifts, while also keeping, designing guys that are open or guys that can catch the ball.
That's the challenge.
I'm expecting bigger years from a lot of different players.
But now you have guys who can get open. Now you have a number one receiver who we're going to say every Monday morning, conceivably, he needs more touches. Oh, you got to get DJ Moore more touches.
Yes.
And we're going to go into games thinking, well, he's got to get the ball. He's got to have 7 to 10 touches or targets.
Cole Kmet only had 7 catches. You need to get him 12.
Yeah, he needs to be. Yeah,
but I mean, that's a guy that they could lean into a little bit. He improved a year ago.
Well, he's going to get better.
He's got to take another step.
He's got another weapon too. He's going to have 2 end zone or red zone tight end threats in Tunyon and Cole Kmet that are going to be guys, if they stay healthy, are going to change your offense.
And maybe you just try a swing pass to the running back and off he goes, right? I mean, he's a straight line guy. Good. Let him run over
Which
people.
one? Because it could be Deontay Foreman you're talking about, or it could be Roschon Johnson. Pick your Texas poison.
Roschon is my guy.
You think Roschon's going to start and be the number one receiver option at running back?
I think he will eventually. I think he's a big, strong guy. What I love about him is he comes virtually unmarred by college hits because he played with Bijan.
It leaves you wondering
who knows
what he would have been capable of doing at Texas had he been the featured back for 3 years, 2 years, whatever the case may be. But he was the backup to one of the best running backs in America the last couple seasons in Bijan Robinson. So, yeah, I think you can be excited about the Bears offense because they have done a nice job this offseason of giving you those reasons.
So the head coach claims that the ball's coming out faster, that there's more recognition, that the quarterback is moving in a different way mentally. That's one of the things he basically
light years
said.
ahead.
Yes. Well, that's
light years ahead.
That's what the coordinator said. But my point is, let's see that. Let's see that. That would be a wonderful thing to witness.
OTAs start on Tuesday, so you get an opportunity to see the quarterback and the receiving core working together, working on that timing and the offensive line, how it all comes together. Be curious to see where Darnell Wright opens up, but because I think he's the presumed number one. Yeah, a lot of reasons for excitement on this schedule release day. So
Justin Fields at one point last year held the ball, I don't know what it was. It was like 13 seconds or something. Do you remember that play?
Yeah.
And then he took off running and he, had a nice gain. I want to see the ball come out. I want to see faster, quicker decision-making, plays lined up, accuracy. I just want to see
your best plays can't be accidents.
I want to see a professional offense from the Bears.
I think everybody wants to see that.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Matt Mervis.
Swinging a line drive, base hit to right center. Bellinger's going to score. Matt Mervis with his first big league base hit.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
What was it about Les Grobstein's microphone that drew you to the story so much?
The first time I ever heard it, I'm trying to think back when it was, but it was, I remember, Ross Glode was on our team back then. This is like 04, 05, somewhere in there. And someone brought it to us and brought us, I don't even know. I think it might have been Ed Farmer, to be honest with you. Because obviously somebody knew about it that had been around a little bit. And like when we heard it, we were like, this can't be real. Like, this is not real, and this has to be like an act or somebody just like pretending. And, obviously we found out it wasn't. And it just became something. I mean, I've heard that. I mean, that year alone, I probably listened to it 1,000 times. And we would turn it on in the clubhouse, loudspeakers going, especially if things weren't going well. And kind of feeling that frustration that you could tell Lee was feeling that day. Just when you get into those moments where you just know you're up against it, and you kind of, you just kind of hate everything and everyone, and you're kind of just in one of those ruts. So we would play it all the time, and then when I found out like the backstory with like Les and who recorded it, and then he would come in, and then it was like and then he had the recorder, and like the recorder looked like it was from like not 83. It looked like it was like from like 43, it was like really old looking. So it just became kind of like, Les wasn't always around with us and all stuff. So when he came in, it was kind of a special occasion, and it was clearly the topic of conversation every single time I saw the man.
It's so amazing because he loved telling stories, but there was probably no story he loved telling more than that. So the fact that you guys treated him like a celebrity or a big deal in that clubhouse, it must have meant the world to him.
I guess he was just doing his job, but it really is like, to me, like it's like the Zapruder film and like the JFK assassination. It's like it's such a famous piece of like evidence that this really happened. So I was always asking him questions like, now tell me, like, where were you standing? I really tried to have him describe the situation to me, because anybody who's ever, certainly I'm sure, managed or coached a major sports team, but players as well, you can just feel that what Lee Elia went through that day and what he was saying and all that stuff is just like, you want to do that so many times, like you want to just let loose and just let people have it. And, it's just amazing. I just listened to it again like 10 minutes ago before we got on, because I hadn't listened to it in probably about a year. And it's just amazing to me how many expressions in that 3 minutes that now are in my life permanently that I use.
85% of the ball's working. The other 15 come out here.
Yeah, exactly that one. The other day I was golfing, and I get up to a shot that I hit, and it was one that I was like, okay, that could be okay, that could be, I don't know, we'll see when we get up there. And I get up to it, and it's a terrible lie, and I get up to it, and I go, this is a disheartening, bleeping situation we're in right now. And so I don't even think about it. Stuff just comes out of me when it comes to that, and as well as other guys I played with. I mentioned Ross and other guys. It's constantly something that is like intertwined in our verbiage to each other.
Back is Yepez. That ball's got a chance. Gone. Yan Gomes. Cubs lead 5-2.
That's just the kind of player he is. He's just an unbelievable human being. He's an unbelievable leader in the clubhouse. Just, I'm always looking to him for just information, about baseball and even like in everyday life. He's an amazing human being.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. There you hear from, you heard Pat telling you the home run, the Yan Gomes home run, but that's Justin Steele talking about Gomes being an unbelievable leader and a remarkable human.
Yes, the Cubs MVP.
That's Dustin's proclamation.
I think you could make that argument.
Dustin calls him better than Dexter Fowler.
No, he didn't.
You're
You're trolling him now. You're triggering him now. I do think that Yan Gomes has justified the faith they placed in him, and this was a great game to remind everybody. It was a series that was, the conversation coming in dominated by what happened to Wilson Contreras with the Cardinals, that whole conversation about what the Cubs did and how it validated their decision to let him move on. And then last night, Yan Gomes helped us remember why. They feel very good about the catching situation because he's there, the way he manages and handles the pitching staff. And, oh, by the way, he's still got a little pop left in that bat.
Yeah, that's nice to see. But again, I can honestly say that I don't believe anyone has ever called me like a great human being. That is like, if I'm Yan Gomes, I would have Justin Steele on my alarm clock like Bell has Ryan Poles.
But
I'd want to hear that every night and every morning. I'd
just
wake
keep
up
hitting
to it.
Play, yeah.
Great human being.
The thing is, it'd be your ringtone. I don't think that Justin Steele's alone in that assessment, though. You hear it from pitchers, you hear it from executives,
right.
You hear it from coaches, Tommy Hotovy, whatever the case may be. Yan Gomes has the universal respect in that clubhouse, and that's why he is doing what he's doing. That's why
Wilson Contreras is playing for St. Louis.
That's why, exactly.
You know what they say about Willie? He's kind of a hothead sometimes. That's Willie being Willie. He's just. They don't say one of the greatest human beings ever.
Pretty much last weekend, the Cardinals said the quiet part out loud about Wilson Contreras. And now he's a
really
designated hitter temporarily. But this was the series of the catcher, right? Wilson Contreras inciting the crowd early on, all the conversation on the first game. Miguel Amaya being sent down, a lot of conversation about what he has to offer moving forward. And Yan Gomes stealing the show last night. Really, in a night the Cubs had to have their bats alive, and they had to win that game 10-4. 8 of the 9 Cubs in the batting order had hits. 8 scored at least 1 run, 7 extra base hits. Nice to see everybody kind of getting involved. And by the way, Christopher Morel, for the second night in a row, has a couple hits. Instant impact, just like we thought. Just like we thought. That's why he's here. He's got the face paint going there, the eye black. He looks like he should be playing defensive back.
Why the 2 lines? What is that?
I don't know.
Is that just the way he puts it on, or is that some kind of a?
I don't know. And anyone ask those probing questions? I'm not sure.
I know why you wear eye black. I just don't know why you wear it at night and why you do the double stripe.
I know why you wear eye
Sergeant.
black. I don't know if it works. I think that you wear it kind of because it puts you in a mindset.
You look cool.
Well, you kind of look cool, but you feel like
on my war paint.
You're ready to go.
Okay.
Like. I used to love. If anybody who's ever played football and had the eye black, it gets you in a state of mind, or baseball, I suppose. And
when you do television, do you have to put your face on just to get you in the mood?
I just put it. Yeah.
The next time you do Football Night in America,
wear some eye
Chicago
black.
style.
Tomorrow night, I'm coming out in eye black.
Yeah,
all right,
but with the double lines.
You want me to come out in eye black? That'd be awesome.
That
would be
silly.
Because those pictures wouldn't.
No one would understand that we were just having a laugh. But I mean, listen. You know what he is? He is a ball of energy. He is this giant kind of excitement of himself.
Do you buy into the idea that's contagious?
Well, I buy into the idea that, like, when you watch a dead arse team, say, play a game in Kansas City, you think, oh my God, if only they had a little energy. And that guy is he's a battery pack. He's a an Energizer bunny of a man. And I mean that as a compliment.
It's funny. Were they talking before the game yesterday, David Ross, about how they had to counsel Christopher Morel against high-fiving the pitchers because
was hysterical.
It's a mound visit?
He wanted to high-five everyone. He high-fives the pitcher, and that could be perceived as a mound visit.
That's great.
So they have to intercede and tell him not to do that. I laughed out loud at that.
He's so
very
enthusiastic, and it's such an asset to have. And you're right. When you're going through a tough time like the Cubs offense is enduring the last 10 to 15 games, you need a spark plug. You need a catalyst, and he has provided that. Now, last night everybody got involved, and it was contagious. And it's great to see Patrick Wisdom going deep again. It's been a while, and you saw he just really connected. So the Cubs line up deep and dangerous last night. They get a day off today and hope they can bring those bats to Minnesota and have a really good series against the Twins.
I think everyone wants that.
Everyone in Chicago would like to see that.
Okay, so we've got a couple more rumors on the schedule. Should I keep interrupting us with these?
Please do, because I think it's intermittent.
Packers at Lions, game 1 on Thanksgiving. So they're going to play, is it 2 or 3? There's 3 Thanksgiving games, and they'll be the first game. Packers are stuck going to Detroit.
That's better than the Bears going to Detroit.
And they're now saying that the Packers, if these leaks are correct, the Packers 5 primetime games.
Wow, that makes no
Including,
sense.
That makes no sense.
Well, then the Bears have to be the over, right?
That means Thanksgiving. That includes Thanksgiving being a primetime game because it's like a standalone. It's a nationally televised game.
Well, hold on. There's a difference there. Hold on, Mully. I need a clarification here. Because this is not, that's jumbled nonsense.
Thank you.
But it's a nationally televised game. It's the only game on at its time.
Though.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is. It's primetime on Thanksgiving, David.
It is. Yeah, all 3 of those games would technically
standalone.
be nationally televised.
They're nationally televised.
So that's
when I hear prime time, I'm thinking
of the country is going to get that game.
So you think the Bears are playing 5 nighttime games?
They could be.
No shot.
Oh, you got no hope. You should go with what he's saying. Take any game on national television as a gimme. Run like a thief in the night.
Thanksgiving's got 3. Thanksgiving's going to have 3 nationally televised games.
So 5 primetime Packer games.
If this is
David will be buying drinks on Friday, whatever your drink may be. If he misunderstood the question.
I'm out of coffee. I think, I misunderstood the question or not. It doesn't matter. If the Packers are on primetime 5 times, what does that say about their expectations?
That says that people think they're better than you do.
Well, there's curiosity. What will the Packers look like minus Aaron Rodgers? I think that's the storyline. I think that's the intriguing part.
That's one storyline. That's one game, buddy. I mean,
I'm just trying to answer what the network executives are thinking.
If you're a network executive, do you think anyone wants to see Green Bay 5 times on national TV without Aaron Rodgers?
The Green Bay market? Beyond no.
But I mean, you want to see Chargers Lions at 11:30 on Thanksgiving? No, Packers Lions will get more rear ends. Stop people from doing the turkey trot or whatever they're up to earlier in the morning, and they'll.
Let me offer this: if you're ever going to have. Do you do the turkey trot, by the way?
It's a big event in Elmhurst.
Okay,
but I do more of the turkey trot over the Spring Inn. I don't do the turkey trot.
If you played football, if you did your own little turkey bowl, you'd pull a hammy at this point. No offense.
I used to do that on Friday, not Thursday.
I digress. What was I saying? So I think people are going to watch that game regardless, right? You could have the least interesting opponent.
Right, exactly.
In that game, people are going to watch the Lions at 11 o'clock on Thanksgiving Day if they are football fans or even casual sports fans, regardless of the opponent.
This is another rumor. I just want to clarify that we don't have the schedule, but these are the things that are leaking out. Week 1, Sunday Night Football, Cowboys at Giants.
Okay.
How about them Giants?
Well, how about them Cowboys? Yeah. People over-talk, over-cover, oversaturate the market with Cowboy stuff.
Under-deliver.
When's the last time they were in the NFC Championship game?
5th of never.
Okay.
Oh, no problem shutting my eyes right after the Bears and Packers hoopla is over.
Now, I'm more intrigued, actually, by the Giants.
Really?
I'm curious. First of all, I think Brian Daboll is a tremendous coach. Offensively, they're fun to watch.
Better than Flusy.
Well, offensively.
Better head coach than Flusy.
He had a better first year than Flusy. See, you're just trying to trigger me. Let me finish. Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, that offense, I think they're an interesting team. I'm glad when I watch that game, I'll be more zeroed in on the Giants than the Cowboys.
Oh, here we go. This is from Adam Schefter. Aaron Rodgers' Jets debut will come on Monday Night Football, September 11th at home against the Buffalo Bills.
That's great.
Drama. Come on.
Love
You're watching that game, Dustin. Even
Oh,
you
I'll
are
stand up.
standing
I'll stand up and stay
You'll
tuned to
stand
that
up
one.
and watch for that one.
that is definitely worth staying up for.
That's fun.
Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Rodgers.
Bills,
Go
Jets.
Josh Allen.
I mean, again, could Rodgers just get sacked so much that his season ends on week 1?
That's a big division game for that early in the season.
Very big.
You know, that's when you wonder about.
That's when you'll determine whether the Jets are a real Super Bowl contender or if they're dominated by a team from
what's going to happen, and you can
in their
predict this, is that the Jets will play well. They will beat the Bills, and on Tuesday morning, everybody in New York will think the Jets are going to win the Super Bowl. That's the way it's going to happen. They're going to overstate the significance of something that happens in week 1. It's New York. It's going to feel louder and bigger than it actually is, but you can envision that happening on that Tuesday morning.
All right. We've strayed away from our Cubs
That's
talk,
okay. We had a good
and I
Cub
apologize
conversation. We're
for
going to talk
that.
to Ryan Dempster at 8 o'clock.
Yes, we'll get back to it. We're going to talk to Mark Lazarus next. We're going to talk some Connor Bedard. I believe if the Maple Leafs had lost if the Maple Leafs had lost last night, then the first round pick would have been 19 instead of 20. Wasn't that all over Twitter yesterday? So that still could happen. They won the game, but they're down in the series 3-1.
3-1. They're not going to win that series.
So we'll talk about Connor Bedard, but we'll also talk about, I love these conversations, the idea that there are like 3 junior classes all coming out at once, and the 4 second-round picks will be better picks than they'd be in a normal draft, and the 19th pick will actually be like the 7th pick? No. But we'll talk to Mark Lazarus next from The Athletic. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I love y'all segment. I just had my peanut butter and milk sandwich. I think the White Sox, all they got to do make better decisions. You got to go to Grandpa and say, Grandpa, you know how to win championship. It's time to just make better decisions. Play the best player, because Tim Anderson is the face of baseball right now. Play the guys that want to play and play the right guys. Make better decisions, and they'll come back. And then you'll see a better team after the All-Star game. If you don't make better decisions, you're just going to be hot garbage in the news. That's all.
Mike, are you going to make it to the Silver Room Block Party this year?
Hey, I'm going to try to. But let me tell you something. Since I got both of y'all, I got something to tell y'all.
Okay.
Bomani Jones wanted me to come to the HBO thing, but I wouldn't go there. So I got good news. They coming to Chicago. I would love for y'all two to be there. I would love for both of y'all to be there. I'm going to do something big. I can't tell you what I'm going to do, who the star's going to be, but I would love to have both of y'all. We got the best women. We got the best suits. We got the best water. And this the best city that everybody should be in, Chicago. So I would love for both of y'all to come. I'll give y'all the date and everything, but I can't tell you what it's going to be.
All
what
right.
I'm going to be doing.
I'm down with that. And I had Bomani on the show a couple months ago to talk about his HBO show. And we actually did talk about West Side Mike, because Mike has been rolling with Bomani for a long time. And I joked with Bomani that we share a listener in West Side Mike. So yes, Dan, you better get suited and booted. And wherever it is that Mike is going to have this thing, we're going to go. Oh, you know what? You're already starting with the excuses. You know what? You are the worst. No. He's the worst. Westside Mike invited you to a party. That's what just happened. Okay. He invited you to a party with Bomani Jones and HBO. And you're like, well, let me see how I can get out of this.
Are you sure he has the
Yes.
wherewithal to extend that invitation?
Yes.
Okay.
I am certain of it.
Okay.
One of the things that Bomani said to me on the show was when he comes to Chicago, he comes to hang out with Mike.
All right.
Draft belongs to the Chicago Blackhawks.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And we are delighted to welcome in our friend from The Athletic, Mark Lazarus, and he joins us on the Score hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Mark, good morning. How are you?
Hey, talking hockey in May in Chicago, something good must be happening.
I got to tell you, I mean, this is extraordinary, the reaction that people are having. And not just with the season tickets, and I don't know if they're making sure there are no brokers involved in that stuff, but it has been unbelievable that, number one, that they got that pick, but number two, that everybody is sort of going on absolutely insane about this idea. I worry sometimes that the kid's not going to be able to live up to the expectation because generational talent or bust.
Oh, man, EA Sports put out they simulated his whole career for Connor Bedard yesterday, and he was the third leading scorer in the history of the NHL with 740 goals and 1,900 points. I mean, it's off the rails. It's funny. Like, I wrote a column ahead of the draft lottery about maybe we should pump the brakes on Connor Bedard, and this was when I was assuming the Blackhawks wouldn't get him. So it made me look like a big wet blanket in the city, but it ran the following morning. But it's out of control. I mean, the kid's going to be great. Like, I have no doubt. I've seen him. He's going to come into the NHL next season and have one of the best shots in the entire league. But he doesn't have McDavid's speed. You know, he's a complete player. He's very, very good, but we're making him out to be Wayne Gretzky and Sidney Crosby combined, which is 17 years old. He's not even 18 yet. Like, maybe we just got to dial it back just a little bit. I get it's great and everyone's excited, but God, it seems like he could score 100 points next year and it wouldn't be enough.
You've done a nice job of doing that, Laz, in the Athletic, and I think you've built expectations with a dose of reality. And I think I said earlier this morning, in 5 years, I think you'll be the biggest sports superstar in Chicago. And maybe that's even overstating it. I'm not quite sure. I guess in terms of the Blackhawks and the organization and what he can do on the ice for this franchise that needs a boost and needs, a piece to build around, how fast can respectability return? We saw way back, even before you were covering the team, but Patrick Kane arrives, and then 3 years later they're celebrating. Is it that kind of timetable in your mind or longer?
I mean, it depends. When Patrick Kane came in, he also had Jonathan Taves coming in, and they already had Duncan Keith and Brent Seabrook and Nicholas Hjalmarsson. Like that was a big cast of characters. They went out and they signed Brian Campbell. They went out and they signed Marian Hossa. They didn't do it by themselves, right? I mean, the best forwards in the world play a third of the game. So Connor Bedard's not going to come in and make the Blackhawks contenders right away. They're probably going to be terrible again next year, and probably by design. Like they don't want to be too good too quick because they want another top 5 pick next year. Like, that's still the long-term plan. What Bedard does is gives them an awful lot of cover, right? Because they can be bad next year, and as long as Connor Bedard is good, nobody's going to care. They're still going to fill up the arena. They're still going to get the national TV games. Everyone's still going to be excited about the Blackhawks. This probably expedites things a little bit. You need somebody like him to build around. But he and Lucas Reichel and Kevin Korchinski, that's a good start. Like, they've got a good young core that they're building now, but they need more. They're going to have to add some free agents eventually. It's probably not going to be any exciting free agents this summer. It'll probably be next summer or the year after that where they really kind of kick it into overdrive. What's interesting is, okay, let's say they're a little ahead of schedule like the New Jersey Devils were this year. Maybe not this year, but next year's trade deadline, they have so many draft picks that they've accumulated that they could go out and add a superstar at that point. If they're ahead of schedule, they have the draft picks, the capital, to expedite the process even further and really move it along. So instead of talking 5-6 years down the road, we're talking maybe 2, 3, 4 years down the road, which is a huge difference.
It's fascinating, too, that, when you talk to people, they tell you that the depth of this draft is going to be as good as any draft in a while. And we know that the Hawks will have their next pick will be maybe 19, maybe 20 in the first round. They got 4 second-round picks. But because of COVID, there was a lost season in the juniors, and there are guys now with, from different age groups that are more established. Maybe you have a better feel for them. You could really do some damage in this draft. You could really set yourself up moving forward.
Yeah, and they could even package some of those second-round picks and that number 20 or 19 pick and move up in the draft. If there's a guy they really like it, say 12, 13, 14. Like, they have so many options now ahead of them. With Bedard as your 10th hole, it's not so much about volume now as it is about making the right picks. Like the reason Kyle Davidson wanted so many first-round picks was to get a superstar. You have to hit on at least one of them. Well, he's got it. So now he can do whatever he wants with those. He can make picks. He can package them to move up. He could use them to acquire, established veterans. The options he has are so much greater now than he did before because he's got the one thing every team needs, which is a superstar to build around.
Mark, you've done a nice job of writing about the Kyle Beach incident over the years and since that happened. And I think now, as you have addressed this and hear from hockey fans, it's complicated. A lot of fans are still feeling very betrayed by that, and they have the strong feelings about the organization. At the same time, this development with Connor Bedard coming to town, it ignites something within the hockey fan that everybody looks at this and sees the possibility. When is it okay in your mind for Hawks fans to get excited again about what they're seeing, and how do they compartmentalize this kind of complex mixture of feelings that is somewhat in conflict with each other?
Well, it's tough. I mean, obviously, a large portion of the fan base has moved on. I mean, that's become clear. If you even mention and they get mad, I gotta move on already. And they've basically cleaned house in the front office. But as long as Rocky Wirtz is still the owner after everything he did at that town hall last year, it's tough to get Put it this way, there's 31 other fan bases that are particularly angry that Chicago won this draft lottery because they didn't think they should even have first-round picks. I mean, Arizona lost a first-round pick for having, unscheduled workouts with prospects a few years ago. And the Blackhawks didn't lose any picks for spending 11 years covering up a sexual assault in their team. I mean, I understand the anger around the league about the Blackhawks getting this stroke of luck, given everything that's happened the last couple of years. For fans that are conflicted, I don't know. It's tough. I mean, every fan has to make that decision for themselves. You can look at this team and say, look, there's nobody left from that team. Nobody in the front office, nobody on the ice. Not even Taves and Kane are there anymore. There's a clean break. But with Rocky Wirtz as the owner, and I don't think he's really too involved in the day-to-day, he's just signing the checks, but this is still his team. And good things for the Blackhawks means good things for Rocky Wirtz. And there are still going to be some fans out there that are conflicted about that. And it's up to each individual fan to decide when they have moved on from that, because, it's always going to be there, right? It colors everything the Blackhawks do, whether some fans like it or not.
So what would the priority be for the rest of the draft? Are they looking at any positions in particular? It seems like they just signed their goalie, and they've got another goalie that just came out of Boston University. Maybe he's going to develop. I wonder, do they need more defensemen? There are guys in the minor league system. If you were making the decisions, what would you go after?
I mean, they need more forward depth, certainly. They've got a ton of defensemen coming in, guys that Alex Vlasic and Wyatt Kaiser and Ethan Del Mastro and, of course, Korchinski coming in, and they still got Seth Jones signed until about 2090. They've got a lot of defensemen, but the NHL draft is such a crapshoot. It's so different than the NFL draft that you just take the best guy on the board. I mean, if you're drafting in that top 10, you might draft by need a little bit because they're going to come in within a year or two. But most of the guys they draft, even at number 20, is probably 3 years away. So you can't really draft by position too much, but there is a dearth of really good forward prospects in the system. So I expect them to really probably be more forward heavy this year. Because like you said, they've got Arvid Soderblom coming up. They've got Drew Comesso coming over, turning pro this year. And they've still got Peter Mrazek. So goalie's not a huge issue at the moment. And a lot of times they find goalies through free agency because it takes so long to develop a goalie that most teams are wary about drafting goalies. They'll draft a couple of defensemen this year. I'm sure you can never have enough. But I think forward has got to be the priority here because you need some depth around Connor Bedard and Lucas Reichel.
Quickly before I let you go, Laz, what's the appropriate level of confidence to having Kyle Davidson to pull this off?
It's hard to argue with him so far. I hate the idea of the tank, but it worked for him. And you look at what he was able to do with Jake McCabe and Sam Lafferty. Those are not first-round pick of guys at the trade deadline, but he packaged them together and got one. He got so much for the Brendan Hagel trade. He's done a good job. It's hard to argue with it. The Patrick Kane thing, he had no real control over. So far, so good. It's been a year and a half. It's too early to judge on a lot of these guys, but he has shown a knack for pro scouting, for bringing in guys that fit the system. Luke Richardson, I think, is clearly the right guy to do all this. He's made a lot of right decisions so far, so I think he gets, he deserves some credit for, obviously this is a lot of luck involved, but he deserves some credit for, the early stages of this rebuild.
Thanks a ton, Mark. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Laz.
You got it, guys.
All right, we're going to bring in Ryan Dempster from the Marquee Sports Network, and we're going to talk some Cubs next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Cody Bellinger. You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show.
Drive to right field. This ball's back toward the wall. It's got a chance. Gone. Cody Bellinger, a 3-run homer.
Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
Hey, it's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner.
When it comes down to the guy you want up with 2 outs and a man on second and you need a run scratched across, he's your guy. He definitely has a clutch gene in him. He's a guy that came through and through. He loves being in those moments. He wants to be that guy, prides himself on being that guy. I think also, too, I don't know where he'll hit in the lineup for the Cubs, but I can tell you this, the Braves moved him up and down last year because of injuries and everything else. If you need him leading off, he can do it. If you need him hitting third, fourth, if you're telling him hitting ninth is what's best for the team because you need 2 leadoff hitters, fine. The guy doesn't really have an ego in it, and you can always use one of those, right? That isn't going to be all affected by what part of the lineup he's hitting in. He just goes out there and does what he does day in and day out. And I loved the clip that you ran of him talking there before we got started, guys, because we see a lot of guys who say they hate to lose, but we also see a lot of guys who hate to lose but also collect their paychecks. Dansby is not one of those. I mean, he is affected by bad losses more than just about anybody I've been around. He's surly on the plane. He is not. He's all in his feels for a few hours, and that's fine. I mean, that is the competitive side of him that literally just hates and seethes losing. He's a winner. That's what he's been his whole life, and that's what he expects. And I think he's going to expect that again from those around him up there on the north side. I think he really relishes in being kind of an older guy, which is funny because he's not, but he is in these clubhouses that now have 21 and 22-year-olds, which is kind of what the Braves turned into. And I know that's a lot of what the north side has. So I think he's going to just be tremendous from all of those aspects.
Local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and home automation. EOCaudio.com.
This one popped in the air, and this ought to do it. Madrigal has it. Ball game.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We're delighted to welcome in Ryan Dempster from the Marquee Sports Network, the ex-Cub himself, and he joins us as all guests do on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Ryan, good morning. How are you?
I'm great, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
I appreciate you jumping on, and I got to tell you, I don't know what it is, and I know wins and losses don't matter, but Justin Steele takes the bump. I think everybody's feeling pretty good, and he's had a ton of success, and you got to have someone that can stop the pain if indeed you're going through any.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, 100%. I mean, it prevents those long losing streaks, right? And it keeps the winning streaks going. You always have that guy who, when they come to the ballpark, just becomes expected that you're going to win games. And I think he's, starting to kind of become one of those guys. I mean, not just this year. You look back to last year at the All-Star break. I mean, he's got the best ERA in baseball since last year's All-Star break. He's been going out there and absolutely just, kind of being in control of his presence on the mound, and then on top of it, he's just attack. A lot of strikes. Not a humongous strikeout guy in the sense of, he's not punching out 10, 12 a game, but it doesn't matter because he just gets out. He gets soft contact, and that's what you love. And it's fun to see him kind of evolving into who he's becoming right now, and obviously fun for that team to have a guy like that in your rotation.
Ryan, this Cub-Cardinals series sort of became the series of the catcher. We talked about Wilson Contreras coming in and being demoted and all the important things that happened with 2 strikes and Cardinal pitchers. And, boy, they must be listening to Wilson Contreras so much that they're bad. And then it ends with Yan Gomes having the kind of night he had last night and getting the praise. And in between, Miguel Amaya goes back to Iowa, but not before he receives a lot of compliments for the way that he handled himself in his little cameo with the Cubs. My question for you is, has the catcher always been this important? Has the little things that they have done behind the plate, calling games and framing, has it always been this important? Has it taken on added significance lately?
Yeah, I think it has always been this important, and I think sometimes it's often one of the most unrecognized things on a team, the importance of that. Miguel Amaya, man, this kid's been through a lot. He's had Tommy John surgery, and he's had different injuries, and never quite getting to the health that he needed to prove his worth. And, to come straight up from AA, never even be in AAA. Obviously he gets sent back down now to AAA, but to make that jump from AA to big leagues and come up, and aside from what he was able to do at the plate, he had some really good at-bats. He hit the ball hard, a couple hits, RBIs, things like that. He contributed. He had the presence behind home plate of a veteran guy, the way he handled the pitching staff, and I thought that was just really impressive. So good for him. And then Yan Gomes. Every guy on the pitching staff, you talk to him, you talk to Tommy Hotovy or Chris Young or Daniel Moscas, and you talk to these guys about the impact that Yan Gomes has on a rotation and on a pitching staff it's invaluable, man. When you have somebody like that who can frame pitches, who can, just calmly control guys' emotions out on the mound, and things get going fast, and always be able to just kind of keep guys locked in. And there's a reason why when teams have guys like that, they pitch well. And I've been through it in my career. When you have an offense first catcher, it is great. Sure, offense helps win games, but pitching and defense wins you championships. And so when you have guys like that behind the dish, they just really solidify your pitching staff. And so it's never been underrated or underappreciated with me as a pitcher, but I think generally in baseball, the front offices acknowledge it for sure. But catching first and then added offense, and when you have nights like Yan does where you go 3 for 3 with a homer, that's just the plus. So a great job by Yan coming off the concussion list last night.
So Ryan, as a former pitcher, when you see everybody throwing the sweeper, do you run out and throw against the garage or something? Do you practice it? Do you try it? And I guess it's basically just kind of a slider, but it has a different type of movement on it. What do you see from the sweeper, and how do you explain? I guess it's 100 pitchers already this year, according to StatCast, that have been trying it.
Yeah. Cool. I don't know. I guess we were just bored, so we felt like we needed to come up with another name. I really honestly, I know everybody, the sweeper. Yeah, I threw a sweeper too. I threw a slider, I threw a curveball, but sometimes my slider I would try to throw it kind of side to side more than straight down. So I think guys have always thrown the sweeper. I think maybe the intent now to which we do it, right? The work that gets put in on the side, let's really dive into your breaking ball and make it do this. I think there's always been guys, Randy Johnson threw a sweeper. He just happened to throw a sweeper at 88, 89 miles an hour. It started in the left-handed batter's box and it finished behind a right-handed hitter's foot. So I don't know how much more you can sweep than that. So, just interesting terminology. And I think that, it's one of those things where, we have a quote unquote new pitch. I think it's a pitch that's always been there before, but I think maybe the shape of it is what people are kind of aiming for a little bit more now. So you're seeing a more prevalent, in between pitch, but I truly feel like it's always been there just a little bit.
Ryan Dempster is a Marquee Sports Network studio and game analyst. Catch him on Cubs Postgame Live this weekend, including Friday night alongside our own Danny Parkins. Looking forward to that, Demp. So let's talk about Matt Mervis for a moment. He created quite a buzz over the weekend, Friday making his debut. Has struggled a little bit at the plate. He's a very prodigious power hitter at the minor league level. He's made the progression and improvement to get to this point. What are you seeing in terms of why he may be struggling early, and do you think that the Cubs will be patient with him as he kind of gets acclimated to the major league pitching?
Yeah, well, I think a couple different things happen. One, there's a scouting report that's out there, and at the big league level, and rightfully so, it gets executed better than it does at the minor league level. So if a team sees something and they're like, oh, we need to throw left-on-left breaking balls to Matt Mervis, or, elevated fastballs at the top of the zone, whatever they are, when you're in the big leagues, guys are able to hit that spot better and more consistently. So then, therefore, you're going to get outs a little bit more. And so then as the young player or as the young hitter, you have to figure out a way to adjust and make those adjustments and recognize what they're doing sooner. And then you have to execute. And that's all that happens. I mean, very few players are Albert Pujols that just come up as young guys and rape, or King Griffey Jr.'s. Like, everybody has their ups and downs. Even the really good young players that have already had success in the big leagues have come up, done well, and then they struggle, and then they figure it out. And there's not a doubt in my mind. I mean, Matt is a tremendous young kid. He's bright. He's engaged in every hitter's meeting. So over time, he'll figure those things out and realize where you can take your chances and where you can't. And a lot of emotions, right? It was an extremely emotional weekend. Mom and dad in the stands, all your family, you have some big hits, you help the team win, and then you come in and maybe you just, for a couple games, you struggle a little bit. He'll be just fine, and I'm super proud of the work he's already put in, and he's going to be just A-okay.
Ryan, what is Eric Hosmer's role on this team, and what is his future role on this team? It just seems, when we talk about different guys coming up and different things going on, I'm just not sure what his role is right now.
Yeah, well, I think it's, you have veteran players on your team who have experience in certain situations. His role can be exactly what we were talking about right there, helping a young Matt Mervis, sitting with him on the bench, being with him in the batting cage, other guys, playing great defense when you put him in, and going up there and, giving you quality at bats, and maybe you don't get the results you want all the time, but his ability in big situations to hopefully slow it down. It's funny, like, people will be like, oh, this base is low the other day, and he struck out, and it's like, oh, he shouldn't have been hitting it. The dude painted 97 miles an hour away on the corner. Like, it didn't matter who was hitting. Like, I think sometimes we get caught up in the result and don't realize what the process of it all was a dude who was just absolutely darting the right pitches in the right situation. And is he Eric Hosmer of 10 years ago? No, but who is? I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago. I could barely walk nowadays after running a marathon. So, it's just is what it is, but it's super important. I can't stress this enough. We all want all the young guys in the world out there and all the prospects and all the elite players. Everybody wants an all-star at every position. Cool. Awesome. Can't have that. First of all, very few teams can put that together. And even the other teams that do, you always have guys with experience. We discount experience and what that is like and what that means to have somebody in there that does that. And then on top of it, presence in the clubhouse. That's not just the clubhouse. When we always talk about, clubhouse chemistry, you know what that is? That's bus rides, that's plane rides, that's show dinners on the road, that's hanging out together, that's somebody who makes you laugh in the right situation, picks you up when you're feeling down. Eric Hosmer is all of those things, and I think, that's something that he can pass along to all these guys and these young players that are coming up and really helping them out that way.
Okay, Demp, you brought it up. So how was the marathon, and what made you want to run it in Boston this year, and some of the things that got you through it? What kind of experience was it for you?
Yeah, I wanted to run it. It was 10 years from the Boston bombing. I started for the Red Sox that day at Fenway Park.
Wow.
And it had a lot of emotional meaning to me. Obviously, it was a very emotional year for us as a ball club and us as a city. I played 1 year in Boston. I feel like I played 10 years there just because of the things that happened and how it kind of bonded us all together. And so I was sitting there thinking, man, I would really like to do something special and run a marathon and run that marathon. I've never run one before, never done a half marathon. And I ran in honor of Lingzi Liu. Lingzi, she lost her life in the bombing that day. And, it was training for it was hard. And then, you go through the whole experience leading up and that bus ride out there to get ready to start the race and, run it in, and you just run through all these towns. And, it's amazing how the people won't let you stop running, in the greatest way. Like if you're feeling fatigued or tired or cramping like crazy, like I was, they just keep you going. And, was able to make my way all the way to the finish line. And you make that left on Boylston Street as you cross over Newbury. And it was like a shot of adrenaline I've never experienced in my life. Just, a lot of emotions and then a lot of my ex-teammates, my wife and everybody up in the stands there as I crossed the finish line. So honestly, I said it was spiritual because it really was. It gave you a lot of perspective on life, and you're out there with all these people accomplishing something that's pretty tough. I got to admit, physically as a professional athlete, I did a lot of different things, and running a marathon is a whole different beast. It's a different animal, and I'm so glad I did it, and I'm officially retired from marathon running. That's it. One and done. Yeah.
Oh man, that's hysterical.
Did you finish ahead of Chara?
No, I honestly, it was funny. I felt decent about my time. It was 4:42. I had some cramping issues for the last 8 miles, so I kind of ran slow. I was booking a good pace before that. First 14 miles, I was cruising at about a 9:10 pace and doing good, and everything was good. And then I got done, and then it was just like, oh, let me see how the other athletes did here. I saw Doug Flutie, but he's a lot older than me, so I should beat him. And I was like, okay. And Brock Holt, and then I see Chara, and I'm like, of course. I'm surprised he didn't run a sub-3, this dude.
No
but
kidding.
I will say this: he has advantage. He's 6'9", so his strides are a lot bigger.
Exactly.
And he's fresh off the ice too. He's in good shape.
Yeah.
That's hysterical. I'm curious when you think about coming to Chicago. You talk about being in Boston and what an amazing time that was. And God, I remember the morning they caught those guys. We had a regular guest in Peter Gammons, and he was on the phone, and you could hear like sirens everywhere. The whole town was shut down. No one knew what was going on. It was just an extraordinary thing. So I understand what you're saying about that. When you came to Chicago, what is that like coming to a place like Wrigley Field where the fans are and have always been out there en masse and supporting teams? And you think about Cody Bellinger and how well he's played and how much he must be enjoying life as a Chicago Cub. What is that like when you are successful at Wrigley?
Yeah, there's nothing better, man. It is. I came here in 2004, right after the 2003 season. I was hurt. I had Tommy John surgery. Jim Hendry signed me to rehab, basically, and get healthy, and then hopefully help the team out. So, to kind of watch it from that perspective a little, where I was, inside, but I was also on the outside looking in and watching, guys go out there and play, and what Sammy was doing and Pryor and Woody and, all these guys, Aramis Ramirez and Moises Alou, and everybody's out every day showing up. I mean, I remember, the Red Sox coming into town that year, and how big of a deal. You couldn't get a ticket to go to the game. It was just such a big deal. And, for me on the IL at the time, it was like I was the fifth member of the Beatles. That's what it felt like. You'd go out somewhere to a restaurant, everybody's like, yeah. And you're like, they don't even know who I was. And they're like, right on, you're with the Cubs. It was unbelievable. And then you just kind of see that as the more years I was here, how fortunate you are when you play in a city that people show up every day like they do. It's something you should never take for granted. You mentioned Cody Bellinger. Hey, listen, he had plenty of winning in L.A. You've been to games in L.A. It's not always a packed house, and sometimes it's only packed from the third inning until the seventh inning. Everybody's there late, and then they leave early. So, for a player to play in a city as great as Chicago, and then to do it in a stadium as incredible as Wrigley Field in front of fans every single day, sold out. You're lucky. You're really lucky, and don't ever forget that. And I think Cody Bellinger sees that, and I'm super happy for him. You see it smile on his face every day, as well as all the other guys that put that uniform on, because it's not like that everywhere else. The grass isn't always greener, and it's definitely not greener than it is at Wrigley Field.
And Deb, we had Carter Hawkins on yesterday, and I asked him about Cody Bellinger specifically, about beyond this season potentially, because let's face it, he was here on a one-year prove-it deal. Things have started very well, and he has probably recognized everything you just described. Could you envision Cody Bellinger and the Cubs coming to some sort of agreement to keep him here beyond 2023?
Well, I can envision both sides wanting to do that for sure. As we know, baseball and professional sports have a business side to them, and players have agents, and it's ultimately it comes down to both sides, wanting something to happen, right? Like we saw that with Nico Horner signing an extension. You see that with Ian Happ signing an extension. Sure, you can become a free agent and you can go out there and test the waters, and you might get more money. You might get more years. But are you going to get a better experience in Wrigley Field, especially with a good Cubs team? I don't know. I don't know if you can find that out there. But, that'll ultimately end up being with Cody. But he's done everything that they've asked so far. And I think he's just really enjoying himself. And it's early in the year. But hopefully that's, as things continue, hopefully, he can be here longer than just 1 year, because he's not just a great ball player. He's the kind of kid you want on your team, and it's fun to watch him play.
Jameson Taillon still looking for his first win with the Cubs. Obviously, he's just coming back, and he's still trying to find his form. How is that when you're struggling on a team that it really needs you to come forward?
Yeah, and I think, just coming back from an oblique injury is always a little testy, because you don't want to quite, jump on it yet, so it's about just, make your pitches, you're feeling good, and, he's on a new team. I talked to him about it in spring training, even in stuff like playing in the WBC. I know, he's Canadian as well. He's dual citizen, and so being able to represent Canada was pushing hard, of course, because he's like, I just really feel like I want to be here with these guys and get to know this team and be a part of this team, because we can do something special here. So when you miss time early on because of that, you want it even more, and he's working diligently. I've seen him just busting his tail to get ready, and as he gets extended here and keeps getting his pitch count up, that goose egg in the win column's not going to be there for very long, because this guy's a stud, and he's done it on the biggest stages too, right? He done it in New York in a tough place to pitch, and he's going to be just fine. And then you start to look at the rotation with Justin Steele and Marcus Stroman and Jameson Taillon. Now you're really starting to solidify him. It's already been a lights-out rotation, and you get him in there with kind of no restrictions going. This team has the capabilities of ending and keeping all those winning streaks going because of that guy out on the mound. And it starts with starting pitching. There's a reason it's called starting pitching, and they got some really good ones in the rotation.
Ryan, thanks a ton. Great stuff. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Ryan.
Hey, absolutely, guys. Great to be with you.
That is Ryan Dempster, and just a lot of fun to talk about a lot of that stuff. That was a great question about the marathon and going back to Boston and doing that. Fantastic answer. What an amazing.
Didn't realize he was on the mound that
Yeah.
day for the
Yeah.
Red Sox,
Yeah.
and it had special meaning for him, and you could hear the emotion in his voice. And good for him to finish a marathon. That's quite an
Crazy.
accomplishment.
Yeah.
It's a lot of training.
Yeah.
The training,
You would think.
the training is almost as bad, if not worse, from
Could
people
you
who
do
have
it?
done it. Oh boy,
Have you ever done one?
No, I have never done it. I've always toyed with the idea. It's one of those things I would love to try. But
Show marathon?
Be a good bit for the show, David.
Yeah, everybody in?
I'll hand you a Mick Ultra as you run by.
We'll be out there cheering for
How about this? I detassel corn instead for like a week straight.
Oh, that sounds like a back injury.
Can we do that on Twitch?
Yeah. We'll have David tasseling while we're talking sports. Everybody, that's all right. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
I think the corn game.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on The Score.
We're going to preview the NFL schedule release. I mean, we're not, but we'll talk about it a little bit. Our guy
Well, let's continue the psychological profiling with this. I feel like as the season has gone on, I hear even more emotional investment, kind of by the day, from you, and like on home run calls. And I realize you didn't have the freedom necessarily to just kind of let yourself go as a national guy. I don't know how much of that has been conscious or whatever, but it's been fun to hear you super excited and into it when something amazing legitimately happens, like a grand slam last night. Do you feel yourself emotionally invested in a different way?
Danny, I'm not going to ask Matt. Danny, am I allowed to call your partner names?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please. I prefer
Matty,
it.
Like, how much of a moron are you? You're smart enough to know this. In the first 13 games, the Cubs scored 34 runs. We've scored 36 in the last 4. Yeah. So you're picking up on I sound more excited. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Seriously. Yes. I mean, but you think that you think I'm becoming just slightly more invested each game? Yes. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's just been a laser show offensively for 4 straight games.
Yeah.
You think it's just me, like, there's just more and more every day.
You invited us to go deep, Boog, so I took a swing and apparently a whiff. Oh, a swing and a miss from Spiegel. Yeah.
I love you, buddy. I'm teasing you. I'm sorry. That was a little aggressive by me. I'm sorry.
Come on, Boog. Everybody knows that after the 16th game into a season, that's when the line crosses and a play-by-play broadcaster becomes emotionally
And we're building
invested.
up. We're building up to that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sorry I yelled at you, Maddie. That was just way over.
No,
not
don't
at all.
apologize.
No, the apology is what's pissing me off.
Yeah,
frankly.
exactly. You could have turned it up a notch, frankly. Moron was a little soft, if I'm going to be honest. It was a really dumb question.
Sorry. You know what, Maddie? You're better than that. How's that?
There we go. God, there's nothing worse.
It's established a certain vibe, a certain foot on my throat every time we talk to Boog.
So terrible. I'm a terrible person.
No, it's
not true.
It's perfect.
False.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Cody Bellinger project? Do you see him strictly as a center fielder? Is he going to cover a little bit at first base? How do you imagine deploying him?
Certainly he could, but we imagine him could play first. We imagine him being our center fielder. And, for us, going into the offseason, you mentioned, adding one of the 4 shortstops. Like one of the things that we really, focused on is defense, and we had a, significant hole in center field this year. We felt like Cody was really a perfect fit, left-hand hitting center fielder. He can really play defense. He's really athletic. Obviously Dansby, shifting Nico over to center provides tremendous defense in the middle of the infield. And, I always think that there's a lot of ways to do run prevention, right? And, I think catching a ball and, turning plays into outs is a big part of it. And I think when you watch a really good defensive team, I thought we had a great defensive team, in 15 and 16. You saw the results. I thought, frankly, watching the Cardinals last year, they just converted everything into outs, and that makes a big difference. So that's really how we see Cody. Obviously, he won an MVP award in 19. I think with a shoulder injury, it's impossible to say what percentage of his struggles have been health related, which part are, getting into bad habits based on those health issues. But, that's our focus. Our goal is to get him back. And, I think we have a lot of optimism that, he's going to provide real value with his defense and his legs. And if we can get his offense back, I think that feels like a really great, mutual interest. Like he comes to Wrigley and really tries to, get his career back on track, and we get a left-hand hitting center fielder that can really help us.
Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Ryan Poles. He is the general manager of the Chicago Bears, and I guess if the indications are correct, maybe David, you win our little bet.
Well, we'll see. I think the Bears are going to be on prime time, more than 4. We set the over-under. I would take the over. Peter Schrager from the NFL Network tweets out that, notes from his podcast, expect a lot of Chiefs, Jets, Cowboys, Eagles, and more Bears in prime time than you'd expect.
I mean, I took 4. So I'm thinking if I can get a push, that would be more than I expect. But you're thinking that means 6, right? Because the Jets apparently
5 or 6.
Every time I turn around, the Jets are playing something, and Kansas City is nothing but primetime games, as they should be, as the Super Bowl champion.
Everybody wants the Chiefs. Everybody knows that Patrick Mahomes is a ratings magnet. The NFL games are going to be ratings magnets no matter what. Sunday Night Football is the highest rated show each and every week that it's on, regardless of who's playing quarterback. But Patrick Mahomes guarantees more eyeballs. So, yeah, everybody wants the Chiefs. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that by the same sort of logic, people want to see Justin Fields. You never quite know what he's going to do. And until we know more about who he's going to be as a quarterback, that uncertainty, that curiosity, that's irresistible, I think, to sports TV execs. And I think the Bears are going to be an attractive commodity. And I think they're going to be on prime time more than 4 times.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if that's accurate. I think that would be a really good sign if they were. I think there's a couple things we're looking for. Among them, the idea that they can win games late. Being in games, staying in games, that's how you lose 14 games. If you can get a playmaker making a play at the end of a game, and maybe DJ Moore is that guy. Maybe that combination of Fields to Moore will make them significantly better later on in games than they were a year ago. And they had a couple of looks at it, but they never seemed to get it done. And part of that was you had very mediocre receivers and guys fumbling out of bounds or doing something dumb, fumbling, not catching the ball. There were a lot of different things that happened because your receiving core wasn't very good. And now you would think, given what they have, given the fact that they've added DJ Moore, that they've drafted a player with speed, you add that to the mix, and maybe Chase Claypool is a guy that will be significantly better in a role as a number 2 receiver than a
I think so.
1 guy.
I think he will be.
I agree.
And the arguments you make are really sound, good football arguments. But we both know that these programming decisions aren't always based on good, sound football.
Oh no,
reasons.
It's getting eyeballs on Fields.
Yes,
that's exactly what it is. He is the attraction of this team and was real good on the national stage a year ago.
Last year, they were in prime time 3 times. 3 games, and they played the Packers. They played the Commanders on the Thursday night game. You remember that one? And the Patriots. So that was Monday Night Football. It might have been the last game they won. Jeez. So that's the last game that the Bears won. And so 3 times in prime time in 2022, you saw what we saw with Justin Fields. He emerged as one of the more exciting players in the league. That, to me, would suggest that they want to see more of him, and I think that we will. The first game, to bring people up to date, now it's on the Chicago Tribune website. They're citing other people's reporting, but it's still Bears-Packers, Week 1, Soldier Field, 3:25 start. Good way to start the season. The NFL season will kick off with a Thursday night game, I believe. That's going to be Chiefs and Lions. That's going to be the extravaganza. And you say possibly that will be promoted or maybe billed as a trendy Super Bowl pick.
I mean, listen, the Lions have never won a Super Bowl. I'm not idiot enough to think that that's happening this year. But I'm saying there's got to be a reason. If you have deemed that they're going to win a division and be in the playoffs, and maybe you're thinking, hey, they can take a step that's unexpected. I don't know. I don't know why people would get caught up in the Lions. I thought they had a decent draft, but not as good as it could have been. Is that a fair thing?
I'm not sure
say?
I'm picking them to win the division yet. I'm
I'm
not sure
I am either.
I'm not sure I'm there yet.
Yeah.
I think that there are going to be some factors that have to go well and everything has to fall into place, and that's difficult to envision in Detroit only because we're not used to seeing that happen. So I don't know that I'm not one of those that is maybe overly enthused about the prospects, even though I understand the intrigue. You also have Dan Campbell, who, as we know, is liable to say anything and do anything, and he makes for good television, and he gives the Lions an element that is very unpredictable, and that can be fun and fascinating to follow. But as a football team, I'm just not sure. Their defense, they've upgraded their secondary.
They've upgraded their
really
secondary.
Well.
I'll tell you what, they've done better at the cornerback position coming out of the draft than maybe people thought, and that's pretty good. They are significantly better at the linebacker position after free agency. Their back part of the defense looks real good to me. I just wonder about their defensive line, and I wonder about particularly their ability to rush off the edge. I think they probably improved their interior line, but I don't know what to make of why. And you know why? I think Bigsy wrote a story about the various pass rushers that are options. There are options, but I don't know if any of them are really top end options. Right? I don't know that there's anybody on the free agent market that they could bring in that would make
there's nobody
plans change.
There's nobody on the free agent market, including Frank Clark, that you're going to look at, and if the Bears sign tomorrow, you're going to say, well, I'm going to look at the schedule differently. Oh, that's going to be a win because Frank Clark is here.
Well, Frank Clark could be a possibility, but they're not going to sign him tomorrow. They're going to wait and see. They're going to wait until they can get to me, it's going to be more of a last man standing, cheaper option than it's going to be let's get the best guy on the market. And I don't know that Frank is. I'm just saying I don't think this
he's as qualified as anybody out there.
But there's other guys qualified.
Yeah.
It could be Dustin's great friend Leonard Floyd.
I don't think you do that. I don't think you go back
to the last man standing. I don't think they're going to do it until
from a player's perspective, though. He has no baggage here from the front office. I don't think that there's anybody still here that was involved in that process.
His only baggage is that guy.
I don't think Dustin has a vote. I don't think he has voting privileges at Haugh Hall.
But he does.
Even though he's got a lot of clout behind that microphone. I'm sure that Ryan Poles is waiting to see exactly what Dustin wants him to do with that pass rushing spot. But Leonard Floyd, I would think you just wouldn't want to go back to the team that basically let you go, drafted you, and you are a symbol of kind of unfulfilled potential. So, no, I think that they'd be better off going another direction. But, again, it's not going to be one of these seismic signings that changes the course of your season. You are what you are defensively. They neglected the pass rushing spot in the draft and free agency, and they're going to have to live with the consequences because I didn't think they would get to this point of the offseason and still be needing a proven pass rusher. And yet here they are, still needing a proven pass rusher.
Yeah, I don't think there's any argument about that. They that's probably their first round pick next year.
Oh, wait and see. You never know.
Well, we'll see. What do you mean? You think that maybe they need a quarterback?
I'm just saying you don't know. I cannot tell you what the Bears are going to need in next year's draft on May 11th.
But I think that,
11 months
for instance,
away.
Ryan Poles' first draft, he took two members of the secondary. We thought they came out of the year before without getting the corner, without getting a secondary. And we knew they needed help in that area, and he did it. And then this year, I think everybody felt, well, they better get a wide receiver. And they did that in the trade down. But they did get a number one wide receiver in DJ Moore, and I think he's going to be really good with Fields, and that'll help the offense a ton. And that was the key to that trade, even though they supposedly wanted a three technique or a pass rusher instead initially. But that was why the trade down worked so well, because you did solve what was probably your biggest need going into this season. So I'm just saying, at some point they're going to have to take a defensive end. At some point they got to get an edge rusher, and I'm guessing that's next year's draft.
Did you see Peter King said that the Bears were wise to pass on Jalen Carter? He was the latest guy to say that, or at least he said that he took his advice in terms of the best offensive tackle on the board, and that, to them, the Bears was Darnell Wright, even though I don't know if that was a consensus around the league. But yeah, Peter King agreed with the Bears pick.
Well, did you see Jalen Carter? There's some photos that surfaced of him like dressed in Bloods gear and flashing.
Yeah, I would be careful to draw any conclusions. I don't know
when that was.
Yeah, it's social media, and it's difficult to find the context of that.
But it's a scary image.
Well, it definitely is. But he's with some teammates as well.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know what that implies, or it's difficult to know. And when I did see that yesterday, Mully, I was relieved that we were not in a position to have to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you can see how it unfolds rather than worry how it's going to affect you. Also, he was named in a lawsuit from that tragic accident.
You knew that was coming.
You knew that was coming,
Yeah.
but that is a part of the you hate part of the complexity, baggage, however you want to refer to that. He's bringing all of that to Philadelphia with him. So these issues that may or may not get in the way of his focus, of his availability, of his future, you just don't know. He's a tremendous football player.
Yeah.
But the rest of it raises questions enough that some teams like the Bears chose to, not pick him.
You have to wait a minimum of 3 years to figure out what you have from a draft pick. And then you start to get a sense of it. So I think that we'll be able to tell what he is and how good he is and how, and we've said this before, he fits into the infrastructure of that team. I don't think he would have fit into the infrastructure of the Bears. So they were wise to pass on him, but will we feel that way in 3 years?
3 years from today.
Maybe more so.
3 years from today, I want you to call me in 2026 on May 11th. I'll be at the Hawks game watching Connor Bedard in the playoffs, and I will tell you whether or not Jalen Carter was worth passing or not.
Well, let me put that on my schedule. I love that you got me out of here somehow. We can't just talk about it that morning.
No.
Jeez. David running out Mully. How did that happen?
I'll be running the Hawks.
Okay. You call into the hotline. We'll get you on to defend it.
I'll put it in my calendar to call David Haugh on that day.
There
Book you for the show.
There we go. He'll be over at running the Blackhawks with Kyle Davis.
I said that because
will you join us on Twitch in your Connor Bedard sweater?
Thank you. Number 98. Or maybe, did you see this, Dustin? He might be wearing 16.
Why?
That's a hot rumor.
What's
he wore to sell more merch?
He wore 16 during the juniors.
When he was 16? No, he was 17.
He might have been 16.
Why doesn't he wear number 1?
I don't know, but 16, that's a bad hockey number, unless you're a goalie. 16, I think Eddie O.
Well, then it's taken.
Wow. Eddie O, by the way.
Finalist to the job that went to Jonesy, right, in Philadelphia as the team president. Is Jonesy hired officially?
I don't know if it's official.
I'm paying attention, buddy.
I know you are. I love your hockey acumen.
That's right. All right, 312-644-6767 is Mully on the score.
Today on the Parkins and Spiegel show, the NFL schedule is released. Did I break the news? Dave Wanstead in studio at 4. And did Shane find a porcupine for Matt Spiegel to smell its butt? Yeah, it could be a weird one. We'll talk to you at 2. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This segment brought to you by Chicago Dogs Baseball. Get tickets at chicagodogs.com.
Americans are playing at any time and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, like, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, like, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No. These are your allies.
No, not
these are the
all
people.
of them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
No.
boy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It keeps getting worse.
I travel through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
playing pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball with Beantown.
Guys, Anthony Davis was wheeled out on a wheelchair. I believe he is headed to the locker room right now for further evaluation, but it didn't look good. He had a towel over his head as they were wheeling him away. So we'll try to get an update.
Yeah, just hope for the best.
Yeah, obviously everyone saw he took a shot to the head, but I just checked in on him. Seems to be doing really good already. So that's just where it's at. That's the status of it right now.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. So Chicago guy made good. Anthony Davis had to be wheelchaired off the floor, towel overhead. And then you heard Darvin Ham there talking about we don't know what's going on. He was later spotted walking onto the team bus.
He did walk onto the team bus.
He just walked onto the team bus. It's hard to negotiate a wheelchair on a bus.
Don't see. No, you can't.
Unless you lower something.
Well, you could lower. You could have.
I don't know. I don't know what maybe there was
accessible.
An issue.
Could
but
be.
Is he playing?
I don't know. Should he have rested?
Well, that's pretty funny. Yeah, apparently.
Should he have rested after all the abuse
they won the game. And they won it pretty handily, the Golden State Warriors. So they stay alive. And it's 3-2, and they're heading back to L.A. So I would have to think.
I don't know.
That if the Lakers do not win Game 6 on Friday night, then I would imagine that you'd have to feel like there's a pretty good chance that Golden State would win Game 7 back at home. Golden State, good at home, bad on the road. They obviously won a Game 7 already in this playoff, but that was when Steph went off for 50 points in a game.
Which he could do anytime.
Well, he can.
He could do anytime.
Right.
And Game 7 will belong to Steph Curry. You wonder if Game 6 is going to be Klay Thompson's. That is his rep. That is his pedigree. He has the track record. It's not hard to envision the Warriors coming back and winning this series. What they got last night was Draymond Green scoring 20 points. You know what the record is for the Warriors when he gets 20 points or more?
Oh, it's phenomenal.
43-10.
Yeah. That was his best game, obviously.
Phenomenal.
In the playoffs.
Both ends of the floor. He was everything that you needed him to be, and I would not count out the Warriors. I know that is – I was more surprised that they fell behind in this series, how far they did, than it would surprise me if they came back.
Well, again, Anthony Davis left the game with a head injury. I don't know what concussion protocol is in place in the NBA, but I would imagine they're going to need him if they're going to win on Friday night. It's interesting. Steve Kerr, after the game, said something to the effect of, I give the Lakers credit for the plays they've been able to sell. Basically, he's accusing them of flopping.
Yes.
And then LeBron...
Basically he's calling Anthony Davis out without calling him out.
And LeBron said, we're just not a team that goes out there looking for flopping opportunities. That is just not us. I've never actually been on any team I've played on in my 20 years.
They are an honorary Italian soccer league team because the way they flop so
and let me tell you something.
Demonstratively.
LeBron's game consists of driving head down to the basket, and if there's contact, he goes down. LeBron needs, he's either going to score a layup. I mean, he can hit a shot. I'm not saying he can't. But at this stage in his career, and by the way, third-team NBA, which makes him 20 for 20 all-NBA team. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, nobody's saying that.
But he does,
that's what this is about.
Create a lot of contact.
Gosh. He is in L.A.
He's a giant of a man.
He could give acting lessons in L.A.
My God. And yet
Drama king.
He's never been on a team in 20 years that had floppers on.
Yeah, we don't teach flopping. We teach our players to play downhill and attack the paint and be forceful.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Attack downhill, be forceful.
So wait,
let
me read between the lines here, Mully. Are you implying that Anthony Davis was wheeled off in a wheelchair as part of the sell job?
Oh, I don't think I said that at all.
Okay.
I think Anthony Davis is a Chicago guy made good, and I'm totally on his side.
But there's a lot of drama there too.
But the thing is,
drama there.
If you're wheeled off, and it's like, oh my God, what's going to happen? And then then you
later, walk to the team bus.
You just get on the bus. That might be a little odd. I expect him to play. on Friday.
Well, it's
don't
on
you?
again, off again. So if he was off again, he'll be on again.
Yes. And
He'll
have
play.
a huge
Of course he's going to
game.
play.
Okay, just clarify.
He's going to play, and he'll probably play very well.
All right.
I just think that you got Game 6 Clay setting the stage for Game 7 Steph, and I wouldn't count the Warriors out because of their track record in games like this. So
the Lakers are going to be at home. It should be Lakers winning the series now. As I said, if they don't win this game at home, I got big fear for the Lakers and their plans for.
Do you care about Knicks Heat at all? That's a rugged, gritty, tough series to watch.
The Knicks won in Miami.
Happy with Jalen Brunson
with 38 points.
Terrific.
Played
terrific
the entire game.
Yep. Tom Thibodeau is his coach, so
go.
he's going to have the opportunity to play the entire game every time out in the playoffs.
Did Derrick Rose play at all in the game?
I don't think he did.
Because I think he's getting his jersey retired, or there was talk of that. So we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
We've got Scotty
stuff.
Pods next. We've got Scott Podsednik. We're going to talk about that great team on the South Side, the team that loses to Kansas City. But maybe they can get a split today.
Thanks for the warning.
We'll talk to Scotty Pods next. He does a great job with NBC Sports Chicago. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Today on the Parkins and Spiegel show, the NFL schedule is released. Did I break the news? Dave Wanstead in studio at 4. And did Shane find a porcupine for Matt Spiegel to smell its butt? Yeah, it could be a weird one. We'll talk to you at 2. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
You don't have to look at the numbers just by watching, but the numbers support it. They chase more than any team in baseball. They're chasing, and they look undisciplined at the plate. Is this something that can be corrected by coaching? Tim Anderson coming back is not going to change it. How do you address that specific problem?
Well, David, I wish I could tell you that it's a new problem, but it's not. It's the same problem the Sox have had for a while, and you can change it by bringing in some personnel who don't chase as much. And also there's another factor that, again, has kind of beleaguered the Sox for a bit. And that is you're facing Eflin yesterday, and you're facing a Tampa team that has, some pretty good right-handed starters. And you start 7 right-hand hitters and 2 lefties. Now, I know that's a product of giving Grandal some time away because he can't play every day. And when he's played pretty well. But this is not a balanced team as far as righty-lefty is concerned. And you look at some of these other teams that are doing pretty well, most all of them have substantial left-hand hitters. And they throw them, a lot of them are switch hitters certainly, but they put a lineup that has 5 or 6 or at times 7 left-hand hitters against a right-handed slider ball guy, and they have some problems with that. So it's balance in the lineup that occasionally hurts this ball club. And as far as chasing is concerned, you'd like to think that these guys will chase less as they get older. We haven't seen a whole lot of that yet. Maybe we will sometime. Or maybe you get some guys with plate discipline.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Boosie Bank.
Fundamentals are lacking. Yeah. The amount of pitches they swung outside of the strike zone today, and I know that I keep harping on that, but we saw it repeatedly over and over and over. The slider down and away. And I'm sorry, if you're going to continue to swing at those pitches outside of the zone, they're going to continue to throw them there, and they're going to stay flat offensively. Fundamentals have got to get better. They have to. And is it me, or did they just look after the third or fourth inning, just look flat for the rest of the game?
Yes, they did.
Just flat. No energy, no fire, no competitive spirit whatsoever.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Scott Podsednik talking on NBC Sports Chicago, where he's telling the truth, and it's good to hear, and we're delighted to welcome him to the program. Scott joins us on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Scott, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. You know that day game after a night game, so trying to get it in gear here this morning.
Got to rally, got to caffeine up.
I got to tell you, the idea that the Sox, in the situation they're in, go to Kansas City with the manager who was hired from Kansas City, and they were going to have all this special information, and they're going to be this team that kicks everyone's tail. And they are now scrambling to try to split a series against the worst team in their division, or maybe not. It's just very frustrating to watch.
It is frustrating. They win a series, their first series of the year against the Twins. They win the Cincinnati Reds series, and we're saying, okay, we're playing a little bit better baseball. We're going into Kansas City for 4. The schedule lightens up a little bit, so we were hoping and looking for some positive outcomes, and then, boom, this is where we find ourselves. Club looked just a little flat. They had Brad Keller on the hook yesterday in the first inning. He walked the first 2 hitters. Vaughn then grounds into a double play. Luis swings at 3 pitches outside the zone, and we saw nothing after that. But you're right. It's frustrating to watch. We just they're not making any adjustments. They seem to be making the same mistakes over and over, night in and night out. And it's frustrating for White Sox fans and us to continue to see this.
Scott, what's the key to bringing more discipline to the lineup? Is it contagious? Is it a message? Is it daily messaging? I mean, how it sounds easy to say, and certainly you have identified it well. And when we heard the clip coming in, and you've been consistent with this, the approach at the plate is lacking. I just wonder how big of a job is it to change it, and what are the secrets to doing so?
Yeah, that's a good question. And we heard Pedro Grifol yesterday say, our plan was to not expand the strike zone. So, okay, well, my question would be, well, what does that plan entail? How do you go about doing that? As far as I'm concerned, that has to do with, your plan and your approach at the plate and what you're trying to accomplish. For me, you have to back the baseball up. You got to let the ball travel. You have to set your sights the other way. And when this club is swinging the bats well, Tim Anderson, Luis Robert, when they are going well, they're hitting the baseball the other way, which allows them to cover the off-speed pitches, right? You have to cover 2 speeds, the fastball and then the off-speed. And if you can set your sights up to hit the fastball the other way, it's going to allow you to see the baseball a little bit longer. To me, it looks like they're trying to pull the baseball too much. If you're trying to pull the fastball, you're going to be out in front of the slider. Luis Roberts swung at so many pitches outside the strike zone yesterday. A week ago, when he was going well, he was driving the baseball the other way, and he was on those off-speed pitches. So I don't know what their approach is or what their plan is to try to keep from chasing, but this year has not worked. Last year, that was one of their problems, was plate discipline. This year, once again, the White Sox swing at more pitches outside the strike zone than any other club in baseball.
And as a result, they went, I believe it was 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position last night, but 1 for 6 in the first 2 innings when they really came out looking flat and failed to get it done. And then Lance Lynn has a 37-pitch first inning, and they've got a 4-run lead before you even know what happened. It's so frustrating to see guys not take advantage of opportunity when another team is scoring seemingly at will on you.
Well, the book is out there. Baseball is full of information these days. We all know that. And the book on the White Sox is, hey, you do not have to throw the baseball over the plate. If you can nibble around the edges and expand, they will chase. So Brady Singer knows that today. If you're throwing against the Sox, if you're leaving pitches in the middle of the zone, you're shooting yourself in the foot, because if you expand, they will chase. And look, I'm not going to sit here and say hitting's easy, and I never swung at a pitch outside the strike zone. Hitting is extremely difficult, but what we're wanting is to just see some adjustments, because we've seen the same thing play out offensively night in and night out. And look, if you ask me, one of the most fundamental keys of hitting, if you're going to teach a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old, the fundamentals of hitting, I think you have to start with, hey, we're going to swing at pitches in the zone. We're going to take pitches out of the zone. That's a fundamental. You just cannot do anything with a pitch in off the plate or off the plate away. It's tough to barrel.
And Scott, unfortunately for the White Sox this season, the topics you go from bad to worse. So switching from hitting to pitching, Lance Lynn yesterday early just did not have it, and the Royals took advantage. This series started with Dylan Cease just not having it, and I think those two guys specifically have struggled of late. I guess there's more optimism around the idea that Dylan Cease will get out of it. I don't know what to think about Lance Lynn. We've seen this before with pitchers at this stage of their career where they start to lose it. What is he not doing now that he has done when he's been successful?
Yeah, those two guys were, two of the guys in your starting rotation that you were going to lean on this year. And you look at, I think they're two of the worst in terms of ERA in the American League. They just haven't seemed to find their footing this early couple of months of the season. With Dylan, I think it all boils down to fastball command. We see him just kind of lose it at times and throw too many non-competitive pitches. And these big league hitters, if they can eliminate one pitch, no, you can't spot the fastball where you want it, they can zone in on that slider. With Lance, yesterday he was just in the middle of the plate way too much. He talked about it after the game. When he tried to elevate, he couldn't get it up high enough. When he tried to go off the plate, command just wasn't there. I looked yesterday within the numbers a little bit. He's about 0.8 mile an hour slower on his fastball this year from last year. I think it was about almost an inch. He's getting more vertical drop. And look, these are numbers I know nothing about. I'm just trying to look and see what it could possibly be. And I don't have anything to compare that to. But if you talk about almost a mile an hour slower and then a little more drop to that fastball, maybe that is a difference from last year as to why guys are barreling up his fastball much more. Because last night, from the first inning, they were on his fastball. There was hard contact against Lance Lynn all night yesterday. So something's going on. The ball's just a little bit fatter coming out of his hand this year.
Scott, as an outfielder of accomplishment, I just wonder, and a World Series hero, I wonder if your sensibilities are offended watching Gavin Sheets play right field. I like Gavin Sheets, and I always end up saying the wrong thing when I talk about him because I'm not sure he's a right fielder. And I thought yesterday there was a pop-up that he couldn't get in for, and then there was a ball bouncing around in the outfield later on. It's asking a lot of a guy that didn't grow up doing that and has tried to adjust, but clearly doesn't fit in at that position, but is constantly out there.
Yeah, it is, and it is tough. You know, he's probably a first baseman if you look at the body and look at the skill set. And look, it sounds easy to just plug a guy into an outfield spot and go try and figure it out, but it's playing the outfield at the big league level is just not that easy, and especially when you get 2 or 3 games and then you sit for 3 or 4 games. You're not getting constant repetitions out there to improve. Ozzie likes Gavin Sheets at the plate. I like Gavin Sheets at the plate. I think the only question mark is, can he hold right field down consistently for 150 games? That's the question. We'll never know until we throw him out there for a month or two and see if he gains some footing. I know he's working with Darryl Boston out there to try to improve defensively. But, yeah, that play with Andrus and him yesterday was kind of in no man's land. Elvis would tell you all day that's a ball he should have caught. It hit his glove. He was in, if Gavin Sheets had a little more speed, he probably comes in and calls him off. He wasn't able to get there. And that was a big, big spot in that game. But, I think that's the question mark with Sheets. His bat plays, but can he catch it consistently out there?
Scott, you and Ozzie had a really fascinating conversation about Tim Anderson when he was rested the other day against the Royals. And I'm sitting at home watching and nodding my head, and like you guys are going back and forth and one reason after another about why is he not in the lineup? And I think that we all kind of understood why. Ozzie said something very interesting. Want to know what you thought and could amplify that here. It'll become a problem when teammates start to wonder too. It's like, what is going on here? Is this driven by the front office? Is this driven by the manager? Or is this partly because of the player might ask for a day off? How real are those concerns? And have you ever experienced anything like that during your career?
Yeah, I think that is a concern. And look, when you're not playing up to expectations like the White Sox are, you're going to be under a microscope, and we're going to look under the hood and start poking holes in every decision that takes place out there. Timmy's 29 years old. He is the emotional leader of this ball club. We all know what the lines are when he's in there versus when he's not. When he gets on base, when he gets hit, we know he provides energy for this lineup. I think that guy's got to be in the lineup day in and day out. Assuming the knee was okay, and Pedro Grifol said the knee is healthy, the knee is strong. If that's the case, then I think, Timmy, you got to run him out there night in and night out. I understand teams are resting guys much more now than they did 10, 15 years ago. But look, circumstances have changed. You find yourself at the bottom of a weak American League Central. You've got to win every ball game you can. He said our plan was to, Timmy to play 2 or 3 and then have an off day. Well, whose plan is that? Does Tim have something to say to that? Is this the front office? Is this your plan? Because I think if you're Tim Anderson, you go in there and into Grifol's office and say, listen, this club needs me. I'm the alleged leader here. I need to be out there. Run me out there. I want to play. That's how I feel about it. That's how Ozzie felt about it. And this guy's got to be in the lineup night in and night out.
It's just, I think that when you see a team that can't beat the worst team in their division, and in fact is getting blown out by them. I mean, they lost 2 games. They weren't close. It makes you wonder what happened to all the big talk about we're going to be ready for everyone, we're going to kick their ass, all that stuff. It sounds great before the season starts, but I don't know anyone that hasn't concluded that, oh, wait a minute, this is roster construction. This is not about the managerial crisis. Tony La Russa suddenly doesn't look as awful as he did maybe a year ago.
No, right now, we go back to injuries, and it does play a role. Moncada needs to get in there. Eloy needs to get in there. We all need these guys in there for an extended period of time, but that's getting old talking about as well. But it looks like the mix and the group of guys they have out there right now just is not working for whatever reason. We talk about chemistry a lot. It's a thing. It plays. And right now it just seems like the mix and group out there just is not working. I agree. This isn't on Grifol. He can only do so much in terms of rallying these guys. They're all professionals, but I just want to see a little more fire, a little more competitive spirit, and we haven't seen that, especially in this series. We're supposed to beat, or we're allegedly supposed to beat the Kansas City Royals, and we haven't shown up in this series. Just have not shown up. These two games have been lopsided.
All right, so I got an off-topic question. I maybe changed the tone because I think the Sox are depressing. But, Scott, I wanted to ask you this for a while. You had over 300 stolen bases in your career. You had 70 in 2004, and you were a noted base stealer. Help us understand why it's so much more enticing this season. The bigger bases, they're bigger, but are they that much bigger? And why do you think more teams are trying, and why do you think more guys are being successful stealing bases, and how much are you envious of that?
Yeah, I'd have been licking my chops with these new changes. I think when you talk about 4.5 inches closer between the bases, that's huge. There are so many plays that are bang down there at second base that if you can get 4.5 inches on that jump, that's huge. But I think the biggest thing are the two disengagements the pitcher has. If you can get out there and entice that guy to throw over one time, the percentages are in your favor of going. Stolen bases have definitely been up. If you got guys that have the skill set and the ability to run, I think it can be a weapon. We saw that with the Orioles. They're an athletic team. We know Cleveland's going to run. Minnesota was very active on the bases. And I'd love to see the White Sox put that into their offensive game plan a little bit. They've got some guys that run well enough to steal bases. But having that ability and wanting to get to the next base and wanting to sacrifice yourself night in and night out are two different things. But I'd love to see Timmy running more. I'd love to see Luis running more. I think Luis has one stolen base this year, which, this guy runs probably well enough to steal 40 or 50. To see him have one stolen base is just it's kind of shocking to me.
He came out of the game late, I believe. I wondered if that was because they didn't want him to strike out 5 times or if he was just having some physical issue.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything. It was about a week ago, he mentioned the hamstring giving him some problems. So I don't know if that thing is still barking. That could be something, or they're just trying to get him out to rest the legs a little bit. I'm not sure. We haven't heard.
But that's a great point. He's got as much explosiveness and speed as anybody, and he's got one stolen base.
He made an unbelievable catch yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm just saying he's a great athlete. I agree. It's insane that he can't steal more bases, or they're not using him that way.
No, he's an incredible talent, freak talent. The guy can do it all on the baseball field. I mean, and like I said, this guy has the quickness and the ability to steal 40 bases easy in the big leagues. But again, having that ability, but then wanting to get to the next base are two different things. When he's on base and he's in those situations, we just haven't seen him, attempting to steal as much. But I think offensively, they've got to try everything they can at this point. They've scored more runs. We talked about yesterday. They've scored more runs than any team in the American League Central. But as a staff at ERA, if you got the second highest ERA in the league, that's not going to matter.
Boy, it's tough stuff. I don't know how you do it, Scott. Honestly, I it's just hard to stay engaged for me, and I love the Sox. It's just been hard.
But keep up the good work. It's great. It's great viewing.
Yeah, really appreciate your time.
Thanks, you bet, guys. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll get on a roll here this last game in Kansas City. Get home with Houston and get on a roll. Let's hope.
Yeah, Houston's got some pitching issues. Not that the Sox don't, but they have struggled a little bit with some starters getting hurt. So here's hoping.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
That is Scott Podsednik, World Series hero.
Tough job. Tough job talking about the White Sox every game because
I feel like a jerk. Every question I ask them is there's a negative element to it. But how do you go into Kansas City and get blown out?
What question could you ask about the White Sox right now that isn't negative in tone?
There's only one.
What's the one?
There's the best story in base. Liam Hendricks.
Yeah,
that's true. That's it.
That's true. That's next Tuesday.
Yeah.
So schedule next Tuesday for a positivity
We'll
appointment.
have a happy next Tuesday.
We'll have a good Tuesday.
Because the Bulls won the NBA draft lottery?
That's why. It's going to happen.
So Joe O at 6:45 Tuesday.
I couldn't even tell you what day that was. I don't even know that I'm going to watch it. That's
now you have
not
to.
paying
Every
attention?
Chicago sports fan has to right now.
2% chance of it happening.
What was the percentage that
they got
Houston
D. Rose.
was going to lose that game that Lovey won? I mean, they were about
you're gonna
98%
build your
likely
night
to lose.
around something that has a 2% chance of happening.
There are multiple ways to watch multiple things at the same time.
I'm building my life around it.
Your entire spring is built around that 2% chance.
I love the NBA,
joy.
and it's time.
Oh, man.
I am going to take some French classes.
I'll be walking the dog.
So we can bring Wembanyama.
You're really going to watch the NBA draft lottery, Dustin?
Now I am.
312-644-6767. Hey, there's another good NBA story out there. Local guy made good. We going to honor him? Are we not? There's a lot to talk about with the NBA, especially with the number one pick coming next Tuesday.
You say so.
When's the last time the Bulls had the number one pick? Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score.
Bears fans, don't miss the Score Bears and NFL schedule release show tonight 6 to 9 with Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Harris. Get the complete overview on
These 26 players got here because of the will to win. The fact is that they never gave up on anything. And if they take that attitude each and every day, you can't erase an 8-game deficit. You can't erase 9-21 in one game. But you don't have to do that. All they have to do is win today. And to a man, they have to go out with the idea of winning today. If they can do that.
Did he just give us both TW and wins? Let's go! White Sox! Yeah!
That was the moment that it all came together.
TW and wins.
Yeah, let's bring that back. I got to make sure that we got
our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
Today.
Right now.
Win.
Whatever is necessary today.
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
No, that'd be wint. That's not win, Coach.
That may be one of my favorites. Like, of the oldies, that is my favorite goodie.
Let's go!
We are joined in studio by Illinois football coach Tim Beckman. What is an Illini fan? What is it fair to expect? Short-term, long-term?
You'll never say or ever get a number. I mean, this is the game of college football, and there's so much that's involved in each and every football game. But I want to see consistency. We were not that at all last year on the football field. Let's get better every game, and our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today. And we're taking one day at a time to get ourselves better.
How have you been received with the coaches? Yeah.
Win. W-I-N.
But the today
whatever
makes it
is necessary.
How have you been received by these coaches in Illinois?
I just love the fact that you called him out on it.
You're such a penis.
Well, and his boss is sitting next to him. Mike Thomas, the AD.
Wouldn't it be wint?
Well, because
he was saying whatever is necessary today.
But
not whatever is necessary today.
But it didn't work for me.
None of the stuff that he did works for anybody. That's why he's not going to be here anymore.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to hear Stacy and to remember what it was like back in the day when Derrick Rose could go upstairs. And I got to tell you, David, interesting stuff with him because I believe it was Isaiah Thomas, Zeke, to
another
those
Chicago guy
who know him well. He lists Derrick Rose as one of the best players ever to come out of one of the best hoopers ever to come out of Chicago.
No doubt about it.
And so Rose,
no doubt,
was asked about that and asked about the idea that the Bulls may retire his jersey at some point. And here's Derrick Rose.
I mean, it's dope that he said that, but it feels kind of weird when people say that I'm number one because we're all in that melting pot together, and that's what the kids see. Like they could see somebody, they could see somebody that's offensively minded and see somebody that's defensively minded from Chicago. In most places, you don't see that. Like LA, about shooting. Certain places, you only think about certain aspects of the game, but Chicago is one of the rare places where you have to think about, you got both sides of the ball. You got offense with D-Wade, etc. Then you got defense with TA, Pat, and it goes down the list.
I was with Joakim last week. He mentioned he feels like your jersey 100% is going to be retired. Do you think about that often? Do you feel like it should be?
I haven't really thought about it, but the idea would be cool. My son's grandfather was telling me, man, it's really not about you at that time. It's about, your family. It's about PJ, your mom, kids. I don't think about, the jersey ceremony. I think about, what I'm going to say. Because it's man, I got to go out there in front of the court, in front of the fans, the center court.
That is the voice of Derrick Rose. He was on with Sean Sharamia, a good friend of the program. Go Ramblers.
Loyola guy.
With the stadium.
On Stadium, yeah. You know, I think that there's very little doubt to me that Derrick Rose deserves to have his jersey retired. He was the youngest MVP.
Yep.
He was part of a resurgent period that was interrupted only because of his injury.
Yeah.
And that may sound like you're oversimplifying it, but it was only because of his injury. They were headed in that direction. They may have won a championship with him. They were ready to defy those odds about you can't win with a point guard and all those kinds of things on April 28th, 2012. I mean, and then the Bulls, the shape of the next decade changed. And it did. And so that doesn't take away from what he, number one, represents when you see that jersey in terms of the Bulls, but to Chicago. You can't really separate one from the other. His meaning to the franchise and his meaning to the city, they're wrapped into one jersey, if you will, and I do think it will hang from the rafters.
I got to tell you, hearing Derrick Rose speak there, it reminds me a little bit of kind of the growth of Scottie Pippen when he first came into the league and he wasn't really that articulate. And you talk to Scottie now, you hear from him, he's like a different person. He's so much more mature than he was when he first came to town. And Derrick was kind of the same way because you think about it, he came out of Simeon, he spent a year in college, and then he's in the NBA, and he's just so much more mature now than he was as a young man.
There's no doubt about it. And
we all are, I suppose.
Well, yeah, but part of the controversies that surrounded Derrick Rose when he was rehabilitating his knee were communication issues and things that maybe got in the way and weren't communicated in the clearest of fashions. What you heard from that clip and what you see every time that you see Derrick Rose, he's a lot more polished and certainly mature, but the professionalism is obvious, and it's much more obvious now than maybe it was earlier in his career. But that's part of growth, just human growth, athletes' growth, whatever the case may be. It's very odd to see Derrick Rose and Jimmy Butler in a playoff series and remember when they were teammates and what they were doing for the Bulls, and it was Jimmy's team and Derrick's team, whatever, remember that whole situation. But here they are, Knicks versus Heat, and this might be the final days of Derrick Rose's NBA career, and it's been a long and successful one, and he's still playing. I don't know if he plays beyond this year. Do you think, Mully? He's 34 years old.
I don't know how you'd bring him back. That's not an insult to Derrick, but he's not, they're kind of building around
Jalen Brunson. They've gone a different direction. He only played in 27
Chicago guy
games.
made good, by the way.
Absolutely. Stevenson High School. Mr. Basketball.
Yep.
He definitely
championship there.
But Derrick Rose wasn't part of the plans this year. They pivoted away from that quickly.
Yes.
He only played in 27 games. You had Tom Thibodeau there. So you know that it's not necessarily the coach not respecting or appreciating. It's just a matter of they decided to go a different way. He's there for his mentorship as much as anything. And I don't know. I don't know what other team he would fit on. I don't know what other direction he would go except for maybe quietly into retirement.
I mean, there's no other team that would retire his number either. I mean, part of what you're saying, it wasn't just the great year he had. It was the great promise, and it was the fact that he was a local guy made good. So he is worth more to the Bulls than he would have been someplace else. And I think his career is remembered. He played in the United Center winning titles with Simeon.
It definitely true. Definitely people throughout the city will have different, frames of reference when it comes to Derrick Rose. And if you enjoyed him in high school, you consider him one of the best hoopers ever to come out of Simeon or anywhere in Chicago. And then with the Bulls, it's odd to say this, but I think you remember his career fondly yet painfully. Because there is still this, and it's not the same. It's similar. I'm not saying this before people jump, but it's similar to when you see Kerry Wood and his 25th anniversary just celebrated of the 20 strikeout game. You look at him fondly yet painfully because he had a lot of unfulfilled potential. And with Derrick Rose, he accomplished a ton. No, he was the youngest MVP ever, and yet there's a sense of something feeling incomplete about his career.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That promise could not be duplicated because of the injury and the severity of it. He never really got over it. He had one great game with the Knicks where he scored the 55 points or whatever, but it was never the same career after that horrible injury.
You know what's interesting about his career too is that at this stage of it, and we've seen this since he was with the Timberwolves and having that that historic game, and he's such a popular figure around the league. Young players that remember that highlight that we heard coming in.
His teammates.
Yeah. There's a respect level there that he's enjoying. I think he's probably, this season hasn't been much of consequence for him on the court, but I bet you he's enjoyed the heck out of it just because of what he means to that team and what he has meant to the sport. So that was cool to hear him. It's nice to hear him feel and sound as content with everything as he sounds.
And I would like to see the Bulls retire his number, but I would not like to see the Bulls bring him back for any kind of sentimental reason.
I don't think we need to go that direction.
Well, that we have a couple texts.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah. You would only want to see him for nostalgic reasons, not for, it would be more sentiment than it would be for ability at this point. No offense to him.
You're at the stage with the Bulls. As you watch these playoffs, that you can't have any room for that kind of sentimentality. You don't have any room for any kind of, this experimentation. You have a sense of urgency that if you are going to, lean into and embrace the status quo, you've got to do something of significance at that point guard position, the lead guard position, that's going to make an impact immediately. Whether it's, Patrick Beverley thinks they should bring him back because they would be a fourth seed with him, as he said in his podcast. Maybe they would be. Whatever the case is, you got to bring somebody in that's going to be relevant, that's going to be impactful. I don't think that's Derrick Rose at this stage, and I think there would be too much. It would be almost unfair to expect that because the image of him in a Bulls jersey, you'd be like, okay, take us back to 2011. And that's just not realistic.
No, that's not going to happen either. That's not. He's not capable of doing that, and it's too bad. If you could come up with that time travel thing and have the guy
do that?
Well, that would be incredible.
That would be awesome.
He'd be a huge boost to that team.
Would you want to go ahead or would you want to go back to April 27th, 2012 and tell, hey, Tibbs, when you get a 10-point lead, take your starters out of the game for good.
Yeah, I don't know. I had heard that he wanted back in.
I know.
I'm just saying. Whatever.
I don't need to relitigate
we don't have to.
No, but that was. That
but it's good to hear from him.
That was
nice.
Exactly.
Shams does a great job.
The contentment. Shams does do a great job.
I know.
And he gets some great guests on Stadium and his various platforms. He does a terrific job covering the league like nobody else, really. And Mully, I think everyone here, certainly sports fans, but maybe some country music fans out there too. Stay tuned. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley and Jason Aldean. Different dates. Dierks Bentley, July 8th. Jason Aldean, September 9th. At the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Stay tuned for a chance to win tickets.
Am I wearing a Dierks Bentley shirt?
I think you are.
This is Flag and Anthem.
Yes.
Right? Yeah,
yes.
If you look at me, I look both country and western.
You do look both.
Yeah.
You look marvelous. And I think that it is, I wanted to say early when I got here, I got distracted earlier, probably from something Dustin said. But I think that is a Dierks Bentley edition.
Yes. Yeah, pretty good.
Well,
you know what I like is I like the
cuffs?
Not the buttons. What do you call them?
Snaps.
Yeah.
The snaps, very comfortable. Yeah, very stylish too.
Thank you, buddy.
You're looking quite stylish today.
Yeah, I'm feeling like a million, or at least a double sawbuck. I believe we've got Dan and Lawrence coming up next. We're going to get a chance to talk to I'm sorry, Dustin, what are you signaling?
We have a tease. We have a rumored Bears primetime game for David Haugh's checkmark. Well, you want it now, or you want to wait?
I want it now. I want it now.
Yeah.
Bears at Commanders, Thursday night football, week 5.
Oh yeah, Bears Commanders Thursday night. Nothing says Thursday night like Bears Commanders. They did it last year, so it's a tradition now.
You know I love.
Are they
Chico,
thinking that the Bears make a trade with
buddy,
them for their pass rusher?
Ron Rivera.
Chase Young?
Is that the idea?
I that does nothing for me.
Oh come on,
zero.
Absolute.
But now it looks
no
like
reaction.
David might be right.
Wait. Why does that you guys
does
disappoint
nothing.
me? You're disappointed about a Thursday night game in the nation's capital?
I don't know that franchise deserves many primetime games.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't mean the Bears.
So you're saying the Bears are going to win a game in D.C.?
Yes. I'm thinking that because
we'll give you a hint of
do you
what
think,
David's record will be tomorrow.
Let me ask you
He's
about
got one win.
That's a primetime game you didn't see coming, Dustin. Admit that.
I agree. That's going to help your cause.
I don't think anybody saw that one coming. I don't think anybody wanted that one.
Give me some credit. I said that would be.
Let's wait and see.
I said that was one of those ones that would be possible
David,
at prime time.
We will give you credit in the form of a beer if indeed you get over 4.
All right. I like my chances now.
We got 2 Bears games, right? We know that they're not on national TV.
I know we got to break real quick. Am I the only one
right now?
Am I the only one excited about the fact that the Bears are going to be playing against the Commanders in prime time on that Thursday night? That's a spotlight game.
Okay. Don't like the Thursday night. You know, I don't know if you're aware or not, but we start awful early.
Yeah, but then, you get through it. Thursday, of all the primetime games, that's the one that I can stomach the most.
That's it. How about you, Brandon?
I like Thursday. I'm cool with because
it's not
of
Sunday
Dustin
or
reason.
Monday.
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll get tired, but we'll be fine.
Show. That's it.
One more show.
One
Friday morning.
show more.
Actually,
one more show.
You have Thursday night. The adrenaline from that carries us through Friday. That was good. That's a gimme week now. That's a gimme week, and you got Sunday off. That's awesome. I love that.
All right.
I'm now excited about the schedule release.
Okay. Well, I was already excited. Let's find out if Dan and Lawrence are excited. Great stuff. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Matt Mervis.
Swinging a line drive, base hit to right center. Bellinger's going to score. Matt Mervis with his first big league base hit.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show.
So, Dex, we want to go down memory lane with you here a little bit. Story time.
Here we go. My memory sucks.
All right, well, then we'll start with an easy one. You heard it in your intro. The Game 7 leadoff homer. I assume you remember that?
No, I don't remember that one.
Come on, you lead off Game 7 with a home run. You're
I remember. Yeah.
No, of course. You're rounding the bases. Like when did it hit you? Holy bleep! I just hit a home run in Game 7.
Probably when I got to home plate and it was so quiet. Because when you started the game, it was super loud. You know, obviously Game 7 first pitch, Kluber's on the mound. These dudes think they're gonna win. And it's loud, it's all get out. Then you hit a homer, and you're rounding the bases, and you hit home plate, and it's silent.
all you hear is the Cubs fans.
Man, I was in the press box for that one, Dex. I remember what you're talking about, the loudness, then the quietness, and then the whole place is just, it was going to be locked in anyway, but you locked in everything like an extra level up. Like it got serious.
It got real quiet.
Oh, it got serious right away. You flipped around after you rounding first and looked back at the dugout. What'd you say to the guys in the dugout? You remember?
No, I missed Hyder. That's what it was. I missed my first base coach because I was looking at the ball. And I usually give them a high five. Like, you know, when you get somebody, you give them, you dap them up, and I missed him. So I turned, like I went to get him, and I turned, and I had already hit first base, and I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you gave him some love as you backpedaled past first. Some fans didn't like that. They thought you were showing up Cleveland with a little backpedal there.
Well, you know what? Hey, kiss the ring.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Oh,
you know what they also they don't like is that I have a ring. They don't like that either.
They do not like
get
that.
a little jealous of that ring.
That's what they say. If you don't like it, play better.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We are broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for that. Want to thank Connor O'Donnell. He was helping us this morning, getting us up and running and twitching, and we appreciate it. Connor, I ran into your father last week. Good man. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Also, thank you for listening on this Thursday, May 11th. Your lucky day if you are the sixth caller to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670. Win a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater Saturday, July 8th, and Jason Aldean at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater on September 9th, all part of the Live Nation Concert Week.
We want to thank our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
One more show.
One show more.
Actually,
one more show. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Brandon, thank you for embarrassing me again. Thank you, Brandon Fryer. How much of a disaster would it be if Jordan Love opens his account with a victory?
No.
I'm just saying, there's that danger too.
I'm not going to listen to that right now.
David literally put his hands over his ears and repeated, no.
No time for that.
Very mature.
I was very mature this morning.
And we got Lawrence Holmes. Yes. And Dan Bernstein's here too. Hey guys, how are you?
Guys?
Hey.
Schedule release day. Dan, throw some cold water on it. We're excited about it, so it's time for you to do your magic.
I don't get it.
I think what Florio said to us yesterday actually does make a lot of sense, though. Instead of it playing out over the week where you get, this leaked and this leaked, the NFL should just make a thing of it. Whereas, it's Monday, here's the Monday night schedule. We're going to do a whole show where here's the Monday night schedule.
Yeah.
Thursday, here's the Thursday
How about
night
Tuesday?
schedule.
Can we have Tuesday night football too?
Well, that's
give it time.
Yeah. No, I think
You'll
that's valid, but it is, people can mock it, whatever. But it's the
love the
NFL.
schedule release.
It's awesome. It's not who you play. It's when you play them.
I've always loved the schedule release because back when you were covering football, that was your life. Oh, where am I going?
Right.
When am I going?
See, that
Yes.
right. So
And
when I
that's-
was
but
covering the Bears,
once you get caught up in that, that stays with you. My friend.
Stays with you forever.
But I knew if you're planning, I understand if you are a destination fan and you're like, I follow my team everywhere, and you want to get a less expensive hotel and airfare and plan around everything. It's also something for my wife and her business when trying to plan weddings and trying to schedule around certain things, depending on what's where and knowing where the sporting events are.
Possibly have a wedding if
You
there's
can't
a
get
Bears
married
game.
in the fall.
Well, but there are people.
Not unless there's a bye week.
It affects prices depending on who's. So there's. I get that, but for the average fan, you don't know how good any of these teams are going to be.
You're a below average fan. I think the average fan loves it.
Well, the average fan can listen to the schedule release show tonight with Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron. Big Ant, 6 to 9. Gabe and Anthony will react to the schedule release live. Talking Bears. Tune in 670 Score and the Odyssey app starting at 6 o'clock. The schedule release show brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Speaking of travel, I get this weird phone call on the way in. I'm in the car, and my wife calls me because normal day. Kid went to school. She went to Soul Cycle, and she's like, "I'm picking Jason up at school, and we're going to Boston." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, I just decided on a whim that I'm going to take him to Boston for a couple of nights, and we're going to go see the Red Sox and the Cardinals at Fenway." I said, "You are? What?"
Boy, that sounds like a Dear John letter.
Well, that's what I said. I said, "Are you ever coming back?" And she's like, "Yes, we're coming back." And I'm apparently not invited. See, it's something like my mother used to do this. My mother used to show up and say, I'd get a note and they say, "You come to the office." In 4th grade, and why I'm at the office. Well, your mother says you have a dentist appointment. And I said, well, I don't think I do. And then my mom's like, Blazing Saddles is at the Deer Path. Let's go see a movie and then go get lunch. I'm like, okay. So it's just, this is a different version of that, I guess.
I think it's great. I think it's great. I think it's, you shouldn't feel like you couldn't go join them.
I'm not invited. Look, I think she's going through some things with the
you are,
and but she's having a little more acutely right now about the empty, or as I've learned, open nester thing that's going to be happening.
It's not empty because they're back.
Eventually, somebody told me, don't think of it as empty nest. Think of it as open nest because they come and they go and they come and they go.
Yeah,
So-
my mom came to school a couple times because they got me a job at a steel factory.
He's gotta work.
We got some good news for you. You're going to be stitching some Nike football somewhere.
I got out of school
bored.
early so I could go detassel corn.
Yeah, David was detasseling corn. That's awesome.
I just did. She'd be bored, and she's like, "Let's go to a movie." Okay,
that is
fine.
That seems wrong somehow. I don't know.
Are
you ratting her out now to the school system?
What was I going to learn in 4th grade? Seriously.
I'm sure you took those free attendance
Manners?
White Sox tickets, though.
Damn right. No, straight A's.
Pleasantry.
You get straight
Just
A's.
Straight A ticket. Interlake straight
Kindness.
A's. Yeah.
These are the things they teach fourth
Oh,
graders.
I must have missed those
You
days.
clearly
That's
did.
what happened.
Because you were watching Blazing Saddles.
Yeah, which, by the way, that was
Little-
kind of
little
a little
early.
mouthy. There were a lot of...
A little early for a 9-year-old.
No, a little bit early.
Hey, you know what?
Came out swearing like a sailor.
So what do you think of Bears-Packers on week 1?
Yeah.
325. You know what also?
Reminds me of the Khalil Mack first half. The peak of the Khalil Mack era.
That's a Fox game, Dustin?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Fox.
That could be the first game.
Oh, it doesn't have to be.
Oh, that's
Remember,
right.
they're
They
all
can do the
free
things
agents.
now.
Every
That's
That's
right.
a Fox game,
Every
and you
game.
could see
It should
why
be
they
a
would.
Fox
That
game.
could be
It'll
the
make us all
first.
feel better
That
if
could be
it's a
Tom
Fox
Brady's
game.
debut.
No, not this year, though, right?
I thought they delayed it a year.
It's 1 year. He's taking
Oh,
a whole
he's taking
year
the
off.
So he's not doing any games. at
No
all.
games this year,
He's
and
doing
probably
Hertz
never.
commercials.
right. See that there's
This year.
a doubt that he's ever going to do games.
If he doesn't
Yeah.
do any games this year, he'll never do a game.
Well, the plan was that he wasn't going to do any games in 2023. Because to me, if you were going to introduce Tom Brady as part of the Fox family, you should have done it at the Super Bowl. Like he should have done something, like not even like him be a part of the game coverage, but what I would have done if I were producing is I would have had him sit down with the two quarterbacks. That would have been my first, like, here's Tom Brady and here's Tom Brady and why he's important to the Fox brand.
Wow.
But it doesn't look like to me that he's that interested in doing
No, now
this.
he's also free to start for the 49ers in week 1 if he wants.
He is? Just like J.J. Watt is free to sign someplace.
Yeah,
every
you
time
sniffed that out.
Every time I see J.J. Watt, I see a man who looks like he misses football.
Didn't he buy a team? Isn't he like running a team in England now with his missus?
Are they? Did they buy the Wrexham
They buy. I think they bought Burnley. If
Did
I'm
they
not mistaken? They, honest to God,
What
they
if
bought
the Cardinals
They bought a team.
still have his rights?
The Premier League team.
I don't know. I felt like he was a free agent at the end of the year.
If he could pick any team to go to, you know that he would probably stay in shape.
Well, he
and
said
November
the
1st,
Packers.
boom.
Bears.
He said that one of the things that he was
Bears.
thinking about was joining the Packers, but now that Aaron Rodgers is left, he's kind of like
They're going to be,
Now he's decided to sack Jordan Love instead of play with him.
I thought Florio did a good job yesterday just talking about J.J. Watt really does exemplify this guy whose entire life was about football and it's
and his love of football.
Family.
Yeah. I mean, he was one of those, loves the game so much. I don't know. How do you replace it?
It's hard. I mean, you talk to. I had this a few years ago after Charles Tillman had retired.
Guy who didn't love football very much at all, even when he was playing.
Right. Like he loved to play football. He was not really a football guy, but he was in here and we were talking. He was talking about how much he missed playing and that he was trying to find that adrenaline rush and he couldn't find it. And so I like flippantly had said to him, like, well, you know, the Shamrock Shuffle's coming up. You should run that. And he was like, great, let's run it. And I was like, wait, how did I get roped into running an 8K that I'm not prepared for?
Didn't he like row a boat across Lake Michigan or something?
That was like my favorite thing that happened. I get a phone call at like 6:45 in the morning and I'm like, why is Charles calling me at 6:45? So it's a FaceTime and I'm like, look up and he's on the boat rowing across Lake Michigan. And it was another one of those things where he's like, I think I can do this and I'm athletically inclined to do it. And he built the boat that he rowed across Lake Michigan in. It's wild. Like these guys, a lot of them, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it.
The idea of rowing in a homemade boat, like, this should probably be fine.
No, but he went to a boat maker and made it with someone who's actually made boats.
Boat maker, make me a boat.
How would you find a boat maker?
Here's
Google.
Here's The Guardian. This is a story yesterday in The Guardian. Former NFL star J.J. Watt decided to follow up his decision to invest in Burnley by going on a pub crawl around the local area.
I love it.
Last week, Watt and his wife, Kalea, a former USA football international, brought a minority stake in the club and will return to the Premier League next season. The three-time Defensive Player of the Year said he wanted to meet Burnley fans, so a pub crawl seemed the natural choice.
Well, that's the other thing too.
Good politics.
The other thing is that when you're done playing, there's so much time. If you think about someone like Watt, who a 12-year vet or something like that.
He's 34.
So
yeah,
let's call it 12 years, and then let's add on the other 4 from college. Half of his life has been get up, go lift, go eat, meeting, school, and then the same schedule that you've been on every single day. And then you get out of it and you're like, well, what am I supposed to do now? Like with my day.
He called Ryan Reynolds, and I forget the other guy's name that owned Wrexham. He called them up and talked. Who is it?
Rob McElhenney.
Rob McElhenney. I don't even know him, but
it's from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I never.
You guys might be cousins.
We're probably related. I mean, God knows. But he wanted to do something, and his wife is a soccer player, so they decided to do this. It's kind of cool that he went and pub crawled.
This whole thing with Wrexham is amazing, and they're going to be in you guys know about the TBT, the basketball tournament?
They've been promoted.
They've been promoted, but they're also
still way down.
They are.
And they're going to play
division.
United in L.A. this year.
Right, and they're going to play in this soccer version of the TBT.
Yeah.
That's going on.
Right.
That they're helping put together. The amount of money that Ryan Reynolds has made from this.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Pretty good.
He's pretty good. They had Sir Alex Ferguson is the former United manager, and they did this little promotion for the game where Sir Alex, who is notoriously a negative guy, kind of yelling at people, he was on a Zoom call with them, and they were talking to him, and he doesn't even react. And then they get very intimidated, and they end up kind of getting upset, and they hang up. And he never heard they make a joke of it that he never connected. He never heard it. And they thought he was giving them the silent treatment. It's Fergie. It was very funny. It was a very funny bit.
So when it comes to like J.J. Watt and Charles Tillman, I saw this tweet the other day that I found really interesting. This is just a rando tweet. It says, you need 3 hobbies. A physical hobby, sports, hiking, martial arts, etc. A mental hobby, reading, math, chess. And a creative hobby, music, painting, writing. So that's how you could be a whole human, is with 3 hobbies, one from each of those categories.
Yeah, I love that. That's pretty good. And it's funny because the people that are kind of in our orbit, the ex-Bears that are in our orbit, you can see that they have that. Like Olin's got the gym, and he's training people, and Alex has...
And he has his poetry.
He does have his poetry. Maybe he can help Dylan Cease with his poetry. And maybe someone can help Lance Lynn.
Dylan's got to write a new poem.
Because it's not sliding?
I was going to say, something's on fire.
What do you guys have today?
Ooh, something just got lit. Different poem. We are going to talk a little bit about the White Sox. Oddly enough, and I hate doing this. I hate being this guy. But it actually feels like kind of an important game today for them.
Good for you, who's on the mound for the White Sox.
13 and 25 White Sox have a must win.
It does. I didn't use that term, and you're absolutely right to make fun of me for it. But it is the idea of here we are to salvage a split in Kansas City. You have to root for Mike Clevenger. That sucks. That just sucks. High noon today is going to be fun. Patrick Mooney on the Cubs at noon. Chris Herring, the great basketball writer from Sports Illustrated, will talk a little NBA with us. And we're going to bring back some of those interesting Jed Hoyer comments in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll talk some Cubs.
Every show.
Oh, slide.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
King Cobra, $42 right now.
Okay, so here, because what? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You put some respect on that liquid.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawoski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh, God.
New look, same taste.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle.
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
Well, see, double. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands,
No,
and he already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe
Sorry,
it.
Edward 40 hands.
Oh, the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the 2 40s and you are that and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand and then you go to work on the other.
It's a
I'm not from here. I had Crystal once.
I've had Whataburger.
Then you've had it.
No, Crystal's different. Crystal puts mustard on.
Why? If there's one thing I've learned, it's that if you're craving White Castle, the burgers here just don't cut it. Just thinking about those tender little White Castle burgers just makes me want to burn this mother down.
Really? Yeah, so that's...
You've never had anything from White
Yeah,
Castle?
we got to change that. That's
No,
absurd.
I'm
Next
not.
Layla Wednesday, we're bringing
I
White
haven't had
Castle
Culver's
down here.
either.
This is blasphemy. This is madness.
Culver's is awesome.
It's so good.
When you don't have a car, things get a lot more difficult to do.
Get back on the road. This is my car, and we are not picking up a hitchhiker, man. Hey, guys. Thanks for picking me up. Excuse me, are you Neil Patrick Harris?
The closest White Castle would be the one on Cermak, right? Cermak and Wabash.
Come on, Boogie, let's burn this mother down. So, you guys maybe should just suck it up and go to White Castle.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
I actually drove by that White Castle after the show yesterday. They went on Cermak and Wabash.
Yeah, it's the closest one.
I just happened to be driving right by it. I laughed. I'm like, oh, yeah, we were just talking about this.
Oh, yeah, the park's there, right? Isn't that where Jones... Their track is there, and
yeah, we left there. Beth had an event, so I had to drop her, and I went by there to drop her after the game. So it was. I was just thinking, oh yeah, we were just talking about this White Castle. So a happy day to you. It is 80 degrees, and I guess if we didn't declare it before, shirtless driving season in the Chicago area.
Are we there yet?
I usually do. I think we had an 80-degree day like 3 weeks ago when we got that spasm of summer weather.
Those 5 days where it was.
But it was too early. So today opens shirtless driving season for the summer of 2023, which is perfect this season because NASCAR's in town.
Well, I was going to say, does that count for the NASCAR drivers? Are they also allowed?
They want to do like Northwest Indiana or Joliet shirtless driving. You better believe it.
Joliet is probably where they should be.
It just have the one arm, the elbow on the window sticking out like that.
Maybe a foot.
Like Dick Trickle, smoking a dart while you're driving. He used to do that.
Get north on Lakeshore Drive while you still can.
Oh, dude, the Lightfoot 500 be a coming.
It's on its way. I rode the bike this morning. I went to Jackson Harbor this morning. Beautiful, like so quiet. People are slowly kind of bringing their boats
so nice
out and stuff. You're seeing people on the golf course and stuff.
There's actually a secret fishing spot there too.
Well, I don't fish, but I probably know what you're talking about because the bike pass will take you to some of the secret places over there. It's funny, though. It's not funny for the people who are commuting, but it's funny for me. Like, that's my usual bike path. I'm usually on the lake path, and it depends. Like, usually I'll go as far south. If I'm really, really like wanting to get a good ride in, I'll go all the way to the border and to Calumet Park, which is right on the border, not the city, the actual park. And it's beautiful and quiet over there. But usually I'll go to St. Michael's, which is on 83rd, like off of Route 41.
Okay.
Or extended Lakeshore Drive. Yeah. I feel so bad for people whose main artery to downtown is Lakeshore Drive if you live south, because 63rd Street itself is torn all the way up.
Thanks, Obama.
I mean, it literally is the Obama library that's causing a big part of this. I'm beating people on the bike from South Shore Drive back to 57th Street. Like, I feel so bad. Like, see people just stuck there because it goes from 2 lanes to, and then you're 1 lane to the left, and then it switches to 1 lane to the right. It is an absolute nightmare. Like, there's almost nowhere you can be in the city this spring/summer where you are not affected by all of the wacky construction stuff that is happening. And it's after, like, the Jane Byrne got done, and Dan, I was like, man, you know what? It was totally worth it. Like, I was like, I'm getting places pretty quickly. I'm like, it's totally worth it.
And then the Kennedy shut down.
Right. And then I see Sarah Gindra on TV. She's like, so yeah, get ready for 3 to 5 years of construction on the Kennedy. And I was like, what? Come on, man.
It sucks.
I was just getting back to getting around.
It completely sucks. That's why both kids are like, hey, we're going to be in college. We don't care.
Yeah.
We're leaving.
Well, they will come back for the summers, though.
And Zoe's got 1 more year to be away from it, but both of them are like, nope, no thank you.
No, I get it. I'm just waiting on the closures on LSD so I can just roll with Metro.
God, nobody wants this NASCAR race.
No one does.
And the people who like NASCAR think Chicago is like a war zone, blighted hellscape, Blade Runner dystopia.
Yeah.
They're wrong.
Yeah, I worked with that guy, and he was a whole fool back then, too.
But I'm saying, that believe me, there's like, I ain't going to no Chicago. Bad things happen to me there. You know, like that. You're telling your audience to go to the place where they're terrified of the black people
and the brown people,
right?
Well, no one lives in Chicago. All it is people shooting each other. It's like a zombie movie there. No one can live there.
And you're gonna ask them to come.
But
come on in.
But here's the beautiful thing about it. They're gonna come here and they're gonna be like, "Oh, this is great."
So everything I'm hearing on the news and everything people are saying
wrong?
is actually not true?
Oh,
wow.
I had a wonderful time when I was in Chicago eating all of the great food and looking at the incredible architecture and the beautiful parks and the beach in the middle of the city, and that stretches pretty much the entire length of the city.
This isn't what they told me on the news. This is different.
Are we actually in is this actually Chicago or is this Champaign?
You tell people you live in Chicago. Oh, really? You live in Chicago?
Okay.
So you don't live in Chicago, do you? Like,
yes.
Yes, I live in the city of Chicago. I don't think anybody can live there. Aren't there just roving bands of murderers everywhere? Seriously, that's people think that. It's ridiculous.
I was treated to POTUS 44 being at home over the last couple of days. So I'm like, hey, what's my 14-minute commute now 19 minutes? I don't like this.
Why are there snow fighting vehicles blocking off exit
Well,
ramps?
I mean, most of the time he's not there, but when he is, you can tell the difference. And I'm not going to out this person. You know who it is because I told you. I saw a friend roll up to POTUS. I was on a walk. And I saw a friend roll up to POTUS's house. And I was getting ready to be like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, don't do that because that will scare the Secret Service people who are standing there with guns. So just keep your mouth shut, get your mouth shut, and go back to your house.
Yeah, dropping off the tribute gifts.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some tribute gifts, I imagine. I mean, and this person and 44 actually know each other. It's not like like they're intertwined.
Okay, so it's not like you will pay me my weight in gold every year, right?
No, but it was just funny to me because I'm like, I literally the words were getting ready to come out of my mouth, and I was like, ooh, don't do that. Don't be who's that black guy across the street yelling?
I could do that.
I don't know if you could do it too, because I saw a young lady that was jogging, and she was jogging because it's a actual street. Like, people live there. There's a synagogue on the corner. Like, there's a whole thing. This young lady
it's a lovely block.
She was getting her run on, right? And she was running on that side of the street. And they were like, get your ass over on that side of the street. And she was like, okay. Because I don't think she understood what was going on. Because not everyone knows. Not everyone who moves over there or goes to UFC knows where the house actually is. And I saw her coming back down the street towards me, and she just had a look of, I'm getting the hell out of here. So that wasn't going to be you wasn't going to see me on the news. You wasn't going to be like, hey, why isn't Lawrence here today? Well, he's been detained.
He's been remanded. That's right. You don't want to be the guy across the street yelling.
Right. And when I texted the person, and they were like, yeah, that was probably a good idea on your part to not be the screaming guy from across the street from Secret Service people.
So get out and walk around today.
Yes.
It's lovely. If you
Take your shirt off.
You want to drive shirtless.
Petey Pablo.
Shirtless walking. And here's the other thing. If you're walking, this is just personal advice.
Okay.
If you happen to be walking on a hot day like this, and one of the many independent ice cream or helados vendors is out on that little tricycle with get a popsicle. Get yourself there is not the lime Mexican popsicle. I think is it La Reina is there are a couple of brands that are amazing.
There's a few. They're all good.
The Lima flavor popsicle from the Arco Iris or whatever the names of the various independent ice cream vendors are. That thing is the truth. I don't care where you are, but on a hot day, on a nice walk, never pass up one of those.
I would agree. That's a that's a staple of the diet of a Chicagoan.
I'm trying to remember. And they're locally made too. They're all made. There's a couple places like in Pilsen. I want to say like the near southwest side where they make some of those things, and that is a absolute inexpensive Chicago pleasure that never ever disappoints.
Texter says, as a person living downstate, evidence will not change their minds.
Yeah,
you're probably right. Yeah. Maybe a couple though. Maybe a couple people of because I'll tell you, I have.
Well, what about that farmer who lived in the Hancock building?
Yeah, he left. He was asked to leave, but the guy who did the commercial lives very close. He lives right in the center of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that those checks will pay his HOAs because it seemed like you backed the wrong guy.
You're on the wrong horse,
sir.
Sir,
that was a huge mistake for
you.
you.
Your horse has just been euthanized.
But I have seen. I know that I have had family members that have come to Chicago and been like, "Oh, so you mean you have like a museum, like footsteps from your house?" Yeah. I do. And it's nice. Oh, there's a whole midway where you could just kind of walk about and enjoy like incredibly good architecture, and there happens to be like nice restaurants and stuff.
What?
Yeah, and when you go back, tell your friends that you were on the south side of the city. Don't even say Chicago. So you were on the south side of the city and see how they react. Yes, we have nice things too. After baseball was over, in between breaks on the basketball games, I was watching House Hunters.
Yeah.
And they did one on Chicago. And I'm just sitting there going, well, I know that these two people that are moving from California are not going to pick someplace south. And I'm sitting there and the woman was saying that she wanted to be near all the great restaurants and she wanted to be and all this stuff. And the first place that they were in was Avalon, no, not Avalon Park. What's the area that's like west of you?
Avondale?
Avondale. Thank you. So they were like in Avondale. And she's like, well, I'm far away from like the great restaurants. I was like, what? In Avondale?
Are you kidding?
Like, just walk up Milwaukee.
Come on. And what do you mean? What great restaurants are you going? Where
I don't know what she was thinking about it, but when I saw that there was a house, like there was an actual house in Avondale that they were looking at, and I'm going, yeah, you should probably buy that. You should buy that house. Just walk up and down Milwaukee. You'll find all sorts of great restaurants.
Not even that, but if you consider extended Avondale, like if you are on the other side of the Kennedy on Addison, like the homes in there,
yes,
like down there past like Throop, is it Throop Street where it's a boulevard, like big old trees and original bungalows by Schurz High School back there near Addison and Milwaukee. There's some incredible houses.
It's not Throop. Throop is like,
is it?
It's way east of.
Okay, well, there's one boulevard.
Some people say Troop.
There's a boulevard street back there. There's the church there where they had the funeral service for Gene Sullivan. I forgot the name of that church, but it's by Schurz High School, and there's just incredible homes back there.
It just, as a Chicago, I'm going, wow, really? So of course they ended up settling on a really expensive place in Fulton Market, which is great. And it was close to their work and all, but obviously, like, of course, that's where you're going to go, where you could actually gotten some flavor. No diss to Fulton Market. I love a lot of the restaurants over there too, but it was Avondale. Like come on, man.
773 texter says, I'm looking for a 2-flat in Alinea. That's not a neighborhood. And 773 says Blagojevich used to live there. No, Blagojevich lived in another incredible neighborhood,
Lincoln Square, right?
Ravenswood Manor.
Yes, that place is. That's where if I had Dan Bernstein money, that's where I would live.
Hell, man, Ravenswood Manor, where driveways. You're in the middle of the city, or Budlong Woods, where you have these homes with driveways and full lawns in the middle of the city.
My favorite like go-to bar, like if someone says I want to hang out or want to grab a drink, my go-to is Rockwell's.
Okay.
Which is right there. And I I walk around and that's where you see all the boat slips and stuff if you walk near the river and everything. I tell people all the time, like, this is the place where I was trying to explain it to Damon and Mendelara that this was 15 minutes and maybe less to Wrigley Field from where I was. That's living.
There's a bar right near Ravenswood Manor. It's technically East Albany Park. Like my go grab a drink bar, like chill, is called Nighthawk. Nighthawk. It's fantastic. It is.
I like this. This is a good way to start the show today.
No, I'm giving.
I'm looking for places.
Lawrence and Kimball. It's at Lawrence and Kimball, and the bar is just, the vibe is perfect. They've got a backyard patio. There's really they always have like a super inexpensive beer if you want it. They've got it's not ultra fancy like mixology drinks, but they'll pour you an honest mixed drink if you want it. They can do some of that stuff, but it's not snooty, and it's just really, really cool. The whole area is great.
I agree.
And if you hang around there later, there's a million places to get like tacos. And if you walk down Kimball, that's when you can run into the awesome
Taco Max, right? Isn't that right off of?
That's Irving Park in Elston. That's Elston, just north of Irving. That's the truth, by the way, Taco Max.
I went over. I thought about you because I went past it when I was going to do Channel 11.
Yeah.
I was doing Chicago. I was like, hey, that's the place that Dan keeps talking about.
Yep. Go in there. Get the 3 taco dinner. Get al pastor, tongue, and the arrachera.
There's a donut place in Albany Park that I really like too, called Something Sweet. Very simple. They keep it super simple, and all of their donuts are fantastic. So if you're over there, like, you can make a whole day of it.
There's a great coffee place up by Lawrence and Kimball too. That's like my neighborhood, by the way. That ish, I'm about a mile from there. There's a lot of great places.
Look at us just out here sharing stuff and enjoying the city.
Day like this, you celebrate this city, give people recommendations, give people places to go before we make ourselves miserable talking about White Sox and what happened to Lance Lynn and how they find themselves in a situation like this, and why the deterioration of Lance Lynn is more specifically symbolic.
Yes. And Stephen B. Smith can make an appearance because right now, Lance Lynn, the worst starter in baseball.
Bears fans, don't miss the Score Bears and NFL schedule release show tonight 6 to 9 with Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Harris. It's a complete overview on who Justin Fields and the new look Bears will play in the upcoming season as the matchups are announced live.
Fields cuts inside, looking for the goal line, into the end zone for the touchdown.
He wanted to go be out in these streets, and as a grown man, he should be able to go be out in these streets. But he went out in these streets, some woman attacked him. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, he wasn't getting robbed. Like, this nice lady was like, hey, you know what happened like yesterday when you were watching Christopher Morel and he saw Wilson Contreras and he jumped on Wilson Contreras?
That's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to Ray.
And then he was Koch.
And then he was Koch Dicka, and he fell off a riser.
That's right.
So is it a fractured elbow that we're talking about,
Okay,
Ray?
so it was dislocated here for Twitch, since I get to hide it under the desk, but here for Twitch, there you go. You got to see the little wrap. It was dislocated because when I hit the floor after this young lady jumped on me, and she was a little taller than me. She wasn't really thinking about the logistics of that. And we fell forward. I hit my elbow first on the floor, and it popped out the socket. So that sucked. So it was dislocated. They popped it back in, and it's fractured. So that's the diagnosis for now. And I'm going to see a bone specialist on Saturday. Exciting.
See a bones.
Yeah.
So they haven't decided yet whether it's just casting or a surgery?
Correct.
Okay. Did they give you happy things
They
to
did.
make you feel better?
They did.
Next time, go to an accredited hospital,
Yeah,
please.
man.
Instead of
I'm just gonna have to put this out there on these airwaves right now. This
Back
place,
alley hospital. It's like he has to knock on a door.
Yes.
He has to bang on this storm door. The guy
And I have
slides
to-
open a peephole. What do you want?
And Ray, did you tell them about the first place you went to? You got rejected.
I got
because you weren't
rejected.
hurt enough.
I wasn't hurt enough,
Because he
man.
wasn't a gunshot victim.
Went
That's
to
right.
someplace owned by like the Bulgarian mob.
That's right.
What the hell, man?
Oh, wait. I forgot the best part of the story. What was the name of the place that you were at?
The Slippery Slope.
There it is.
Appropriately named.
The
So-
slippery slope takes another victim.
That's right.
And then Ray went to Kmart to get his elbow
Basically,
looked at.
because this wrap I have in my arm right now, this is the third version of this thing. The first time they put it on, it was like too tight, and my arm was swelling up, and I could tell it was too tight. So I went back the next day, and I said, "Hey, you got to fix this thing." And
You
then
must place your arm in body of live sheep.
Right. So then they kind of straightened it out a little bit and put it in the sling in a different way. And then as I was here
Old
towards
country style.
Right. And then as I was here towards the end of the day, it was swelling up again. So I went back like, what the hell is going on here? So this is the third version of this wrap. And the young lady that put this thing on didn't know how to put the sling on.
Notice,
I had to
he didn't say nurse.
I didn't.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't put any respect on that title. I'm sorry. No hello nurse. That I had to explain to her how to put the sling on. She was putting it on the wrong way. I was like, where the hell am I?
She was wearing nothing but head to toe camo and Kevlar.
Yeah, so
poor Ray.
Was there a doctor there called Dr. Nick?
Yes, that was him.
You have bone failure.
We're popping it back in, everybody.
He's like a balloon.
Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
Well, the book is out there.
baseball is full of information these days. We all know that. And the book on the White Sox is, hey, you do not have to throw the baseball over the plate. If you can nibble around the edges and expand, they will chase.
Scotty Pods with the Mully and Haugh Show. Scott Podsednik with an observation that I think is a trenchant one. That they don't control the zone. And baseball now, scoring runs, is all about controlling the strike zone, accepting your walks, understanding how you're being pitched, and not doing the opposing pitcher any favors, and the Sox are bad at it.
Well, and their starting pitcher last night is not doing them any favors either. When I joked about Stephen B. Smith, right now, of qualified starting pitchers, Lance Lynn has the highest ERA at 7.5. And when you are primarily a fastball pitcher and your velocity isn't quite right and your location is off, you get hit hard. And that's what the Royals did last night. They didn't waste any time. They got after Lance. He struggled. And the thing is that with each start, when you hear him talk about it, all of it makes sense. Like, and full disclosure, I love Lance Lynn. I think that he was a great signing at the time. And I think that he's a wonderful guy for them to have in their clubhouse. All of the pitchers talk about how he's helped each of them individually. But the problem is that in each of these bad starts that he's had, there's one thing. And then in another start, it's another thing. So this start, it's location. The other start, it's velocity. The other start, it's, well, they were getting soft contact hits off of me. And this was the game where I missed location and they hit me really hard. All of it sounds like excuse making at this point, which stinks because he's awesome. Like he's an awesome pitcher. He's fun to watch, and him being able to manipulate and shape 4 different fastballs.
This is feeling a little like Dallas Keuchel.
Yes.
It's feeling like, you just wait for things to happen. The barrel percentage against, and the cool Fangraphs has all this StatCast stuff at your fingertips right now. The barrel percentage against is 10.1. That's the 10th worst in all of Major League Baseball. People are barreling him up. And his hard hit percentage is around 40%. Guess who's leading all of MLB? And this is not a good thing.
Okay.
But leading by a mile, leading all of MLB with a hard hit percentage of 53%.
Michael Kopech.
Dylan Cease.
Oh, that's
number 1 in hard hit percentage.
I was figuring because of the disproportionate way that his first start went against the Giants that it was Kopech. Because every ball that got hit in that game was hit hard.
Yep.
Huh.
That's terrifying.
I want to go back to something, Dan, and this is something that to keep in your mind as a baseball fan, as a White Sox fan. A couple weeks ago, we talked with Tom Verducci, and he dropped something on us that you should keep when you're watching, especially older pitchers.
Last year, if you broke down ERAs by age groups, the group that had the best ERA was 36 and above. This year, they have the worst ERA. There's no doubt in my mind it's affected them for a couple of reasons. Number one, you can no longer control the pace of the game. That's done by a clock. A veteran pitcher, knows how to slow a game down, to walk off the back of the mound in a long inning. Look at Dylan Cease the other day. He had a 35-pitch first inning. Back in the day, like last year, you could walk off the mound. You can just take a lot of time between pitches. It's almost like a basketball team that's on a run. You call a timeout and slow the game down. You can't do that.
Lance Lynn will be 36 tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Lance.
Links.
It's sad. It's really sad. So to speak to what I'm talking about, let's listen to Lance Lynn. And you can hit the bingo card on his post game from last night to see what he's telling you went wrong in this start.
A lot of mistakes in the middle of the plate. I couldn't get the ball elevated when I needed to, and then when I tried to go down, it was in the middle of the plate too. So a lot of things were thigh high, and they made me pay for it. A lot of hits in a row. And then, kind of kept occurring as the game went on with the 2 homers. So, just not good.
During the stretch that you've had, uncharacteristic, you look at your numbers overall, has it been location? Is that what you've seen? Or has it been a little bit of everything?
It could be a little bit of everything. I mean, I think last game I gave up 3 runs with about the softest contact as you possibly can get. So right now, when I make a mistake, it's hit hard. When I make a good pitch, it's doinked in. So, I just got to, regroup here, make some adjustments, and be better. There's no other way to say it.
Do you kind of know what's happening, mechanically or delivery-wise when you're in those stretches where you're struggling a little bit, as you described just now?
Yeah, I mean, you know what you got to do. Sometimes it just doesn't go where you need to, or it doesn't go your way. Like I said, you can make good pitches, and they get hits, and then you make bad pitches. Right now, when I make a bad pitch, it's costing me runs, or it's hit hard. Sometimes you get away with those; they pop them up, or things like that. Right now, that's not happening.
I keep saying it is early in the season, but it's time for this team to start chipping away a little bit, right?
Yeah, we've won our last 2 series. We win tomorrow. We push this one, so that's called chipping away.
Had a lot of career of consistency throughout. Do you kind of know the path back to getting where you want to be out of this stretch?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at my first so many starts last year, there were 2, so hopefully I can kind of right the ship like that. That's my goal, that's my plan, and that's what I'm intending to do.
Here's to Lance Lynn for his level of accountability.
Absolutely.
And for standing in front of reporters and microphones and talking about it when it's maybe the nadir of his career to date. So that's very professional of him to.
It's why he's like, it's so rough to like criticize a guy like that because he knows.
But the problem is on a good team, on a well-built team, this is what's so symbolic. Is on a well-built team, you say, okay, once this, we've got arms waiting, just waiting for their shot. And if this guy can't cut it, all right, okay, get him out of there. We're going to get somebody up here who's absolutely just raring to go. But we hadn't had room for him because we had these extended contracts for veterans in the window, in the win now time. This is for what we tanked. So we're going to spend the money. We're going to get the veteran, the crusty, knowledgeable old salt. And if he can't do it, there's somebody who's ready to jump in. That guy's not here. There's no organizational depth. And an over-reliance on this guy in this era at this time, pitch clock, everything. And now what are you going to do? Davis Martin?
Well, he's been missing too. Like I don't know if Davis Martin is even thrown for like the last month or so.
But there's just no, you can't. There's nothing there. Another team would be like, okay, it's a perfect time to give somebody else a shot. You phantom DL him. This might be a perfect time to say your arm is sore,
your back hurts,
You do a phantom DL stint, and you bring up this live arm that's ready to go.
The worst part about this, as it pertains to Lance, is the fact that his contract that's what it was. His contract was, there's the winning window.
It was like the John Lester deal where it's like, now it's time. We're hitting the accelerator here. It's on.
You got to take advantage of and they got it right. Like Rick got it right with, let's bring in this guy who's still got a lot left. And he gave you 2 pretty solid years. You can't expect a guy like that, you can't expect him to continue to reinvent himself because we know what he does, what his arm allows him to do to manipulate his fastball. But once that velocity starts to go, unless he's like going to get super crafty and develop like some sort of crazy curveball or start being a knuckleball pitcher, once he loses velocity, there's no chance because it's not like he's pumping 99 or 100. It's well-located fastballs and sinkers.
With movement, yes.
With movement.
Where everything moves.
But if you're throwing 92 and it doesn't move, it's going to get hit.
And it's middle on the dong. Major league hitters are going to barrel it up. And the numbers say they're barreling it up. If 10% of batted ball outcomes are barrels, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Would you look up his BABIP? Because he seemed to be making an argument for BABIP. Oh, I get beat. When I throw pitches, they hit them hard. And sometimes when I throw good pitches, they doink them in there. Is there anything in his BABIP that says that he might be right?
Well, I will tell you that yes and no.
Okay.
Because the BABIP he's giving up is 364, when his career average is 299. However,
he's 36.
BABIP is a function of hard hit percentage. That's what it tells you. Where your batting average of balls in play is going to be higher when those balls are being hit harder. And that's exactly what's happening. If you start looking at his contact percentages, his hard hit percentage overall this year is 38%. Last year it was 32%. The year before it was 27%. The career number is 31. So there could be luck in there, but you also have to suss out the fact that a ball in play hit harder is more likely to be a successful one for the batter.
It's not good. And that leads us to today. That leads to Lance saying, hey, look, we won our last 2 series, and if we win tomorrow, we have an opportunity to split. That's chipping away. Well, now you're in a situation where in May, you're talking about important games against the Kansas City Royals. That's not good. We'll explain why when we come back. Next, it's Bernstein and Holmes here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670.
We're like, but y'all, we're still going to keep playing hard though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be Swaggy No Legs.
Yes.
The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk.
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it. Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Okay. No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot. Yeah. Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore.
It looked early they were going to get to Keller, but then the guys started expanding their strike zones, something like that, and it ends with a 9-1 defeat. Kansas City's taken 2 of the first 3 with a day game tomorrow. So not a lot went right tonight, but it's a short turnaround. Get your rest, and I will see you then.
Wake up! Yeah, there were some bad swings. That guy Quas is funky, man. And Luis Robert had a swing and a slider. He must have missed by 1.5 feet.
Yeah, but I'm not that mad at Luis because he's been actually really hitting lately. So that's good.
Yep.
That's a good thing. But the Royals are beguiling to the White Sox. Even the fact that you have to be in a situation where you go, oh, this is important that the White Sox don't lose 3 out of 4 to the Royals. That's upsetting.
Yeah, that's what sucks. Is that it is May 11th, which, by the way, helicopter day. Happy helicopter day.
Why is it helicopter day?
You don't know?
No.
The final act of Goodfellas takes place on May 11th, 1980.
Oh.
So when Henry Hill is hurrying around trying to get the pasta sauce made and the babysitter has to get her lucky hat and all of that's happening, is making the meat sauce, and Harry Nielsen's Dance Into the Fire is playing. That's May 11th.
Are you the only person who celebrates this, or
I saw a couple people on Twitter. I don't know. It's just because they have the card that comes up and it says May 11th, 1980, and his face is all waxy and sweaty, and he's got the illegal guns he's dropping off that aren't any good. I mean, you know it well.
Okay,
but that is May 11th, so it's helicopter day, and the fact that on this day you're rooting as a White Sox fan, the situation that this team has put you in through no fault of your own, other than your original sin of liking this team, other than whatever cosmic injustice has visited this upon your soul. Today, you are rooting for Mike Clevenger to help you salvage a split at Kansas City.
It doesn't feel great.
That's where you are.
And if you lose today, won't you be tied, or you'll be right there with them as far as games back go?
Yeah. Or close therein, because the Sox are 13. Is that right? 13-25?
Yeah, okay. 13-25, and Kansas City's 11-27. Those are some great win percentages there.
There's 124 games left.
I love it when you do math. I love it when you analyze.
I hate this.
So what number are you trying to get them to now?
There's 124 games left.
And
okay? 13-25.
85?
Are we looking for 85 wins?
Let's say 85 wins.
85 wins.
So they need to win 72 of those games.
72. So 124 minus 72 is 2 and 52. They have to go 72 and 52 from here on in.
Think it's possible to get to 85? To get to 85.
To get to 85 wins, they have to go 72 and 52 starting today.
They got to play 20 games over.
Yes. They have to play 20 games over to get to 85 wins.
You have no starting depth.
Right.
And
some of your ace is bad.
That's
the problem here.
Your ace is not bad. Your ace is not
pitching poorly.
good.
Your ace is pitching poorly right now. Like
Lucas is pitching fine.
Fine. But the guy you were counting on to be an absolute killer, like last year, nobody could hit him.
Right.
I didn't game out any scenario about the White Sox this year that involved Dylan Cease being this bad.
Yeah, the regression for Dylan Cease has been troubling. And when you add that to Kopech still hasn't taken like the big step.
He's still a cipher.
Like he's fine, but it's like he hasn't taken that big step to you can count on him in the middle of your rotation. Lucas, after losing the 27 pounds that he put on last year, looks like he's figured some things out, at least for now. He's been your most consistent starter. And then you have Clevenger that is like he's whatever, and Lynn, who's terrible. Who has the worst ERA of any qualified starting pitcher in baseball. And you got no help. No one's coming to help you unless you go get help from the outside. And anything that you do now is bargain basement stuff. Anything that Rick can do now to try and add a starter is there's a guy who maybe was so hurt that no one would touch him. There's not a lot of answers, but that goes back to the way that your team was built. And it also, like, we talk about it, and I know people get mad when we bring it up. Like, those 2 lost years are so significant because of players like Lance Lynn, because you were counting on them being the people that were going to foster all of those wins and foster really good quality starts until you got Michael Kopech settled, until you got Garrett Crochet and figured out exactly what he was and whether he was going to be a starter or in your bullpen. And the answer has been neither, because he's hurt.
There's a great text here. The 630 says, Dan doing the math for the White Sox record. Sox math.
Hey, Sox math. I'm turning into a Sox math guy.
I got a video.
I got bodies in a pit in my basement.
I wanted to show you guys my basement. It's got Harold Baines. And I got a poster, and he signed it.
Steve, can I show you my private parts at the end of the video? What do you think?
Now back to you, Jason and Steve.
Thank you so much. So the 630 texter here says, Dan doing the math for the Sox reminds me of an insomniac looking at the clock to figure if I fall asleep right now, I can get 4 hours of sleep. The same feeling of desperation is palpable.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's the worst, isn't it? Isn't that the worst? Like, well, my alarm is set for 6:40.
The bargaining that you make with yourself, because you're trying to be like, I need to sleep and I need to function. I have a rule. I'm like, my rule is
if you're within an hour, you get up.
Well, no, my rule is if I get to a certain time on the clock and I can't get to sleep, I just call off. Like, it doesn't happen very often.
Just bail?
Because you haven't gotten a phone call from me like being like, I'm not going to be here. But and that actually lifts
you're saying call off of work.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I'm gonna figure this out.
Yep. And then that lifts the anxiety, and then you go to sleep. It's really weird.
Wow. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, you go, 3:45? Nah, that's it. Like you.
Yeah, if it's around, if it's like 3:45, and I'll try one of like the ASMR sleep sound videos.
Those aren't sleep videos.
Well, not the weird ones, not the super creepy sexualized
He's
ones.
a super creep, super creep. He's super creepy, yow.
But not because those there's some odd stuff out there, man. When you start going down those rabbit holes, like you might like this, like no, I don't think I like that. But like this guy, the French Whisperer, who does these long histories and like science sort of stuff, and it's kind of boring, and you just drift off. Last night was like a history of the Knights Templar.
Oh,
yeah, and it's anything. He does the Crusades. He does like ancient Aztec histories, and he's got he does it in different languages. Sometimes I'll listen to him do it actually in French.
Oh, great!
And not understand a word of it. But the sound of it, just in whatever it is in French, because it just lulls you to sleep.
The problem is like some of that stuff I actually find really interesting, and then I'm like, I want to listen to this, and that's not the point.
Yeah, but it's the way it's delivered. There's sort of a cadence to it that really helps like change your brainwaves a little bit. I recommend it highly. There's some really good stuff. But if that doesn't work, then I just get up.
So the White Sox have a starter have one starter who has a 6 ERA. Kopech. You got another guy who's got 7.5. What's Clevenger at this point? Look, he's got to be in the mid 4s or low 5s, right?
Yeah. No.
Net 4.84.
Oh, awesome.
On Clevenger. And then you've got Cease trying to figure some stuff out and Lucas being steady. I do like the idea. I actually think that from now on, after losses, you should continue to do the math. 85 is the benchmark, and every day you should have to do the math.
I don't.
Dan does math.
No, I don't like math. I hate it, in fact, and I'm bad at it, and that's why I'm not wealthy.
We could just change it.
I haven't found a way to invent something and create algorithms or apps or something.
this can be our Sox math. Every day. We come in here after a loss, we do Sox math.
How many do we need to get to 85?
85 is the number, and we'll have to lower that number to 83 at some point. And then we can just do it.
Yeah, today, I gotta do some math. I'm gonna do the math. I'm gonna make small incisions in my abdomen with a kitchen knife. How do you think of this? For every loss, I make another incision.
I notch one.
He can be cut up, man.
I have my kids wear players that they've never heard of before.
Hey, Steve.
And they got those jerseys.
Hey, Jason. I'm developing the wounds of Christ.
Back to you, Jason and Steve.
I'm going to go down to the basement and eat rats.
That's what I'm doing for my Sox math video today. Hey, Jason and Steve. Today, welcome to Jackass on Sox math. Today, I'm going to eat rats. Here we go. Back to you, Jason and Steve.
Thanks, Tom from Midlothian. Let's talk some Bears when we come back. Brad Biggs gave us a list of edge rusher possibilities. You know what the list is? Bad. Bad. But it's a list.
This is the official radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
Swing and a miss. Strike three, and the Cubs win the ball game.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live.
As level-headed as anybody is going to be when it comes down to being a pro. He was that way at Tennessee. One story, for instance, is a lot of people question, even I did initially, it's like, why is Darnell moving from left tackle to right tackle? Well, this was the thing. We had a transfer kid from Florida that came to Tennessee that only played left tackle. Darnell's mindset was this. Look, he only plays left tackle. I've played left and right, and you heard him say he can move up and down the line. He said, for us to be good, keep him at left tackle and move me to right tackle. That's the type of guy that you're getting, knowing he would have probably been an even higher pick he'd had more higher praise had he stayed at left tackle. So that ought to tell you what type of teammate, what type of team-first guy you're getting in this type of individual in Darnell Wright. And everybody's known about Will Anderson and how good he was going to be from the time he stepped on the field. So for a guy like Darnell Wright, a former five-star himself, moving over to the right side, being able to shut Will Anderson down, and for Will Anderson to give him his kudos later after the season, that says a lot about that guy, man. Darnell Wright, this, from my understanding, the people who've been close to him, and this, if you get him and you get his trust and you have the ability to pour into him, you're going to get the best guy ever. Coach Glenn Ellerbe, the new offensive line coach at Tennessee under Josh Heupel, was able to connect with this kid and let him know, hey, look, we're going to develop you. You can trust that we're going to teach you technique. We're going to be able to say what's working for you, what's not working for you. And they were able to get that five-star prospect out of him and going into his senior year. That was his biggest hiccup, is going to the University of Tennessee as a freshman. It was kind of laid out for him and handed to him. And there was a lot of back and forth, and we had a coaching change that happened at Tennessee, so it was a lot of instability. He was able to gain the trust of that staff and was able to show why he was a five-star guy coming out of high school.
Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K. The numeral 4, kids.
You want the right talent in, and then, like anything, proper value that makes sense, where I've talked about 100 times, but just you try to stay disciplined, do the right thing, not panic, and do something that's going to hurt us down the road. And I think that has paid off for us, and it'll continue to. So you're just looking for that marriage of everything to work out the way that it should, knowing that it's not going to be perfect, but for certain things to line up the right way in terms of talent, age, production, all of that.
Ryan Poles talking about what they're looking for, and he's filling in this canvas, but there are still some blank spots on there, and it's not going to be easy to build a defense without the kind of edge rush pressure that's got to be there.
And because at least in year one, like I want to give Javon his opportunity. You're dealing with a player who had played in a system that is not like yours, where a guy was 2-gapping, and now you're asking him to be the tip of the spear in a 1-gap defense. It's going to take him some. I hope it doesn't take him any time, but it sure seems like it's going to take him some time.
So here's some of the accounting that Brad Biggs did in the Tribune. So the Bears currently have 6 defensive ends. How many can you name? It's not easy. Because
Dominique Robinson.
I think I got 3.
That's all I got.
Dominique Robinson, the recently signed DeMarcus Walker.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Travis Gibson is still there.
Right. Travis Gibson's okay. He's all right.
It kind of regressed last year. He didn't take the step we expected. Free agent signee Rasheem Green and undrafted rookies Jalen Harris and DeAnthony Jones.
Okay, that's not great.
That's what they have right now. That is very much not great. Might be the worst in football.
But Dan, aren't there still free agents that are still out there?
Hold on. I'll get there. Walker projects as the starting left end in the base defense. For the time being, the opposite starter figures to be Robinson or Gibson. The Bears can add a starter in the near future or go with a designated pass rusher that they'd keep on the sideline on rundowns. I guess this is a new abbreviation, DPR.
Was Jaquan Brisker their leading sacker last year?
I believe so. I believe that is the case. Yeah, actually, that's his lead. His 4 sacks. Paced the league's last ranked pass rush in 2022.
That's not good.
No. So here are the free agents. Most of the available options, as many as 10 experienced edge defenders, are on the wrong side of 30.
Let's go through each one of them. What you got?
Frank Clark.
I wouldn't mind that, depending on what the dollars were.
3-time Pro Bowler. Made $12.3 million last year. Likely wants a big payday, and he's been arrested twice on gun charges.
Oh, well. Nope.
Okay.
Nope, that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit what they say they want.
Jadeveon Clowney, number 1 pick in 2014, 4 teams in the last 5 seasons.
I'd be interested, but health is always an issue with him.
And is he good? Because he's 30, and he's only had more than 6 sacks 3 times in 9 years.
Does play the run, though.
Okay. 34-year-old Carlos Dunlap. 14-year veteran, 100 career sacks, had 4 for the Chiefs last year.
That sounds like a Robert Quinn type signing. That I'd kind of like someone where if things go well, they might stick around for a couple of years.
Okay.
So I'm going to take Dunlap out.
Familiar name, another 30-year-old Leonard Floyd.
Well,
29 sacks over the last 3 seasons.
Playing with Aaron Donald.
But he's going to be expensive.
He is going to be expensive.
They've got the money. A properly structured deal for Leonard Floyd?
You're asking him to do a lot, and the last time that he was asked to do a lot, he didn't.
Okay.
Maybe he's in a better place as a player. Maybe this system would fit him better. That's a maybe for me.
34-year-old Justin Houston. 9.5 sacks for the Ravens last year.
I'm interested.
And Poles knows him well because the first 8 years of his career with the Chiefs.
I'm interested.
It's on the interested list. 34-year-old Melvin Ingram.
Ooh.
6 sacks for the Dolphins last year.
Interested.
28-year-old Yannick Ngakoue.
Very interested. And I think it's Yannick.
Yannick Ngakoue. At least 8 sacks every season. 9.5 last year with the Colts. 5 teams since 2019. Profiles as a designated pass rusher. Looking for a considerable payday.
I'm very interested.
Okay, that goes in the very interested pile. 33-year-old Robert Quinn.
No.
Okay.
Been there, done that. Been there, done that with this administration.
Those are the free agents. Now we get to the trade options.
Okay.
Carl Lawson, 28. The Jets have a bevy of guys at that position. He's rumored to be available.
I'm interested.
Could be a late-round pick.
I'm interested.
Okay. 31-year-old Zadarius Smith.
I'm interested.
All right. He was coming off a back injury last season. Having to trade for him and adjust his contract might be a lot. So that's your veterans. That's the full accounting.
Well, Chase Young.
Oh, he's not even on this list.
Right? They didn't pick up his 5th-year option.
Correct.
I don't know where
the
things
list
stand.
is probably just free agents, though, right? Like
Yeah.
current free agents. So yeah, that's probably why he's not there.
But trades, he went through trades too. So Chase Young would be on my list, even though he hasn't been productive. But a big reason why he hasn't been productive is because he's injured. He's got all of the stuff. Didn't we ask Bowen about him? I think we did. And he was like, yeah, I can see it, but he's got to be healthy, this is what you're doing. Like at this point in free agency where we're at the tertiary part of free agency.
I was doing the matchup show for ESPN. I did a breakdown piece on Chase Young. And when we do those shows, you have to find plays that work in the NFL, right? And sometimes it's hard with some prospects. Not with Chase Young. I mean, I had my pick of 25 pass rushers I could have used for that show, for that 1-minute breakdown, because he has high-level traits in terms of his first step, quickness off the ball, his ability to bend, his ability to rush with speed to power. He has all the traits you want. That's why he's a top 5 pick. But injuries happen. And injuries, what they do in the NFL is they derail development because you're not playing. And I've always said to get better, you have to play. Simple as that. To be better at free throws, Dan, what do? You shoot free throws, right?
You shoot them when you're tired.
Right, exactly. And the same thing with football. You have to play. You have to play in high-level situations where your heart rate starts to climb, and you have to manage that stress and still lean on your technique, still lean on your counters, still lean on your development. But without those reps, you don't have it. But in terms of what the prospect was, Lawrence, and what he is now, you still have the traits that you want to coach and put into a system.
Considering what this front office has shown us with their drafting, wouldn't that be depending on what the compensation was? I don't want the Bears to make it so that they can't do stuff later on. But you picked up a 4th-round pick for the trade, the Jalen Carter thing. Why not? If that's the asking price,
I gotta trust the motor.
But the traits, though, right? Like they're big on traits.
No doubt.
They're big on relative athletic score. I would imagine that Chase Young would score very high, like even now on that. Depending on what the compensation would be, I would be interested in having a conversation.
Sure. I just don't know about the motor. That guy flying off that edge has to want to rip your head off every single time.
How long into this will you start to be concerned if the defense isn't built?
That's a good question. If I see signs that it's building, if we see that maybe they've got someone other than Justin Jones who's rotating in at the 3 technique, who you sit up on your couch and go, ooh.
Because I like a lot of their parts on the outside, but the stuff that you really need, you don't have.
Yeah, the only thing you have is linebacking right now.
I think that their back 4 is pretty solid. I like their back 4. I guess technically their back 5. Because
your nickel is a starter.
Yeah, Kyler is going to be inside. So
I mean, look, we don't know if the rookie out of Miami can play.
I don't know that, but I know that the other guy can.
Yes,
and you'll have to make a decision financially on that too if you're the Bears. I like their safeties, and I like their linebacking. I like the choices that they have at linebacker right now. But you can have all that. The guys that rush the passer are critical.
You call it the point of the
Obviously.
spear for a reason.
Yeah.
And that you can have the greatest handle of your spear of all time, but if the point's dull, you're not going to be very good at spearing.
Now, maybe if your offense clicks, it doesn't matter as much. If you go through these stretches where you are averaging 25, 27 points a game, maybe it doesn't matter as much. But for Eberflus, a guy that's all about this, that this is his whole thing, you would expect that he would get the defensive line part to protect his linebackers a little bit, and they don't have that yet. So if we go through a whole season of that not being the case, and they'll have, I think they're going to have a high pick from the Panthers, because I don't think that they're going to be very good. I worry about, like, you got to get those guys up front. I hate to sound like a meatball caller, but it's the truth.
You sound like Doug.
I really like what they did defensively this offseason, except for the most important part.
And here's the thing. If you like their back five, you shouldn't want them to have to work so hard.
Correct.
Even if you like them. Even a really talented secondary can't cover all day.
Yeah.
You're asked to jam and stay with that first move and know where your help is. But if they're running around crazy back there and the quarterback is just standing there filing his nails, I mean, it doesn't matter how good they are.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that they get some help. And I don't hate, when we talked about this in the pre-show, I was like, And the more we discuss like the edge rushers, the more I'm like, I don't hate it. Like, I don't hate the list. There are definitely players there that are available for them that if they want to take a chance on, I'd be okay with them taking a chance on it. But your two defensive tackles that you drafted, they kind of have to work. Like, you made a commitment, and Gervon Dexter and Zach Pickens need to be people who make a difference quickly, or else you're going to expose the guys that are in your linebacking core and in your back five.
This segment is brought to you by Grainger, official partner of the Chicago Cubs and Wrigley Field. Find supplies and solutions for every industry at Grainger.com. And if you're a big Bears fan and you want to know all about the schedule release, there is a special schedule release show tonight. Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron from 6 to 9 p.m. Gabe and Anthony will react to the 2023 NFL schedule release, and they'll talk Bears with you. So tune in, 670 The Score in the Odyssey app, starting at 6. The schedule release show is brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Have you figured out how we're going to talk about the schedule that hasn't been fully leaked, but has been partially leaked?
No, I never know how to... It's a schedule of games, and we don't know how good any of the teams are.
And we already knew who the opponents were.
Right.
Like that to me is the weirdest part about schedule release, is if it were a reveal of these are the teams that you're playing, that has more juice to it, but you've known for years which team the Bears are going to play at home and which teams the Bears are going to play on the road. Now it's just a matter of when. When are they going to play those teams?
NFL content knows no bounds.
We got a guy texting us like if we're going to talk about the leaks. Okay. Sure. Like,
we're fired up about that.
Sure. We're going to talk about how supposedly the Bears schedule is bookend by the Packers.
Okay.
And you know what? We're going to do a whole segment of it next here on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by...
When we spoke with you, he was your favorite guy. I mean, that's where we first kind of started debating him as a possibility. And I think we just played that cut where you said... You move him. He's a right tackle. You move him into the right. You keep Braxton Jones on the left. They got a free agent lineman, Nate Davis, and then you battle away, and suddenly you got 5, and you're maybe improving a little bit from a year ago.
Oh yeah, no, this is the right move. It's the right move. They got to fix that. They had to fix that position. Tevin Jenkins, I think, can play right guard. Nate Davis at left guard. I mean, you could let those guys battle it out right now. But I think they got their right tackle for the long term. And then, look, they were a very good running football team last year, and obviously Justin helps them. And you hope that he doesn't have to run so much this year. And then you say, okay, now we've got a wall to protect Justin Fields where he can keep his eyes down the field. All right, he's not worried about leakage. Look, Darnell's still got to learn, but when I watch him and study him, one of the things, I don't want to compare him to Trent Williams. Nobody's Trent Williams. But he does some things that Trent Williams does with his hands that you have to be very confident to do, to knock defensive linemen's hands down and to get them off balance, to control them. And I saw him do it throughout his career at Tennessee, and I didn't see anybody else in his whole business do it. Skoronski a little bit, but not like Darnell. Part of it is his length. Part of it is his confidence in his base, that if he would miss that with his hands, like he's got enough girth and base to him that you're not going to run him over. And so, and I just like his mentality. Like, you could just tell, not just a tough guy, but a guy that, enjoys a good fight. And I felt like that's the thing that separated him with me from everybody else in this draft at that position.
Great to talk to you last night on the draft show, Baldy. I thought your insight was excellent. And what you say about Darnell Wright, I think is very interesting, because there were 4 offensive tackles that we were spent the last several months talking about and evaluating. And Darnell Wright is the one the Bears ended up with, and seemed like the one they were fixated on. We talk a lot about doing free agency with Orlando Brown Jr., scheme-specific fits, guys who were perfect for the scheme. Obviously, the Bears must feel like he fits this scheme, because they wouldn't have drafted him at 10 if they didn't. What is it about his skill set that fits this scheme?
Well, I mean, he's a very good pass blocker, and he's got great, all the measurables you're looking for, whether it's length, girth, power. He's 340 pounds, but yet, he ran a 5.5 40. I mean, it's just unusual. And where that comes in handy and where you need that is all backside cutoffs or getting to the second level. Because you're not going to be a good running team unless you get the second level of linebackers and safeties blocked. And you need linemen that can get there. And so, the way you watch him run and then move big bodies. You watch him move Jalen Carter, against Georgia. Like, he can move big NFL-sized bodies. And, there's some schemes. You go to the 49ers, and they're not exactly driving guys off the ball. It's his own scheme.
Bernstein and Holmes. Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Packers suck.
Well, you're obviously going to see them twice a year. And who knows? Like, a conventional wisdom would tell you that, yes, the Packers are going to suck.
Can I ask you this? Where's Scoops Parkins? Isn't this his day?
Yeah, he's usually the guy that. But like now, that's now become. It's now become very vogue to. I've also got a leak on the Falcons and who they will be playing in Week 6. Okay. You're never going to believe who they are going to play. Is it the Carolina Panthers? How did you guess that?
How could you possibly have known? So there's a texter who says, I go to one Bears road game every year.
Okay.
I look forward to it so I can start booking flights and hotels. Can I ask a quick question just for my own edification?
Sure.
What percentage of Bears fans do this? How many Bears fans annually make a road trip?
I would say a lot because they're usually one of the best road visitors. Like, that's one thing that I noticed in covering the team.
But to do it as a destination, one thing it's I know there's a lot of Bears fans, so you happen to live in that city and you're a Bears fan, and I know they go to a game, but when I covered the team, there would always be a group, there'd be some fans at the hotel that liked to stay at the team hotel and would just kind of be around in the lobby. That always happened. I really wonder how many Bears fans say this is just something that we do.
I know Gabe Ramirez does it every year.
He picks a road game?
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
He went to Dallas last year, I believe.
Here are the away games for this season. Cleveland, Kansas City, Los Angeles for the Chargers.
Nice.
New Orleans for the Saints.
Oh, yeah.
Tampa Bay for the Buccaneers.
Okay.
And Washington for the Commanders.
No, I mean,
some good trips there. Last year was like a bad year for trips on the road for the Bears.
It depends. Are you traveling with kids? Are you traveling with the bros? And those are all very different trips. Because if you're with kids, I mean, going to Washington is always, you should always have a Washington trip in there.
Yeah, there's a lot to do there. But sometimes what you want is you want to get away from how bad things are weather-wise in November and December. So if you're playing Tampa Bay in the first week of December, that sounds great. Mm-hmm. It sounds like a wonderful trip. I think New Orleans is a wonderful trip no matter when you go.
As long as you don't stay too long. Long weekend is enough.
Yeah, you can get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. And,
it's also the truth is that is a legitimately dangerous city.
There are parts of it that are dangerous.
Yeah, compared to Chicago, all the stuff about Chicago, that's.
But that's the thing. Like, the parts that people are going to be hanging out in, whether we're talking Bourbon Street or Magazine Street, I'm more of a Magazine Street guy.
Garden District.
Yeah, the Garden District. I'm more of a Magazine Street guy at this point in my life. That's where I like to go. Mm-hmm. You can have a great time there. The food, but to me, I'm not even looking at it from a danger standpoint. I'm looking at it as everything you want is available. Mm-hmm. And you can drink outside and you can drink till you're just disgusting.
All I want.
And the food.
Yeah, and now I feel guilty about my favorite food there.
Which is?
The turtle soup.
Oh, because of Chonkosaurus?
Yeah.
Make a good bowl or plenty of bowls.
I went the last time I was there. We went to Paul Prudhomme's place. We went to Commander's Palace, and what was the third? And Arnaud's, another Brennan restaurant. I got turtle soup at all three places. It just as like a pilgrimage.
Oh, I didn't mention the teams in the division as away opponents because you knew that already. But if Detroit is early in the season, I would highly recommend you go. I'm a proponent of Detroit. I think downtown Detroit right now is popping. The last 2 times that I've gone there, I've been like, had a great time. Had an absolute great time. So, depending on what it is, maybe you can even match it up with a White Sox Tigers series.
Tigers are playing well.
They're in second place, and we put dirt on Javier Baez a little too quickly. He has been very good offensively. So
you pointed that out.
But I'd like Minneapolis. Minneapolis. I'm a fan of Minnie.
Janet?
Mm-hmm. Very good. Escapade.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why she sings that in Escapade, because that's some of the places you would escapade to.
It might be a Prince thing.
Shout out to Prince, maybe?
Yeah, probably. Considering the timing and that was my thought.
So, and Green Bay, for all the things that people say about it, I always enjoyed my time going to Green Bay.
As a novelty. You don't really, I mean, the whole trip is a thing and the parking.
I would say that if you wanted to make a weekend out of it, I would say go up and go to Madison and then drive from Madison to Green Bay.
That's not exactly
I know,
way.
but I'm saying you're not going to stay in Green Bay, are you?
Stay in Appleton like I did.
No one wants to stay in Appleton. So go to one of the most beautiful cities in the Midwest, Madison, Wisconsin. Hang out there. Maybe you catch a Badgers game on Saturday. And
Madison's great.
And then you go to a Bears-Packers game on Sunday.
We were there in the middle of the winter for a hockey tournament. And even midwinter,
yes,
you could see why it is such a destination
it's
collegiately.
Gorgeous.
All the ice fishermen were out on Mendota right there by campus. We walked out all the way out to the lake and then looked back and everything because the sun was shining. It was but that
I saw some list. There was some crazy list about Big Ten cities, and Madison's number one. It should be number one.
As far as actual cities?
Yeah, the city where the school resides. Because obviously Northwestern has an advantage because it has Chicago. Maryland has an advantage because it's not far from D.C. But as far as the city that the school resides in, Madison's a place you want to spend a weekend. Maybe a week.
Madison reminds me of Chapel Hill a little bit. Just how you have the school is integrated into an actual city. But it's not a city. But you've got there's that. What's the street? Is it State Street that goes up to the Capitol and then back to campus? It's sort of on the diagonal there with all the little shops and cafes and everything. You can see why that's just why college students just want to go there for that scene.
It's picturesque. It's historic. You're there in the Capitol. It's really beautiful. It's got great restaurants around it. It's a cool place, but I felt like I saw a list where Champaign was high on it, and I was like, I don't know if this person has been to Champaign.
Ugh.
No diss. I'm saying compared to the rest of it would be low on my list. It wouldn't be last because I think Happy Valley would probably be last
for all kinds of reasons.
Champagne's closer to Macomb than it is anything else. As a place, it's basically the university and then a slightly larger city than Macomb.
Yeah, I know some of this is biased from when I was a teenager and we went down there.
Man, I just got some bad news here. We were talking about New Orleans, how in New Orleans neighborhoods, and the 773 said the Marinine neighborhood is where it's at in New Orleans. And I've been there, and I said, is that where Praline Connection is? Which is a soul food place, New Orleans soul food in the Marigny. And he said, yes, it is, but it's permanently closed.
Oh, that's too bad.
They closed Praline Connection?
That's really too bad.
Oh, my God. The best fried chicken livers. Incredible fried chicken livers, and they made their homemade head cheese. A spicy homemade head cheese there. Big, sort of gelatinous, globular, awesome, umami, fantastic. Damn it.
Well, speaking of the Big Ten towns and Bears trips, that's another thing you could do. You know what's great? Ann Arbor is great, and it's on the way. If you wanted to drive to Detroit, it's on the way, and you can have a fun time there too. That's why I'm like, well, I saw that list, I was like, what? Who in the world would it? I would put Champaign ahead of Happy Valley. I would probably put it ahead of Bloomington, but it's close.
See, so many of these places I've not been to. I've never been to Bloomington. I've never been to Happy Valley.
I actually find West Lafayette kind of charming.
I've passed that exit a million times, but I've never actually turned off. We're all It's West Lafayette. There's one exit where it's like all the hotels and the big commercial turnoff there, and I've just never made my way down.
Yeah, after you're done with all of the windmills that are falling on Studs' house.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was just one. That was
Not
a
on my
one-off.
house. Not on my house. It didn't fall on anything. It fell near the high school.
Where you went to school.
By the way, the
It's a
630
huge waste of time, that whole thing, by the way.
Janet
Wind
Jackson.
farming?
No, not
Oh.
that particular windmill. Ended
wasn't a
up
farm.
being a big waste.
Was it for Jimmy Jam and Terry
Yes.
Lewis? Are they from Minneapolis?
Janet Jackson shouts out Minneapolis in Escapade for Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, who produced the 1814 album.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Minneapolis!
Because they were part of that whole scene there, the whole First Avenue scene, right?
Well, man, when you really think about like the Minneapolis sound and all the different people that were doing, like, the incredible part is Prince made an epic album and sold it to all sorts of people, but specifically sold it to black people without there being any bass. Like, that's incredible.
And then he also, there was like Morris Day and the Time was part of his.
Yeah, you know,
right?
he's puppet mastering like all of that stuff, and now I'm going to create this girl group, and then I'm going to create this girl group, and here's, you know, they that sound is really, really interesting. And
I never thought about that, a lack of bass in the music.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. It's a lot of synth. It's a lot of lead guitar.
It's a lot of very trebly lead guitar too, crisp. It's not like fuzzy, distorted Hendrixy.
There's a rap group that I like from Minneapolis called Atmosphere that they always talk about growing up, or Sludge, right? Sludge always talks about how their music was obviously counter to the Minneapolis sound, but he always laughs at people who from there that act like they weren't into it. Like, he's like, man, I saw all of y'all. I saw all of you. I saw what you were dressed like. I saw how you had your hair. You were doing all of this stuff.
New Atmosphere album this week.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Oh, they're still doing it, man. Slug and Ant.
Good question for the
Smart
262,
went crazy.
Lawrence. Is Madison still your number one Big Ten city when USC and UCLA join?
Well, probably. I don't like Los Angeles, so like it's never called me.
Right.
So probably it's, and where UCLA's campus is nicer than where USC's is, right?
I think that's right. I don't know that I haven't been to either one, because last time I was in LA, I was pretty much just in Santa Monica the whole time, stomping grounds of our guy Cody Decker.
But I will say that does add an element of destination. Like, if you're a Big Ten fan, now you get an opportunity to go see your team play at the Rose Bowl. That's exciting. That's a venue that I've never been to, that I need to do this stuff. I keep talking about like wanting to go to the women's softball World Series, because that looks like it's a blast. And I want to go see an Army-Navy game. The Rose Bowl is one of those places where I haven't been. It should be a place that I have gone.
I also want to make sure that while we're talking about Big Ten cities, that from what I have heard from people I know and like,
Rutgers, you like Piscataway?
Des Moines. What's been going on in the downtown?
But that's Iowa City is where Iowa is, not Des Moines.
But how far is that from Des Moines?
I think it's relative.
I thought that was the closest like big city.
I think it's
because Iowa State, is it? Because Iowa State's in Ames. I thought Iowa was closer to Des Moines.
It's 2 hours away.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, forget it then. I thought it was much closer than that.
But yes, you're right about what
I heard that downtown Des Moines was getting.
Des Moines has become a thing.
Yeah. It's like an arts destination and all that. Okay, I didn't know that Iowa State was that far away.
Yeah.
It's not near anything.
No.
Oh, that kind of blows.
Yeah, so it's probably last.
Yeah, Iowa City.
And I've been to Piscataway because DePaul used to be in the conference with Rutgers. There's absolutely nothing there.
And I've been to
then
Lincoln, Nebraska.
You got to deal with the turnpike and people wanting to pump your gas. And
yeah, Rutgers is kind of gross. Maryland's nice.
College Park is beautiful.
Oh, so Ames is near Des Moines. Ames is a half an hour. Okay, I guess I had it backwards. Iowa State's closer to Des Moines then. Okay.
You could go be with Fred.
What's that, Fred? Reach back to the hotel.
I've never been to Lincoln.
Yeah.
No?
Nah.
I've been to Omaha. Omaha!
Like Omaha.
Me too.
Love Omaha, actually.
When we went there to DePaul was playing Creighton, I was like, you know what? Omaha's all right.
You're probably staying near the arena.
Yeah,
There's all sorts of stuff going on down there off of Dodge Street. Yeah.
We had a weird thing, though, where we were staying in the hotel that was like right next to the arena, but the team had to like get on the bus to like go into the parking lot. And I was like, why aren't we just walking over there?
That happened to me. We were in Vermilion, South Dakota, playing the University of South Dakota. I was traveling with Western's basketball team. We stayed at the hotel. Miserable town. It's just miserable.
Really?
But it's terrible. It's like Macomb, but smaller and in South Dakota.
I had a great night in Rapid City, out in the Black Hills.
You hit up White Castle afterwards, or Crystal?
Happy Chef. Or that might have been Sioux Falls for Happy Chef. But the city emptied out. Rapid City was just nobody there. It's a cowboy town. It's like being in Tombstone. And we were drunk, and Ralph Sampson and I were just walking down the middle of the street looking for food. Like, we gotta get something to eat, man. Like, Ralph, help us out. What do we got here? It's not like we get on our phones and we just started walking until we found a Happy Chef. Let's get some eggs, man.
So anyway, Vermilion, the hotel is the only hotel in town, probably, is like literally across the street from the arena, basically. I could see it.
A working brothel?
It might have been. I don't know. Who knows what was going on in that town? And so, like, it's all bus time is whatever today. And I'm like, really? It's right there. I can just walk over.
But
not an issue.
I guess there are like security rules and stuff. I don't know. I just thought it was weird.
I kind of get it for the team, but like we always rode over with the team. I was like, I might just walk over today. You know, I'm not worried about bus time today.
I've never heard of Vermilion.
It's awful.
All right, so wait.
You don't need to go
before we take a break, or I guess we could talk about this later on in the show. Let's all pick a place a sports place off the beaten path that we've been to that you would recommend to people. All right.
What defines it as a sports place? Somewhere we went because of sports?
Yeah, some place where you ended up.
So any cow town that I've been to, the minor leagues, anywhere?
Anywhere that you've been sports-wise that you would say, you know, if you've got a little extra income and you want to have a good time, go to blank. Strangely enough, go to blank. Ray, have you been to enough sports places?
I haven't. I'm not very well traveled, so I feel like this will be good for me, people like me, and maybe like the Chonkosaurus guys that maybe don't go anywhere. Stay in Chicago. We don't go anywhere. We're just here for Chonkosaurus.
Look at that beast. Hey, how you doing, guy? You look good.
How about this? We can put it inside the segment where we do the hangover follow-up.
Okay.
All right?
I got to think about it.
You got it now.
I've been everywhere, man. So there's...
Yeah,
bunch.
You've got a ton.
Does Mexico City count?
Sure.
All right.
And they just play baseball down there, right? And that's where I saw the line on the runs line for that first game, and it was 15.5. And I was like, that's crazy. No. And then the game ended up being, I think they scored 26 runs in the game.
They're hitting 550-foot homers.
7,500 feet or something like that?
Yeah.
All right, so think about that for the next hour. But what's coming up in high noon?
We have sentencing for the weights and fish guys.
Breaking news on high noon is next here on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Dansby Swanson.
Swanson drives one in the air. Left field, back near the wall. It's got a chance. That ball is gone.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out, because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an x-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish. There we go. Out of here. Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to
jail. He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw he cut and then the guy like reached in, there was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights in fish!
We got weights in fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it,
Like,
maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment. Like when you... I was amazed by it. You cut into like, and drop like the sound.
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights in fish! There we go!
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this as well. They should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights in fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages.
And
then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights in fish! There we go!
Radio 670 The Score. And 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
It's high noon time on this Thursday, so we spent a lot of time talking about what's wrong with the White Sox and the situation they've put us in where, now what are we rooting for? Well, it's really important that you root for Mike Clevenger to help the White Sox salvage a split of a series against the Royals. So White Sox.
Yep.
We went through a list of potential Bears veteran edge rush possibilities. Couple names on there that are okay, and the rest are not. Also talked a little bit about the schedule release and destination sports travel, and people like, yeah, I want to know where I'm going because we go every year, and apparently a lot of you do, so that's cool.
There wasn't a lot of fun inside of last night's White Sox game, but there was some, and it had to do with a mascot I think, and there was a call back last night by Jason Benetti on the mascot, so you might see that mascot this afternoon if you're watching the White Sox-Royals game.
His fielding independent pitching is under 5 as that goes to right field, and Pasquantino is going to have another extra base hit in this series.
Well, he's hitting in the neighborhood of 290, and he's hitting for power. And every time he gets a base hit, Sasquatch comes out, takes a stroll. Very similar to Harry and the Hendersons.
Very similar.
Well, he is Harry.
Look at that. Look at, we said it the other day. It's like Harry from Harry and the Hendersons actually finished his film career and then at the tail end decided to come here and make a living as Pasquatch.
Low cost of living. No, it's Kansas City, so it doesn't cost him a lot in the hovel he lives in.
They're the same. They're the same. That's ridiculous. By the way, was he walking on water?
So Pasquatch for Pasquantino is his own personal mascot. Dan, can you ever remember a player having their own personal mascot?
My own personal Pasquatch.
They've got
someone who can be in the stadium. I don't know.
They've got T-shirts for him at $27 a pop.
There has to be an answer to that. There's got to be some other individual player who had his own mascot or her own mascot or their own mascot. Has to.
So anyway, there's all sorts of T-shirts about Pasquatch.
So what is he? He just walks?
Yeah, like when Pasquantino gets a hit, he comes out of this door and he kind of walks around behind the fountains and then he walks back into the wilderness.
So there's a guy or a person.
Yes.
Who's sitting there.
Stinky.
Oh, definitely tinky. And then it's like, okay, put on the head, like a light goes on, and he puts on the head, like at least Bernie Brewer slides down the slide. He just walks.
Yeah, because you're supposed to have a sighting. Like there's the sighting of him.
So it's surreptitious.
Yeah. I wonder how much that person gets paid per game. $50, $75 a game, maybe?
Maybe it's contingent on how hard the job is, how many times you got to walk out there. 708. Does Pete Alonso have his own polar bear? I don't think so.
I don't.
No mascot.
Not like at the game.
No, they call him the polar bear.
No. I'm serious. Like seriously, if this guy gets a hit today, that thing will walk out there. And Benetti was right on in making. He definitely looks like Harry from Harry and the Hendersons. It's a good call.
Two men who cheated at a September walleye tournament in Cleveland by stuffing their fish with lead weights are headed to jail.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court Judge Stephen Gall on Thursday sentenced Jacob Runyon, 43, of Ashtabula, and Chase Kaminsky, 36, of Hermitage, Pennsylvania, to 10 days in county jail. Once they are released from jail, they'll be placed on a year of probation and must pay a $2,500 fine. Gall also imposed an additional 30-day jail sentence if the men violate probation. Gall will waive half the fine if the men make a $1,250 donation to a nonprofit organization that promotes fishing with children. Gall recalled fishing with his father as a child and taking his own son fishing. He says, "To me, that's what fishing is all about." So there could be a positive from this. A sheriff's deputy handcuffed the men and escorted them out of the courtroom through a side door that leads to the jail. The men apologized to their families and the fishing community. Thank you. Apology accepted. Their attorneys said that the case and the extraordinary media coverage it received will haunt them for the rest of their lives and keep them from ever fishing competitively again. Kaminsky said he was embarrassed for himself, his children, and his mother, whom he called his biggest fan. He says, "It's something I wish I could say didn't happen, but I can't, Your Honor. I'm better than that." Runyon said he, too, was sorry. "It's the most ignorant decision I've ever made in my life." They struck a plea deal with prosecutors minutes before they were set to begin trial in March. They agreed to plead guilty to one count of cheating, a fifth-degree felony, and the fourth-degree misdemeanor of unlawful ownership of wild animals. They agreed to have their licenses suspended for up to 3 years as part of the plea. They forfeited Kaminsky's Ranger bass boat, valued at $100,000, to the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. In exchange,
Ohio.
Prosecutors dropped additional felony charges, including attempted theft. They punctuated the fall of the amateur team, who went on a string of first-place victories in the Midwest Fishing Tournament circuit last year. The tournament's director grew suspicious that the fish weighed that much and began to inspect them, and that's when the spectators began recording.
We got justice with fish.
Sometimes.
We got weights and fish. All right, here we go. Wait, I did the whole drop by myself.
But here's the coda. Thursday is not the end of the men's legal troubles. Kaminsky is charged in 2 separate cases in Mercer County, Pennsylvania, accused of stalking a woman who told police he tailgated her and hacked into her social media accounts.
Holy crap.
Also charged with conspiracy to commit forgery in a case that accuses him and his 18-year-old son of using fake money at a bowling alley. Runyon is charged with domestic violence and unlawful restraint at Ashtabula Municipal Court.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yep. So these aren't just sort of, cute little fishing cheater guys.
No, they're bad people.
Yeah.
And we're glad that they got caught.
Yep. Actually, I don't accept the apology. I rescind the acceptance.
Okay. Cool.
On behalf of the fishing community.
Cool. That is High Noon. We do it every day around this time. It's fun, especially when we get updates on stories that we've done in High Noons previous. When we come back, let's talk about the Cubs. Nice win for the Cubs yesterday. Aggregate win for the Cubs this series against the Cardinals. Patrick Mooney will help us figure out what matters about it next here on The Score.
We got weights and fit. There we go.
Today on the Parkins and Spiegel show, the NFL schedule is released. Did I break the news? Dave Wanstead in studio at 4. And did Shane find a porcupine for Matt Spiegel to smell its butt?
Nico Horner is playing some brilliant baseball right now.
Dude.
And you shouldn't be surprised to know, with 1.2 wins above replacement, he is the 11th most valuable player in the game right now.
When he signed his deal, I was like, oh, I was a little surprised because, I was trying to figure out the math on what do you do with a guy who played shortstop now that guy plays second base? Like, how do you value it? And we kind of got our answer. And now I'm sitting there going, man, the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal. And the peace of mind aspect for Nico Horner seems to be working out pretty well too. But this guy's a ball player.
Horner's batting .355, on base .400, slugging .473, which works out to a WRC plus of 142. He is a plus player in base running runs above average, offensive runs above average, and defensive runs above average. He has only struck out 7% of the time.
I think figuring out when you have a shortstop playing second base and there being no more shift rules, does that position become more important? And do you end up having to pay more for that position?
Like in general?
Yeah, in general.
If you're an agent, are you going to say, hey, this is now there's a new premium for second basemen who can field like shortstops?
Right. Athletic second baseman that can cover a lot of ground, where it used to be you kind of had a guy that was decent enough.
Or not. You had guys like
Daniel Murphy.
With like the Jeff Kent model where you could, Dan Ugla, that you could just have a stick.
Just go over there and we'll shift into situations with tough lefties and we'll put you here and put this person there. But I think the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal.
It seems like it. If you ask where does that 7% strikeout rate rank among the 178 qualified MLB players, the answer would be third. Luis Arraez strikes out 4.9% of the time. Mauricio Dubon strikes out 5% of the time. And then there's Nico Horner tucked in at 7%.
Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Holmes hits a high fly ball. Deep left field. Back is Yepez. That ball's got a chance. Gone! Yan Gomes. Cubs lead 5-2.
Sometimes you don't know what you're missing until they come back, right? We've been talking about how good Amaya did. I mean, Jan's done a lot of that for us this year. The homer, the big hit, continue to turn the lineup back over to the top.
David Ross on a guy who has been unexpectedly valuable for them in Yan Gomes. Let's talk some Cubs with Patrick Mooney. He's on Twitter at PJ_Mooney, senior writer at The Athletic, covering the Cubs, is with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Patrick, how are you?
I'm good, Dan. Thanks for having me on.
Patrick, you wrote about Miguel Amaya, and he's been fun since he got called up here. And obviously now he has to go back because Yan Gomes is the man. But what's this ride been like for Amaya, who was a can't-miss prospect that ran into some injury issues and probably got delayed on his ride to the major leagues? What's this been like for him to get this opportunity?
Yeah, no doubt, Lawrence. I mean, he was in Alabama. I think it was an off day for the Tennessee Smokies. He has really had minimal experience at the AA level, but this is someone who the Cubs identified a long time ago out of Panama. He was, the team captain, traveling abroad, a real natural catcher. And, in talking to Cubs international people over the years, this was someone who probably had more natural catching skills than Wilson Contreras, who obviously came to the position a little bit later when he converted, and that, his understanding of the strike zone, his plate discipline, his offensive attributes sort of lined up with, the Eloy Jimenez's and the Gleyber Torreses they had not that long ago. So this was just a huge big-time prospect who just really fell off the map in part because he couldn't stay on the field. And I think this week was huge for him to just be around David Ross and the coaching staff, some of these veteran pitchers, learn what they do on a day-to-day basis, because clearly Wilson Contreras' return in a Cardinals uniform brought back a lot of these questions about, kind of what the Cubs want out of their catching position. And I think Amaya has a ton of what they're looking for.
What did you make of the situation with Wilson Contreras? Because you've covered him, and you've also heard from the people that didn't like him as a defensive catcher in the Cubs organization. So where's the truth lie in what's going on with him in the Cardinals?
Well, I mean, how much time do we got? I mean, we could probably spend hours on that one, but I would just say that I think in professional sports, there's lots of, complex personalities, a ton of money at stake, a lot of pressure on everyone involved. And I just think that a lot of different things can be true at once. I think the one thing everyone can agree on is that the Cardinals totally mishandled the situation in terms of how they communicated it, how they went back and forth, how early they made this decision. I think with Wilson, an all-time Cubs legend, three-time All-Star catcher, someone who you could never, ever question his work ethic. I just think from a Cubs perspective, there were times where they questioned the priorities. And now if you're Wilson, you'd say he had to do a ton of work to be ready to catch 130 games a year, and that he knew he would get paid on offense, and that he made offense as a priority because that's why he became one of the best catchers in the game. And you have people like Kyle Hendricks who swear by Wilson, John Lester, who even recommended Contreras to the Cardinals. So I think that the most predictable part, though, was Wilson kind of gesturing to the crowd and saying, "Bring on the Brewers." Like anyone who's ever come across Wilson knew that he would enjoy that role and have a smile on his face the rest of the time. And there were lots of Cubs people who went over to him during batting practice to give the bro hugs and say hi and stuff like that too.
Emblematic series, perhaps the most recent one for the Cubs, in which they once again outscore their opponent, but they lose 2 of the 3 games. I don't know how you feel about using Pythagorean record and run differential, but it is striking this early in the season to have a differential like this. Their Pythagorean 1 loss with the 183 runs and 135 allowed would have them at 24-13. And if you factor in the games against Oakland, and I don't know how you do, to what extent are you a believer in how meaningful some of this stuff is?
I mean, I definitely pay attention to it. And you know that David Ross's bosses pay attention to it, and the players are aware of it. And I think that, Dansby Swanson put it well in D.C. when he looked back on April. He's like, I think if you asked any of us in spring training, like, we would have taken that. There's a lot of new personnel and a lot of new faces kind of being thrown together, and that they did play well. They pitched well. They played defense. And, now you're seeing that offense kind of come and go. And we knew that coming into this season that, we thought they'd be losing I thought they'd be losing a lot of like 3-2 type of games. So, they played their cards already, right? With Morel and Mervis. They got to see if those guys can give a jolt. I do think there will be some adjustments made here sooner or later in terms of, Eric Hosmer's role moving forward. But
what do you mean by adjustments made in Eric Hosmer's role moving forward?
I mean, I don't think do you think he's going to play the entire season, as their first baseman? I think they went into this knowing that it was a minimal commitment, and, Cubs people swear by his clubhouse presence. I do understand why they want some depth, and they want the left-handed bat and the experience. And, I also think it reflects, quite frankly, some skepticism from the Cubs side of like, who is Matt Mervis and what is he going to be? To kind of an unusual path. He's an older guy, two-way player at Duke. Like, part of this season was figuring out what you have. And I think they did the bare minimum of not having a Cardinals start or a White Sox start and totally being in like sell mode by May. And now it's up to them to see like what adjustments they can make. Can these guys up from Iowa make a difference? Do they stay healthy or not? All of those things are at least giving themselves a chance.
Since we're talking about their Pythagorean record and their real record, I'm not trying to ask a question if David Ross's job is on the line, but I am curious, how hard do you think they're studying Ross this year? And because I've already seen it, you've probably already seen it in your mentions too, that there are Cub fans who are upset with some of the decisions or non-decisions that Ross makes.
Yeah, Jen Hoyer put it to me this way recently, and I thought it was a good way to think about it. He's like, Theo and I watched thousands of games together over the years, and we were always disagreeing over moves up in the suite. So, like, they're never going to be on the same page all the time. But what Jed also said was, I know that Ross has a good process, and it's not just him, it's Andy Green, the bench coach, and Tommy Hodby, the pitching coach, that, whenever they have these conversations, which are essentially daily after every single game as they kind of process what happened, looking ahead to the next day, what they need, maybe the next series or two, like what's on the horizon, that, it's not like Ross versus Jed. I mean, these positions now are kind of like collaborative partnerships. Like, it's hard to tell sometimes where like the front office ends and the coach's room begins. There's been a lot of like blending there. And so Jed was asked about this last night at Wrigley, and, his point was when the Cubs aren't hitting, there's just like no breathing room for anyone. They're pitching well, they're playing good defense, but like you could pull out like so many decisions every night when you're losing these one-run games. And, to me, something, that I was kind of writing for tomorrow, part of it is, we're focusing a lot on Eric Hosmer, who's like a bench guy towards the bottom of the roster, but they need Seiya Suzuki to perform like a $100 million player. If he has a couple more home runs here, we're talking about Yan Gomes' impact, stuff like that could really change the conversation, because I do think Ross brings a ton of positive attributes to the job. And, that's, kind of keeping things together in the clubhouse, working with the front office, being kind of the face of the team, having empathy, being able to work with different departments within the front office. Like, all that stuff matters. They're all on the same page. But, yeah, when you lose one-run games, there's lots of different things you can nitpick.
It's a strange thing, because just like zooming back, it feels like the Cubs are better than their record.
Yep.
And we can actually look at the run differential and debate it, but it just, when you watch them play and you look at the number of guys having very solid seasons who are on track. I mean, I don't know how many guys are on track for 4 WAR seasons, but they have the makeup of and the characteristics of a much better baseball team than their record shows. So I think the takeaway from Jed is going to be, give it time. And as long as all these things play out, I think Boog Shambi actually said it yesterday. It's like, are you going to bet on BABIP or are you going to bet on base percentage? And if you look at like weighted on base and WRC plus, that bodes well. That they're probably just going to eventually score enough runs that some of this is going to come out in the wash.
Yeah, and I think too, we have to look at the roster he was given as well. Like, I don't know, I wasn't talking about this team like, oh, they're supposed to win 90 games. If you look at, a lot of the foundation that was laid in the second half of last year, I think is a tribute to Ross and his coaches. You have them here, on track for whatever it is, 8 or 9 win improvement from last year. But you also kind of have to, play the hand that you're dealt here, right? And this division does not look good at all. I mean, the Cardinals had an all-time epic fail to the start of their season. I don't think anyone believes, the Pirates are going to win like 90-plus games. The Reds are in another rebuild again. And, we always kind of count out the Brewers and they outperform expectations. But, this is a winnable division. And to your point, Dan, there are guys who are playing really, really well. And, what if, Bellinger clicks and steals the real deal and Stroman has a great year before he opts out of his contract? There are pieces in place here to where, they could have one of those surprising seasons, which means a lot of things will have to go right. The front office will have to push the right buttons, and, Ross and his coaches will have to wring more out of the group.
So, okay, here we stand with them not maybe playing as well as they had played the weeks previous, but being okay. What do you think they need going forward?
That's a great question. Well, they need Suzuki to hit in the middle of the lineup. I guess we'll learn more about Nico Horner in the coming days, but him staying healthy would be huge, and all indications are that things are going well. I mean, he was doing a ton of activity yesterday at Wrigley Field. Actually, I almost bumped into him while he was running up and down the stairs. I think it'd be interesting to see how they maintain their rotation, if they can stay healthy. And we talked a lot in spring training about how much pitching depth they had, and by the end of April, it was kind of exposed as a little thin once Tyone got injured, while Hendricks continued his rehab. I think Caleb Killian, according to David Ross, was not ready for the big leagues, and that was a guy from the Chris Bryant trade that they had counting on. So I do think there are consistent elements in place here to where the Cubs should avoid, that 11 or 12 game losing streak that sunk some of their previous seasons. And, to be honest, that's just a huge part about baseball and kind of managing the 162 game season, that they have some of the boring, non-glamorous stuff in place that like should help prevent some of those, big collapses. And if they're in it this summer, you might as well add and see what you can do.
Patrick, we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Anytime, guys. Take care.
That's Patrick Mooney of The Athletic. Some basketball talk next with our friend Chris Herring, Sports Illustrated senior writer and a New York Times best-selling author. He's next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
I'm more excited about the offense than the pass rush because I don't think they've done anything really substantial.
That's an ace right there.
An ace, huh?
That's an ace is what he is.
Well, he's certainly pitching like one.
Mm-hmm.
He leads the National League in ERA. He's 4th in baseball this season in ERA. And if you go back to last year's All-Star game, he's got the best ERA in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12 consecutive starts with 2 earned runs or less. That's unbelievable, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, that's a really cool stat. Thanks for sharing that with me.
Yeah,
right.
You're welcome. But I gotta say, is he the most underrated player in baseball? Is it enough of a body of work where we can say he should be getting more national attention? We should see him on Intentional Talk. We should see him be the guy that's, get the dugout interview.
Few more starts. I think
few more.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the number is, but like when the Cubs do the national TV game and someone's mic'd up or someone does the dugout interview, Hap seems to be the first guy that they go to. Player rep, veteran, all-star last year. I mean, this guy could. Obviously, it's incredibly early, but when you factor in the second half of last year, it feels a little bit more valid for the conversation.
Yep.
Feels like he could start an all-star game.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly on the table.
I'm just saying where the numbers are going back a dozen plus starts.
Yeah, since last June, there's only a couple of pitchers with a better ERA than him who've started as much as he has. One of them is Verlander, who's still hurt.
Right, he's not pitching this year, right?
Another is Julio Urias. Another is Shohei Ohtani. This is where he is going back to just before the All-Star break last year. And if you listen to hitters, listen to the coaches, listen to Yan Gomes, everything is way filthier than it should be in terms of, the radar gun. Like the fastball is super unique. And so that's why he can just throw that fastball half the time or less. And then the slider is insane.
Who played a role in your recruitment to the Cubs? I know obviously team talks to agent, but sometimes there might be somebody else sending a little text and saying, hey, somebody urging you to give it a little extra thought.
There wasn't a whole lot. I mean, the Cubs speak for themselves. And I'm friends with Michael Givens, who actually, funny enough, just re-signed with the Orioles. But I remember last summer when we were playing against each other, he said, if you have an opportunity to come here, you need to. He's like, it is, first class all the way around, and couldn't say enough about it. And I've heard that from everybody that's played for the Cubs. And I talked to Rossi briefly a little bit before I signed, and we were hoping that it was going to work out. And after talking to him, he's somebody that, you just obviously really want to play for. So I'm so happy it worked out. But like I said, the organization speaks for itself.
Well, congratulations on signing with the Cubs. This is a pretty cool thing that's happened and what they've built over the last couple of weeks. When you look at the roster and look at the additions, including yourself, what are you hoping gets accomplished over the next couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, look at the signings that have been made this offseason. It's impressive. A lot of difference makers have been signed, and like we were just talking about a few minutes ago with the Orioles last year, we were projected to have around 60 wins, I remember. They ended up with 83. When you have a lot of really good young talent that might not be quite as experienced, and you take some of the guys that have been around the game for a long time, a lot of times, like, it just can mesh so well. And that's what happened in Baltimore last year. And so I've been part of it firsthand. You know, and I played against the Cubs last year and saw what a lot of these, you know, what these guys can do. And I think it's going to be a really good mix. So, you know, I think it can be a very quick turnaround, and that's what we're all hoping for.
Day destination for Chicago sports talk on 670 The Score.
Time for some basketball talk here on the Bernstein and Holmes show, because joining us now is Chris Herring. He's on Twitter at Herring_NBA, the Sports Illustrated senior writer and New York Times bestselling author of Blood in the Garden, the flagrant history of the 1990s New York Knicks.
If you haven't picked up that book, you should. It's amazing, and there's a lot of great Bulls stories in there, too.
He joins us on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, and you can check Twitch as well, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 Score. Chris, how you been, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're doing really well. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. What have you made of this Knicks Heat series so far?
Hasn't always been the prettiest to watch, which seems like it fits within a historical context. I mean, I'll be honest in thinking that I thought for going into yesterday that might be the last game. I think the Heat have looked like the better team throughout the series. Even when they lost Jimmy Butler, they had a pretty good chance to steal one on the road here in New York. So, it seems like yesterday they had some things going for them. Butler did not have a great game and gave the Knicks a little bit of life, but going back to Miami for game 6, all bets are off once you get to a game 7, but it just kind of feels like Miami, whether it's an experience thing, whether it is that Randall can be on again, off again, whether it's that Erik Spoelstra is just way better of a coach than even we give him credit for, which I think at this point most of us have been convinced of the fact that he's one of the best coaches in the league, if not the best coach in the league. It just kind of feels like Miami has more for this moment, and for how much fun the Knicks have been this season. Maybe they're still another piece away, or one more big change away from maybe being at the level that the Eastern Conference contenders find themselves at.
The coaching aspect is one where I would probably put a check mark next to it, because Spoelstra's been brilliant, and what my untrained eye sees his ability to involve opposing defenders in actions in ways that A, tire them out, and B, put them in conflict. Whether it's using the second guy in a staggered screen to move somebody to a spot on the floor where he wouldn't otherwise be, or to have somebody keep working and covering more ground to take advantage of them later. It isn't just drawing up plays to get the points. Everything also has a secondary effect on the outcome of the game, and that's just kind of next level stuff.
Yeah, and you're right in my wheelhouse right now talking about those sorts of things, but I think to some extent you're right. For as much credit as Tom Thibodeau has always gotten for his defensive chops, the Knicks did not do a good job 2 years ago of attacking Trae Young. I mean, they had one of the worst defenders in the league, and there's an art to hunting guys. You don't just go at them one-on-one playground style. You use it through pick and rolls. You try to get switches. You try to get the offensive player that you feel like can catch the ball and go, or find a teammate through a double team because someone else is going to be open. There's a lot of forethought that goes into that, and it really does feel like Spoelstra. I mean, you could go through so many different things. The way that they utilize zone. The Heat played zone this season more than any team over the last 15 years statistically. Wow. They have different iterations of zone that they use. They use zone for, in game 2 of this series, they use zone for 3 quarters in a row, second, third, and fourth. We look at that play that he called for Jimmy in the Bucks series to get him that last second shot. It's at the rim at a time where, when you're talking about coaching, Mike Budenholzer pulled Defensive Player of the Year candidate Brook Lopez out of the game. So there's just so many things, and a point here, a point there. It matters so much when you're talking about a series where there aren't going to be that many points scored, because again, we're talking about 90s style ball on some level. So he's just as good as they come from a coaching standpoint, and I really do feel like he's, for the most part, been better than Thibodeau, and it explains how they're up in this series the way they are.
For as long as you've covered the NBA, what do you make of the idea that I've seen Jimmy's I ain't going back to Texas, and obviously you're not going back to Texas because you got millions of dollars now, but that still drives him at this point, and he is still somehow able to will himself into Eastern Conference finals and finals appearances, considering the league that he's in with all of the incredible athletes that he's going up against. How amazing is this?
I mean, it's become who he is. And I think it's so difficult to have Chicago ties and to have lived in Chicago during the time that he was there. With each round that he gets to, each additional round that he makes it to, just it being like another feather in the Bulls cap, so to speak, from the standpoint of like, how do you give this guy away? Not give him away. How do you trade him away? Also in a year where Larry Markkinen wins Most Improved Player. And, it's a little bit strange to see some of that. Tom Thibodeau having, a coach of the year with the Knicks, and then also, getting them to this point with the Bulls, with the against the Cavs in the first round. it's just interesting to watch it, but I think Jimmy has just kind of continued to work on his game and has continued to figure it out as an ISO scorer. I think really when we talk about the balance between load management and playing, that he has kind of found that equilibrium. He's a guy that consistently misses a chunk of the season, but generally only does so if there's something really nagging at him, really bothering him. And, you know, it's someone that is still a very good passer, a very good playmaker, but doesn't mind delegating to guys. There's so many moments during the game, even last night, where I'm watching and he gets to the basket and he has someone one-on-one within 4 or 5 feet of the basket and doesn't necessarily shoot it. He picks his spots. He's very, very patient. And there are very few guys in the league like him. There are people that you can kind of put his name alongside. And at this point, I think it's very clear. Like, would you rather have a Kawhi Leonard or a Jimmy Butler? I think we're past that question at this point, because Jimmy consistently, even if he's not right at the end of a season, wills himself to be able to play. And that is not a knock on Kawhi. I don't think he has a choice when you're tearing a meniscus or anything like that. But I remember the season, I think it was Jimmy's first season in Minnesota. He missed most of the second half of that season. They went from being like a 3 or a 4 seed in the West to having to use the last week of the season to just get themselves into the playoffs. Jimmy came back for that week. It did not seem like he was completely right or completely ready. He willed them into the playoffs. And, you know, he always finds a way to be available, even when he's not right health-wise towards the end of the year. He's just tough as nails, and he's, you know, skilled beyond belief at this point. He's really worked to make himself the guy that he is at this point.
I know that you've heard ad nauseum the term heat culture. From the people that you talk to, what is heat culture and why does it continue to keep working? Or we spelled it out. Is it the really great coaching of Eric Spoelstra and the willpower of Jimmy Butler?
I don't think so. I mean, I think you can find players that fit heat culture, and I think Butler is absolutely one of them. I think it is a thing. I know how annoying it must get for people to hear it and be like, oh, here we go. But having worked on the book that you guys were referencing, Blood in the Garden, this is still a team that has Pat Riley's DNA in it, on it, from the standpoint of he wasn't ever convinced that he would have the most talented team. And obviously from 2010 to 2014, Riley and the Heat did have that. But he always wanted to make sure that there would be a certain work ethic involved. And even when you look at the guys they pick up through the waiver wire, through sign and trades, what have you, Kyle Lowry, Kevin Love,
Max Strus.
These are guys, I mean, Lowry and Love in particular are guys that have led the league and charges taken. That is right up Pat Riley's alley. Those are also star players at one time who, you know, have led the league in that category. But half the roster is made up of undrafted guys. And so I don't think that necessarily that's what Riley means, but I do think he's always found appeal in guys who, because they might not be great enough talent-wise, that they're never going to be short on effort. And I get the impression that that's always how he's operated with his stars as well, is that his stars don't get to give less effort. And sometimes you've heard rumblings about it. Shaquille O'Neal has written books and talked at length before about the fact that he did not fundamentally enjoy playing for Pat Riley and Pat Riley's organization to some extent, because regardless of who he was, you know, and the stature that Shaq had and the accolades that he had, he wanted Shaq to get down to a certain weight and essentially a certain BMI. He called out Kyle Lowry for that last year when they were eliminated last year, about the idea that, like, he's got to get in better shape. He really doesn't care who you are. Like, he does not make exceptions for you from that standpoint of, he said this when he was the Knicks coach. I want to say he said it when he was the Lakers coach in the 80s. He always wanted to have the toughest, nastiest, most conditioned, like highest IQ, nastiest reputation team in the league. And while you can argue whether they have that now, whether they have like the nastiest reputation in the league, I don't think that, but you can argue that they work about as hard as anybody, because look at this roster. They have a couple guys who have a chance of being all-stars every year, all NBA with Bam and Jimmy. They have Tyler Hero, who's not playing, by the way, and hasn't been playing since game 2 of the first round. But after that, you have a bunch of guys, even some of the guys that are highly paid on this team. Duncan Robinson is not a guy who plays frequently. He's out of the rotation for long periods of time. because he's fundamentally deficient on one side of the ball. So this is a team that does not have the most talent by any means, but between what we've been saying about Spoelstra, between the sorts of character traits that I think Riley always picks up on and makes sure that his teams have, they're coachable. They're fundamentally sound for the most part. If you make mistakes or you're not up to par with what Spoelstra's doing, you're going to potentially lose. And it makes them fascinating. Also, even if you took those things off the table, this is a team that in the last couple of years has made it to a finals, has been one game short of making it back to the finals. So it was a team that played underneath its capability this year. A lot of Heat people will tell you that Erik Spoelstra had personal stuff going on this season. And that there were, it was just a team where nothing really went right. They had a lot of injuries at times. But they figured it out, similar to what we were saying about the way that guys always figured out the last few minutes of games. Jimmy always figures it out at the end of a season, last few minutes of games. This Heat team kind of has ways of doing that too, and I think that's what we've seen.
Chris, I wanted to bounce something off you. I've been thinking a lot about Nikola Jokic, and because I've never really seen anything quite like him. And I've seen Sabonis, and I've seen Bird, and any number of guys you can name wherever we are in the comps. But I think I realized what makes him unique to my eye. And it's however many great athletes you want to name in any sport, something they do athletically is often predictive of what's to come. And you can see a move beginning, or a familiar series of moves that are beginning. And even if it's a spectacular punt return or whatever it may be, you get excited because you get a sense of anticipation of what's coming next. I can't do that with Nikola Jokic because nothing he does is predictive of the next thing he's going to do athletically. It's remarkable. It's almost but it's not randomized to him. But he could be starting into the lane, and all of a sudden it's a pass directly behind his head. Or he could be about to pass, and the next thing you know, he's thrown up this strange shot that goes right in. It's really unique, and I don't know who else has sort of done that for me as a sports fan.
I think part of it with him is that there aren't too many guys you could point to that have had less athleticism than he has. I mean, yes, there's size. For the first several years of his career, I think people would have said that he had too much size, and then he needed to slim down and lose weight. And I mean, for all the people that thought that was going too far in one direction, he dropped the weight, got in better shape, and then he's been an MVP candidate every year for essentially the past 4 years or so, or maybe even a front runner, given that he won 2 of them and had a pretty solid shot this time. I think I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I know for me, what I was so fascinated by him when his ascension was really a thing. And I just asked him about it one time after a game. I said, can you kind of walk me through why you operate so slowly? Because there are, and not a knock, like I know the question sounds funny, but so many times I would watch him, and particularly in today's NBA, and there's a lot of flash to the game now and a lot of fanciness to the game. You watch big men and they're dribbling between their legs 30 feet out, even if they're kind of more post-oriented. Jokic is someone that no matter where he gets the ball, sometimes he will catch and stand and observe and survey for 4, 5, 6 seconds sometimes. He's just watching things play out. He's directing traffic. He's kind of mentally mapping out in his head where guys should be, where he wants them to be. He's looking at defenders' eyes to figure out where they're thinking about going or where they think he might go with the ball or what he might do with the ball. And the minute someone makes a misstep, he kills you with the pass. And it was so fascinating to watch earlier in the series in particular. It was very clear the way that the Suns were trying to handle him. I can't remember the exact order of the games, but I think it was game 1 that Jamal Murray went off. And so that was a game where they're like, we're not going to let Jokic beat us. So then Murray does it. Then it's like, all right, we're going to back off a little bit and we're going to try to handle all of it better. We're going to try to guard everybody a little bit better. Then Jokic goes off, and by game 3, I think that was the first one that the Suns won. Jokic has 53 or whatever it was. So it's just like he can beat you so many different ways, particularly if you're doubling or God forbid, tripling the guy.
That's the
it's
worst.
a death wish.
He can't wait for that. He'd love
it's
that.
It's a death wish because he's the best passer in the league. You can't do that. He's got Michael Porter Jr., who I get that people are still trying to make sense of, like, is he worth a max deal? Should he have gone higher in the draft? Those questions can be at odds with each other sometimes, but with that teammate, with Nikola Jokic as his teammate, he's one of the best shooters we've ever seen, just when he's open. And even when he's not, he's tall as all hell. So he can get his shot up over most guys just standing stationary. It's a death wish. It literally is. If you're giving Jokic open passes, that's why he's standing there for so long, trying to figure out what he wants to do. It's like playing chess against the computer, but playing at expert level. And I mean, taking expert level and multiplying it by like 3, because if you make any sort of misstep, he's going to jump on it right away. So that's where I think he's different, is that he's so patient because he's not relying on his athleticism. By the way, when I asked him, why do you operate so slowly? Like, what is there to that? And he was like, I don't think I have a choice. I'm slow. I'm a slow person. And I understood it, and it was self-deprecating, but he's just so good at not being able to be sped up. You can't speed him up. He's tall enough to get a shot. He's a great shooter, but he's not selfish. And I think on some level, when you look at why he didn't win the MVP, beyond whatever voter fatigue existed, I went with Embiid this year. I think, frankly, it's just that he doesn't shoot as much as he could sometimes. And it's because he just wants to get the best shot for his team. Even if he thinks he has a good shot, he's always convinced he can pass his way into a better shot for somebody else.
Chris is really good. I could talk all day, and we didn't even get to LeBron and AD and his recovery and if they can win without him, but it's always a treat to talk NBA with you, man. Thank you.
It's really a pleasure to talk with you guys, too. Thank you so much for having me on.
That's Chris Herring, Sports Illustrated senior writer covering the NBA.
Can't keep those HF kids down.
I think I have an answer to your question about a sports destination that sort of opened my eyes to a new and different thing. It's not a sports destination anymore.
Okay.
But it's just a really cool place I would never have otherwise gone.
All right. So I've got mine. It's SEC related, SEC football related, but it's not the place that you're thinking that I'm going to say.
Okay. That's next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Patrick Wisdom.
Wisdom drives one in the air, center field, deep back. It's got a chance, gone.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
When it comes down to the guy you want up with like 2 outs and a man on second and you need a run scratched across, like, he's your guy. He definitely has a clutch gene in him. He's a guy that came through and through. He loves being in those moments. Like, he wants to be that guy, prides himself on being that guy. I think also, too, I don't know where he'll hit in the lineup for the Cubs, but I can tell you this, the Braves moved him up and down last year because of injuries and everything else. If you need him leading off, he can do it. If you need him hitting third, fourth, if you're telling him hitting ninth is what's best for the team because you need 2 leadoff hitters, fine. The guy doesn't really have an ego in it, and you can always use one of those, right? That isn't going to be all affected by what part of the lineup he's hitting in. He just goes out there and does what he does day in and day out. And I loved the clip that you ran of him talking there before we got started, guys, because we see a lot of guys who say they hate to lose, but we also see a lot of guys who hate to lose but also collect their paychecks. Dansby is not one of those. I mean, he is affected by bad losses more than just about anybody I've been around. He's surly on the plane. He is not. He's all in his feels for a few hours, and that's fine. I mean, that is the competitive side of him that literally just hates and seethes losing. He's a winner. That's what he's been his whole life, and that's what he expects, and I think he's going to expect that again from those around him up there on the north side. I think he really, really relishes in being kind of an older guy, which is funny because he's not, but he is in these clubhouses that now have 21 and 22-year-olds, which is kind of what the Braves turned into, and I know that's a lot of what the north side has, so I think he's going to just be tremendous from all of those aspects.
Odyssey station.
Never know where things are going to go on this show, Bernstein and Holmes. So we figured we'd carve out a little moment here because when we were talking about the Bears schedule or the NFL schedule release and how that related to the Bears, where and when they were going to be in different cities, we started talking about destination sports travel. And you asked the question, what is a city or a sports travel experience that you would recommend to others? And I thought it through, and I think I've got one. So you start.
So ordinarily, I have been to Tuscaloosa multiple times. Roll Tide. And I will say that the experience of going to an Alabama football game, having been at least a part of the university, is wild. But if you want to get SEC football and you want to make it a driving trip, you have two options if you're in Chicagoland, I think. If you don't want to make it a crazy driving trip, you could go to Mizzou, and you could watch a game down there, or you can go to Lexington and go to the University of Kentucky. I was blown away by the football experience in Lexington and watching, going to the University of Kentucky, because, it's always been a basketball school. It's probably in the last 10 years become a little bit more of a football school. On top of the experience in the stadium, it's beautiful there. It's very hilly. Like the ride into Lexington is really pretty. The food scene in Lexington has improved exponentially. Like it's a fun, downtown place. So if you're thinking, I want to go see some SEC football, maybe I want to go to a place where there's going to actually be tickets. 5-hour drive to Lexington. You will have an absolute blast. Make a weekend of it. If you want, then you can do the Louisville-Lexington thing because they're, 80 miles apart. And I'm big on Louisville as well because of the Muhammad Ali Museum and the Louisville Slugger Factory. Everyone should see that tour. It's 15 minutes, and then you get to go in the batting cage. Mm-hmm. And you get to hit with historic bats. They have replicas of historic bats. So you could pull Babe Ruth's bat out and see if you could swing it. Or Hank Aaron's tree trunk that he was out there hitting baseballs with cross-handed. That trip to me, I think, would be dope. If you can make a weekend out of Louisville and Lexington with a little bit of SEC football attached to it, I would highly recommend you do that.
This is a little off the beaten path, and it's a place that I haven't been for 30 years, but it's changed tremendously since I've been there. And it's not really a sports trip right now. It was for me, because for a period of time, long period of time actually, in the Continental Basketball Association, there was a team in Yakima, Washington called the Sun Kings. They played in the Sun Dome. And a team in Tri-Cities, Washington, which is Kennewick, Richland, and Pasco. It's about 300,000 people. They were the Tri-City Chinook, just sort of down the road in the Columbia River basin there, off of the Cascade Mountains. You talk about gorgeous, first of all. That actually flying there from Seattle, you fly around Mount Rainier, and you get to see the whole Cascade Range, and you sort of start out in Seattle at sea level, you go up and over the Cascades, around Mount Rainier, and then back down into the valley. And that has become a wine region in the Columbia River area and in the hills of Yakima there. It's become a wine region that is now, they became its own AVA. There are all sorts of micro terroir sub-AVAs there, special wine district, and the tours and the wineries and the facilities. I know people talk about Napa and Sonoma because it's just, so close to San Francisco. You go there and you make a day trip of it. And this is a little more out of the way, but it's the country could not be more gorgeous. There's hiking trails. So I have not been back. It wasn't like this when I was there. It was a nascent wine industry, and some of the vines had just been planted. But I will tell you that if you really talk to people who do make those trips, there's some high-end bed and breakfasts and all sorts of trails, almost like being in Europe.
So I would say if that is the kind of thing where it's a little off the beaten path, but worth sort of taking a deep breath and seeing some things in an area of the country you wouldn't otherwise see, it would be those. They were sports cities for me: Yakima, Washington, the Tri-Cities area, and all of the wineries in between.
Stud, you got a place?
All right, so this one might not seem like that offbeat, but I cannot recommend enough that you go watch the North Dakota State Bison play in the Fargo Dome. It is electric.
I've called a game in the Fargo Dome.
It is unbelievable.
Why?
And I've been on the sideline for a game. It's because the way the stadium is built, it's all compact. It doesn't hold more than 30,000 people, I don't think. And on the away sideline, where the student section is, they are on top of you. You know how normally there's 10 yards between it? No, it's 5 yards and they're on top of you. They can, everything those students are saying, you can hear on the sideline. And it is just so damn loud. Also, check out the nightlife in Fargo. I could live in Fargo.
Oh, I have.
It's really not a bad town. So I would recommend, make a weekend, go to Fargo, check out the nightlife, check out the Bison play. It's unreal.
Fargo is where I was when we were in the bar at the hotel, and they said this huge snowstorm is coming, and all of a sudden the bar started filling up with people. I'm like, what's going on here? Isn't a snowstorm coming?
It means it's time to drink.
No, the woman goes, yeah, well, I'd rather be trapped in the bar trying to get home than trapped at home trying to get to the bar.
That makes sense.
Okay. I guess that's the way they live their lives. And I thought but then in the Fargo Dome, they slid one of the end zones for the basketball team, the Fargo Fever. They would take the moving end zone seats and slide them all the way down and create a mini stadium where they would have the basketball games, but they didn't heat it. It was 26 below outside and so cold in the Fargo Dome, we had 2 players refuse to go out for warm-ups.
That's bad.
They walked out of the locker like, oh, hell no.
I think they have a separate basketball arena now. So
They
it's
do?
probably a little better. Yeah.
Okay.
They built a separate one.
Good, because that was brutal. Home field advantage for that team, man.
Oh, by the way, the White Sox and Royals are in a weather delay. So it's going to be a while before that game starts. And I just realized while watching the pregame show that we missed an anniversary today.
We did on Helicopter Day?
Yeah. May 11, 2016. Something happened with the White Sox.
May 11th, 2016.
Think of who might have been on the 2016 White Sox. It is part of the fabric of this here radio show, Dan.
Is that Todd Frazier?
Mm-hmm.
That's when I'm going to go check on him.
That's Todd Frazier going into the stands and Stoney having to handle the booth by himself because Haugh had to go check on him.
And you know what we have when we come back? A very special programming announcement regarding tomorrow's show.
Yep. You're not going to want to miss it, Bears fan. It's next here on The Score.
Three-time world champion Chicago Bulls Stacey King teams up with Chicago media personality Mark Shanowski for the hilarious...
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers. They have a few of the medical people around, and I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said, I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And, I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us.
All of us.
Yeah.
Us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, And he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, that's the weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Haugh Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel. It's like, where did Haugh go? This hour is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
And the last thing, the most important piece, is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
You hear that voice? That's the voice of Ryan Poles.
Yeah, where might I be able to hear his voice tomorrow?
How about right on this show at 11:40?
The Bears general manager is going to be on this show?
He is, 11:40. We're going to have to reschedule our Friday high noon if we're going to do it, because...
Maybe we'll do it at noon.
Maybe
we'll do it at 11.
Or 11:20. Look at all these options that we have when we are... Because I think people at noon might want to react to what we hear from the Bears general manager. Maybe we take a couple of phone calls then. 11:40 tomorrow. Ryan Poles will hang out with us.
What if we did high noon at 1?
Oh my God! Then the space-time continuum. What would happen?
We can't do that.
No, come on.
That's just
that would be crazy.
Noon Mountain.
But it'd be 1 o'clock.
Be all kinds of wrong.
Yeah, but it'll be in Noon Mountain time.
Oh, all right. All right. Well, maybe.
I don't know if South Dakota is on noon Mountain Time, but if they're on Mountain Time or not, who knows? I've never been to that part of the country.
It exists in its own time zone. I promise.
South Dakota.
Yeah, I've never.
So does North Dakota.
I've never done North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming.
If you're gonna do
Montana.
South Dakota, go to Sioux Falls the weekend that they have the Summit League basketball tournaments.
Sioux Falls.
It's really fun because the men's and women's tournaments are at the same time. You can see like 8 games over 3 days.
Well, Sioux Falls is a big city. Sioux Falls is
it's
a lot like Omaha.
And it's an actual city.
Omaha!
Yeah, I mean, it's an actual city. Rapid City is not. Rapid City is a cow town.
So South Dakota is one of these weird places that has 2 time zones. So Rapid City's Mountain Time, Pierre, South Dakota, Central Time.
Okay.
Just so everybody's clear on that.
That's where it ends, huh?
That's where it ends.
That's great. And we have the luxury here of being able to very easily jump into the Eastern time zone to Southwestern Michigan.
Right.
60 miles. You can watch the sunset at like 9:30 at night on the water.
In Indiana, I always forget because it's divided, and the area around Chicago is
West Lafayette, I believe, is where the time changes.
Yeah, I always try to watch on my iPhone when I make the drive because it knows, but I don't.
That's fun to do at Hoover Dam too. You can like jump because it's on the border.
Oh, yes, that's right. You ever go to Four Corners?
I haven't been to Four Corners. It's on the list of things to do because I really I kind of love New Mexico, and obviously I love Arizona. I've enjoyed my time in Colorado. I've never been to Utah.
I've enjoyed my time in Utah.
Yeah? Oh, that's right. You covered the Bulls winning championships in Utah.
Oh, yeah. We found the counterculture.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting place from what I'm told.
We found the deep state there.
From what I'm told.
It is, yeah.
I wouldn't mind getting out to like Wyoming. I had a buddy who played football. Shout out to my guy, Julian Hooker. One of my boys from high school played football at Wyoming, and he would talk about what it was like there. He played, what was Drew Brees' old coach at Purdue?
Joe Tiller?
He played for Cowboy Joe Tiller at Wyoming. And he said it was always fun, and he said you could drive real fast to some of the other places if you wanted to leave Laramie. Like you get to Colorado.
Which I imagine one does.
Yeah, like you get to, I want to say you could get to where Colorado State is. That Fort Collins? Or you could get there in like 90 minutes because there was no speed limit.
Yeah, Wyoming's one of the small list of states in which I've never set foot. Because things, you find your way into places, and you just end up places sometimes. But that hasn't been one of them.
Yeah, and we get so many opportunities to go places because of sports, like places that you never thought you would go. And like, for example, I really like Providence. And I know people in Boston make fun of it, but I like Providence. No?
Oh, no, Providence was great. That's when we got kicked out of the College Broadcasters Conference for being too drunk.
How is that possible?
Ted Turner kicked us out.
Like the actual?
My friend Levinson, we shouldn't have done tequila shots before going to the Ted Turner presentation at the College Broadcasters Conference.
That's probably a good idea.
And it also was the fact that we were the only people represented at this that were in an entirely student-run station. Because everyone else had like faculty sponsors and faculty chaperones, as it was part of their curriculum, where Cable 13 at Duke was just us and no faculty involvement, no actual university supervision. Jeez. So we got the invites to this conference. We're like, sweet, let's go to Providence. And they paid for our tickets and they paid for our hotel.
And you guys just got drunk.
So great.
You drunk and doing whippets in the bedroom.
We went to a couple seminars that were really, really valuable and had more to do with what we're doing now, what I do now, than what I was doing then.
Sure.
It was about commercial writing and comedy writing and how to brainstorm to write things that are funny and clever, in sort of a yes and kind of room, and that was really good. But yeah, the rest was we almost got kicked out of the hotel for playing football in the hall, and
this is Top Gun Maverick.
It was, and then that's when I hitchhiked.
This is why Beth didn't take you to Boston.
Probably. Okay, that was the same trip. There was a little women's college outside of Providence, and somehow we met this girl, And she's like, yeah, you should come out and see us. We're like, well,
Dan, this is the plot to Animal House. I'm not believing it.
May we dance with your dates? No, so we said, okay, fine, but how are we going to get there? And she's like, well, we'll drive you out. So we get there, and then one of the guys runs off with this girl, and we didn't see him, and we didn't know where he went. Right? Remember, we don't have cell phones or anything. So we're like, where'd he go? Where did Mark go? I don't know. How do we get back? I don't know. So we're wandering around. We didn't know where we were. We just knew that we were in Massachusetts at that point. So I don't even remember the name of the college. We were pretty drunk. And so we start out, we find a highway. Like, should we hitchhike?
Oh.
Like, yes, because that'll get us closer. So we think we're aiming toward Providence. And this woman picks us up. It's like, well, I can only take you so far. And then she drops us after a few miles. And we're walking on the roadside. And then a cop shows up, a state trooper pulls up, lights flashing behind us.
He goes, what are you two idiots doing?
Exactly. So we explained, we're here for a collegiate broadcasting conference. We're here representing Cable 13 from Duke University. He said, what do you mean you're here? You're where? I said, well, Providence. And he goes, get in the car.
Dingus.
We're like, get in the car, arrested. It's just get in the car. And he drove us back to the hotel.
How far were you from the hotel?
20 miles. But she drove us most of the way.
Okay.
The lovely woman in her Cutlass Supreme, and then the cop just gave us this look. Are you kidding me?
Get in the car, morons.
Yeah. So we're like, thank you. Can we buy you coffee? So we
donuts.
Yeah, we drove him through a Dunkin'. I said, whatever you want on us. Thank you for this. He's like, I'm really not supposed to do this.
But that's actually protecting and serving.
Because we would have gotten eaten by bears.
Or you would have flashed in someone's lights and then they run off the road trying not to hit you, like all of this stuff.
Yeah, well, that was my Providence experience.
Yes, and again, to remind you how we got started on this, Ryan Poles is going to join us tomorrow at 11:40. We'll ask him where he's been in his travels. I bet you he's got some stories, right? Where
it's a scout.
Yeah, like
scouts end up down the tiniest country roads to find some guy playing in a field.
Now, here's the question. If we ask him that question, do you think he'll give us an honest answer? Like, what's the most interesting place where you've gone as a scout? Or will he be in GM speak? He did let the guys know, like, what he likes to drink.
Bourbon. Found that out. Yeah, I basketball scouts, I loved some of those stories about how far they traveled to chase some legend who they heard of. I heard this kid just had a growth spurt and he's not on anybody's radar, and they end up like behind a barn with Jimmy Chitwood, or in an area of the city where you need an escort to certain places to be safe. I mean, there's incredible stories there.
I don't know. I think Ryan Poles, he's been very refreshing. I think he's trying to be an open book here.
But
and
will
I think
he be
he'll have
with
a good
us?
answer.
It's
I
different,
think so.
though. It's different. Like, he doesn't really have a relationship with us. Like, I interviewed him when he got the job. It's not, I don't have a big bag of popcorn like Peter King. Like,
I'm optimistic
Me too.
that he's a more open Ryan, not like the other guy.
he should be feeling really good about where things stand right now.
Absolutely.
But I have questions. And one of them will be about, where's the most interesting place that you went to go scout a game? And let's see if he tells a story or if he just gives us a city.
Oh, they're all interesting. I find every place I go to be interesting. I would never say one place is more interesting than another, right? Hey, speaking of GMs, wanted to play a couple of cuts from Jed Hoyer talking about where the Cubs stand right now and some of the recent moves.
He's team president.
Have been. Oh, that's right. He's not a general manager anymore. He was
Carter
general
Hawkins
manager. Carter
is
Hawkins is general manager. And he is great at GM speak. He may be a freshly minted general manager, but he's got the whole GM patois down pat.
He's got a master's degree in it.
He does. So before the game yesterday, Jed Hoyer was asked his thoughts on Miguel Amaya and what the medium term is with the Cubs.
That was really impressive. I mean, I think not only on the field, but just like talking to the coaching staff, talking to the pitchers about what they saw. And I thought he handled his staff great. I thought kind of winning those guys over and having the veteran guys commenting on his calmness, I thought was really impressive. And no doubt it gives a lot more confidence, I think, going forward. I mean, he's a guy that's been a top prospect for a long time. It's just he had 2 major injuries, and hopefully now he can stay healthy. But I think the healthy version of him, I think, is should play catcher in the big leagues for a long time.
What does it say about him? I mean, because of those injuries, he hasn't necessarily caught a ton behind the plate in the minors the last few years. That he came up here and did what he did between the game calling and the work behind the plate.
Yeah, I mean, I think the word that I would say is calm. I think he was very calm behind the plate. He blocked well. He called pitches well. He took information from the coaches well. And that's not easy to do when you're up here and making a debut. So, it was super impressive. It says a lot about his makeup.
Is this obviously when you talk about the next great Dempster, is he the guy that you kind of idealize as your catcher in that?
I think that'd be wonderful. I mean, it's been hard the last couple of years. I think that certainly going back a couple of years, we thought we had a young starting catcher in the minor leagues, and then the Tommy John, the Liz Frank injury. I would say that's made it hard, but provided those injuries sort of haven't sapped his his skill. I think like I said, he's a good offensive catcher with a kind of a slow heartbeat at the plate. He'll draw walks, and he's obviously good defensively. So, I'm reluctant to overstate it because I feel like he's gotten hurt a couple of times, and I don't want to, But I think the healthy version of him is going to play in the major leagues for a long time.
All right.
So live your life. Hey! Shout out to Cubs Stadium Ops for rocking some De La Soul in the background. I don't even care what Jed said about Miguel Amaya.
Say, it didn't seem like you guys were listening.
No, I was listening. And I do think that it's interesting what he was saying about how maybe someone isn't necessarily on the radar, but they give themselves an opportunity to be on the radar. And that's what Amaya did with his time with the Cubs this past week, where you go, maybe he's back in the picture as far as prospect now, because you saw a little bit of pop in the bat, and you saw what the guys said about him as far as him calling a game was fairly positive.
All right, I don't know what's playing in the background of the next cut. Any guesses?
I think it's probably still going to be Rihanna and T.I.
Okay.
So wait, that next cut's about Ross, right?
No, that's the one we're going to hold for. I thought we were going to.
So what's the next cut?
The next one is on this concern about run differential.
Oh.
And the difference between the Pythagorean record and their actual record.
It's a hard one. Like, you look at our underlying numbers, as you said, and there's a lot of things to draw a ton of confidence from. But then it's a results business. We haven't won the games. We've been losing a lot of games. I think it was our last 9 losses were like 6-1, 2-2, and 1-3 or something like that. It's like we just haven't been able to get the big hit, and I think that's the biggest frustration, I guess I would say, of all of it is like, whenever you're playing all those close games, it means someone gave up a run at some point, but ultimately our pitching has been fantastic. I think our run prevention has been fantastic. We just haven't got any big hits, and that's really, I hate to simplify something down to like the essence, but we just haven't gotten the big hit when we needed it. And the first whatever it was 15 games or so of the year, then we scored 10 a number of times. We were among the top teams in the league with guys in scoring position, and that probably wasn't going to last, but that regression has come really hard and really fast, and now we've been at the very, very bottom of the league for the last 15 games, and it shows. We just had last night I felt like there's 3 or 4 different innings where we get the right hit at the right time and we win that game by a decent margin, and we couldn't do that, and that's been how it's going. And I think everyone down there knows it's going to turn, but it doesn't mean there's not frustration about when it's going to.
Hey! It's like the soundbite drops in the exact same spot in the song.
So when we listen to the next soundbite in the next segment, is the song going to continue, or will we have a different song?
I think it'll probably be a different song because you're basically at the end of that one.
Right.
But now I'm curious. Like, I just got my pass to go to games at Wrigley because there's like this weird thing, like the way they were doing the passes this year was a little different. So Porth showed up with mine today. I gotta head over there the next home game just to like catch a vibe, man. Whoever is rocking the 1s and 2s. The Wrigley Stadium Ops is getting it done.
And the sound system, we know when they recently
major upgrade.
Yep.
It sounds like sometimes when you hear an executive talking with full blare, in a stadium, it's hard to make out what's being said. So I'm guessing that was Bruce's microphone that was there. The shout out to Bruce for getting close so we can still hear Jed, but also enjoy the music.
So we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, now we got to figure out, listen, you text us and tell us what song is going to be played on the next Jed soundbite that we play. 312-644-6767. And I know the people on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, you're thinking the same thing. So let us know what song is going to be next in the rotation. We had De La Soul, we had Rihanna and T.I. Where do they go from here?
We got to wait to find out. You got to stay tuned to The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Swinging a line drive, right center field. That's going to be a base hit. Cubs win the ball game. All of the Cubs out of the dugout to congratulate Nico Horner.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes show, 10-2 on 670 The Score.
This segment is brought to you by Circa.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I love y'all segment. I just had my peanut butter and milk sandwich. I think the White Sox, all they got to do is make better decisions. You gotta go to Grandpa and say, Grandpa, you know how to win championship. It's time to just make better decisions. Play the best player, because Tim Anderson is the face of baseball right now. Play the guys that want to play and play the right guys. Make better decisions, and they'll come back. And then you'll see a better team after the All-Star game. If you don't make better decisions, you're just going to be hot garbage in the news. That's all.
Mike, are you going to make it to the Silver Room Block Party this year?
Hey, I'm going to try to. But let me tell you something. Since I got both of y'all, I got something to tell y'all.
Okay.
Bomani Jones wanted me to come to the HBO thing, but I wouldn't go there. So I got good news. They coming to Chicago. I would love for y'all two to be there. I would love for both of y'all to be there. I'm going to do something big. I can't tell you what I'm going to do, who the star's going to be, but I would love to have both of y'all. We got the best women. We got the best suits. We got the best water. And this the best city that everybody should be in, Chicago. So I would love for both of y'all to come. I'll give y'all the date and everything, but I can't tell you what it's going to be.
All
what
right.
I'm going to be doing.
I'm down with that. And I had Bomani on the show a couple months ago to talk about his HBO show. And we actually did talk about West Side Mike because Mike has been rolling with Bomani for a long time. And I joked with Bomani that we share a listener in West Side Mike. So yes, Dan, you better get suited and booted. And wherever it is that Mike is going to have this thing, we're going to go. Oh, you know what? You're already starting with the excuses. You know what? You are the worst. No. He's the worst. Westside Mike invited you to a party. That's what just happened. Okay. He invited you to a party with Bomani Jones and HBO. And you're like, well, let me see how I can get out of this.
Are you sure he has the
Yes.
wherewithal to extend that invitation?
Yes.
Okay.
I am certain of it.
Okay.
One of the things that Bomani said to me on the show was when he comes to Chicago, he comes to hang out with Mike.
All right.
Cubbies.
Yeah, we get to talk a little bit more Cubs. So I've been thinking about it, Dan, during the commercial break look, we got a soundbite that we want to play about David Ross, and we do want to take that part of it seriously. But considering that we had De La Soul as the first song, and then a little T.I. and Rihanna, I feel like there'll be a palate cleansing, like maybe a little bit of bro country. I don't really know a lot of the artists, but I feel like that's the next song in the sound bites behind Jed Hoyer. I'm thinking the next one's probably country.
Or maybe they go with like an XRT vibe and you get Modest Mouse or Wilco.
Okay. So look, we've been talking a little bit about David Ross and how Ross is being evaluated now with the changes that have been made with the roster. Here's what Jed Hoyer said.
I don't read the commentary, and I think ultimately, the way we're playing right now, every single run a bullpen guy gives up is fatal. Every decision that doesn't work out has come back to haunt us, and that's not really how the game is usually played, right? Like usually there's a 2-run homer, a 3-run homer, a big inning that will give the manager some breathing room or give the team some breathing room. We haven't had that, and so we've played close game after close game, and I think that is magnified some decisions that are well thought out decisions, but things happen, things go the other way, and I do feel like both from a bullpen standpoint and a coaching staff standpoint, we start scoring some more runs. All of a sudden, I think it allows for some breathing room in these decisions, and right now, every run a bullpen guy gives up, every decision becomes something that people focus on.
Man, Rihanna would not be denied.
That's an interesting answer by Jed Hoyer, and it's a little bit of pretzel logic, because what he's doing is the actual definition of begging the question. People use the phrase, well, that begs the question, meaning that prompts me now to ask this question. That's not what begging the question is. Begging the question is a logical fallacy, which presumes a conclusion to an argument before the conclusion is reached.
Okay.
So when somebody asked about some of these managerial decisions, and he said, well, we've just had these close games that have magnified these managerial decisions. Yes.
Right. That's the point.
That's what we're asking about. All he's doing is sort of rephrasing the reason for asking the question, and that's not the answer to the question. The answer is, well, usually you get a home run and you break it open, and these things don't mean all that much. Well, yeah, that's the saying that it is magnified. That's why we're asking how he's doing and how you think of some of these decisions. And basically, eventually he said, well, sometimes it could be the right decision, but it doesn't go your way. That's the Joe Madden doctrine of just because it didn't work didn't mean it was the right decision, which with Madden, we also know cuts both ways, or you can tell him just because it worked doesn't mean it was the right decision. As we know.
Process over results.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of answer. Now, Lawrence, you called our attention to recently a Jim Margulis piece from SoxMachine.com where he was calling out Rick Hahn for these types of answers.
Yeah.
So
I think that it's interesting, with Rossi, was this year 4, right? This is year 4 of Rossi?
Yep.
And he wins the division in the COVID shortened season, but then they were embarrassed in those games against the Marlins. It was really, really rough where the Cubs didn't score runs. And clearly that was at the end of this whole thing that had won them the World Series a few years before. I do think that Cubs fans are asking for, from what I've seen in my timeline, from what I've seen on the text lines, from the way people have reacted to games this year. It wasn't this way last year. People understood you're still way in the weeds when it comes to the rebuilding. But this year, I feel like there's a higher level of expectation from fans. And now they want to figure out, now that there's better players, is the manager good? Or is he a net neutral? If he's a net neutral, you can win.
I think as a tactician, he's probably net neutral. And as the tone setter, culture manager,
net positive.
I would say net slight positive. So I think he is manager.
Okay.
And from what and there are things that are measurable now. If you go to Baseball Reference, you can look up managerial stats. And what they do, when you click on the hyperlink of the manager's name, and you can click on managerial stats, managerial tendencies, the way they do it is with a rate plus number. So it's sort of like WRC plus for stealing second, stealing third, sack bunts, intentional walks, substitutions.
Too bunty.
No, he's not actually. His rate plus, last year he was too bunty. Last year his rate plus for sack bunts was 153. Which means he was 53% more likely, or did it more often
than your average manager.
Than the average manager in that particular year and environment. This year, 45. So well under average for his frequency of sack bunting.
Still too bunty.
You think so? Yeah. And it says stealing second, he's currently at a 123. Stealing third, he's at a 123. Last year, 185. Substitutions right around average for his career, actually career average of 100. So the number of substitutions per game is exactly for career at average.
That's one of the things that your development we often put on the players, like they're the only ones that can develop. Rossi now has to develop into a different type of manager where now you're not just squiring along kids. And you're not just trying to kind of hold things together, because I do think that was a big part of what 2021 and 2022 were for Ross, where you're moving out the guys that won the championship and you're trying to go in a different direction, and you're that connective tissue between the championship days and what you hope are the championship days in the future. Now it's, hey, can you win some of these close games? Now that you've got some better players,
our expectations are higher, and sometimes we're going to need you.
You're going to have to make a difference in some of these. It's interesting to find out.
708 says Peter Sagal is sky pointing for this conversation about begging the question. Yeah, I know it's a big thing for him. I've noticed that on Twitter, that the host of Wait, Don't Tell Me he and I are cut from similar cloth in that regard.
Have you been on there?
What? That's A-list stuff.
Hey, man, I don't know.
Come on now.
Don't they do it right here or something?
Yes. On Navy Pier, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever gone to it?
No.
Oh,
I
man,
haven't.
it's fun.
I bet.
It's fun.
I bet.
You had a good time, Ray?
Oh, hell yeah. It was great. It was really cool.
But but the idea of the way people use beg the question, and it's probably quote unquote acceptable now because everybody uses it to say, well, that raises a question that hasn't been discussed yet. But it is a specific term from logical argument where you assume an argument's truth when you're trying to argue it to prove it. So you haven't proved it yet, but you presume it's truth. That's begging. That is the true meaning of begging the question.
Well, that begs the question, Dan. No, I'm just
kidding.
I
know, but it is more often misused than not.
All right, so we don't have another soundbite with music behind it to play. We play the guest game, but when we come back, we will celebrate today's anniversary.
Helicopter Day.
No, it's a different anniversary, and we're going to celebrate it in proper fashion next here on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Swinging a line drive, right center field. That's going to be.
By the way, did you guys? I'm looking at. I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana T-shirt today.
Yes,
underneath
I love it.
My second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen
can
a
do
couple.
Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's basic code and it's fun. Maybe just for me.
How do you guys keep? I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow
Wait.
Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat
who is
not
fat.
So that
There's
that
one
is
for Dan. how many
Or I
things
take the
Dan is
fun out
taking the
of
fun
things.
out of. That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now they're
Dave.
accusing me of taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point, Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitchers going? If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
How does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes. That's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And
I'll
then you're
track
like,
those throughout,
narrator, they were really far away from winning a championship.
Right. It didn't.
Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, an Odyssey station.
He's a good third baseman, but he's not, he's not Todd Frazier.
It is May 11th. That means it is Helicopter Day, because if you remember a certain sequence that begins with the title card, May 11th, 1980, 6:55 a.m. And we see Henry Hill delivering guns to Jimmy. He's sweaty and he's waxy and he's looking up at the sky because he thinks he's getting a little paranoid about a helicopter following him, but it isn't paranoia if they're actually out to get you. So May 11th is another anniversary as well.
Yes, it is the anniversary of Todd Frazier going into the stands and Hawk Harrelson going into the clubhouse.
Jammed him, ate him up. Todd, long way to go. Watch out, he goes in.
I think he made the catch.
Made the catch. Did he hang on?
But he's hurt.
Yeah, he's hurt.
It was a spectacular effort, and this is a real bad sight. Well, it looked like he hit his mouth right on the seat. The ball was in the glove.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Carlos Sanchez, and
when we find out,
I'm going downstairs. You take over, okay?
So Carlos takes over at third base.
All right. I just saw him.
And?
I didn't see him for maybe 15, 20 seconds. Hermie got him in there going. It appears his teeth went through his lip. But I was worried about a broken jaw or something like that. And it appears, knock on wood, I'm not a doctor, it appears he's going to be okay. He just said he was more scared than anything.
I can't blame
him. No. But, knock on wood, that's all there is. Oh, man.
He left the live broadcast of a Major League Baseball game to go check on a third baseman.
In the middle of a sentence.
And?
That's the part, like, I had forgotten how abrupt it was.
Yeah. And you hear him set down the headset before the engineer can even pop down the mic on the headset.
Right. And you would
But the
think...
engineer's probably like, there's no way he's leaving, right? Like,
I'm gonna go
well, and it's a road engineer, too, so
right, yeah.
there's that. But there isn't even the... Stoney, I think I'm going to go check on him. Like, you don't even give Stoney a chance to say, all right, I got it. You just, I'm going to go check on him. Gone.
Why are you checking? It's not your kid.
What do you think Todd Frazier thought
Like,
when he
what
saw
is-
Haugh?
what is
Just
this guy
walk up
doing
to him.
here? Does he think it's his kid?
Has anyone ever asked Todd Frazier that question? Ray, book Todd Frazier. Let's ask him. We can ask him about that and why he hated Adam Eaton.
Well,
I mean,
you can ask anybody that.
I know, but
ask Ozzy.
No one like you.
No one like you. Seriously though, like, at least give your partner a heads up that that's a thing that you're gonna do.
Oh, that just the passive aggressiveness with which that and still drips.
And
because
of course, like, what were you gonna do?
Right. Dr. Hawk is gonna run down there
What
with
were
his
you gonna
magic
do?
ointment and tinctures.
And
Thanks for leaving me up here.
Yeah, appreciate that, partner.
And
you take over. You fly this plane. I'm gonna take a parachute and jump down to the ground and check on him.
And check on Todd Frazier.
I think Goose is lifeless on top of the ocean. I'm gonna go check on him.
And
by the way, as we were discussing stadium ops and DJing at Wrigley Field, our buddy Adam Amin was out here in the streets DJing this past week. He put it on Instagram, so I feel comfortable that I can say this. He did was at a club DJing. And so then he posted a picture of him like 20 years ago on the actual like Wheels of Steel. Yeah, cutting and scratching. And I told him, I was like, hey, man, the next time you're DJing someplace, I want to know about it because I will be there. You don't have to be the headliner. A bunch of my DJ friends don't necessarily headline, and I go out and I dance.
It's only cool if he's got like a Daft Punk robot head or a dead mouse thing. Like he's got like a serious different persona with some giant air-conditioned helmet on his head.
I think it's like he's got to be...
But he's only like 4 feet tall, so you're going to know who it is.
He's got to go like full mute. Like he's not going to talk to anybody.
That's what I mean.
But he's in the zone. But like big old like blue blocker sunglasses and just a vibe.
And like an Abe Lincoln top hat. Like, all right, no, you don't talk to him. Stay away.
You don't talk to DJ Amin.
There's like big Nation of Islam guys standing to his left and right who just sort of keep people.
It's Stacey King that's actually bouncing people away from Adam.
Saucy.
That blend right there was saucy.
Will it be Biggie Bagel? Shoving people away. When we come back,
I have a quick programming note for tomorrow's show.
Ryan Poles 11:40.
That's right, and 12:45. Al Scorch.
Yes.
Chunkosaurus guy number 1. We might get the other guy too. We'll see.
All right.
Al Scorch, guy that found Chunkosaurus in the Chicago River.
Beast. Hey, how you doing, guy? You look good.
That's Al.
Liquid Salads.
The Chunk.
Al Scorch.
That's going to be the next Wu-Tang album, Liquid Salads.
Oh, tomorrow's going to rule. I think it already does.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You're going to knock that promo out after the show today. But that won't happen until we talk with Parkins and Spiegel, and we will do that next here on The Score.
Bears fans, don't miss The Score Bears and NFL schedule release show. Tonight, 6 to 9.
This was Lou Piniella talking about Steve Stone after, I don't know what he said, but something that Steve Stone said on The Score. Here's Sweet Lou.
We've got a lot of people here that haven't managed and won any games in the big leagues, but they know everything. Steve Stone, he's got enough problems doing what he does with the White Sox. What job has he had in baseball besides talking on television or radio? What has he done? Why isn't he a farm director and bring some kids around? Why isn't he a general manager? Why hasn't he ever put the uniform on and been a pitching coach? Why hasn't he been a field manager? There's 30 teams out there that could use a guy's expertise like that. You know? I'm tired of some of these guys. I really am. That's it. Now let's go to baseball.
What'd you say, Stoney?
Well, what I said was pretty simplistic. Tyler Colvin was the number 1 draft pick of the Cubs. They happened to bring Tyler Colvin up from the minor leagues. When you bring a young player up from the minor leagues, the worst thing you can do for that young player is sit him on the bench. Lou was not playing Tyler Colvin for whatever reason, and all I said was, if you're not going to play him, Lou's the manager. If you're not going to play him, send him down to the minor leagues. But as long as he's in the major leagues, put him in a game so he can actually learn. There's no reason to call him up if you're sitting him on the bench and watching him watch the game. So I think Lou got a little excited because Lou was 3 for 11 against me lifetime. I don't remember him driving in any runs. He certainly never hit a home run. And I think from his playing days, he was still a bit bitter. So, when he says, what have I ever done? Well, I won. He said I never won any games. I did. I won I think I won 107 games, maybe 108, something like that. I don't know exactly what it was, but I do know that Lou is a terrific player. He turned out to be a wonderful manager. I mean, it's difficult for a guy to win 116 games, dominate baseball, and then get unceremoniously booted out of the playoffs by the Yankees every year, which is what happened with Lou. But then again, Lou went wire to wire with the Cincinnati Reds in 1990. He was really a very good manager. We obviously patched things up after that. I always liked Lou. He was just a little bit aggravated that I would mention the Tyler Colvin thing because in his heart of hearts, he realized, number one, that he might not have had any control about bringing him up. He might have been unhappy about bringing him up, but the decision not to play him, I thought, was a bad decision. And so, look, I've been an analyst and an evaluator for quite some time, going on 40 years as a broadcaster, and I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of young players come to the big leagues, and I know one thing. If you're a young player, especially a number 1 draft pick, if you're sitting on the bench, you're not going to get any better. That's for sure. So Lou and I had a difference of opinion, but that was really it.
That's so great. And by the way, Steve, it was nice of you to pretend like you did not know exactly how many games you won because, of course, it was 107. You don't forget anything. You know your win-loss record for your career.
No. Sometimes those things, you just forget. You remember the 93 losses. You don't remember all the wins, things like that. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, over 1,000 strikeouts, over 100 wins.
1,065, but I can hardly remember back that far.
There it is.
Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! You look good. I'm real proud of you. You've been eating healthy. You ever heard of liquid salad?
The man with that wonderful Chicago accent is going to join us at 12:40 tomorrow.
His name is Ryan Poles.
No, Ryan Poles will join us at 11:40 tomorrow. The Al Scorch, one of the two guys in the kayak who discovered the giant Chicago River snapping turtle Chonkosaurus, will be joining us at 12:45.
So
we're good. I'm real proud of you.
We're going to learn about botany, right?
Well, Joey Santori, the other guy, may also join in as well. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, I'm down for all of it. I need some scale on the size of that snapping turtle because my guess is 50 pounds.
My guess is higher than that.
Hey, one thing for Poles, you guys know what he calls his favorite players, right? That he scouted
Blue chips
for the draft.
No, red chips.
Grizzlies. He put a little Bears symbol next to his favorite players in the draft. And most of them did become Bears, and he refers to them as Grizzlies, which led me on a deep dive for the most dangerous bear, which is, of course, the Grizzly. So at least he's on point with that. Polar bear was third,
Bear draft.
Yeah.
bear draft.
He did it already, but you got to ask him about Grizzlies, man. That is some meatball stuff to go with your bobs.
Yeah, there's
if you ever see me in the woods battling with a grizzly bear, help the bear.
Yeah, there's like some Sarah Palin in there, it was like that, because remember that whole thing about Mama Grizzlies and
lipstick on a pig.
Oh, God. Well, thank you to Patrick Mooney. Thanks to Chris Herring.
It's Pitbull, right?
Today for joining us, and thanks to Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka for all of their help. And whoever the guy was that Kevin Lapka was squiring around today.
I think it was like another engineer.
Oh.
Or like one of the younger engineers.
No.
Lapka, he geeked out when we were talking about being in Ravenswood Manor because he also goes to Rockwell's over there. Mm-hmm. And then Connor O'Donnell's like, oh, yeah, I love that place. And
my problem with Rockwell's is I always feel like someone's watching me when I'm over there.
Very well done. Very well done.
Thank you.
It was just a dream, though.
Kevin Lapka's my sworn enemy.
Why?
What happened now?
Golf?
I hate him.
Because he's like super athletic and good looking?
Well, yeah, definitely. And younger than me. Yeah, of course. No, him, Ryan Porth, Spiegs.
Me.
Everyone's conspiring against me today.
Why are they conspiring against you?
Because we would dare publicize something that Danny has publicized himself for 3 years.
Oh, I saw someone take a shot at you on Twitter. And I was like, what the hell is going on?
I'm getting killed on Twitter, Lawrence. I'm getting killed like I'm Caitlin Collins.
Did your source die?
The loophole was closed.
He will be after today.
Raj closed my loophole.
This is supposed to be Danny Parkins' day.
I don't have a scheduled guy anymore. My guy thought he was still a scheduled guy, and then he woke up today and he was no longer the scheduled guy or girl, and now everyone on Twitter is dunking on me, and it makes me upset. and
Danny's going to be lashing out in all directions.
Well, but then I come into work today licking my wounds, looking for support from my Score family, and Spiegs is out here retweeting things about how it's Danny Parkins' day, and then Ryan Porth comes in and he goes, hey, got something to show you. I'm like, cool. What do you have to show me? He goes, Kevin Lapka made this. And it's a graphic because apparently they'd spent a bunch of time making graphics for me scooping the Bears schedule like I've done successfully the last 3 years.
You with a hat that says press on it?
So he made it's like a cemetery with a gravestone with my name on it for Danny Parkins schedule scoops May of 2020 to May of 2023.
Think how hard he worked on it.
He sucks.
Well, he's just doing his job.
No,
you suck.
No. Sorry.
That's on point. Right? That's on point. But here's the thing. I feel bad for Danny. I feel bad for Danny.
No. Yes, absolutely. He didn't need to make the graphic with the gravestone.
Oh,
that's too far. That is too far.
And then that went out on socials?
It's about to.
Oh.
Yeah. My own team. They're putting it out there, dunking on me for not having the schedule today.
I woke up this morning.
Outrage.
I woke up this morning and tweeted about the drama. The drama. All eyes are on the feed of Danny Parkins, and he did not deliver.
So yesterday, after I finished doing the promo, and Ray is like, "Hey, hey, should we put Parkins on tomorrow? And I'm like, why would we put Danny? And he's like, oh, the schedule stuff. I was like, oh, okay. I said, but will he have it by the time we're on? He's like, well, he should have it. And I was like, oh, all right, well, let's book Parkins for the show. Once he gets to the schedule, we can make it like a big deal.
Yeah.
And then Ray was like, yeah, so we're not going to do that today.
Yeah, I texted him. It's very upsetting because I 3 years in a row I had the schedule, and no one in this town cited me other than the Score and Colleen Kane, who's a reputable journalist, and she does an excellent job.
She's great.
Everyone else, Weedsy and Fishbane and Weeder, and none of them cited me, and now they're all vindicated because I don't have it anymore.
Did you say Weedsy and Weederer, by the way?
Fishbane, Weedsy,
and
Weederer.
Weederer.
I don't know. I mean, Big Z,
Biggs.
all of
Yeah.
them.
All of them.
Yeah,
Hogue.
but here's the problem.
Hoger.
The NFL, the fact that the NFL
I don't like it.
has the the audacity
What?
to get a lockdown. they have the audacity to lock down their own schedule information.
How
Remove
dare
the
they?
loophole. How dare they control their own information?
But they kind of haven't though. Like we've seen
That's
all
the
of
thing.
Green Bay's schedule.
the
and-
they locked down Danny's
The
loophole.
Packers beat guys done a fantastic job this year, and then they gave it to the national games and the Christmas games and all that stuff's out there. It was very upsetting, Lawrence.
What I want to know, though,
Very upset.
what you really want to know is did you find a way to monetize the scoop in the betting markets?
So not in the betting markets, but I heard you guys when I was driving in. Do people really travel to these games? The answer is yes. Like people do Bears trips. They do road trips. My brother and his buddies used to do an annual Packers trip.
So
Like,
can you buy stock in Expedia based on the schedule or something?
Not stock, but you believe that if you knew right now when Bears Chiefs were and you bought those plane tickets before the schedule comes up, you would be saving money on the airfare from after the schedule gets released.
and maybe hotel too.
And maybe hotel.
Yeah, there should be a market in which you can trade the price of hotel rooms.
Kind of get your first pick of Airbnbs.
First pick of Airbnbs, reserving like the very few like the rental spots by Lambeau is a big one for Bears Packers.
Yeah.
Like, people make a run for that weekend.
You know, it's kind of a bit on this show that I don't like the NFL because, of course, I do love the NFL and I love football, and it's a bit that you don't like baseball because you do like baseball.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's fine.
but
I'll be hosting Post tomorrow on Marquee.
But today and the 2 days leading up are when I loathe the NFL the most.
That's where my partner
is.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, no, dude. The self-importance, the bloating self-image of like, the schedule maker has recorded a podcast with Peter Schrager so they can talk about it. And like, let's schedule a show to unleash when we're going to schedule the show
And then
about when the
teams
schedule's
put out
going
their
to be.
videos, and Jerry Jones is making it rain on his yacht.
And you know why I hate it even the most? Because people actually are really interested. And they're really interested as opposed to, some other things that are actually happening.
Layla loves it too.
People love it.
Loves it.
They love it. Our listeners have been checking your Twitter feed all day long, only to find disappointment.
I'll be doing a show tonight at 7:30 on NBC Sports Chicago.
Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron may very well reveal the Bears' schedule tonight on this radio station.
They will.
From 6 to 9 p.m.
I'm still trying to get the schedule.
You are. You're shooting your shot with every team that is on the schedule.
We appreciate the effort, Danny.
Thank you, Lawrence.
By the way,
we thank you in your pursuits.
Thank you.
And we will tell you that you no longer have to worry about this anymore.
I know. At this point, this person's either coming through or they're not, but it's looking very much like
Here's my
not.
question.
I'm going to go with not.
Will you let it go?
Oh, no.
Meaning, next year at this time, if your scoop guy comes in with some scoopage, are you then going to share the scoopage? Or are you like, I'm out of the scoopage business?
Let's put it
He's
this way.
retired.
Let's put it this way. I will always pass along scoops if I get scoops, but I will not go into next year with hubris. You know what I mean? I was 3 years in a row.
You talked a massive game. Frankly, You deserve 100% of this comeuppance today.
Yeah, I do.
I love you, but you deserve 100%.
That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, last year
We're not nice enough to each other, are we, Dan?
there were things that mattered.
No, he's kind of a masochist. he's enjoying this beating a little too much.
By the way, you're listening to Sports Radio 670, The Score, WSER HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
I mean, last year, we were the first to know that the Bears were going to have a mini-bye because they had the Thursday into the Monday night game.
And that changed everything.
And it changed everything. And we talked about, first-time head coach having a late bye, the latest bye you could have, that's a disadvantage. Oh, but wait, it's kind of like he has 2 byes because we learned that last May.
And look,
then
they
how
made
long
the
did we
most
talk
of it.
about the mini-bye?
Yeah,
way more
long
so
time.
than a pitching change in the 7th inning of game 46.
Baseball catching straight.
Well,
That's how he brought it up.
I am baseball. I can't, to him. So anything I bring
Queens
up.
Boulevard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's so. My strays are baseball strays. That's how our dynamic works.
Yeah.
Let me square the circle with something that came up yesterday during transition that I promised I was going to get some information on. When you brought up that stat about Nikola Jokic's usage rate.
Oh, yeah.
When you said he's this incredibly productive season, and yet...
By the way, this is how we beat Wojo. Right here.
And yet his usage rate wasn't in the top 50. So I asked my guy, Jeff Fairer, friend of the show, friend of the Organizations Win Championships podcast.
He's a guy.
And he works with Mike Rankin with Future Sox as well. The last time, and he put in certain filters just to make sure everything's sort of balanced
God,
out.
everybody needs a guy like that. I still need a guy like that.
And the last time we've seen a season like this was Charles Barkley's 1989-90 season.
I felt very vindicated when you texted me that last night.
Which was a pretty amazing season
That's
statistically.
pretty cool.
Yeah, but that's what it's like to not be involved in this many outcomes as determined by usage rate, while still being ridiculously all-star MVP level productive.
So Barkley was 25-11 with leading the league in field goal percentage that year at 63%. I guess 60% field goal, 63% on 2-point field goals. So with 2 steals and 4 assists per game. Pretty unbelievable.
What do you guys make of Barkley and Shaq laughing at Anthony Davis having to use a wheelchair after a concussion? Possible
It's not
concussion.
a concussion. They say they're not.
Okay.
Now there's the
At the
breaking
time, they
news
didn't know.
of there's no way that he doesn't play. And I kept thinking, yeah, there's a way that he doesn't play. Like, if
Anthony
he
Davis.
actually has a concussion. And sometimes the symptoms don't show themselves immediately with concussions.
Right. It was as if everything that we've learned from NFL reporting somehow didn't translate to other athletes with heads. But it was in the context of like that show and that sport and Paul Pierce leaving on a wheelchair to then run back. It was funny. Like, you know what I mean? The idea of a concussion is not funny.
Funny but insensitive.
Correct. Exactly.
As a lot of humor is.
Exactly. And those guys live there in that world, and they somehow can. And I want more people to be able to live in that world. I like laughing at inappropriate jokes at stand-up comedy shows, right? I want to live in a world where we can laugh at things, and then if it ends up being serious, you like apologize and feel bad for laughing at it, you know? But like, I thought it was funny how they couldn't stop laughing while intellectually knowing that this is an inappropriate thing to be laughing
It was
about.
very-
Like, I can split that for me personally.
It was very genuine because
It was very genuine.
It's sort of like, you know, if you're like, we are in a studio when the microphones go off and we'd be like, hey man, how about this, right? There's stuff that we wouldn't say on air,
and
but-
they have no filter for stuff like that.
And it's very also like, back in my day, we had to walk uphill both ways to school,
Which
right?
is the whole thing.
In the snow.
Right, in the snow. With
no shoes.
Which is what those guys do.
Every night.
Which is what they do every night.
When I was a child, we lived in a shoebox on the side of the road.
You had a shoebox?
Every morning, we would wake up, our father would kill us.
Father would feed us gravel and then he would kill us.
Hey, guys, last night, somebody became the 21st pitcher to beat all 30 major league teams.
It wasn't Lance Lynn.
It was definitely not Lance Lynn. There are many pitchers who are not Lance Lynn. and you wish the White Sox had them. Who became the 21st pitcher to beat all 30 teams last night?
I know Kershaw went last night.
Kershaw did not become the 21st pitcher to beat all 30 teams. It was Justin Verlander is the 21st. There are 3 other active guys who've beaten all 30 Major League Baseball teams. Greinke is a yes. Did it in 2019. That was his 30th team. 2 more active pitchers.
Wainwright.
Not
Good
Wainwright.
guess.
Very good guess.
Scherzer?
But he's never beaten the Cardinals, right?
Oh, that's right.
Scherzer is absolutely correct, Danny. So Scherzer, Greinke, Verlander, and the other one's Garrett Cole, who I might not have guessed.
I would
not for
Wow.
us. That's a lot of winning.
That's a lot of winning. That's going deep in games, and interleague play means you don't have to spend a lot of time in both leagues like that used to be. So those are the 4 guys. And that some of the others on this list are ridiculous. Javi Vasquez has beaten all 30 teams.
That actually makes sense.
Yeah, when you think about it.
Edwin Jackson?
Not Edwin Jackson.
Mike
but-
Morgan?
No, because it has to be the modern 30. So Al Leiter is as far back as it goes. Kevin Brown, Terry Mulholland, Kurt Schilling, Woody Williams, never in a million years, Jamie Moyer, Randy Johnson, Barry Zito.
Jamie Moyer would be someone that I would have guessed.
Right. Vicente Padilla. I love that name. Derek Lowe, AJ Burnett, Dan Herron, Kyle Loesch, Tim Hudson, John Lackey, Bartolo Colon, you would have guessed at some point as well.
Yes, because he just kept pitching.
Yeah.
Because people kept paying him.
But
maybe Johnny Cueto's got to be close, right?
I don't know. I could check.
Yeah,
Or I could just not check and say he's not on the list.
That's fine.
And move on with the rest of the day.
Danny, what are you guys doing today?
Nothing. No,
We're not doing nothing.
We're waiting for the schedule. No, today Dave Wanstead's coming in at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, get him out of here soon because I gotta do like 2 shows with him
Oh,
today.
well, good luck because he requested smoked old fashions for 4 o'clock.
Perfect.
Yeah,
And
that's actually perfect.
Shane brought all of the fixins, including a torch.
I was just going to say, so for the smoke, that
Got a
you
butane torch.
and a torch.
Yeah, he was lighting the torch back in the office earlier. Yeah.
Great.
Type of torch.
Chained and open flame.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He carries a torch.
Yeah, but you've seen the video where he almost blows up his kitchen, right?
Yeah, but he was so calm that it actually made me feel comfortable with him around open flame. I mean, how would you have reacted? You cook a lot. I would have been terrified to have that much fire in my kitchen.
I would have been okay.
You would have been
I've come
good?
close to that. I've done flambeing and remember, I was a competitive fire builder who once singed my own eyebrows off.
I do have to remember that. But yeah, look, there we go. There's the flame.
He's got Shane is here with the eternal flame.
That thing's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Flame.
Eternal.
We have a new enemy of the show that is not Kevin Lapka.
Clearly, you have multiple new enemies of the show.
Yeah, this one I know.
Weeds, Fishbane, Weederer, also Fishbane.
Brad Biggs is also.
Well, he's old enemy of the show.
Long standing. Yeah, no, we will reveal this person at 3 o'clock. You guys would 100%.
Well, you won't reveal it if you don't get your source to tell you who it is.
No, you guys would 100% be aligned with this person as an enemy of the show. Speaks' buddy Mark Willard is coming on to talk some Warriors. We'll also ask him about who the Niners quarterback is going to be. Got a lot to do today, boys. A lot to do.
Have fun,
Get on
Danny. Don't obsess about this.
Have you met my partner?
It's way too late. I was hitting 7 irons like 190 today. I was so mad. I was just piping the ball. I was so furious on the driving range waiting for this guy to come through.
It's like a 3-wood for
I
me.
was crushing the ball. I mean, sometimes it was straight, sometimes it wasn't. It was a little downwind. But yeah, I'd taken out a lot of anger on the range.
So those are
today.
the kind of takes we can expect
Oh,
today.
yeah, I'm lashing out in all directions.
Have fun.
All right, boys. Tandy's open, kicks
Can
us
I go
off.
with you guys?
Yeah, Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. It's easier than ever to get home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Jalen Brunson continues to show just how lost the Mavericks are as an organization. His 38 points while never coming out of last night's game.
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
Oh, it's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. He looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs that you watch in grade school. Hey, man, you ever try any weed? It'd be cool if you did.
Okay, Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here.
Oh,
What does Parkins look like?
It's
This
just
hat is
traumatic, but
really nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix Your Melon? Is that what it's called? Fix Your Melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
So I don't know if you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
No, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It
It's
looks
a great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new.
Okay.
I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
That's what the hats
my
look
favorite part about the text is the word appointment. Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not from Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike there. Spike there.
your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it was.
A bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell.
I did one of those earlier.
You did.
Did I do it? Was it to Euclid? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
We welcome our next guest, the king of the bat flip, Billy Hamilton.
The king of the bat flip, Billy Hamilton.
Brian, thank you so much for being on the show and putting up with my idiocy. How you doing, man?
Yeah, man, I'm doing all right, man. I'm going to go grab Billy in a second so he can come in and finish
No,
his thing.
I don't want to talk to Billy.
We want to talk to you, Brian.
I'm so sorry.
I don't even
Let me
think.
see what Billy doing right now. Let me see if he's busy.
You are a more aggressive and enthusiastic bat flipper and tosser because you're here as part of this White Sox bunch, right? Like Anaheim Angel Brian Goodwin isn't doing that. The White Sox have brought this out of you, haven't you? You're enjoying this year, Brian. It's clear.
I mean, when in the South Side, you got to act like, South Sider. So that's just the energy they was giving me. It's only right that I've returned it, right?
Have you ever been around a group like this with this type of culture?
Man, in pro baseball, I might have to say no. I haven't witnessed anything like this probably since high school. Honestly, just the energy and the atmosphere, and even the fans, down to the fans, just the how diehard they are, how much they ride for their city and their team. Man, it's really like one of a kind.
We know that you guys ball bust everyone in that clubhouse, right? Like Hendricks has talked about. Yeah, if you knew, you come in, we make fun of you, and then you're just one of the guys. Can you guys make fun of Tony when he runs like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Nobody is off limits. In this clubhouse, nobody's off limits.
So who gives it to Tony? Like, who's the person that starts the roast on the manager?
Oh man, look. You trying to get me in trouble, man?
No. Listen, I'm the only one who's in trouble for this interview, sir.
Hey, Billy, we're really enjoying this, Billy.
Yeah, that's right. Blame it on Bill.
That's right. You can say anything you want now. People will be like, you'll never believe what Billy Hamilton said on the radio.
Man, Billy was talking crazy on the radio the other day, wasn't he?
God, I'm never going to live it down, man. can't believe that.
My Uncle Pat had hiccups for a year. I got to ask him how he got rid of them.
He did?
Yeah.
Who is this Uncle Pat anyway?
He was a knockaround guy like Tony's dad. But they let him retire to this farm upstate New York. Sounds funny, but it wasn't. He had the hiccups for like a year.
Jeez.
What, you think it's funny? He almost committed suicide because of it.
Poor Bo.
Poor Bo.
I've had the hiccups since last July.
Now look at that one. Bo Jackson says,
Kill me.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Even a Bo Jackson Sopranos mashup can't improve my mood.
Well,
I've let you all down.
how about if I were to smell a porcupine's buttocks?
Oh, that could make me feel better. Shane, do we have one?
So, direct connection with my porcupine guy has been made.
All right, for those who don't know, Bo Jackson said in every possible way he's tried to cure the hiccups, including smelling a porcupine's ass. And I boasted yesterday that I would do that today if you could come up with a porcupine. And you boasted that you could come up with a porcupine.
And I can, but I doubted it a little bit, I guess, or I was doubted maybe, but less than 24 hours, I guess, is not enough time to get the porcupine signed out. But it will happen. As long as Bo still has the hiccups, the porcupine ass smelling is still relevant. So it will happen, but I couldn't get it done today.
So where do you sign a porcupine out of? Porcupine prison?
It's been institutionalized.
Yeah, I'm not going to
padded
release.
walls porcupine.
So porcupine rehab facility?
Yeah.
I will not release the location, the current location of the porcupine.
Okay, this porcupine's got some problems.
But this is legit.
Yeah.
It's a legit porcupine.
I got to tell
Real
you,
porcupine.
there's a lot of people upset that there's no porcupine for me to smell the ass of today. A lot of people have texted and tweeted. There's one person very happy. That would be my wife, who was not thrilled at the concept of me smelling a porcupine's ass.
You tell her too much.
I wanted to warn her. What I didn't want...
Just like, let it happen.
I didn't want her to be blindsided on social media with a video of me smelling a porcupine's ass. You know what I mean? It's out of respect,
This
Danny.
is how you pay the mortgage.
Yeah, like she knew what your job was when you got married.
Yeah.
It's not like this is a new thing for
Babe, this is a show where things happen.
This is a show where things happen.
This is a thing that may happen.
You get intimate with animals.
Yeah.
It's all right.
It's good enough for Bo Jackson, but not you?
I know, exactly right. Good enough for one of the great athletes of all time.
That's ridiculous.
So I come home with 10 or 20 porcupine quills on my face. Whatever.
Exactly.
It's worth it.
Yeah, you just got to keep a few things to yourself. Now
So not today.
This is too much, though. Like, honestly, like I can live with Kevin Lapka creating a video with my name on a gravestone for my schedule leaks, May of 2020 to May of 2023. I can live with that. Sometimes it's your own people who turn against you. I can live with Roger Goodell's NFL closing the loophole. I can even live with me taking a shot with an old Kansas City source to just try to get Bears Chiefs to just get one.
That was the best. Your desperation. You're reaching out. I'm surprised you haven't reached out to like a source in every town the Bears play, just trying to piece it together.
I'm trying. I can live with all of this rejection. Okay, it just reminds me of high school. I can deal with the rejection. But Joe Person just tweeted that Bears Panthers is Week 10 on Thursday Night Football.
So he knows this.
Joe Person gets a game and I don't get a game. It's not even a real dude. So now I know that Bryce Young is playing Justin Fields in Soldier Field on Week 10 because of a dude who covers the Panthers for The Athletic, and I didn't get that?
I'm still not convinced he's an actual person.
He's a nice guy.
He wouldn't come on our mock draft.
Yeah, but he's a nice guy. He was
Ice Cube.
very kind about not being able to come on.
That was
had him on Take the North. He was really known.
Both of those times, that was AI. That was AI. Joe Person is not a real guy. There's no effing way. Ice Cube came on the draft show.
This is killing me. Oh, my God.
All right, so what do we got? They open with the Packers. They close with the Packers.
I love that they open with the Packers. That's very fun. You get Jordan Love early. You get a 325 game. That's going to be the number one Fox crew. So you'll get Burkhardt and Olsen.
Really fun.
That will be a huge game. That will feel big. There will be so much like pressure and intrigue.
And it gives us all summer long to look forward to that, to build up to it.
Good Kid Rock song. I know it's your favorite.
I have very bad memories that are immediately coming to mind that I'll have to get out of my head of waiting on Trubisky with the Nagy 2.0 or 202 or whatever the hell we called it.
Yeah.
And expecting that to be great, and then the Packers destroyed us on a Thursday night. So if that happens, it'll be a really bad taste in our mouth.
Well, it's going to be right. The swings. We talk about like overreaction Monday for week one because it goes in both directions, right? That cuts both ways.
You bet.
The Packers are supposed to be bad. You're supposed to be bad to mediocre, just based on the odds makers. But you will be a solid favorite in that game. The line will be out soon if it isn't already. Week one lines will get posted today or tonight
because it's here.
Because it's here, and the Packers are supposed to be the worst team, and the Bears are a buzzy team to take a leap, and the Packers are not.
And Fields has had more playing time. Love has been there for 3 years, but Fields has had more playing time and should theoretically be more ready for this.
So the good version of it is Justin Fields takes the leap. He beats the Packers for the first time. You're 1-0. And you've got the better quarterback than the Packers for the first time in 30 years. That's the good version of week one.
Yeah.
Bad version of week one.
Same old song!
Is you get upset at home. Jordan Love outduels Justin Fields. He actually looks good. And people are just driving into the lake.
Gotcha.
Like there's a wide range of outcomes for week one. That's not a low pressure game against the Lions or Carolina or something like that. That's a high pressure game.
So that Carolina primetime game given you by Joe Person.
Yeah.
And Peoria Matt says he prefers to get his schedule info from a guy named Jack Individual. Jack Individual. Love that guy's work.
Yeah.
But that game should be fun. It's an example of primetime Fields for primetime Bryce Young. I've seen whispers that there's going to be a lot more Bears in prime time this year than perhaps expected.
Sounds like we know two so far. Sounds like we know a Thursday night game against Washington and a Thursday night game against Carolina are the early reports. I think it was week 5 and week 10.
And we'll see what happens on Sunday. And of course, they might get flexed into as the season goes along.
Well, and so that brings us to the second Packers game that was reported by the Packers beat reporter. I hate that Bears-Packers is week 18.
Why?
That's so boomer bust. Like, there's a really good chance that game means nothing other than it being Bears-Packers.
Or it could decide the division or decide home field advantage or decide that one of them is getting in. I'm immediately drawn to the week 17 at the time game where Lovie Smith didn't really try to beat the Packers and let them get into the playoffs, and then they ended up beating the Bears in the NFC Championship game, right?
Yes.
I have that correct.
But like, these are the teams that are picked to finish 3rd and 4th in the division. It's very unlikely that both teams will be good and relevant come week 18. And hey, there was a pretty irrelevant Bears-Packers game this past year late in the year, and you still were very into the idea of beating, because Bears-Packers games are always relevant on some level. I understand that. But if this is the 7-9 Bears against the 5-11 Packers in freezing cold Lambeau Field with, Fox's C team there broadcast to 15% of the country.
Yeah. Why do you hate Jason Benetti?
If Benetti's calling NFL games, I'll be thrilled for him. I think he only did 1 last year, maybe 2. But if that's
right.
What the odds are.
I hear you.
That it's very unlikely that it'll be relevant for both teams, and other games will just be much bigger.
Yeah, that's a risk
because they'll be playing for playoff seeding. So I just kind of a potential for about now. To your point. Or it could be one of the biggest Bears-Packers games of the last decade.
Right.
If playoff life is on the line.
Let's say Detroit or Minnesota is winning the division and these two teams are fighting for one of the last wild cards. It'll be absolutely epic.
It'll be huge.
But yeah, and I do have the memory of that right. Sunday, January 2nd, 2011, last week of the year, Bears lose to Green Bay 10-3. and that is the year that Green Bay gets in and then ends up going to Soldier Field beating Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler is down right now, so
yeah,
bad.
So it's so that's the only thing that bothers me a little bit.
I get it
with Week 18 against the Packers, because I just think it's better than 50-50 that game is irrelevant for the standings for both teams, and that just that kind of sucks. But I'm very much looking forward to finding out when Bears Chiefs is, because that game's I would imagine that's a Sunday night or a Monday night game. We don't have one of those locked in yet. I think that's a very good one, and hoping it's a early season trip, nice weather. Bears fans can experience Arrowhead if you've never been there. That's that and Lambeau, my favorite stadiums in the NFL.
All right,
so
island game focus.
No Islands game for Bears Packers.
Either one.
Either one. That's got to be the first. Studs, do you know?
That's what I'm saying. Like that's got to be the first time in a while, right?
Like almost a decade, I would think.
For what, the first time?
No. For neither Bears Packers game to be a night game.
Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, because last year there was one Sunday nighter. Right?
Oh no! I mean, it's we are many years in a row. I just don't know how many years you have to go back for the last time there wasn't one Bears Packers.
And
game
it could be
night.
that NBC flexes into that last one for Sunday night. And is this the year that Monday night has flex possibilities as well? They usually don't do that on the last week of the year.
Yeah, no, right. Well, so last week of the year, it's now they're trying to do like all of the games kicking off at either the noon or the 3:25 window. I think the last time that they can flex, and then they try to make it so that the one night game is like a win and in game if that exists.
Right.
So
it could be depending on if
yeah,
it is.
Of course, yeah, it could be. And then let's see. So we have Week 1 Packers, Week 5 at Washington on a Thursday night. Week 6 is the Vikings at home, so you've got the extra rest ahead of a division game against Minnesota. You can have multiple Thursday night games starting this year, and the Bears are a team that does. So the Panthers on Week 10, so you then have extra time for the road game against the Lions. Week 11, Week 12 at the Vikings, Week 14 is Lions, Week 15 at Browns, and Week 18 at Packers are what the reports are out there. So Texter says you have to go all the way back to 2008 for the last time for a noon game.
For a noon game at
Lambeau. But we'll keep working to confirm that. But no, that's the other thing. I'll give you something else for the schedule that struck me as a little interesting.
Yeah.
Chiefs open up the season
against the Lions.
Yeah,
I was surprised to see the Lions held in that high of a regard. I mean, clearly they've ramped up, but is that just? I wonder how much it was confused by the Bears going away. I wonder if that got in the way at all. The Bears not being the Berlin opponent. Would they choose Dolphins? Chiefs would have been a hell of an opener.
Yeah, it would have been. I think. Here's what I think it is. I think the NFL is smartening up on. There's no game that you could put in that opener that wouldn't do a huge number.
That's for sure.
And the Chiefs are always doing a huge number because of Mahomes, and they're the champs, right? So you have the champs, you have the banner, ring ceremony, like all the pomp and circumstance of the NFL coming back. And then you look at their home games and, like, would you rather not waste, but Chiefs-Bengals, Chiefs-Bills, those are Chiefs-Eagles, those are massive games. But you can get a massive number to open the season with any opponent. So why not save those for in season once you're into it and reward your broadcast partners with premium matchups throughout the year?
I could see that. I could see that because of your incredible failure today on what is supposed to be Danny Parkins Day.
Yeah, epic failure.
Yeah, just epic. I mean, massively important. And because of the NFL's outsized importance that they've put on prioritizing schedule leak news over so many other things and screwing you. The best that Bears beat writers can do is this constant retweeting of the 2023 strength of schedule that the NFL has put out. Like, hey, here's the Bears' strength of schedule, and it's just under 500. It's 497. Is the Bears the strength of schedule based on last year's record? That's the best they can do. I look at that though, and I think about overs and unders for the year's wins, and I'm looking at the bottom of this chart for the very best team that has the worst schedule. Have you seen this graphic? Because the Saints have the second easiest schedule of any team in the NFL, and now with David Carr, they're going to do better than their number, don't you think? I look at them towards the bottom of that. The Titans are down there. The Browns are down there. The Packers are down there. The Ravens are down there. And the Bears. I think a lot of Bears bettors are going to look at that and say, oh, they play less than a 500 caliber schedule. Let me take the over.
Okay. I mean, it's for two things. One, it's factored in. Like the strength of schedule is factored in to what the over-under is for the win total.
Okay. So it's factored in before it even comes out, right?
Yeah, well, of course.
Sure,
of course. Like the odds makers have known the opponents for forever. Today is just about the order. For people who dismiss today, and I understand that you did and Bernstein did, and I get it, it's for people who want to make plans to travel. That's what today is. It's, okay, we're going to make the trip to Arrowhead for the first time. We're going to make the trip to the Dog Pound in Cleveland for the first time. We're going to make the trip to New Orleans or L.A. You know, like that's what it's for. It's for Bears fans who want to travel and set it up. That's what today is exciting for. But so the odds makers have already factored that in. And then the other thing is, man, every year 50% of the playoffs turns over in the NFL.
Yeah, who the hell knows?
Who the hell knows
is a correct response to all of this.
Yeah, who the hell knows? It's impossible to say who is good and who is not, who will be healthy when you play them or not, who will start hot or finish strong. It's impossible.
This texter says, I can't speak for other listeners, but I'm finding it difficult to trust any of Danny's schedule takes right now, given everything.
No, I get it. Someone tweeted, I don't know why you're employed at the Score.
It was Barack Obama.
If you can't give us schedule takes.
Dan Proft tweeted that.
Just wait for him. Wait.
That guy.
It's coming in. It's coming in 20 minutes.
Okay, sorry.
Just wait.
What? Me? Yeah, you hate me. I know.
I'm just saying.
I said things out loud.
I'm just saying.
Dump the last 40 seconds. Nobody knows who he is anyway.
That's true. God. I keep checking my phone as if my guy's going to come through.
So there's actually a run of 4 or 5 years in a row here I'm looking where the Bears and Packers didn't play a night game in the mid-2000s. That's like 2013 through 2017, they didn't play a night game.
Okay. So got to go back 6 or 7 years, you're saying, for the last time. All right.
So not as far as we thought.
Not quite a decade. But, yeah, I mean, I guess that's what happened when you're the third and fourth ranked teams in the preseason in your division. Offensive explosion last night for the Cubs. How big did it feel? Next on the Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Steve Stone. Is Tim Anderson okay?
Being out as long as he was out, what Pedro was trying to do with him is give him some time, not play him too many days in a row to make sure.
You make it sound simple, but your path to get here was not. And when you go back to even getting to South Bend, knowing what your familiarity was with the Cubs staff and then being able to take that opportunity there, get the call up, and then earn your way back like you are, how do you describe that?
It's kind of been a whirlwind. The path hasn't been, so direct as everyone else's, but hey, there's different paths for different cats. And, I was just thankful for another opportunity to keep playing. And last year when I went to the outside with the Cubs, I hardly knew anybody. I recognized the names from playing against them, all the years in AAA. And then I knew Peavy and Valleca, from playing against them as well. And then, so I just went there, just kind of meeting new people. And, I just wanted to take it super simple and, hey, just put the bat on the ball and let's have some fun. And I was thankful for another opportunity to keep playing.
What would you say to teams who maybe, or fans even, who will write somebody off when they're younger? Because you're a good example of what happens when a team doesn't.
Yeah, I think, I would say just keep going. I mean, you never know what can happen just because we don't have the Bryce Harper route to the big leagues or the Alex Rodriguez's, where you get instant success in the big leagues at such a young age. It takes time. This is a hard game. And I think some people lose sight of that. But I also think that as from a player standpoint, like the more reps we get, the better we're going to get. And if you can keep that mindset of like, it's not the end all be all. If you don't have success, like you can still figure it out. From a fan's perspective, it's tough. Someone gets called up, they want to see them do great. And then when they don't do great, they're like, what the heck is going on? But I think it's just a friendly reminder that this game is really hard. And there's a ton of video out there, a ton of scouting to get you out. I mean, this game is designed to get you out. So, any little success is heavily celebrated, but, obviously the downfalls are magnified as well. So.
Ten before the final. Cubs start to congratulate one another. As we said during the game, though, Ron, it was a much-needed win for this ball club.
Certainly felt like a much-needed win. We've got a new enemy of the show. We'll get to it in 15 minutes. Dave Wannstedt, who could be no one's enemy, in studio in an hour and 15 minutes. Justin Steele, I know wins don't matter for pitchers, but he is 6-0. Patrick Wisdom, Yan Gomes with homers, offensive explosion, 14 hits, 10 runs, came through with runners in scoring position, 18 and 19 on the season.
Small pushback, wins matter 2 pitchers. Do they matter 4 pitchers? Theoretically, Cy Young and other award voting, but I know exactly what you mean. But they care, which always makes it sort of interesting. I thought Steele was really good to get the most out of a night where he wasn't great. Like, that's sometimes what an ace has to do. If you have a night where you give up the 2 earned runs early,
he steadied.
He found himself. He even gave up another one and blew the streak that you had referenced that so many people knew.
But that was tough.
Gave him 6 innings though. Man, gave him 6 innings. Could have given him more, but by then I think it was 9-3 at that point. So why bother? So in came Michael Rucker, and they got through. Or no, it was Fulmer who looked really good in the 7th inning first. So, but either way, he could have gone more because he stayed pretty efficient. But sometimes that's what the ace has to do, is to steady himself and and give you 6 even when it looks bleak early. And the offense explosion felt really good, like Pat Hughes just said right there.
Well, right, and it's a if that's the bad outing for Steele, it's still it's a quality start. He got you through 6. He gave up 3.
You bet.
So he's at 7. He's tied for the league lead with quality starts now. Him and Stroman, actually.
And our guy Boog had the stat last night. The quality start. If you get one, your team, you win like 68% of the time, which is a hell of a winning percentage.
Well, right, because it's weird. Like it's a 4.5 ERA on its own, but you keep your team in a position where you absolutely can get the win for your team.
It's an early baseball rant of mine in my score every day days of like 2009, 2010. I'd rant about like, man, why don't we have an excellent start? And I made one up, 7 innings, 2 earned runs. Why don't we talk about the quality starts of 4.5 ERA? But the truth is, every year you look at the cumulative leaders in quality starts.
Yeah.
They are the best starting pitchers in baseball every year.
Yeah, because it's hard.
It's hard to do.
It's hard to last that deep into a game because if you've given up more than 3 runs, you're probably getting pulled from the game. And then the longer you last in the game, you're more likely to give up an extra run or 2, which is exactly what happened to Steele last night.
And the team that leads in quality starts inevitably is a playoff team and one of the best pitching teams in the league. So
yeah, and his ERA for the year ballooned to a 1.82. So he's been amazing. He's been amazing. If that's the bad start, you'll take it every time.
I was struck by how much during the game I personally was like, oh, God, please just offense explode. I mean, offense show up. And
it didn't take long. They had, 5 runs after the 4th inning?
Yeah, but I mean, they were down at first. It was like, oh, man, they're down.
They're down, yeah, down what, 2-0?
Are they going to get swept by the crap-ass Cardinals that we've been burying for 2 days? And some of that was my own takeosphere reactions, which is just honestly how it happens to us in the business sometimes. You say that the Cardinals are now behind you as an organization. You pick the Cubs next 5 years over the Cardinals next 5 years, and then they get swept. That doesn't feel great, obviously. But also, this is a likable team. I'd like them to be good. It would be more fun if they are good. I think they are good. And you need the offense to show up from time to time to keep the floor and the ceiling where at least I personally think it is. Like, the defense is great, and that matters a great deal. And the pitching and the defense is why I said the floor is 80 wins. But I did need to see the offense show up as an observer.
Well, the offense has been good. I mean, overall, right? But it had been struggling mightily with runners in scoring position. They led all of baseball with runners left on base going into yesterday's game. So that's not where you want to be, and that was after the beginning of the year where they were coming through in a huge way. That we've cited the stat a bunch of times. They were hitting 310 with runners in scoring position through the first 24 games.
Right, but I left our conversation with Boog yesterday with something he threw out there that he will take OBP over RISP as an indicator long term.
If the team gets on base, they'll score runs,
and they're still second in all the majors in on base percentage. It's the Rays. And then the Cubs. And then the Braves, who obviously have been great as an offense. The Red Sox, who've been a surprise. The Rangers, who lead a packed West. And then Baltimore has been good, and Toronto has been good. Your top 7 in on-base percentage are very, very successful teams.
Yeah, my concern coming into the year was slug, power, star power. But Steele has been a star in the pitching staff, as has Stroman. That helps. Mm-hmm. And then offensively, it's been way better than I thought.
Wisdom and Bellinger.
And, man, Yan Gomes.
Yeah.
It's weird. He got 6 homers.
I know,
all right, he smoked that ball last night.
Yes, he did.
That was absolutely crushed and a no-doubter. And so, last night, they scored in the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th. Like, they just kept pounding and pounding and pouring it on, and it was really refreshing because Jed talked about it a ton in spring. You need laughers. You need easy, comfortable, low-stress wins for camaraderie and your pitching staff and your manager
and to give struggling players a chance to get out there. And there was one there last night. Keegan Thompson. Something is up with Keegan Thompson.
Yeah, 3 hits again last night.
There he was given a chance in a laugher.
Yeah.
That lowest leverage possible, which shows you what they think of how he's been of late. And he goes out, and they had to get Mark Leiter Jr. up in the bullpen behind him.
He had a walk too, right?
Yeah.
He's not pitching enough.
3 hits and a walk.
They're not putting him out there enough.
Well,
you can't just go out every 7-8 days and expect to perform.
But Shane, that's kind of his gig, is that he'll go as far as they need at a given moment and then take a couple of days off. So you're right. The last time out, it was 29 pitches, and I think it was
like
Saturday.
7 or 8 days ago.
Yeah.
No, I think it was May.
Was it that long ago?
3rd or 4th.
Well, but he was bad a couple of times. So clearly he's been working on something, and they don't have to share all of that with us. But
May 10th, May 6th, May 2nd.
All right, then I got bad info from Boog on the broadcast last night, which does not surprise me.
Wow. That is venom that you hold for a man who sometimes does not answer your first text.
Or first 4 phone calls.
he gave three innings on Saturday against the Marlins, and then so no action Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
That's the thing. So 3 innings Saturday, and they were solid innings actually.
But before that, he got 1 out in the game against Washington
and blew that one
on Tuesday, and then didn't pitch again until Saturday.
Yeah, so it's been bumpy for him, and it was bumpy for him again last night. But yeah, Yan Gomes is tied for 3rd among all catchers in home runs. Sean Murphy, who is having an outrageous season, the new Brave. Your guy Salvador Perez with 7, and then there's Yan effing Gomes, let alone the defensive improvements. So
I didn't hear what Shane's referring to on the broadcast, but I'm just like looking at the game log for Keegan Thompson.
Yeah.
He on Thursday, April 27th, he got 4 outs through 25 pitches. Then on Sunday, April 30th, he got 1 out through 9 pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Then Tuesday, May 2nd, 1 out through 5 pitches, and then didn't have a long outing again until Saturday the 6th. So between Thursday, April 27th and Saturday, May 6th, only recorded 2 outs and 14 pitches in like 10 days. So that's not a lot of work in a 10-day period of time.
No, it is not. And something's obviously a little funky with him, because that was a very low leverage spot to give him an inning, just kind of get him some work, and he did not look good. The Cubs have a day off today. Then they're at Minnesota. Minnesota continues to be kind of a mess, though, and they lost another pitcher, Tyler Mahle, now gone for the whole year. But they start that series tomorrow. Game is on Apple TV, but after the game, post-game on the Marquee Sports Network is hosted by our boy. Have fun, man.
Thank you.
I thought it was you and Sean Marshall, but you said it's you and Demp?
Yeah, me and Ryan Dempster tomorrow night. I'm excited to do something that I've never done in this business.
Yeah.
If people are watching the Cubs tomorrow night on Apple TV and you want to tune over, you're not doing anything else on a Friday night, check us out. You should be on around, I don't know, 10 o'clock or so.
Congratulations.
After Cubs and Twins.
Yeah.
So should be pretty exciting.
Well, I, for one, have noticed a heightened attention to detail on the day-to-day of baseball doings, and that will come in handy for you.
Not trying this year. So yeah, it should be good. Should be a good show tomorrow night.
That's a good choice.
So coming up next, you come at one of ours, we're gonna come back at you tenfold.
Damn right.
We have a new show enemy, and we'll have to decide as a collective if we're punching up or down here. I think it's very debatable. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a designer, Studio 41 is
And last year, there were 10 different Cubs that started in the leadoff spot. That's the fourth time in fourth time in 6 seasons since Dexter Fowler left that 10 different players had that spot. That spot can mess with you. You know, we watched it with Schwarber here. It's like, do you try to draw more walks? Do you stay yourself? All that. It's like, so have you thought about like how to stay kind of mentally strong in that spot and not have it have an effect?
Yeah, honestly, I probably hit second the most in my life. Leadoff is going to be The only thing that's really that different is just that, like the pregame prep, like literally the 20 minutes leading up to the game, I do feel like there is a little bit more like just being ready to be the first hitter of the game. You just kind of got to start everything a little earlier and then give yourself a second just to be actually ready when that first pitch starts. And obviously I didn't walk that much last year, and I have in the past, at least at league average rate. So I know that I can. That's a hard thing to be like, I'm going to set out and walk at an 8.5% clip this year, and then it'll be more valuable. Those things are a product of a lot of other factors, and something I'm aware of. But yeah, tough in the sport to force those things, just like it's tough to force homers. They kind of go together, and just continue to be the best version of myself. And I would love to own that spot and be there and help our team solidify that. And we'll see where it goes.
Since 2016, Cubs haven't had the same player lead off more than 56 times in a season. I'm taking the over on you, Nico Horner, to lead off more than 56 times. What do you think?
I appreciate it. I mean, I think that would be a nice sign for myself and for the team if that's true. I think a lot of things would be lining up in a good way, and so I'll take that one for sure.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Hey everybody, we are live.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Strange twists and turns with the guys over there on the Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Afternoons on the Score.
We're having a little fun.
Give me your top 3 cities you want to live in America right now.
Well, Chicago's unbelievable city.
Chicago?
Oh, I got a beach right at the city.
It's like a war zone right now. It's like Afghanistan.
No, it's
Are
not.
you kidding me?
No, Chicago's great.
Like some... all right, anyways. So Chicago's in your top 3. Who else you got?
Chicago. I like living in Los Angeles. I love Vancouver, BC.
That was On the Herd with Colin Cowherd yesterday. Colin is, whatever you think about his sports takes, and he's doing his job to be polarizing, to have you have strong opinions out of him, is a good dude who genuinely loves the city. He keeps a condo here. He's here probably 6 weekends out of the summer. Loves Chicago. Jason McIntyre
is an idiot.
And ill-informed. And the worst kind of idiot.
A lazy one? With a microphone?
He doesn't know he's an idiot, and he's an unapologetic idiot. He's an unapologetic, unaware idiot. That's the worst kind, because he just went on Twitter when he saw that he was catching heat and was like, hey, Chicago, love you. Haven't been there in 15 years.
Right. Love Wrigleyville.
Yeah, the best meal I've ever had is at Alinea. I'll post my Chicago photos if I can find them. Shut up, dumbass.
Yeah. So that was, and then he was just like, all of that rhetoric that we've talked about so much. Honestly,
what about Chicago?
Honestly, like that's what it was,
I
right?
know.
Like people would say when they would talk about, like gun laws, they'd be like, and what about Chicago? And ignoring that we're surrounded by places with more lax gun laws and like the complex nature of the issues and all of that stuff. And so, that's why the Radiothon was named What About Chicago? And I'm pleased to report that the grocery store at Austin Harvest is going to be opening in August full time, and it's going to be amazing. And I was just over there with By the Hand people 2 days ago. So, there are people in this city that are trying. We got problems, right? Like, everywhere's got problems. We got problems. But there are, a lot of people that are, actively doing the work, the blood, sweat, and tears to, try to make it better. So to have some dude who hasn't been in Chicago in 15 years just spouting ignorant talking points, calling us Afghanistan in a war zone, man, go to hell.
Yeah, go to hell. I like that.
You know what I mean? Go to hell. Keep Chicago out of your mouth. What are you doing?
Yeah. Which is what your shirt says today. Keep Chicago out of your mouth. And Jason McIntyre, for a lot of people have come to know and been told by others who've worked with him, is a not very intelligent guy who also doesn't work very hard at his job. So those things don't really go well together.
I don't know him. I don't know him at all. Those comments really bothered me. I don't know him at all.
There's been a lot of comments he's made that have bothered people.
Yeah, sure.
But anyway,
so that was that thing that happened on Colin's show, and Colin stood up for Chicago and loves Chicago and whatever. Jason McIntyre, whatever it is, and then.
Shane went after him on Twitter.
I didn't even really go after him.
It was really mild, dude. When I heard there was backlash to your backlash this morning, in the text thread, I was like, wait a minute. Somebody got upset with you because of your 2-tweet defense?
Yeah.
Your 2-tweet attack, in quotes, of Jason McIntyre was very, very mild for you.
I told Jason McIntyre that he doesn't know what he's talking about and to keep Chicago out of your mouth. Don't talk about Chicago. And then AM 560 WIND, the very conservative talk radio station here in Chicago, has a radio host that loves to talk about how dangerous Chicago is and doesn't live in Chicago. He lives in Florida.
So
good. They decided, and his co-host decided to dedicate their final segment to my tweet today, and we have that audio.
Wow.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You know how I'm always want to say the sports press corps is just an appendage of the DC press corps and the DC press corps' regional outposts like the Chicago press corps. Here's an example of what I mean. Colin Cowherd's like a sportscaster kind of dude. He's got a sports talk show.
Oh my God.
The Herd, I think it's called.
Anyway,
so he and another broadcaster, Jason McIntyre, for whatever reason, we're talking about cities in which Cowherd would like to live. And Chicago is on the list. This is that exchange.
There's just so much to do out here.
Give me your top 3 cities you want to live in America right now.
Well, Chicago's Unbelievable city.
Chicago?
Oh, I got a beach right at the city.
It's like a war zone right now. It's like Afghanistan.
No, it's
Are
not.
you kidding me?
No, Chicago's great.
Like some. All right. Anyway, so Chicago's in your top 3. Who else?
Chicago.
Yeah. Chicago's in his top 3. So
I hope
this
we don't sound like that.
Yeah.
Worse.
A couple of exactly, magpies. But that's your response from this asshat who apparently works for The Score as an executive producer, Shane Reardon. Shane Reardon posted this and said, "Keep Chicago out of your effing mouth, Jason McIntyre. You are both uninformed and disgusting." What? Does that seem a little, well, unnecessarily hostile? Just such a pedestrian comment like Chicago's a war zone. It's not. And then the whole, like, you don't say anything bad about my town kind of silly bravado by these clowns like Shane Reardon in the Chicago press corps who do their best to paper over what the city really has become. I don't know, Shane, when 700 or 800 people get murdered and 3,000 or 4,000 people get shot in a year, when we've had 3 cops gunned down in the last 2 years, for example. I mean, does that constitute a war zone? This is an executive producer at The Score. It just gives you a great insight into the mentality. And, of course, a lot of those hosts on The Score, too, are leftist cranks as well that don't know that don't know up from down when it comes to anything beyond whatever, Bears draft picks. I just thought it was really interesting, just this hysterical response from this goof over at The Score to, as I said, a very sort of unremarkable exchange between these two sportscasters. Don't say anything bad about our town. Yeah, Chicago's the greatest city in the world.
You keep your down your mouth.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is why Chicago continues to slide toward oblivion, is because of ignoramuses like Shane Reardon.
Oh my God!
You dumbass Dan Proft and your boot-licking coattail rider co-host Amy Jacobson, who I've known since I was working at WGN, who's never had a bit of success on her own.
What a bunch
She's got to
of
ride the
losers.
coattails of anyone she works with. The fact that you could even think about comparing this city to an actual war zone, to Afghanistan, and justify Jason McIntyre's comments is disrespectful to anyone who's actually held a rifle or some kind of weapon to defend this country. I don't walk out of my apartment, Studs doesn't walk out of his, Ray doesn't walk out of his, and get shaken down by the damn Taliban every morning, wondering where your proof of identification is, or trying to walk away from bombs in the ground. Dan Proft can stick it where the sun don't shine.
Yeah!
Is the nicest way to put it, because I will defend my city.
Of course.
I'll defend this place that I've been for the last 15 years.
At least you live here, Shane.
Exactly. And in the proximity of for the last 31 years. Dan Proft he peddles fear porn for people who hate Chicago while doing his radio show poolside in his stupid-ass Florida home. This guy has been peddling Republican politicians for the last 30 years, and the only time he's ever won an election was in Cicero when he paid for everything. When he paid for the votes.
The town spokesperson of Cicero stands with moral righteousness? That's funny.
This isn't political to me. He's a horrible person, but this isn't political to me. It's standing up for my city that is not Afghanistan. It's dangerous. It has its problems. There are sectors and pockets of this city that need a lot of work, but you don't compare it to the Middle East and a war zone, and you don't talk about me like that. Buddy, you know where the studio is. I'll give you my address.
You'd have to come to
that's
town
my go-to.
first.
He'd have to get on a plane.
Yeah, he's
and
not
Dan,
going to do that.
I'll have sex with your mother. Dan Proft, you bring your mother over here, I'll bone her.
Oh my God!
I don't care, dude.
No, you shouldn't.
Hey,
that's just.
If you were a murder
so...
suspect, Shane, if you were a murder suspect, then Amy Jacobson would swim in your pool with you.
She probably would.
That's the only time
she
does.
probably would. Those are two of the worst people on the face of the planet, and I think that's pretty evident.
Well,
I can't wait to
listen,
bone his mom.
Dan Proft is a pretty big deal, Shane. when he ran for governor in 2010, he did come in 6th place out of 7.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
He's a powerful dude, and I'll tell you what. If I could publish the stories that people who know Dan Proft personally that are putting my DMs today, you'd understand.
How about the stuff that's already out there for public domain? The fact that the PAC that he started, people who play by the rules, that gave tons of money to Darren Bailey and a bunch of others just trying to get people elected and has not worked at all? How about the fact that that thing is under investigation by the Illinois State Board of Elections? This is a guy who actively creates fake news, like 29 different fake newspapers that come in your mail, or like fake websites that people link to on social media. He creates the problem that he then gets to rail
Well, no,
against.
I thought-
disgusting fake newspapers.
Well, no, I know, but to be fair, he made a pretty compelling point that producers at the Score are the reason for the downfall of civilization. He did. I mean, he did really make a pretty convincing point. I was almost swayed by his idiocy and hate speech.
I'd like to congratulate
I'll
Shane.
just have to weigh it out.
I'd like to congratulate Shane for being a part of the Chicago Press Corps, which I did. Good for you.
Thanks, guys.
I did not know that you, as a
Appreciate that.
producer of the radio show, are a part of the Press Corps.
Well, so obviously,
But now it seems like Speaks is also minimizing my participation in Chicago media.
No.
Well, no, but okay. But Dan,
he's giving you a lot of power.
so this guy can someone. Can I get like a hate speech translator here, or like a MAGA translator?
Oh yeah, read his tweet.
What does this tweet mean?
I couldn't understand
He
it.
said, like, we have like a few like smart people and a few, according to Dan Proft, like dumb people here, whatever. Help me out.
Yeah.
This is what Dan Proft said about Shane on Twitter to 28,000 followers, which, I'm sorry. Here's the tweet. When I say the Chicago Sports Press Corps is inhabited by illiberal popinjays who flack for the new Marxists because they so want to be considered colleagues of the similarly disposed political press corps, it's hysterics like this goof from the Score I'm referencing.
Oh, God.
Literally, someone explain that to me.
Well, here's
what is an illiberal popinjay who flack for the new Marxists? What does that mean?
It's a bunch of words that hard right people like to hear.
It's a words. You're right. You're right, Suds. It's word salad garbage. Dan Proft is clearly lost inside his own colon. You know what I mean? He's so far up there, fascinated with both his small and large intestine. He's lost and doesn't know what sentence structure is anymore.
And I responded to that tweet, and I said that he's got a lot of thoughts for our city for someone who does his incredibly low-rated conservative talk Chicago radio show from Florida. And then the morning answer that the morning show account responded, when you're done spit shining Dan Bernstein's shoes and washing Mitch Rosen's car, you can tell us more about the ratings. Until then, go home and get your shine box.
Oh, God.
This guy has no damn clue who I am. He thinks I'm reporting to a Marxist. If he thinks that I fall left,
I mean,
he doesn't know who I am.
No. The irony is that you are nuanced, clearly, but if anything, you're a libertarian. On some levels,
I lean more left than right, but I'm
you lean
for
right.
no government.
You lean right on a bunch of stuff that comes up on this show.
Yeah,
and for him to attack you as a bleeding heart is just
come at me with the bleeding heart liberal stuff, please. If anyone is a soft liberal around here, Dan, it's me.
Oh, God.
Okay, Dan. If anyone is a part of the dissolvement of society because of our liberal tendencies and leanings, it's this guy.
And again, Dan and his stupid co-host, Amy Jacobson, are making this political. It wasn't a political thing for me.
Hand up, I didn't know that they still had local programming on that station.
They do.
It's a legendary frequency, by the way. It's just damn shame what's happened to
When
him.
he finished in 6th in the governor race among 7 Republicans, when's the last time he was in the top 6 of the radio ratings?
I don't think he ever has.
So I mean, are we? So this is my question.
He's a grifter who capitalizes on the Republican advertisers of the world.
So are we punching up or down? That's my question.
We're
here.
punching down.
In the ratings, for sure. No, I know
Score.
in the ratings we're punching down. Obviously, way down. But I mean, the guy ran for governor. He's old. He's got money. So I mean, are we punching up, down? I don't know.
No, we're punching down.
Okay,
I would
he is
never
below
consider
us.
that person above me.
Okay, no,
I would never consider him above either of you.
I just didn't know who he
He has money because he takes it from the very, very rich who want to make certain things happen, and then he fails to make it happen.
Yeah.
But still takes their money. That he is 100% a grifter and a charlatan and a con man, pushing talking points and media buttons that we're helping him push a little. You know, because now he can play this and push back and stuff. And this is the conundrum, right? Whether to like give these bits of idiocy any light of day. So we give it a little light and then say exactly what it is.
Well, so and what did the station say? What did they say again? That you're a bootlicker for Mitch and Dan?
I'm spit shining Dan Bernstein shoes and washing Mitch Rosen's car.
Well, you're doing a terrible job. Have you seen the shoes that Bernstein wears?
Oh my God, they're horrible.
they have been cleaned in forever.
Mitch's car does look good though.
Yeah, it was a quite interesting array of tweets to wake up to this morning of people telling me, "Hey, Dan Proft over at WIND is letting you have it right now."
Well, congratulations to him. Then he must have a
Yeah.
couple of listeners. That's good. Good for Dan.
Yeah, so it's kind of sad, and I never wanted it to be political, but when you're talking about a guy who supports the ideologies of policy that supports the death of women and children, then I guess we can make it a little political.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And why do you hate Chicago so much?
Yeah, I mean, like, why
you
are
couldn't
you
hack it here?
Why are you jumping to defend a guy who rips Chicago from a place of ignorance? He's jumping to defend McIntyre.
The Chicago stuff just bothers me so much, man. It's like we're not the only city with a violence problem. It's an American problem. It's a gun culture problem.
And we're not in the top 15 of the most violent cities in America.
Right.
It's just, do one Google search.
In terms of murder rate, and again, I wouldn't use that to take a shot at St. Louis or New Orleans or Baltimore or Detroit or Cleveland or Kansas City, where I used to live, that all have way higher murder rates per capita than Chicago, because you know what they're also doing? Working on it. No one's like pumped about gun violence in their city as a product of systemic poverty and too many guns on the streets of America. Like, no one's pumped about that, but it's a huge problem that some people are actually trying to fix, or other people are just trying to grift off the fear porn, like you said, and they make a little bit more money on it and have some like serious self-loathing issues that they need to work out psychologically.
Go ahead, Speaks.
No, you're good. I just for anybody who doesn't remember, like Amy Jacobson was in a bikini at a murder suspect's house with her own children as she was on the phone working a story and clearly using this guy to help work the story. And that is a big part of how she lost her job and all credibility, which she doesn't need to do the job she has now.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Dan and Amy. All right, they got their 15 minutes on a radio station that people listen to. That's good. It's got to be nice to feel relevant again. I don't know if you guys, your brain is still firing enough when you can remember the last time you were relevant, but I guess we'll just say if you come at the Kings, you best not miss. I hate them both so much. That is abhorrent. They are horrible, horrible people.
I like your offer,
frankly,
though, Shane.
I'm really glad they don't live here. Does Amy live here? Because she should move.
Yeah, I don't know. She better not show her face.
Yeah, that is.
You like my offer of having sex with Dan Proft's mom?
That was good.
That was exactly the right level of brow.
The one thing he did have right in there is like I think he called it like a little unnecessarily hostile. I was like, okay,
that's his brand.
That's spot on.
Okay,
that is
but
that's
not nearly as hostile as some of my other stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
I told you, I was shocked that he came for you on that one.
If you would have just said, wow, Shane Reardon at the score, he can be a little unnecessarily hostile, I'd be like, I got to give it to you, Dan. You nailed it. But then he said everything else that he said. Mark Willard joins us. The Warriors, they have life. Dave Wanstead in studio at 4. It's Parkins and Spiegel on a show that people listen to on the Score.
Bears GM Ryan Poles joins the Bernstein and Holmes show tomorrow at 11:40 a.m. Don't miss this chance to hear from the Bears GM himself discussing what has been a busy offseason at Haugh. Again, Ryan Poles tomorrow at 11:40 a.m. with Bernstein and Holmes on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The right path to what? And so the stated goal of this season has moved again. It started out when he sat down with media before the season. It was improve on last year's performance, and that meant win a playoff series. And then it crept and it crept and it crept and it kept on creeping on until it ended up, well, the play-in is kind of like the playoffs, and we got into that. Did I hear the goal was to be a tough out? Like they're going to hang a banner? The 22-23 Chicago Bulls, the first game of the 23-24 season. They're going to stand there and they're going to pull that imaginary rope, and up's going to go that banner. And it's going to say, tough out. My ass. It should say, my ass.
Now that's a banner. That would be fun. You're reminding me of when the Capitals, before they eventually broke through and won, had a President's Trophy banner that they raised one year. The goalposts often move.
I don't want to hear it. You put away those 6 trophies and get it off your letterhead. And I've said this multiple times for this team. If you want to have those gleaming Larry O'Brien trophies, act like they matter. And I know there's going to be all kinds of ways to be successful in the NBA. There's going to be in-season tournaments, and there's going to be, but at least for now, in the world in which we live, you owe it to us. Not the blandishments, not the platitudes, not how competitive you were after you went into the buyout market to get a 34-year-old guard who can't shoot. Show me what the plan is to be relevant. I turned on my TV this weekend and I saw kick-ass basketball.
Oh, dude.
I saw hellacious competition.
Are you kidding?
I saw star players being like, all right, this matters now.
Dude.
Watch this.
Go Chicago! Afternoons on the Score.
Has it crossed your mind that tomorrow night could be your last game coaching the Big Three?
No, never crossed my mind. I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
That was Steve Kerr with our next guest, Mark Willard from 95.7, the game out there in San Francisco. We'll talk to Mark in a couple of minutes. Warriors, season's alive.
Oh, man.
They go to L.A. for Game 6.
I didn't even – the final margin was way over the 7.5.
Yeah, they covered easily.
They covered easily, but even when they had that big lead for the bulk of the fourth quarter, I still was watching it scared. Like, I want the Warriors to survive. I love Steph, love what that whole thing is, and Kerr and the ethos with which they play and the entertainment and all that. But they're hanging on by a thread right now, aren't they? The Lakers came back a couple of times big in that game.
Yeah.
And I thought they had another run in them right up until Anthony Davis left the game.
Yeah, Anthony Davis leaving the game obviously felt big. Wiggins, I thought, was awesome in the first half especially. Like, it was the stats were good. I think it was like 16 and 4, but he was guarding Anthony Davis. He was running the break,
confidently taking threes or driving. Like, he was very decisive.
It feels like they just need, because Steph is playing at peak of his powers. Steph, right? He's like Booker at this point. Like, in terms of like, he's going to be there every single night having a great game. Like Steph, Jokic, Booker, those guys are you pencil them in for great games. It just feels like Steph needs a running mate.
Yeah.
And like one game it's going to be Clay. Draymond started hot last night, but they've just been way too inconsistent, the supporting cast.
It has not been Clay with consistency.
No, not at all.
And then Jordan Poole has barely played at times because Steve Kerr doesn't trust him, and he's been bad. So, Wiggins was big last night. And overall, the usage of Steph, it's point guard Steph. It's hardcore pick and roll point guard Steph, where he's like fighting his way into the lane, and then if he doesn't finish, he's kicking it out and sprinting back out again. It's like, whew, it's asking a lot of him right now against the Lakers team that's looking deeper than we thought.
Did you hear Draymond say that one of the assistant coaches told him, it's like, I just haven't felt you make an impact yet in this series.
Oh.
And he was just like,
what?
He said he just was like so pissed. He said he was just like felt like he was like called out by his coach, so furious. And he hit that three like right at the top of the key in the first quarter,
right
and he just
top.
like stared down his own bench, running back. I was like, what's he doing? Like I noticed that he stared at his own bench, and then I saw the story after the game. I was like, oh, that's kind of fun.
He was amazing.
He was angry at like his assistant coach. I don't even know which one.
Whatever it takes to get you going. Was it Ron Adams?
It was not Ron Adams. It was not. I know that.
Yeah, I know.
It was not Ron Adams. But yeah, then he had 20-10, 4-2 and 1 last night, and was just like very, very active all over the floor. So they feel like they aren't quite done yet.
But it takes so much for them to get the most out of what they have right now. It takes superhuman Steph.
Yeah.
And it takes the Lakers faltering a bit. LeBron seemed to agitate his foot a little bit last night.
LeBron's not healthy.
No, he's clearly not.
He's not healthy. And now with this Anthony Davis thing, and I know he was getting clowned by Stephen A. Smith today and by Chuck and Shaq last night, and they're saying it's not a concussion and he's probable to play and all that. But Anthony Davis, that guy falls a lot. He gets hit a lot. Like listen, it'd be ridiculous for someone who looks like me and is like me to call any professional athlete soft, but he gets dinged a lot. He grimaces a lot. And then he has no-show games where he floats a lot. I could easily see Warriors getting out hot in that game, AD not showing up for Game 6, And like he had that other game, right? Which game was it? 2 or 3, where he had like 11 points and was basically a complete no-show.
He needs to be great for them to win.
He needs to be great for them to win. And so now if this thing is anything, even if it's way short of a concussion, and he doesn't have a good game 6, and that game goes back to Golden State, they are in big trouble.
Well, obviously, they've come back from 3-1 famously before.
Sure.
And they also won a Game 7 last series against Sacramento, looked dead against Sacramento. I find myself kind of obsessed with what may or may not be the death of this particular dynasty because I've loved it so much. And because of the Kerr connection that he addressed right there in the bump and we talked about yesterday. You know, in real time, did it feel like the Bulls thing in 98 was this tenuous, this dangerous, this on the edge of not happening and falling apart? Retroactively, it doesn't feel that way, but maybe it did feel that way at the time.
Let's talk to your buddy and a friend of the show. He's the person who was interviewing Steve Kerr in that Cliff afternoon host at 95.7 The Game out there in the Bay Area. Mark Willard with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Mark?
How is the second best city in America out there? I saw your tweet this morning, Matt, and I went, you know what? It'd be a good race. I got a lot of love for Chicago, but it's my 2 seed right now. How you boys doing?
I know
We're good.
I know you love San Francisco, but Chicago is king, and even more so after the last segment that we did.
We just went at people who were calling out Chicago for being a war zone or whatever the hell they said.
Yeah,
but
that's what everybody says when they've been in a city for a little bit too long. They're all war zones. It's all good. But Chicago can be the 1 seed maybe certain months out of the year. But let's be honest. There's some months where I could call you guys and you want to come visit.
Oh, listen, no question. It takes a real Homer Chicagoan to say it's the best city in the world in February.
That's true.
There's no doubt.
But it's on brand in May.
Yeah. This right now, 75 and sunny with a little breeze. We're crushing it. Do you buy what Steve Kerr is selling when he says there's a lot left in the tank of this team, both this year and for years to come?
Yeah, gosh, it was an interesting comment, wasn't it? Because even the biggest Warrior fan is sitting there going, I don't know. First of all, it's out of his hands. Nothing happens until we know if Draymond Green opts in or opts out. And that is what is going to determine what happens next. And let's say he opts out. That would tell me that somebody somewhere has told his agent that they'll offer him a 3-year deal. Will the Warriors do that? Their front office has been very clear for months now that they're not going to just re-sign everybody and, do a penalty tax $500 million payroll. They're not into that. They've said that very clearly. So I guess my answer would be I buy what he's saying as a coach, which is those 3 players still have something in the tank. Those 3 players are not sick of one another. But there's a whole lot of ifs that need to be answered before it can actually happen. And for it to happen, it might mean that some other more bit members of the crew are not a part of it, whether that be a Jordan Poole or an Andrew Wiggins or both.
Well, do they need what the hell is wrong with Jordan Poole? And both he and Klay Thompson have not shown up, and Klay's been so banged up and had his moments. But is Jordan Poole toast as a theoretical important piece of this thing?
Well, if you do come visit San Francisco, Matt, you will hear that question every day, all year long. This is not new. This is not a playoff thing. Jordan Poole drives people nuts. He is that classic can't live with him, can't live without him guy all year long. The Warriors know they can't really win without him doing something. But even when he's doing something good, he loves to mix in things that are bad to drive you nuts. And so fans are, I don't know if I want to call them fed up, but go back to the training camp punch from Draymond Green, and let's just say there are more people now who are like, I think I get it. He really is, as Steve Kerr put it a week ago on our show, a lightning rod. And so the thing that's different between a Klay Thompson struggling and a Jordan Poole struggling, Klay is missing shots. Yes, there were some poorly selected shots in Game 4, but largely Klay is just missing shots. Jordan is making bad decisions. and often repeatedly. And he didn't do it as much last night, so that's good. But that's the thing at age 23, that if he is really going to take the next step and be worth the contract he's about to get, his decision-making is just it's going to have to change.
I find myself, Mark, like really rooting for this thing not to end because of how much I admire Steph and love watching him play and see him still at these peak powers. But it's going to take something very special. Do they have it in him is the real question.
Well, I tell you what, there's one interesting thing here that tells me that they might. I do think it's less than 50-50. This is a really hard game. And the reason it's so hard is because of LeBron James. You have that same championship pedigree that the Warriors have is sitting there on the other end. And that's what would worry me as a Warrior fan. Outside of that, I think go back to when Tiger Woods was at his peak. He didn't beat people just because he could hit it 320. These were the greatest players in the world. He beat people mentally. They arrived and they went, "Oh my God, I just can't even be in the foursome with this guy." And that's what the Warriors did to the Kings in Game 7, for example. And I think that there is a little bit of a sign of vulnerability with the Lakers when you see Darvin Ham at the first time out last night. Didn't even answer the question, just immediately went to, "We don't teach flopping." It's like, okay, they got to you. They got to you. And you're all worried about that. And now Anthony Davis, what's going on with his health? There is some vulnerability out there. But I worry if a LeBron James-led team is just going to be like, we're not going to fall mentally to the gravity of the Warriors. And that's what, to me, is on the line last night. That's what Steph did to the Kings 2 weeks ago, and that they'll try to do again, but LeBron might be up to the task.
So last time Mark Willard was in Chicago, Danny, he was watching Trey Lance and Justin Fields in the slop with like 8 of his friends at Soldier Field as the Bears beat Trey Lance and theoretically ended his Niners career.
No, who's your week 1 quarterback? Who does Shanahan want it to be?
Brock Purdy, but you know, there has to be an openness. There has to be an openness to it being someone else if Brock's not ready.
Wait a minute. So he traded all of those draft picks to get his guy, and he's quitting on him because of Mr. Irrelevant?
Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant's outplayed his guy.
These guys played 6 quarters.
Right, and 6 quarters into Brock Purdy's career, people were like, "Oh, that looked different than Trey Lance's 6 quarters." And he had less experience and less pedigree and less everything. And don't forget, we do that where we're like, "Oh, he's only played 6 quarters." No, the 49ers are watching him in practice for 2 years. And in training camp, go back to last year, and now you can see why they brought back Jimmy. Don't fall for the, "Oh, he was sitting there, so why not?" They brought back Jimmy as a hedge because there were things that they did not like that they were seeing from Trey Lance in camp. And so then it played out the way it played out, and you had somebody who came in and did what Kyle Shanahan asked him to do. And so
what a horrifyingly bad trade then, Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. But it gets saved. It gets saved if someone else comes in and covers, cleans up the mess.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, Brock's got a long way to go. He's only played 8 or 9 games, but if he plays this year like he did last year, it's a horrible trade that they got away with.
That makes sense. I'm Team Shanahan on that one. That makes sense. Here's the deal, Mark. We got to go because Dave Wanstead is wandering around our studio messing with the thermostat. That's 100% true.
I don't even have facial hair. I was going to say his is better than mine, but I don't even have any, so go talk to him. That sounds better than me.
Enjoy your afternoons. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Mark. Have a good show.
All right, boys.
Thank you. That's Mark Willard out there in the Bay Area.
A horrendous trade they got away with. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
Purdy was good, man.
I know. I will be floored. He's obviously a million times closer to it. You know what I mean? I just actions over words in the NFL. I'll be floored if Trey Lance doesn't get a chance again.
Mm-hmm.
You give up so much to get him. He's a physical specimen. I'll be surprised. I'm not saying that if he gets beat out in an open competition, that's one thing. But I will be surprised if he is not given a shot to win that job.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Shanahan busy these days saying he's got 3, quarterbacks who could actually. He's talking about Sam Darnold's draft integrity, his draft value, and like how he's still that guy. Several texters saying that the 98 Bulls did feel tenuous, really just the Eastern Conference Finals against the Pacers. The 7-game series against the Pacers.
Jordan never went to 7 in the finals.
Right.
But yeah.
But in the conference finals, that one felt tenuous. That's true. I do remember it.
Sure.
Travis Best and such. But they got it done.
Yes, absolutely. No, I liked how it worked out with the Jordan Bulls. I'm gonna say a success.
You're gonna say it worked out?
I'm gonna say it was a good era.
All right.
Yeah, Dave wants that in studio at 4, even though he's been here for 25 minutes. I don't know if he's on his first or second old fashioned. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Hey, NFL fanatics, check out First and Pod, starring the Score's own Danny Parkins, with co-host Pittsburgh sports talker and Parkins buddy.
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't he know?
There's just one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. You're tall, first baseman, left-handed.
Veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball Preference?
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He has so many vibes, so many baseball vibes.
Right.
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego, where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here?
I was just going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? Like there was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? I see light mango. Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is Pittsburgh, Iron City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Iron City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right now.
Text him right now.
Call him right now.
And I'm going to see if Tony see if he's with.
Yeah, you text him right now because there
those
is
who
a
don't know-
bottle of red that I brought.
He's not
for
the
Dave.
president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the flats.
On the flats. I love it. The south side. I love it. The flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, you're not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
Won't be able to
Fine.
patch him in.
You'll be here, put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine. Yeah,
Give it a shot.
Call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's a voicemail.
All right. So, Dave,
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
All right, good. Because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Go ahead. Keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you? Yeah.
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God. I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We're talking
I know.
about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have a IC Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? Better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an IC Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
There's no way. Your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
And fired. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango?
Stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
We've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really?
Afternoons on the Score.
Dave Wanstead's in the house. We will talk some Bears and schedule and NFL-ness with Coach at 4 o'clock.
This is a show where things happen.
Yeah, of course.
So one thing that's not happening today, well, 2 things that are not happening today.
What's that?
One is that I am not smelling a porcupine's ass, and I'd
Yeah,
like to
true.
apologize to any listener who was tuning in specifically for that.
Understandable, yeah.
I'm told that Shane Reardon is still in the process of procuring said porcupine. As long as Bo Jackson has hiccups, it's perhaps relevant in a story.
Sure.
The other thing that's not happening is it appears that you're not going to break the entirety of the NFL, the Bears' schedule.
No, I mean, damn
today.
near half of it's out there right now, and they closed the loophole on my guy, and it's very upsetting. I've failed everybody, and I'm an embarrassment to myself and my family, and frankly, I'm searching for existence and relevance, both in this industry and in my own personal life. Frankly, it's going to be hard to look at my children tonight and put them to sleep. I'm not sure if they'll respect me anymore.
Finally, you have created an answer to that question the other night.
Yes.
In one last thing.
I finally let myself down. This is the first time, but there's a first time for everything. I have, in fact, let myself down.
You know what I thought was nice was when certain media members, like John Greenberg of The Athletic, piled on after transition today.
That was nice.
After transition today, he tweeted, "Hey, Danny Parkins, where's my schedule?"
Yeah, and listen, I get it. I deserve it. You know, when you talk a bunch of trash about being the king of the NFL schedule release,
and then it doesn't happen,
and then it doesn't happen. You know, you got to abdicate the crown.
Yeah,
every now and again. I had a good run.
Yeah, you had a real good run.
I had a good run.
3 years.
3 years, the whole schedule, and you know,
it reminds me of our Miss Pac-Man engagement.
Well, but I never won in Miss Pac-Man. At least this time I won.
Oh yeah, no, this you had 3 years. 3 years of dominance.
That's what I'm saying.
Before the comeuppance.
I just talked big against you in Miss Pac-Man and then lost them the first time by a lot.
No, we're not based on nothing.
Based on nothing. Based on my own history of thinking I was pretty good at Miss Pac-Man, and then I ran into someone who was much better than me at Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah.
And honestly, I still look at that as a win because I was willing to bet like 3x what we actually bet on that game.
I didn't know what kind of roller you were at the time.
All I got was it's more of a gambling problem than a high roller. But you know, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. But all I got was my portion of the bill.
Yeah, right. I think I just ended up buying drinks
covered the tab.
and dinner for you and Jay.
Yeah.
Oh well,
that's
you came out ahead.
Well, you know, emotionally.
And financially.
I guess I did.
Emotionally and financially.
But anyway, things have happened on this show, and things are still going to happen on this show because Coach Wanstead is here, and Shane is making some smoked old fashions by request.
That's good. That's a good thing to request.
Yeah.
I like that. Will you just make anything that Coach requests?
I will do anything Dave Wanstead asked me to do.
See, that's a beautiful thing.
That's great.
I'm going to tell Dave to
tail.
ask for a couple of things.
Yeah. Shellfish
Got
towers.
ideas. Dave is playing classic rock. Name that tune with me.
That's good.
Over here.
Well, we'll do it.
We'll do it off the air. I think is best.
Yeah, off the air is bad. Let's do it off the air. Let's do it. We were talking yesterday about guys who have left town and then whether they've performed well or not. Did you see this story that Scott Harris is saying that the benching of Javi Baez was the key that turned him around for the Tigers. I was thinking about you when I read this story because of the desire for tough love and accountability for Luis Robert, who had a nice stretch coming out of the embarrassment.
An incredible stretch for Luis Robert out of the public embarrassment. And Javi Baez is in the midst of an incredible stretch right now. I didn't realize Scott Harris, the baseball boss of the Tigers, had said so.
He said, my takeaway from the whole benching incident was that AJ did a great job of making a tough decision in a really high-pressure moment, but he did an even better job of messaging it. It wasn't just about Javi. We wanted to get to a place where we were playing clean, more competitive baseball in this organization, and that was a real turning point for our season. Since then, we've been playing a very aggressive brand of baseball. We've been pounding the zone. We've been trying to get into better counts on both sides of the ball, and AJ has done a great job of picking his spots and getting players ready to come in high-leverage moments. I think Javi is one of the leaders on the team. He sets the tone, and it's been really fun to watch him respond to that moment.
That's really cool. Thanks for pointing that out. Javi specifically has changed his batting stance. It's much more open than it used to be, and he ends up in the same spot, but instead of striding forward, he's striding kind of back into place. So he looked inward, and maybe that open stance is going to help him lay off that slider low and away, which, as we all know, is his bugaboo. And look, man, public embarrassment can work and is sometimes necessary. And I do call for benchings. Sometimes people say, oh, you can't do that with professionals. Hell yeah, you can. It's one of the only ways left that you have to actually reach them. So
you just can't do it a lot.
No, you've got to do it at a very specific moment.
It's a selective lever that you can pull, and it just struck me as for first-time manager. I think you called for it after a game like 20 or 21 or 22.
And he did it, a few games later.
Maybe game whatever it was, 28, 30, whatever. And who knows? Yeah. And we'll hasn't exactly turned the whole thing around.
Hasn't turned the whole team around, that's for sure. But Luis Robert has been on a good run. Well, good for Javi. There's a lot there. It's about mental focus for Javi.
Obviously has all the talent.
It has always been, I think, about mental focus and about kind of not losing himself in the moment and such. So if it took a benching to kind of tap back into that, it'd be nice to see him have a lot more good, relevant career. He'll be paid like it, but it'd be nice to see him actually play well and continue to be that guy.
Yeah, it was, obviously we're going to always follow those guys and see who's winning the breakup, with the Cubs and the other guys from the 2016 team. They've been winning it with the vast majority of them. Wilson had another nice night. Last night, Rizzo's obviously done a good job, but they're still probably happy. He signed contracts for way less than they offered him. And then with Schwarber's the only one who's clearly gotten the better of it, that the Cubs would regret, right? Basically everyone else who was a core player that's been gone, it's been neutral or the Cubs were on the right side of it.
When's the last time you thought about Chris Bryant, Like he's out there in Colorado, a team with absolutely no shot in an enormous division, making a big pile of money. I tell you, the last time I thought about it was when I saw him in a commercial. I think it was him and Andrew McCutcheon I saw in a national commercial the other day. I was like, oh, good for Chris. But, okay, reached free agency, got paid.
Reached free agency, got paid, and is very anonymous now. We will talk to Dave Wanstead about what we know for the schedule, some of the games that matter. We can go through those particular matchups and some of the storylines that exist for them, and drink some old fashions, smoked old fashions with Coach next on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Patrick Wisdom.
Wisdom drives one of the airs.
Terry, we're also dreaming in this town of maybe the Packers not having Aaron Rodgers. What do you think of what do you think of this craziness and Aaron stepping out and trying to get himself out of there the way he seems to be?
Well, he's just dumber than a box of rocks, isn't he? I mean, he signed that contract. He didn't have to sign that extension. He got all that money. I don't know what happened there. They drafted a kid last year and he wasn't happy about it. He goes out and becomes the MVP of the league. Now he wants out. Now he's claiming that they, said they would trade him or what. I don't know, but listen, Aaron, I mean, if I'm Green Bay, here, let me say this. If I'm Green Bay, I call his bluff. I don't budge. If I'm him, if he's that unhappy, 38 years old, retire. Go to California. Go do the game show. I don't care what he does. Just leave my job alone. Let me clarify the box of rocks because that can get out and all hell's going to break loose.
I'm trying to give you an opportunity here.
Yeah, I know. I can't help myself sometimes. I just get frustrated with these guys. All of a sudden, They're making all this money, MVP in the league. Where does that guarantee you power within an organization? It doesn't.
Dave, where are you on it? Do you feel the same way, Coach?
And he lost at home. I don't get that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of do. I mean, I kind of felt that way when Russell Wilson started the whole thing, right? I mean, it's really a very similar situation. Russell Wilson started rumors that he wanted to leave, and he didn't have a voice. And I watched a show today on TV. I don't know what it was, an NFL show, and everybody on the cast was agreeing that they should have called Aaron Rodgers and consulted him with who they were going to draft. And, maybe that's the new – no, seriously. I'm serious. That's what every one of these guys said, that I would be upset. They said I would be upset, too, if I was Aaron, because he didn't get – well, and I just have that's – I'm from the same era Terry is, and that's a little bit foreign to us.
Hey, Dave. I did not say dumber than a box of rocks. I did not say dumber than a box of rocks.
I didn't hear Terry. I didn't hear anything. I'm with you. I didn't hear a word.
Local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by Busey Bank.
Want to pop in here for a couple minutes? I can say hello to you. Mr. Wannstedt.
Dave Wannstedt.
Shane, wake up.
NFL head coach for 11 years.
The Bears came in here, and Dave Wannstedt, there's a happy group of overachievers that have been well coached.
College football national champion.
A number of legends here tonight. Dave Wannstedt.
Super Bowl champion.
Dave Wannstedt, one of my, really idols.
Football analyst for NBC Sports Chicago.
The Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida.
Whoa.
Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Dave Wanstead in studio on the Parkins and Spiegel show. Shane Reardon is here. He's going to be pouring old fashions. Not 100% sure what the plan is here.
It seems like Shane has waited until this moment to make them fresh. I would say table side, but it's really studio side.
Sure.
Console side.
So, Coach, you requested old fashions this week?
I had one when I was out the other night with my wife, and I took a picture of it and made a mistake and sent it to Shane.
Yeah.
And insulted him. I mean, he right away,
No. I was insulted by the mint julep that you sent on Saturday during the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, that was another day. Yes.
Yeah, you send me cocktails all the time.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you rather, like, you guys can go along with your football conversation, but wouldn't you rather, for Twitch and social, see the reaction, Dave's reaction to fire?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. The only thing is, I just don't trust him to make football points while you do this. He's going to be distracted by it. No offense,
It's going to take me like 3 minutes.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I'm going to learn something right here.
Yeah, no. So this is Shane Reardon making a smoked old fashioned for Dave Wanstead.
Oh, I thought we were going to light some Zambuca on fire.
So, Dave, your thoughts on Javon Dexter, the one of the 3 techniques that they're going to be?
Yes, he's got a big job. I'll tell you what. I am happy that the Bears. I'm so excited. I think that opener.
I'm testing your theory, Danny.
I think that
I know what you're doing.
Opener versus Green Bay at home. The schedule could not, in my opinion, have fallen any better for the Bears.
Ooh, tell us why you love the Bears starting with the Packers at home.
Because, number one, I like them at home, the Bears. Okay, anytime you can open at home, I think that's an advantage, particularly when you're opening at home. What's that right there? Your
water. Okay. Because alcohol can't dissolve sugar, so we have to dissolve the sugar in the water.
Shane has lit a cutting board on fire and has trapped the smoke inside of 3 glasses.
Tell me what you're putting in here so I know.
Orange bitters and Angostura bitters.
Okay, but so
Danny, your theory's working.
With Green Bay, with anytime you're playing a team that's starting a new.
Shane is muddling sugar in the bitters.
That looks like a nightstick. What do you?
He's made.
It's just a muddler. Yeah,
it's a muddler.
Oh, okay.
You know, like a horse.
His mother was a muddler.
His father was a muddler.
No, but
his brother was a muddler.
Seriously though, when we anytime you get a chance to play at home versus a new starting quarterback, obviously Jordan Love, we know that at Green Bay. I think it's to your advantage, and the Green Bay's. I mean, that's going to be a change for them without Aaron Rodgers, and I think just the mental part for Bears fans, the players, the organization of not having Aaron Rodgers. I think that will make a difference. And I wouldn't want to play Detroit. I mean, I think Detroit is a lot better football team. I would not want to open up with Minnesota. So if you say we're going to play someone in a division, let's play them. Now, if you're going to open up with Atlanta or Arizona, come on. Washington, let's bring it on. But if we're going to play someone in a division, opening week, get some excitement going. Packers at home, it couldn't be better.
Danny, I don't know. That was pretty cogent Bears thoughts. There.
We got there.
Don't cut your finger.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, Shane's bleeding.
Shane, oh, my God.
Don't put that blood. I know what's in your blood. Don't let that drip in my drink.
Here you go. Done with the FanDuel read.
Here, let me cut that. Let me cut that orange.
I'll cut you. I got you.
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ, it's bound to happen.
You're bleeding.
Spigs, have you ever had a piece of fruit in your life? Let me look at your...
The nail's on the floor, so we're good.
Okay.
Oh, you cut the whole nail off your finger?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There you go. I'm cutting some orange peel.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
This is dangerous and semi-professional radio that we're doing here.
I can't believe I just cut my nail off. On live radio.
Yeah,
you sure did. Yeah, you're handling
That'll be good for socials, huh?
Yeah, you're handling it pretty well.
Here, you can use the heifers for ours. It's the best I can do. I'm not you here.
Okay.
No, I mean, you're doing better than him. You have all of your fingers still.
I do still have all my fingers.
You're going to put the ice in these cups.
Okay.
All right.
There you go. I'll step in here, Shane.
It's all good. All good. Dave will put the ice in the cups.
Wow. These are smoked old fashions with Dave Wanstead, made
Man.
by bleeding Shane Reardon.
Look at this.
It's my favorite Chicago blues artist, by the way.
yeah.
Bleeding Shane.
Gums Reardon.
Yeah, Bleeding Shane Reardon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cut off the nail on his left ring finger.
Look at this guy.
Slicing an orange
But
peel.
is staying in it like a pro.
He's in the game. Yeah, well, I mean, this is a guy who broke his finger playing softball and never went to a doctor because George Bliss told him not to.
Yeah, it's true.
You're,
All right.
you're a chef and a bartender.
Thanks, buddy. All right, get out of here and go take care of yourself. I'll clean up.
Let me go bandage. I'm gonna need this.
Shane.
Yeah, you're bleeding
Awesome.
pretty profusely.
Man, how about this?
Yeah, that's a lot of blood.
You want page 2 of the FanDuel raid?
All right, cheers, Coach.
Cheers,
Cheers to
absolutely.
a
Here we
smoked
go.
old fashioned on Bears schedule day.
Yeah, and very much worth the blood of Shane.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
Ray.
absolutely.
Huh?
It tastes best with blood.
How about that?
It's good, right?
That is
Get that
That's
recipe, huh?
yeah.
Well,
That's
Coach,
it's a tasty beverage.
here's the only thing I would say about what you just said about Bears-Packers Week 1.
Yep.
You know this from being in Chicago and coaching here and being in the media.
Mm-hmm.
We have a tendency to overreact to Week 1, positively or negatively, and we have a tendency to overreact to Bears-Packers, positively or negatively. If Justin Fields looks great and the Bears win, it's going to feel like 6 wins. It's going to feel like they're 6-0 when they're 1-0. But if Jordan Love outduels Justin Fields and the Bears are favored at home and they lose to the Packers that's going to feel like 3 or 4 losses all wrapped up into one. That's a lot of pressure on Week 1 to me.
Would you rather be playing Detroit? I would not.
But if they lose to Detroit, it's kind of expected.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. The Bears should be excited. You talk about having something out in front of you, having that carrot out in front of you, opening up. The OTAs, the quarterback schools, everything that they're doing. This game brings a little sense of urgency, a little bit more excitement from an organization standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Playing at home, the place is going to be insane.
Oh, the hype is going to be unbelievable.
And the Bears can win this game because they're dealing with some young receivers. Sure, they got a good offensive line. The key is going to be stopping the run. They are going to go overboard, in my opinion, the Packers, of trying to protect their young quarterback and get him some confidence. We know the story. We'll be talking about it 1,000 times, but I love this opener. I really do. This is definitely a game that I feel good about. The Bears winning for a lot of reasons. And I do got to see. I'm going to go up there a couple times here in the before training camp starts. I'm going to go up to some of their quarterback OTA stuff and watch them. I want to see these young defensive linemen. To me, we're still coming back to that, guys. That will be the key because I don't think the Bears, as much progress as I think Justin Fields will make. I don't think we're the type of football team that wants to get into a shootout with teams to win.
So before we talk about D-line and some of the new guys in rookie minicamp and stuff, one more thing on the Packers opener. The image I can't shake is 2019 when we got so excited all summer long for the next step that Mitch Trubisky and Matt Nagy were going to take, and they came out and the Packers beat the crap out of them. And Trubisky got booed at Soldier Field, and and that was the season opener, and you've just felt like the season was done. I guess the thing is this: if it's a dud for whatever reasons, if things don't work out to Danny's, as we pivot to the negative to that point,
right?
It doesn't close the book on this year because of the arc that Fields is expected to take over the course of the season in the same way, right?
I totally agree. No, I think that. We would all like the Bears to win the division this year. We would all like the Bears to be a 10-win team this year. But I think if we see some serious improvement out of Justin Fields, everything else around him will take care of itself. So I think that'll be the focus. And, hey, it's just not going to be the Green Bay game. Every game that Justin plays, the guy's going to be under a lot of pressure. Let's face it. A lot of pressure, and I do think that he can handle it. I really do. I think. He's been in the big arena before. Obviously, college at Ohio State, and here he didn't shy away from anything last year. I think that he's mentally ready for this challenge, and I think the coaches, as last year, will do a pretty good job of protecting them the best they can.
Danny, the texters are noticing that Chicago really is a dangerous place because Shane Reardon just bled.
He got bloody during a radio interview.
Got blood during a radio interview, so
Yeah,
Dan Proft is on it.
Yeah, stay safe out here. The pressure, Dave, what you're talking about, like, how big of a deal was it in the building when the order of the schedule came? Because we've known the opponents for forever, and for fans, I feel like it matters a lot because it's like, oh, this is when I'm going to make my trip to Arrowhead. This is when I'm going to make my trip to Lambeau. This is when I'm going to go to New Orleans with my buddies for a Bears game. Like today, does the order of it matter a lot?
I'll tell
is it
you
just when the bye is?
I'll tell you what used to. The first thing I would look at when the schedule came out, I hated Monday night games on the road. Okay, because you get back at.
They've got one of those. They're in Minnesota for.
No, that's a good draw
for in Minnesota for a Monday night game.
And Chicago's not as bad. I mean, I remember at Miami. We would play whoever, San Francisco, on a Monday night game.
What are you supposed to do with that practice week? Huh?
Well, yeah, and get back at 7 a.m. When the sun's up. I mean. The long flight, the late stuff. I mean, the players. It's a tough week. The next week, who they play after that Minnesota game?
Not out yet.
Not out yet. Yeah, that's
not out.
That's
yet.
as good as you're going to do. The whole thing on Monday night game is not wanting to get back at 6 a.m.
You're saying because Minnesota's close.
Yes. Absolutely. With they could not draw up a more favorable Monday night game on the road.
What about 2 Thursday games? Because that's rare. That's that you can play multiple Thursday night games this year, and they are one of the teams that did it. Week 5 and week 10, not tough opponents on paper.
We also don't know
in Washington
where
and
the
home
bye,
against Carolina.
I'm sorry, Danny. We also don't know where the bye is, right? So the bye could be next to one of those Thursday games.
I mean,
we get the mini bye on the back end of it. So in theory, it could be on the front on the front end. I suppose
the whole thing with Thursday games, and they never bothered
could
me.
Be week 9.
And I'll tell you why. Thursday games never bothered me because when I basically at Pitt coaching and so forth, we were always playing West Virginia. College game on a Thursday. So we kind of had a little schedule. Then when we went to Dallas 4 years in a row, we were Thursday night, Thanksgiving Day. So it was always Thursday. And we worked through the pros and cons of practice, meetings, contact, not contact. And you know what we came up with? What we did the week before had as much to do with the outcome on Thursday night games as anything. We had to schedule down as far as how many reps we were going to give the players and how much rest we were going to give the players. But I'll tell you what, when you're playing on a Thursday, if you win the Sunday before, those bumps and bruises are not quite as sore. It's amazing. You know what I mean? And,
sure.
And those legs aren't quite as sore. You're coming off a victory. You got 2 days. Everybody's pumped up. You're going to play on national TV. You're the only game, on Thursday night. As compared to getting beat and coming in there, and it's the media and it's the press. And so that was and we did it a lot. I mean, we took a lot of pride in those Thursday games, and I remember us sitting around and we used to talk about, we got to win this Sunday game because it's going to have a huge impact. Now, we don't know who the Bears play before these Thursday games, correct?
No. Yeah, we do not have before either of the Thursday games. Yeah, we know that week 5 is Washington. It looks like week 3 is in Kansas City.
Oh, that just come out now?
There's some Kansas City reports on that. It looks like that. So that would be the week of, what is that, September 25th or something like that?
So early at Kansas City.
Which, I mean.
And not in Berlin, which is a blessing. How'd you feel about the Bears
that'd be September,
not having to go
September
abroad?
24th.
Yeah, that would be, the season opens, what, the 10th? Something like that, the 11th?
Yeah.
Something,
Yes.
First Thursday night game, I know, was the 7th. So, yeah, I'm glad they're not playing overseas. I mean, really. I mean, at this point, they're not, the last thing that Matt Eberflus needs is distractions, and when you go.
Well, they'll be abroad soon.
Yeah.
If not next year, the year after, for sure.
Yeah, and that's okay. I mean, when you got a veteran team and you got a seasoned team and you got a lot of leaders on that team and you go overseas, that makes a big difference as compared to a young football team, a quarterback that's trying to prove himself, all those things. And this is not a preseason game. I mean, we went over there and played the Steelers in Ireland, and we went to Tokyo when I was did that at the Bears. We played the Steelers in Ireland and Dublin. And then when I was at the Cowboys, we went over to Tokyo and we played Houston, I believe it was. So I've been out of the country, but it's all been preseason games.
Right.
It's a big difference, just like the Canton game, going up there. I've coached in that game, the Hall of Fame game. But they're all preseason games. So at the end of the day, they really don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So, a guy all of a sudden gets, the wanting to see the country and all the stuff that comes along with traveling overseas. It's a whole different picture, at least in my mind, from a coach's perspective, than when we have to win this game.
We're with Coach Dave Wanstead here on Parkins and Spiegel. We're drinking smoked old fashions prepared by Shane Reardon,
who has not returned.
He has not returned. I saw a lot of maintenance going on for the bloody finger outside.
Did you really?
Oh yeah,
you have a better angle out there.
A lot of stuff going on as he works on the blood.
Yeah, radio executives tend to not love injuries that lead to bleeding on the air.
Yeah, it's true. And now we've got a former NFL coach who's holding a torch.
How about this? You know what? I'd have to do this on.
How do they feel about that, Dan?
I don't know. The
Yeah.
problem is, I got to get one of these little wooden
boards.
Yeah,
you could do that, but you saw what he did.
So I don't do it on Jan's kitchen.
Yeah, but he made the wood smoke and then put the glass over it. And then there we are, enjoying it. It's an amazing thing. Coach, what's the mindset going into a year like this? Because last year, Eberflus is like just trying to set a culture, just trying to get things going. There weren't a lot of expectations on wins and losses. This year, I think still not a lot of expectations on wins and losses. Like there's dreams and there's hopes. But the feeling among Bears fans that I talk to anyway is that, look, if they're 7-10 and showing good signs, there's going to be a lot of fans that are happy. Like this is still an optimistic place to be as a head coach, is it not?
Absolutely, no question about it. And what's funny? They just completed, and I talked to one of the coaches up there this week, and I predicted this because it happens with every team, and it happens every year, guys. When the rookies come in and they have their mini camp, which the Bears had, the coaches are, right away, okay, let's meet, coaches, after the practice is over. And we're sitting in there, and Spigs is the line coach. He says, God, so-and-so, I didn't realize he was that big. God, he's got better feet than I remember. And Danny's the receiver coach, and Danny says, "Did you see the quickness in the hands?
Yeah.
God, he's got better hands than I thought." And we're all sitting around. I mean, all of a sudden, and every staff is doing that. The guys are smarter, the guys are bigger, they're faster, they're stronger than what we remember them, and that's the fun part. That's exciting. Loving the guys you have.
Man, that's like a spring training vibe, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
it
here
is.
are my new toys.
Yep,
I can do amazing things with these guys.
And I don't remember a day ever where we came in and said, "Oh boy, you can't." I don't know if that guy can catch a cold.
Well, but Dave, like I could really see the Bears talking themselves into that, especially on offense, when they can say that they upgraded right tackle, right guard, center, and then left tackle.
What are you looking at on center? Tell me.
Assuming Whitehair is the center, he's at least a veteran over Mustafa.
Okay,
right,
or Patrick. I think one of those guys is your center.
Okay,
and then in theory, Braxton Jones should just be better through year 2 in the NFL.
100%.
Right now, Tevin moving from right guard to left guard, it's same guy. So that I feel like they can make an argument that they've upgraded at 4 of 5 offensive line positions.
Agree.
Fields should be better.
Yep.
Year 2 in the system, year 3 in the league. Full year of Claypool, adding DJ Moore, and then you still have Mooney and Kmet. Like
Kmet playing on a contract year. Truly,
Kmet on a contract year,
which I always liked. I mean, you hate that for the player, but
but as a coach,
as a coach, you love having those guys coming up on those contract years. I'm telling you, you're going to get their best effort.
Boy, that's interesting because we've been talking about Kmet and Jalen Johnson as extension candidates, but making them play hungry when you've just either drafted or signed somebody who could do their job the next year is an interesting thing.
Yeah, it is, and I think a lot has to do with the individual too. You know what I mean? If they are totally sold on Kmet as a player, as a person, as somebody in the community, all those things, the owner feels a lot better about writing that check.
Yeah, and I mean, you have the franchise tag at your disposal, but you can only use it on one guy.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to take multiple key players into the last year of their deal if you can avoid it, because you can only do the franchise tag on one, and then you risk losing them for nothing. But I think that the defense should be better. Right? Signed Edwards, signed Edmonds.
They will be.
3 of the top 4 picks on defense.
And I know that I've repeated this, but this whole defense, it's going to really, for us to be a dominant defense, we got to be dominant up front.
Well, I don't think that's in play.
But no, and that's
not in play.
That's what bothers me a little bit. I think our linebackers are 100% upgraded. I mean, our secondary, now that we got our man Stevenson from Miami, as we talked on draft night, right?
Yes. Yeah, Jalen's healthy.
Now you can put you got Jalen healthy. You got
Kyler Gordon
now
inside.
You can put Gordon on the nickel as a nickel guy on the slot full time.
Yep.
And that's a big deal now. Everybody says, "Oh, you can just go back and forth." I mean, I've coached a lot of all-pro corners, from Darrell Rivas to Patrick Surtain Sr., and flipping those guys and putting them on the slot. I mean, that all sounds good at a clinic, okay? When you got the chalk in your hand and you tell all these guys, oh, this is what we did. But getting the player to do it and get enough practice reps at it, where you're stabbing with your outside hand, where normally you're stabbing with your inside hand. This guy normally will release inside as compared to, I mean, there's a lot of technical things that go into that, and it takes practice time. These guys can do it. They're great athletes, but it's not as easy as what people talk about. So, but I do think the Bears upgraded, going back to your point, Danny, because now they don't have to do that. If Stevenson can come in and play, they can leave him at corner.
I feel like you're dying to talk about the defensive tackles. Lord knows I'm interested. I got to figure out what we have. We know how important the 3-tech is. We know how important the nose is next to it. It's not really the nose, obviously, and they seem to think that everything can be a little malleable. How do you feel about these guys? We haven't seen you since draft night.
Yeah.
And then they got these two guys the next night. Dexter, who's 6'6", and maybe going to play the under tackle, a very big guy. And then Pickens, who's quicker, who will play it as well. Is it just a couple of different lottery tickets that they're taking to see which one develops, or what do you think about it?
No, I think that a couple of one or two of these guys for sure will come out, and they're going to be better as a group, number one. Number two, in this scheme, without getting too far down the road here, they're going to be better against the run, because you don't need to be a major playmaker against the run if you can get off blocks and get in your gaps, and then the linebackers can clean it up. So I see that being definitely a positive. Now, if you really want to dominate in this defense, you got to have the Warren Sapps making plays inside. You got to have the Leon Letts making plays inside. And I'm referencing way back Dallas, because their defense is kind of a combination of Tampa Bay, Tony Dungy, Warren Sapp. You got to have guys that can make plays one-on-one, because you're not going to blitz much versus the pass. I don't see that today. Hopefully I'm wrong. I don't see that today. Do I think they'll be better versus a run? Yes. And that's a starting point. If somebody walked out to me and says, Coach, what's the first thing that we got to improve on? What's the most important thing? I would say stopping a damn run. If we don't stop the run, we got no chance, particularly in that first ball game. I mean, Green Bay is going to run that ball with those two running backs, Aaron Jones.
But do you think you think they believe they got game changers and game breakers in those two defensive tackles? Do they think they can make it?
I think they believe they got upgrades. I would hope so, or I wouldn't draft them.
Yeah.
Right? No, really.
No, yeah, can't be worse. You got TV tonight?
I do. I got a couple hits tonight. Talking schedule, same stuff we're talking. Bears schedule and. We're not talking old fashioned.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's TV's a little stuffier. Yeah, you won't be able to drink on set. It's unfortunate. Dave, thanks for coming in.
Okay, guys.
I know you got to get out of here, but we'll see you soon. All right.
Yeah. I'm always
Coach.
I'm always available. Wait, where's Tanny? Come on.
Yeah.
We dropped the ball.
Tanny's not here today.
I know, so we dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Shane's not in.
We
there.
didn't know you were available.
Yeah.
We're thrilled you're
always available unless I'm doing something.
That's the mantra.
And there's no blood in your old fashioned, right? That's a win.
It is clean.
We got to go check on Shane here at some point.
Actually, legitimately do.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm a little concerned. A A wild proclamation was made on this station earlier today, but want to actually take some time and see if it's as crazy as it struck me at first glance. Next on The Score.
Bears fans, don't miss The Score Bears and NFL schedule release show tonight 6 to 9 with Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Harris. Get the complete overview on who Justin Fields and the new look Bears will play.
Everyone told me I was going to lose, that it was really easy to shatter an apple or split an apple with your bare hand. I didn't believe that to be the case. I gave Shane 3-1 odds, $20 if he can't, 60 from me if he can. Phenom, Sean Anderson in for Tanny. Can you examine the apple, please, to be sure that there are no marks or nail bites or anything like that? He hasn't already dented the apple.
Like a pre-cut apple?
That's what I'm worried about here.
Wow. He's looking clean.
It's a clean apple. Okay.
Could you examine his hand, make sure there is no blade embedded in his hand or anything like that?
No blade and also no sticky stuff. And he's not wearing a hat, and I'm not going to ask him to unbutton his pants. So
okay.
we're looking good.
You can if you want.
670thescore.com.
I got 2 apples.
You got 2 apples.
I think I'm going to do it 2 ways. That's how confident I am. All right, so I'm going to do the first one with one hand, all right?
Okay.
All right. Oh, wow.
That was pretty easy.
I can't see it. I'm in the ad part of the Twitch stream.
And then I'm going to do this one.
He's right there.
Oh, wow.
That was also just incredibly strong.
That was crazy. He just grabbed the apple with 2 hands and just broke it apart.
And the first one I did with one hand. We'll have video of that on
You
replay
did?
if you want it. Yeah.
Yeah.
My Venmo is Shane Reardon, by the way.
Yeah, what type of apple was that?
I did 2. I did a Gala apple or a Gala apple, whatever it is,
Yeah.
and a Fiji.
A Fiji. Neither of those are as good as a Honey Crisp, so it doesn't count. Sorry about that.
Now I'll send you the 60.
ball is swung on and crushed. Deep center field, back goes Auer. This one's off the wall. Racing around third and trying to score is Aliendo as the throw comes in. Greg Jones throws to third, and Crow Armstrong is in there. Wow. Ronnie Simon reached out, tried to tag him, and Crow Armstrong did some kind of a dance or a shimmy to elude the tag.
PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, top-ranked prospect in the Cubs organization. We'll tell you why we're playing that in just a second. The White Sox lose the game and lose the series to the Royals. Luis Robert had a game-tying double in the 8th. Then Ronaldo Lopez with the leadoff walk in the 9th. Royals walk him off to win the series.
Best player on the White Sox is Luis Robert. He has responded to the public embarrassment of the benching by Pedro Grifol and has been really, really good, including the clutch double today, but not enough. Ronaldo Lopez with a dreaded leadoff walk in the 10th inning, and Kansas City makes you look bad. 13-26.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all.
And still too early to punt because that division is trash.
Yeah.
But we can discuss.
Yeah. How you feeling, Shane?
Dude, how embarrassing is that?
We went to look for you during the break. We couldn't find you. You cut your fingernail off making an old-fashioned for Dave Wanstead on camera.
I've been in the bathroom the entire time trying to get it to stop bleeding because it took off the entire nail and then the tip of my finger. So it's not like I can go in and get something stitched.
No, I was told by several bartenders on the text line to hold your finger way above your head to keep the blood up there and keep it from coming down. So keep doing that now because you've been having trouble stopping the bleeding, right?
Yeah. So I think I've got it tight enough now. Well, it'll be okay. I've done this before, and like you have to get it cauterized, where they basically just like set the wound on fire to close it.
Well,
I'm
you
trying
have
to
a
avoid
torch
that.
in there.
I know.
You want to cauterize it on camera?
I've cauterized mine on my own. Like a friend has done it for me, and then I've also done it at an ER, so I'm familiar. But
we have a torch right here.
I know.
There's no porcupine in studio. We need a little something.
Just trying to get it to stop bleeding.
Okay. Well, good.
I hate Dave Wanstead.
Good luck, man. That sounds really painful.
Hopefully the clip is good for...
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Hopefully
So too.
Kevin Lapka's making that into a GIF and a GIF and a replay and the whole thing.
I know you got to recover, and I'm really worried about you. But also, this place is a mess in here. If you come in...
Oh, wow.
Come and clean up some of the bitters and the...
You enjoying the drink and everything I paid for?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
The drink is delicious.
I'll clean up at the next break. I got you,
The
Shane.
drink is delicious.
It is delicious. Good job keeping your blood out of Dave Wanstead's drink.
Yeah, he was concerned.
Yeah, I got it away pretty quickly.
Yeah, you did. That was. You're a pro.
And then I finished pouring the drink, so you're welcome.
But you did fantastic. So why are we playing a PCA highlight to come in? Well, because on Mully and Haugh, they asked the question of who the biggest star was going to be in 2028 in Chicago sports.
How did that come up?
Well,
Was that a pick six question?
I think so. And listen to how it went down.
All right, guys, we're going to fast forward a little bit. The year is 2028. Who is the biggest sports star in town? Connor Bedard, Justin Fields, a Cub outfielder, Dylan Cease, Zach LaVine, or the Bears quarterback who succeeds Fields?
Oh, wow. That didn't take long. Oh, boy. Interesting question.
I hope that it's Justin Fields. That's what I hope. But my prediction is going to be PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. So a Cubs outfielder will be the biggest star in Chicago by the year 2028.
Pete Crow Armstrong is an answer leading with your heart over your head, Dustin.
But that's a defensive.
No doubt.
He's a defensive player. You've got to get that offense caught up to him. See what I'm saying? Like Pete Crow Armstrong, it would have been more interesting if you said, Cody Bellinger.
Wow. PCA as the biggest star in Chicago in 2028.
I don't see any version of reality where that's possible. Do you know how hard it is to be the biggest star in this city as a baseball player? It's real tough, man. The NBA makes stars, and quarterbacks and the Bears make stars.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the last player that was a baseball player that was the biggest star in Chicago?
That's a good question.
Sammy Sosa, maybe?
Let's pause and think about that. Sosa's heyday was against Michael Jordan.
It was against Jordan. Summer of '98. Now you can.
We're old enough to have lived through it, and I was in media as it was happening. And Sosa was huge, but Jordan was a monolith, different thing.
But like, could you argue, to Studs' point, that when he hit 63 in 1999 and Jordan had retired, that it became Sosa?
Yes.
Like I think that's right. But summer of '98, peak of Sosa's powers, it's still Jordan. But it
was also dirty by 89.
But I think by
99 he's hitting 63. Everybody kind of was starting to realize it was dirty, but it was still pretty fun.
I think 99, 2000, 2001, it's Sosa. He hit 63, 50, and 64 after the summer of '98.
Look at Frank's numbers for those years, though, because he battled a notoriously split baseball fandom with Frank, and Frank by then was an epically phenomenal player on a Hall of Fame track who'd been likened to Mel Ott and Ted Williams and such.
Yeah, I mean, so Frank's 99 season was only 15 homers. He had a monster 2000 where he had 43 homers. But then 2001 was, he only played 20 games. It was the year he was hurt.
Oh, that's the hurt year.
Only had 4 homers. So
all right, so that's Sammy's world at the time.
I think that's Sammy's world at the time, 99, 2000, 2001. And then you could argue.
I don't think you have to go back that far. Because, I mean, I know all the Cubs of 2016 split fandoms
they
and
split
such.
the vote.
But there was a moment there after Chris Bryant's ridiculous rise with college player of the year, then minor league player of the year, then rookie of the year, then MVP, and the team wins a World Series. So post 2016, who were his rivals for the biggest star in town? Taves and Kane?
Yes.
Off season of 2016 and then 2017. I mean, it's Chris Bryant was on billboards everywhere, and I would argue was the biggest star in town.
Yeah, I think 2016, Chris Bryant, MVP, best player on a team that won the World Series and ended the 108-year drought. I think Chris Bryant was bigger than Patrick Kane in 2016, even though Kane is, at the time, in great public standing for the most part and a 3-time Cup champion.
They had won their 3. I mean, Taves and Kane side by side. They'd won all 3 of their cups by then.
Yeah. But again, it's hockey. So if I was answering that question on Mully and Haugh today, I would say Fields is the heavy favorite. And then Connor Bedard is the second favorite. Because if people say he's going to be as good as Sidney Crosby, that's a superstar. Now, in Pittsburgh, let's say he's Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
Ben Roethlisberger's a bigger star than Sidney Crosby, even though Sidney Crosby's a better hockey player than Ben Roethlisberger is quarterback.
Because of the quality of the sport and the largesse of the sport.
Because of the largesse of the sport, exactly. But so, that's how good a hockey player needs to be to overtake a football player. And I think it's kind of the same for baseball. Obviously, baseball bigger than hockey. But in a 2-team town where the fandom is split, it makes it even tougher for a baseball player to be the bigger star. And the NBA is a kingmaker sport. If the Bulls got Wembanyama, that would be the answer. If Derrick Rose was in his prime, that would be the answer because the NBA is a star sport. You have to have a superstar quarterback to beat an NBA star.
Here's the thing
for Q rating.
I think all of that is very sensible. I think it's going to be hard for Connor Bedard to be the biggest sports star in this town, even if he's great. Because of the reasons you mentioned. If Fields is still here and rolling in 2028,
if Fields
he's
is
the
here,
answer.
If Fields is here, it's him.
Oh, it's absolutely him.
Yeah.
If there's multiple playoff years and stuff, and then there's PCA as a player, which
let's keep talking about this, and we can get into some White Sox posts as they lost the series against the Royals, and it's just a disaster. Also, more Cubs and Bears leaks as they happen. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Bears GM Ryan Poles joins the Bernstein and Holmes show tomorrow at 11:40 a.m. Don't miss this chance to hear from the Bears GM himself discussing what has been a busy offseason at Haugh Hall. Again, Ryan Poles tomorrow at 11:40 a.m. with Bernstein and Holmes on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live.
Friday is like the end of the work week, kind of a day that you just feel better than the majority of other days. So we like to get a little spicy around lunchtime on Fridays, and we order pizza. So we call this Pizza Friday. It's the end of the work week kind of thing. You know, you're just feeling some pizza. You have it on a Friday. That's how we get to the end result of Pizza Friday. You're welcome.
So much bad info out there.
A lot of bad info, especially from that loser Dan Bernstein.
Apparently, Spiegs wanted to get in on the action and provide some pizza for Pizza Fridays, but he messed it up.
When we didn't get the text from Spiegs that pizza was available and that, hey, Tandy's going to have to pick it up from X, we got a little worried.
Hey, look, I don't think this part of the story is important. I don't think this part is important that I almost forgot.
Context matters. Context matters. So 12:30
It definitely matters. You almost forgot Pizza Friday.
Well, he didn't almost forget Pizza Friday. He did forget Pizza Friday.
Terrible.
Spiegs calls me 5 minutes later. Oh, my God. I forgot the pizza. Oh, I feel like such a bad guy. You are. Can I
hang on to those feelings about feeling terrible?
Yeah,
by the way.
can I get the pizza there? Sure, you get the pizza there. What kind of stuff do you guys like again? Oh, well, Lynn and Chris Wake up at XRT, they'll usually do bacon and jardinera. And then, what do you guys want? Tanny yells from the background. Just sausage.
Because the indecisiveness.
Yeah, he's
not
screaming.
Saying,
yeah, he just wants sausage. That's all he wants.
Okay, now and then I go back. Hold on. I go back to the email and I see spinach and jardinera is what Lynn said, so I made sure I got them spinach and jardinera.
I don't care about them.
And then I got you guys a large pizza with sausage on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been delivered from Paisano's, a wonderful pie.
Oh, it is. Just sausage? Yeah,
Paisano's is awesome.
wonderful pizza.
There is sausage on the whole thing, as requested.
And what else that wasn't requested, you hack?
I got sausage on the entire thing. And then I made an executive decision.
Okay.
It's not your decision to make.
Because I think that the best, I've said this before, the best topping combination with which
literally none of this matters. Whatever you're about to say, it's
you're
irrelevant.
Did I buy the pizza?
It doesn't matter, Spiegs. We told you on Wednesday. You don't have to. This is our thing. We buy the pizza.
Yeah.
This is our thing. Pizza Friday. I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats the pizza. We buy the pizza. When it's our thing, we get to decide what's on the pizza.
You did.
Lynn has never asked me for bacon and jardinera, and I gave him pineapple and ham.
No.
He's never done that, and I've never done that to him.
Shane, hold on a second. There is sausage.
I'm at the edge of my seat. What was
there
on
is
this
sausage
pizza?
on your pizza. On the entirety of your pizza. There's also onion on half of it because I believe that sausage and onion is the best way to judge a
doesn't
pizza.
matter. You weren't eating it. My God, I hate
that's
yelling.
true.
It's 2:37 and I'm
That's
already
true.
yelling.
I didn't bring
Now-
my Prilosec OTC for the onions on the pizza today. Sorry.
How do you not like onion on a pizza? What the hell's wrong with you people?
It doesn't matter.
I took a stab that you guys would appreciate the onion because
would've
sausage
said,
and onion
Do
is better.
less stabbing.
I yelled sausage. If I wanted onion, I'd be like sausage and onion. It's
Yeah,
simple.
that's how it works. Like I was talking to Tanny earlier. Yes, beggars can't be choosers, but in this case, when we are the ones who started it, we could choose whatever the hell we want. We chose sausage, not sausage and yellow onion.
Well, how about this? It's a large half as onion. You guys just split the other half. Forget it.
Well,
then.
here's the problem with that, and I'm going to assume this is on you. There was
assumption.
onion on the entire pizza,
The whole pizza.
which is what happens when you make an executive decision. Like, oh yeah,
No.
I'm just going to throw onions on it.
There's onion on the whole pizza? I said onion on half.
Well,
You only paid for half onion.
That would
I only paid for half onion.
That
He
would
wants his $2 back.
It wouldn't happen
I-
if you wouldn't have interjected.
No, I mean us.
Yeah.
You know, with a splintered fan base.
I'd have to ask pony, but my guess is that like they love hockey there, but my guess is it went from Roethlisberger immediately to like TJ Watt. And Crosby never carried like best player on the Steelers.
I don't know. I mean, like Mario Lemieux dominate Pittsburgh? And that possibly could be a yes for that period.
I would think Mario Lemieux maybe. I don't know. I'd have to ask. But
you're right, because you know where I am. Like a number 1 overall pick in the NHL, who is a stud since the age of like 13, is almost guaranteed to be a star and possibly a truly generational Connor McDavid, Gretzky, Crosby type of talent. So if that's the case, then maybe this is an incredible hockey town by 2028, and kids are running around wearing 98 for Bedard all over the place.
Yeah, maybe, but if the biggest star in this town is a hockey player, even if he's great, it's probably not a great sign for our other teams, just because of the size of the fan base. It's no knock at Bedard or Hawks fans. It's just the reality of it. Mm-hmm. There are way more Cubs fans, more Bulls fans, and more Bears fans, and probably even more Sox fans than Hawks fans.
I'd say probably more Hawks fans since the Taves and Kane era.
Yeah, it's close in terms of the quantity, but so it's a tough thing.
Yeah, it is. On the PCA, the Pete Crow Armstrong front, specifically on a baseball player.
The chances of him being the biggest, that feels very unlikely given the skill set.
He's a wonderful defensive outfielder who I can't wait to watch on the regular. Seems the hit tool is way better than the Mets realized and is going to be a factor. And the power should be, as it's still talked about, more than you expect. But what are we talking about? Like 20 home run guy, maybe 25 home run guy. If I told you it's a Gold Glove outfielder who steals 40 bases and has a great personality and hits 15 to 20 home runs, is that the biggest star in town?
No.
I don't think so either.
I mean, Javi Baez was never the biggest star in this town. You got to be an awesome baseball player to be the biggest sports star in Chicago.
And we're talking about Frank Thomas and Sammy Sosa.
And Frank maybe never even held the title.
And peak Chris Bryant before the Cubs
as guys
slow
who had a
down.
Real claim to it.
Right.
Yeah. And
I think PCA is a marvel, and I get the excitement, and I share it. But thinking of him in those stratospheric terms seems outsized.
Well, and, I mean, isn't it on the board that they trade PCA? If they re-sign Cody Bellinger, that Carter Hawkins says they want to do, and Suzuki and Happ are under contract, it's at least on the board.
Well,
that they trade him for a win now pitcher or something like that.
Now you've taken us to July, when the conversations leading up to the deadline revolve around Shohei Ohtani, and I thought our give and take with John Morosi the other day was really interesting when he gave a lot of credence to the idea that if you dream of signing Shohei Ohtani and you're the Dodgers, you don't have to trade for him. But if you're the Cubs and you have to sell yourself to him and you are in a race, the idea of trading for him this summer is going to be really, really enticing, because then you get to show him what Wrigley is. You get to show him what a pennant race in Chicago is. He gets to hang out with his friend, Seiya Suzuki, who he shares an agent with. He gets to feel it. And you get a chance to show him, and then you get to go and talk to him. So what's that worth? What's that opportunity worth when it's the opportunity plus one pennant race? I don't think it's worth Pete Crow Armstrong.
Well, you're not getting him if you don't trade him.
Well, is it worth Brennan Davis and two other pieces? I don't think it's worth Ben Brown, who right now is destroying the minor leagues. That's the guy you got for David Robertson from the Phillies. But there could be some prospects that if you self-scout, that maybe it's worth it to send for Shohei Ohtani as a let me try.
You'd have to... There would be some sort of like value risk calculus that you would have to do, like back channeling, that we would never know the answer to, of what % chance do we have of signing him? Is it 80-20? Then you trade a lot for him.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 50-50? Then you probably trade a lot for him. But if it's, we don't have any idea if he wants to be here long term, but we just think that Wrigley and Seiya and our organization Because if you really don't know if you have a real shot at the long-term deal, you can't trade 3 or 4 prospects for half a year.
The Angels might get screwed on this. There might be every assurance that it's the Dodgers by July. A lot of people think already that there's every assurance that Shohei is going to the Dodgers. So imagine that.
It makes sense for him to stay on the West Coast.
Of course it does.
It makes
sense. Stay right there and go to the healthier organization that has been saving money, essentially, at their level.
He makes so much endorsement money in Asia.
Doesn't have to move.
The closest flight home, the nonstop, the whole
all
thing.
Of it,
yeah,
all of it.
It makes a lot of sense.
So that could be an absolute done deal in everybody's mind by July, and yet you're still trading for him. So maybe the Angels don't get much at that point.
Well, if they don't get much, then you trade for him for the rental if you're actually in a position to go for it. But I mean, as bullish as you are about them, there's nothing about this team that suggests that they're in that market right now. Trading multiple prospects for a rental to go for it this year ahead of their window. I would be very surprised if Jed did that without the intention of signing a guy long term. Now, if they start pacing for 88, 90, 92 wins, that changes things. But through almost 40 games, I don't think he's shortchanging the window of something sustainable, which is what he's said is the goal.
Right.
For a rental. They'd have to go on like a 10-game winning streak at some point.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of months here.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of months here. It'll be fascinating, and there'll be really fun place to be in a baseball town leading up to the deadline in July.
More Bears and Cubs, including some stuff from Jed Hoyer that we'll get to before we're out of here. You also can begin texting in your questions for one last thing. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So I went and looked, and I tried to get some merchandise, but the lines were 9 miles long, so I didn't do that. And then I said, okay, well, I'm going to get in the car. I had to call Grody because Grody needed a post-game or a guest, and I had agreed to be on the show with him at 9 o'clock. And part of it was, well, I better be in the car at 9.
Well, I mean, you two are going to live together later, so
we're going to live together, but the show must go on, Layla. So I had to go on and help Grody. And then, I'm driving, and then the 2 home runs happened by the Yankees, and I'm thinking, thank God I didn't stay for that. And then, of course, well, we know what the end result is. I was trying to be responsible, and don't think I don't regret it. Don't think I don't feel bad about this. I mean, we're a couple of weeks removed from it. I don't feel as bad as I used to feel.
Well, of course not, because nobody's going to keep bothering you about it except me 12 days later.
I'm going to go against my better judgment and slightly defend Chris Ranji here.
Thank you.
And say that I get it. I get it to an extent. Like, I get the traffic aspect of it. Having grown up in a small town, I know like how much of a nightmare that can be if you have 8,000 people trying to get in and out of one place. So I get that aspect of it.
Well, think
I'm sorry, you think
I wake up early the next
Do you think
day.
I don't like high school football?
I follow
Do you
your
think
logic.
there's only 8,000 people who go to a high school football game?
No, yeah, you're right. I know.
Yeah, but how many?
I know,
well,
I know
how
that
many
you know.
They
Also,
stay for the whole game.
Layla.
And that's just a high school game.
Layla, yeah. Do you drive
It's
5
stupid
hours?
and
Hold on. Do you drive 5 hours somewhere after a high school football game?
Yeah, many times, of course.
You liar.
Playoffs, you absolutely drive 5 hours across the state of Texas for a high school playoff game. Yes.
Why would you drive 5 hours for a high school playoff Texas
it matters.
game?
And you were at the one regular season game that everybody cared about that hadn't ever been done before. And you,
That's
of
true.
all people, left early. And you were sitting here earlier, like an hour and a half ago, talking about how we should cherish this. If you're a White Sox fan, you dealt with many, many callers and people asking, what about Danks? And if you think the text line hasn't been filled with that, I thank you all because I giggle every time. And it's finally good. And it ends in the best way possible in that beautiful Tim Anderson walk-off. And you are nowhere around to see it. Despite putting all the work in early, you can't just close it out. You didn't close.
Two
can
things
I slightly
here, Layla.
defend? Can I defend
yeah,
Ranji
also,
a little
go ahead,
bit
Jay.
too?
No, Jay,
go ahead, Jay.
no.
Thank you. Jay, go ahead.
I mean, everyone knows I hate Ranji. This is published. It's in print. I think I put it in my book. Actually, there's a whole chapter on why.
By the way, I take back my congratulations on your new job. I hope you fail. Go ahead.
Well, guess what? We have 3 weeks.
Thank you. I did leave the Cubs David Bodie Grand Slam walk-off game early, but I had a child with me, and it was a school night, so
Well, you
I have
know
a
what?
little bit more.
I was
Wait,
at the David Bodie walk-off Grand Slam game, and I also had a child with me. And that child was Herb, and I stayed late, and we got to watch an amazing ending, and we were all very happy about it later.
I'm just picturing you now holding.
Too.
Herb was chill
Oh, he was
because it was a Cubs game. Herb was chill.
I'm picturing you holding Herb and him just asleep on your shoulder.
He's adorable.
just hand him a binky every now and then.
Yeah.
But also, guys, in my defense, I was also with a child that day. I mean, I was the child, but I was with me. So am I not allowed? Like, I was trying to be responsible. I was trying to, I want to get a decent, Daddy needs his sleep.
Ew!
And so,
did you hand
no,
What?
never
No,
say
it
that
is-
again.
It is
What?
Crosstown
I can't call
Friday.
myself.
God.
I can't call myself Daddy.
Oh my God!
What? I can't.
Why would you think that's okay?
I don't know.
Oh no, this has gotten horribly. Wait. Was the reason
Wait a
you
minute,
left early because you said that? Because that makes sense.
Did they ask you to leave?
No, they didn't ask me to leave. They invited me.
This guy over here is calling himself Daddy.
It's the worst when you say it.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Why are you talking about Bo Jackson?
Because we like to.
Because he went on a show in Alabama and was asked why he wasn't at the Frank Thomas statue dedication.
I wasn't there because of dealing with hiccups. I've had the hiccups since last July. I have done everything, scare me, drink water upside down, smell the ass of a porcupine. It doesn't work.
Could you imagine
I didn't know that
smelling
was a
the ass of a porcupine?
I guarantee you I can get a porcupine in here tomorrow.
Could you?
Without a doubt.
Let's do it. Shane, if you get a porcupine in here tomorrow, I will smell the ass of that porcupine.
Deal.
Name something that follows the word pork.
You pine.
Having hiccups for a year? That would drive me insane. How would you sleep?
Tonight on Eye on Springfield, we meet a man who's been hiccuping for 45 years. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me.
Has Bo Jackson not had a night's sleep since July?
Chronic hiccups is a thing, and there are people who, and one person had it for 3 years.
I can't believe that.
My Uncle Pat had hiccups for a year. I got to ask him how he got rid of them.
He did?
Yeah.
Well, who was this Uncle Pat anyway?
He was a knockaround guy like Tony's dad. But they let him retire to this farm upstate New York. It sounds funny, but it wasn't. He had the hiccups for like a year.
Jeez.
What, you think it's funny? He almost committed suicide because of it.
Poor Bo.
Poor Bo.
I've had the hiccups since last July.
Now look at that one. Bo Jackson says, kill me.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
We're hanging out. The story of the day is Shane cutting his finger off while making an old-fashioned for Dave Wanstead, Spiegs, and myself. Really took the pressure off me for not breaking the Bears' schedule for the first time in 3 years. So that actually happened. So we're Tanny was off today, and now we're without Shane, because he couldn't stop the bleeding. He literally cut off the tip of his finger and his fingernail, and he was bleeding through, he said, 4 packs of gauze?
Yeah.
And so he's on his way to get it cauterized.
I had good advice that I got from a texter, which was hold it above your head. And that didn't seem to help.
No. So now we're on Studs' 8th hour of producing because he was with the Bernstein and Holmes show, obviously.
That's his main job. Yeah.
And now he's into his 4th hour with us.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying to Ray, like, how did I end up as the only producer on a show that I was not scheduled to work?
Yeah.
Tough day for you, buddy. Tough day.
It happens.
I think Danny just described it. So
yeah,
tough,
that was it.
Tough day for you.
Hey, it's what we got to do. Teamwork.
But at best, the 3rd toughest day.
Toughest day is
Yeah.
She's got the toughest day. No, really. I want you to be honest about who's 1 and 2.
I mean, I definitely feel worse for me than Shane.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
yeah, obviously.
I'm glad that you can admit that.
Think about how many retweets this cost me. I mean, I potentially was going to gain hundreds, if not thousands, of more followers today.
Yeah.
And this very much hurt not getting the Bears' schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And now, Shane had to cut his finger to steal. He had to cut his finger off to steal some of my sadness. And poor Studs is working a double.
Yeah. You're right.
It's a lot going on over here.
Shane getting some of the pity that you deserve for losing your Bears schedule scoop cred. That's got to be tough for you. Again.
And another tough break for that loser, Dan Proft, who can't even crack the top 3 of toughest days once we stole his entire soul and reputation.
That was one of the more enjoyable segments we've ever done.
Yeah, you can check that out at 3 o'clock today.
Yeah, in the 3 o'clock hour. That was incredibly fun. Yeah, so wait, a lot of people having tough days.
A lot of people having tough days.
Can I add one to you?
Please.
Okay. Pedro Grifol, the manager of the absolutely garbage Chicago White Sox, after losing 3 out of 4 to the somehow still behind them Kansas City Royals.
The Royals are not fielding a competitive baseball team.
They haven't, and they don't, and they won't. 12-27 of the Royals. They had 3 wins at home on the year, and then the White Sox came to town. They picked up 3 more out of 4 games. And Pedro Grifol is embarrassed by his team, said that they didn't play with urgency. We got outplayed. And unfortunately, I have to tell him that is his job to provide said urgency and try to make sure his team does not get outplayed. I know it sucks, and they're cooked in terms of being developed poorly, a lot of them, and they're bad, and you have a tough ask, but that is the job, Pedro. So you can point at them, but just know that one ends up coming back around on you just because it's the job, you know?
Yeah.
So he's having a tough day as well. They're 13-26.
But I don't believe any of the blame for this should fall on Pedro Grifol. I know what you're saying is true.
That's his job.
I know.
You can't come out and say they lacked urgency and then everybody.
Rick Renteria wasn't good enough for the job. Tony La Russa wasn't good enough for the job, and Pedro Grifol isn't good enough for the job. Well,
it's an unwinnable job.
At some point, can it be put on the players? And if you want to say the people who picked the players, I got no problem with that, and it's true, and it is. But at some point, it's got to be on the guys who throw the ball, catch the ball, and hit the ball.
I understand.
It has to be.
Pedro Grifol followed up his comments about getting outplayed and lacking urgency with this. Ready? Quote, that starts with me.
Sure.
Unquote. So he knows that.
But it's true,
that's
also what they all say.
I know, but it is true. So he's got to use whatever he can. So start trashing them. I mean, it's beyond time to trash them privately and trash them now publicly. It's beyond time, as you have to try everything that you have. It's way earlier than he needs to go into that part of the toolbox, but here we are.
Yeah, they're a
mess.
They're a mess. It's, on this episode of As the Window Closes, it's not good, and it feels... Where I struggle with it, Spiegs, is when the only argument that can be made for hope is because of the division.
Here I am.
No,
I know, you're right.
I know, and you can certainly make more salient out-of-market baseball points than I care to make about Cleveland or Minnesota or Detroit.
To be clear, if you cared to make the points, you would make more salient ones.
I'm just saying I could probably somewhat compete with you. I'm not saying I'd be more salient. I'm just saying I don't.
You could hang if you wanted to.
If I had
invest the
any
time.
interest whatsoever in following May Cleveland Guardian baseball, I'd be able to at least.
So you didn't read Zach Mizell in The Athletic today about what a mess the Cleveland offense is?
I missed it.
Oh, man.
I missed it. I was trying to break the NFL schedule and failing.
And
to
failing,
be
to be clear.
To be totally clear, your time was spent more productively than mine. But I just that argument. It can be two things. It can be true and not at all comforting.
Oh, 100% correct.
Right?
100%.
Those two things have to be able to coexist together.
Oh, dude, absolutely. Completely uncomforting. One of my favorite things ever in score history was a phone call that Boers and McNeil took decades ago from a caller named Rev Watkins. And we used to have the cart around when in the days of carts, the Rev Watkins theory of sports possibilities, because he was a Cubs fan, and the Rev, I don't know if he was an actual Reverend or not, but he called up one day and he said, the Cubs don't have to get better. Everybody just has to get a little bit worse. And it was such a beautiful theory because you could just stay your same mediocre ass self. And if everybody else gets worse, then all of a sudden you rise through the standings. The Guardians are a mess offensively. The Twins are a mess. They've now won 2 in a row.
Yeah.
But Tyler Mahle just went on the injured list. He's going to miss the whole year. So that's a starting pitcher they've now lost. Detroit is on a run. Do people really believe this is when Detroit steps it up? It's not going to take a lot for the White Sox to find themselves back in a division that they're now 8.5 back in. So it's too early to punt. And I stand by that from yesterday. But it is not comforting.
Yeah, and
it is not comforting at all.
And again, to be clear, like I agree with you. It's too early to punt, but that's also because nobody is punting. No, there might be a transaction or two that happens at this point, but nobody waves the white flag in May because these are businesses. Mm-hmm. They are selling tickets and bobbleheads and promotions and television contracts and ratings and commercials. And no one punts in May. That's why the trade deadline's at the end of July. Yeah, they want to get you through the summer with fake hope. So I don't mean this like in a disparaging way to like you're taken in any way, but like of course it's too early to punt because no one punts. Mm. It'd be like saying it's too early to punt on second down. No one punts on second down, but that still means if it's second and 32, the drive is probably ending in a punt.
Yeah.
You know, like so yes, right now it is too early to punt, but they're gonna be punting.
Uh-huh. I don't know. What's the play call at second and 32?
But you understand what I'm saying.
Of course I do.
So yeah, too early to punt. Cool, fine. But no one punts now, so that's not saying much. And the rest of the division being bad is also very true.
Sometimes
at some
teams,
point they need to win games.
I mean, Oakland might make a trade. It's possible that
okay, but those teams came in with no hope and will leave it with no hope. The White Sox had $190 million payroll. Like they won't blow it up in May. It's just not done in polite society. So they're gonna suffer through this, man.
Yeah, like the fans are.
Yes, for a while, and that's just hopefully they rip off a winning streak and make it at least complicated. But there's nothing that indicates that that's about to happen. Nothing. Anything else from today's game?
From today's White Sox game?
Yeah, that we need to really get into before we get back to the Bears schedule that I didn't break?
You guys want to hear a little clip of Pedro from postgame?
Oh, if you've got Pedro from postgame talking about how miserable things are, I think that's probably worth hearing today.
What's, I guess, the concern level with being outplayed in a series like this at this point?
Concerned. There's a lot of baseball left. Disappointed at times with lack of urgency. Absolutely, I am absolutely, but that starts with me. So we got to be better. We got to be better as a staff. We got to be better as a ball club. We got to take advantage of situations like this. We tie a game up in the 8th inning. we gotta take advantage of this type of opportunity and step a comeback. We played pretty good baseball in Cincinnati. We had some momentum coming in, and we got outplayed.
You know, it's amazing when they get to the late innings, and again, Luis Robert, as you mentioned, with the clutch 2-run double to tie the game. When they get to the bottom of the ninth, and what happens is Reynaldo Lopez walks the leadoff guy, and then Matt Duffy. Remember when I had Matt Duffy fever? He's singled on a line drive to the right fielder, and guy goes first to third, and then there's a squeeze bunt for the winning run. And the truth is that even the Royals execute fundamentally better than you. You get to these late innings when things are tight, or there's the Manfred Man in the 10th and beyond. Nobody believes the White Sox are going to win that game. Nobody. Because of how sloppy you play, how gross your fundamentals are, and how the urgency just is not there. And even though it's Pedro's responsibility, it extends way beyond him. Super fun. Super duper fun.
That also felt like a little throw-in of like, and that starts with me.
Yeah, because he knows he has to say it.
Because he knows he has to say it. And because he also knows it's not true. Like, it is his job. What you said is 100% true. But, like, when he's saying, I'm disappointed in the urgency and the opportunity squandered, and that starts with me. So is he saying that he didn't know that there was a sense of urgency here? Of course. Yeah. Of course he did. He's disappointed in his baseball team. And he should be.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are.
All right, so 2nd and 32. Would you run? They're not looking for it.
Where are we on the field?
That's a good question. I'll put you at the 40.
Your own 40 or their 40?
No, your own 40. It was
your own 40.
It was a promising drive.
Okay, 2nd and 32.
So
your own 40.
You've lost 22, so you were at their 38.
Right, like you took a sack and had a penalty or something crazy.
So you're 2nd and 32 at your own 40. And you've...
Who's the kicker? We got a good kicker or a bad kicker?
It's so hard to tell the difference.
Johnny Hecker? You got Johnny Hecker on the team?
That's a punter.
Yeah, but
you're talking about, is it Cairo Santos or is
do I have a kicker who can make a 55-yard field goal?
Yes, I do.
I got a kicker who can make a 55. So my target line is the opposing 38.
38.
So I got to
get back. You got to get 22 back.
I got to get 22 back.
2 plays.
But it's 2nd and 32.
Yeah.
I might. No, listen, man. I like to throw. I'm probably throwing short for like a catch and run,
like a shallow cross,
like a catch and run.
Sure.
Situation.
Maybe a pick play.
Yeah. Some sort of rub route. Little catch and run, hoping to get back like 11.
Okay.
So then it's 3rd and 21 from the 49-yard line.
Sure.
And I've got to now get from the 49. I've got to get to the. What did I say?
38.
So now I got to get 11 again.
To get 3. But at that point, when Fields goes back, because it's the Bears against the Packers in the opening week.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. So it's at Soldier Field. It's a beautiful September day. And it's 3rd and 21 at the 49. Fields goes back, and he's got options short, but he also has a healthy Darnell Mooney sprinting down the right side. And what do you think he's going to do?
Air it out on the pass interference or bust play.
Yeah.
Maybe he catches it, maybe he doesn't.
50-50 ball?
Yeah, sure. Throw it deep. Justin Fields. And he gets behind the defense, he catches it, and he goes to the end zone. Touchdown, Bears!
That was a gift, and then you made it even better.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
That's good.
I mean, opening week game against the Packers.
Tyler Scott, you are ridiculous. Yeah, man, absolutely. I listen.
Maybe it's Tyler Scott.
I love NFL schedule release day a lot less after not scooping it myself. But I will say, I just looked it up. That 3rd week of September, flights to Kansas City, they're getting expensive. I'm hoping that we're there as a show. That would be amazing.
That would be really cool.
But even if not, it would be. That is a trip. September in Kansas City is one that you should make. You can have an absolute blast that weekend. I'd have to reschedule a couple things. That's a pretty brutal weekend for me.
September 24th
for that game to fall.
Sacre bleu. That's Yom Kippur.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Yom Kippur on the Monday. I've got Jeselnik tickets on the Friday.
Yeah, and the Sunday, that's a big night. The night before Yom Kippur, it's part of Yom Kippur. It's a big night.
It's Kol Nidre. Yeah. It's the holiest night of the year.
Yeah.
But I mean, Arrowhead
Matt Mervis would know.
Arrowhead is a religious experience. So
think I could sell that to God?
And it's a 3:25 game, so it makes it even tougher to get back on the late flight. But listen, I've done way more sinful things on Kol Nidre.
I understand.
I've flown to Vegas on Kol Nidre.
Oh,
before.
well, yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
I played a gig once. Me and my brother played a gig at Shuba's, and it was a horrible experience. And afterwards, we swore to never do it again.
to never sell out like that.
How about we never do that again, shall we?
Yeah.
But here's the real question. That Sunday morning, the 24th, I think I'm still hosting Hit and Run. If the Bears are on at 3:25 and the Cubs are making their push.
Well, you can do that from the parking lot at Arrowhead.
Okay, well, the Cubs are making their push for the division at that point. The Bears are 3:25, so we're going local pregame at noon on 670 The Score. I can do Hit and Run from 9 to 12. I mean, I'll check the Cubs schedule for that day. Maybe it's a day game as well.
Well, all right. Well, so
because we're living in harmony at that point.
Yes. That is the overlap of baseball and football. But it's very frustrating that the whole Bears schedule hasn't leaked. So you should tune in tonight because we got a great schedule release show with Gabe Ramirez and Anthony Herron from 6 to 9 p.m.
Is it really frustrating? I mean, to you, obviously.
Infuriating.
Okay, yeah.
Gabe and Anthony will react to the 2023 schedule release live. Talk Bears. Tune into The Score and the Odyssey app starting at 6. The schedule release show is brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
The Cubs hosting the Colorado Rockies on Sunday the 24th at 1:20. I can hear Mitch's disappointment that we can't be in local pregame for Bears Chiefs at that point.
He should be disappointed. He absolutely should be disappointed.
But what if the Cubs are making a push for the division at that point against the Brewers as the Pirates have crashed back down to earth?
Well, then you should probably still be talking Bears Chiefs. if I'm being totally candid.
You know what might happen is Hit and Run might get bumped for Bears pregame from 9 to noon.
Yeah,
the early pregame?
God, you're so right. All right, let's go to Kansas City.
You're
right.
Screw
Studs, it's a good point.
I feel like that's what we usually do when there's a preemptive Cub game
That's
with a
what you're
Bears
saying.
game.
Don't put that on me.
I'm not saying screw Yom Kippur.
Yes, you are. You just said it.
I'll celebrate in Kansas City. I'll do some research.
Over some pulled pork?
Yeah.
I got some pork ribs for you. I got the best pork in Kansas City that I can give you to celebrate Yom Kippur.
I'm listening.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a great time. But no, it's so frustrating that the schedule's not out because I want to figure out like when the Bears are in New Orleans, does LSU have a good game? I've always wanted to do that double.
Oh, wow.
I've always wanted to do that football
That'd be
double
a fun
dip.
place. That's one thing on my sports trip bucket list is a big time Southern like SEC or really it should be SEC, but like I've never been to a game at Alabama or Georgia.
Clemson is the only non-SEC like South. You know, you could
haven't been to Death Valley. Have not been there.
Yeah.
And that's I've seen Ohio State, Michigan in Columbus, and that was pretty great.
That's great.
Saw a Notre Dame game in South Bend where we were on the sidelines with Pat Manley as a team building exercise for Spiegel and Manley. That was great, but like an SEC football game I've never done. To time that for a weekend would be great.
I've done Alabama, Michigan, but at Jerry World, at Cowboy Stadium. So I've never done SEC game on campus. Well, no, I did, but it's kind of like fake SEC. Missouri, after they moved to the SEC against Texas A&M, but it was awesome because Johnny Manziel was on Texas A&M. So it was a Saturday night game. Mizzou was good. Johnny Manziel
was clean programs.
Yeah. Well, that's why it felt good. That was a great weekend. My buddies came in and it was. We took a party bus to Columbia.
Oh, clean living to go with the programs.
Party bus to Columbia to see Johnny Manziel play a night game. Party bus back for Chiefs Broncos with Peyton Manning at Arrowhead the next day. That was a very good double dip football weekend.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But no, my biggest college venues are I've done Clemson, I've done Notre Dame a bunch, Camp Randall and Madison, and then I've been to the Coliseum for a USC Notre Dame game in LA, which was pretty cool. But I've never done. I'd love to do Baton Rouge That's probably my number one. Like with a good LSU team, Baton Rouge at night probably would be my number one.
Yeah.
But I've never even done Ann Arbor, which is kind of weird.
I've never done Ann Arbor either.
Given how close it is.
I know.
To
I was
here.
just thinking about that. I've done it at the Big Horseshoe. I've done Ohio State and Michigan, but I've never been to Ann Arbor. The Horseshoe's in Columbus, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yes.
Good talk.
Yeah, you've been there.
Big house is Michigan.
Is what you're saying.
All right, good.
Yeah, well, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do
Lions and Michigan.
Little Parkins and Spiegel, non-sanctioned
drive
road trip. Either do Madison into. Well, see, that's the problem with Packers Bears at Lambeau being Week 18. It's going to be freezing, and the game might be irrelevant.
Yeah.
And college football regular season's over, so that takes out the Madison Lambeau double dip. But maybe with Bears at Lions, maybe Michigan has a home game, and we could do like a Saturday night in Ann Arbor, and then go to Detroit the next day.
Oh man, I think that'd be a great fun trip for the four of us to take.
Yeah, that'd be
or Tanny could be out, and maybe Shane could cut off another finger, and me, you, and Studs will go.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? This was the team when the idea was formed.
That's right.
So, yeah, anything is possible.
You enjoy us, Studs, but you'll still have to do Bernstein and Holmes
you still got to
before
do
that.
Bernstein and Holmes. That's right.
Yeah, that's how it works, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's this.
I'll start working on trips tonight after we get the full Bears schedule from like the official team account. Like a bunch of losers. Like honestly, like I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed, but
you're having a rough day.
The Bears beat should be ashamed too. Can I get a scoop?
Wow.
Can I get a scoop, Weedsy?
Folks.
Can I get a scoop from home?
It was at the beginning of
Where
transition.
is Fishbane and Biggs?
It was at the beginning of transition. I said, Danny's going to be lashing out in all directions all day long. And it was me. It was Kevin Lapka. And now we've really gotten to the heart of it. It's the Bears beat fault.
Is it too much for the Bears beat to tell me when I'm going to Bourbon Street? Is it too much?
Yes.
And I listen, honestly, like hand up, it's on me. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the show.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show.
King Cobra, $42 right now.
Okay, so here, because what? What? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You
That's
put some
right,
respect
baby.
on that liquid.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawoski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh, God.
New
While
look, same taste. Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle.
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
Well, see, double. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands,
No,
and
I'm
he
telling
already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe
Sorry,
it.
Edward 40 hands.
Oh, the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the two 40s and you are that and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand and then you go to work on the other.
It's a
Empire meets Nashville meets Succession. Afternoons on the Score.
Quarterback-receiver relationship, we've talked about this in here, is so important, right? I mean, I think that, as great of a quarterback it can be or as great of a receiver can be, if there's not a relationship and a connection between the two of them, then it doesn't really matter. And so,
you know what the biggest issue with not getting the schedule is, Speaks?
What's that, Danny?
We can't play the Week 1 Bears-Packers win. We can't play that game.
Can't play the game.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait for
Gabe and
Ant after it comes out. They're on from 6 to 9, brought to you by Xfinity, so they'll have it when it officially releases. But the over-under for the Bears is 7.5 wins. We don't know the full order of the schedule. We know, roughly half the games or so at this point. But forgetting the order for a bit, do you believe that for them to hit the over, they would need to go from 3 wins to 8 wins? You think they're improving by 5 games?
I think it's totally possible and would be super fun, and I'd be hard-pressed not to bet it. If I was on FanDuel and looking at it and thinking about it or recommending to people, I would have a very hard time not betting that. Part of it is built on what I hope the Packers will be, what I hope will be a Lions slide back, and obviously what I hope for the Bears. But that's exactly the right number, because it's exactly the right number. So I'd probably end up betting it and then feeling sheepish about it as I rooted for it. Is that on brand? And that'll probably also make sense for a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's such a cop-out, but I want to see Fields, even for like a drive in the preseason, which will feel ridiculous to extrapolate anything from it because they're not going to be blitzing and there's not going to be a pass rush and all that. But just like, does he look better from the pocket? Does it look cleaner?
You want to see 5 steps, throw.
Yeah.
3 steps, throw.
Quick release. And it will be ridiculous to, like I said, take anything of substance for it, because the whole thing is he processing it quick enough post-snap when teams are blitzing and disguising their coverages and trying to confuse him to make him take that extra half step and hesitate and hold on to the ball that contributed to the league-high 56 sacks last year, right? Some on him, some on the offensive line. So it won't be totally fair at all from the preseason, but I trust my eyes to say, like, is he still seeing it and processing faster on the easy stuff? And if he is, I'll feel comfortable that they can be an 8 or a 9 win team. And if he's not, I just think there's a wide range for them. I really do, because if he took the leap, they can win double-digit games. Honestly.
Yeah, of course, because that's how it happens in this league.
That's how it works. Like if he is a top 5 MVP candidate, which is what happens for star quarterbacks when they're in the league for 2 years in the same system, right? That's what happens. If he takes a Lamar, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts type leap in their years where they were MVP competitors, then
second year in a system and with increased talent around, and that's all been the case. How many times do we talk about delivering Stephon Diggs to Josh Allen, delivering A.J. Brown to Jalen Hurts?
Right.
And he has been delivered DJ Moore. He absolutely has. And DJ Moore, if he's not A.J. Brown, he's certainly Stephon Diggs. He's as good as Stephon Diggs.
I don't know. Stephon Diggs is awesome, but DJ Moore, we've never seen him with a good quarterback. It's the same thing. Stephon Diggs is a great receiver. A.J. Brown is a great receiver. But A.J. Brown took a leap when he went from Tannehill to Hurts with Devontae Smith on the other side, right? Stephon Diggs took a leap when he went from Kirk Cousins to Josh Allen, even though he didn't have a true Adam Thielen on the other side, but Josh Allen was so much better as an arm talent, right?
Yeah.
Like DJ Moore going from PJ Walker and Baker Mayfield to Justin Fields, like we're hoping that it works both ways, that Moore elevates Fields, but Fields should be the best quarterback that Moore has ever played with by far. We should see 1,300, 1,400 receiving yards from DJ Moore. he's been just over 1,100
Mhm.
a couple of times. You know, like we should see the best season of DJ Moore's career if Justin Fields is the real deal.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how Luke Getsy is gonna game plan this stuff and gonna do this stuff. It took a big leap for Fields when he leaned into Fields running at the mini bye, and it'll be fascinating to see how much of that remains in the game plan and how much of it just flat out goes away. It's going to be an experimental year in a lot of ways. Danny, I was talking to some guys I was at the planetarium. God love the Adler Planetarium. Sometime next week, I'll wear my Adler Planetarium hat. Yes, I have one.
Good for you.
It's a great place because, I'm a tourist from Ames, Iowa, living in the heart of the city, as you know.
Yeah.
But I'm over there and I'm talking to a couple security guards as my son and a friend are running around. And they knew me, knew us, knew the show. So we're talking a little bit. And they're like, how about those Bears? What do you think? What do you think it's going to be? And I said, I don't know, man. It should be fun, right? And they're like, how about 9 wins? How about 9 and 8? The other guys, no, man, 8 and 9. And I'm like, you'd take 7 and 10 with an improved quarterback. You'd take that, wouldn't you? And they both laughed and they're like, absolutely, we'd take that. Absolutely, we'd take that. And that's why I posed the question to Wani last hour. It's a good, optimistic place to be. It's going to have a bonus year feel to it for a while there. At some point, people are still going to be mad if the Bears lose a thriller on a Sunday when we come in here on a Monday.
Sure.
But overall, it's like we're looking for progress. We're looking for hope. We're looking for a ramp in the right direction. And then who knows what happens in the back quarter of the year.
But there is going to be a direct correlation there. Like, if they win 10 games and Fields takes a step, that'll be fun. If they win 7 games and Fields takes a leap, that'll be crazy exciting. Because that is still the bigger dream, like long term, to have the 10-year superstar quarterback that you can build around. Because, and we're not there yet in the conversation, but if he just takes a step, we are going to be entering into a weird world of ooh, are they they have the guy, but he can't be top 5, but it's a have and have not league. And so you have to pay him, but he might have a cap on what he can be as a he might be Dak Prescott, Derek Carr, or Kirk Cousins.
Quarterback hell.
But those guys all got paid.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's quarterback hell. In some ways, it's salary cap hell when you do that.
And they're all good enough, if the team around them is good, to win. They are.
Boy, we're supposed to know that. Supposed to know that by the end of the year.
But you hope. You hope. But that's going to be like I would take 7 and 10 and Fields finishes 3rd in the MVP voting over 10 and 7 and Fields throws for 3,200 yards and 22 touchdowns. I would absolutely sacrifice the 3 wins for the superstardom at quarterback, banking on you're going to make up for those 3 wins in the long run easily.
For sure, because clarity is the most important.
Yeah.
I've said that so many times in my Bears quarterback evaluation life.
Yeah.
This is the season where you have to get clarity on Mitch. It's the season where you have to get clarity on what Cutler is. Oh, God. This better work out better. Can you arrange that? Danny, can you make sure it works out better?
Don't worry, I'll be hoping for it basically every day on the air between 2 and 6, leading up to the opener against the Packers.
I love this text from Scott in Woodstock. I haven't caught all the show, but seems like the schedule scoop is really bothering Danny. Can one of you please give him the Robin Williams speech from Good Will Hunting? Danny, let me look at me. Look at me. The NFL's decided to clamp down on their information, and the scoops are not happening for a lot of people. You usually get scoops, and it's not just you. So you need to know, it's not your fault.
I know, Sean.
No, really, Danny, it's not your fault.
Don't do this to me, Sean.
Danny,
not you.
It's not your fault. It's
not you. Not you, Sean.
It's not your fault.
Stop.
It's not. It's the NFL's fault. Oh God, he's gonna ugly cry now. Where's Minnie Driver when you need her? Somebody take care of this guy.
I still feel like a failure. We'll answer your questions for one last thing. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes. Middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Steve Stone. Is Tim Anderson okay? Being out as long as he was out, what Pedro was trying to do.
When we spoke with you, he was your favorite guy. I mean, that's where we first kind of started debating him as a possibility. And I think we just played that cut where you said, you move him. He's a right tackle. You move him into the right. You keep Braxton Jones on the left. They got a free agent lineman, Nate Davis, and then you battle away, and suddenly you got 5, and you're maybe improving a little bit from a year ago.
Oh yeah, no, this is the right move. It's the right move. They got to fix that. They had to fix that position. Kevin Jenkins, I think, can play right guard. Nate Davis at left guard. I mean, you could let those guys battle it out right now. But I think they got their right tackle for the long term. And then look, they were a very good running football team last year, and obviously Justin helps them. And you hope that he doesn't have to run so much this year. And then you say, okay, now we've got a wall to protect Justin Fields where he can keep his eyes down the field. All right, he's not worried about leakage. Look, Darnell's still got to learn, but when I watch him and study him, one of the things, I don't want to compare him to Trent Williams. Nobody's Trent Williams, but he does some things that Trent Williams does with his hands that you have to be very confident to do, to knock defensive linemen's hands down and to get them off balance, to control them. And I saw him do it throughout his career at Tennessee, and I didn't see anybody else in his whole business do it. Skoronski a little bit, but not like Darnell. Part of it is his length. Part of it is his confidence in his base, that if he would miss that with his hands, like he's got enough girth and base to him that you're not going to run him over. And so, and I just like his mentality. Like you could just tell, not just a tough guy, but a guy that, enjoys a good fight. And I felt like that's the thing that separated him with me from everybody else in this draft at that position.
Great to talk to you last night on the draft show, Baldy. I thought your insight was excellent. And what you say about Darnell Wright, I think is very interesting, because there were 4 offensive tackles that we spent the last several months talking about and evaluating. And Darnell Wright is the one the Bears ended up with, and seemed like the one they were fixated on. We talk a lot about doing free agency with Orlando Brown Jr., scheme-specific fits, guys who were perfect for the scheme. Obviously, the Bears must feel like he fits this scheme, because they wouldn't have drafted him at 10 if they didn't. What is it about his skill set that fits this scheme?
Well, I mean, he's a very good pass blocker, and he's got great, all the measurables you're looking for, whether it's length, girth, power. He's 340 pounds, but yet, he ran a 5.5 40. I mean, it's just unusual. And where that comes in handy and where you need that is all backside cutoffs or getting to the second level. Because you're not going to be a good running team unless you get the second level of linebackers and safeties blocked. And you need linemen that can get there. And so, the way you watch him run and then move big bodies. You watch him move Jalen Carter, against Georgia. Like, he can move big NFL-sized bodies. And, there's some schemes. You go to the 49ers, and they're not exactly driving guys off the ball. It's his own scheme.
Someone else ask a couple questions. I just want to ask you. And then we'll come back to you. One question. How about that? Let's let everybody else and we'll come back to you.
Ask any question.
I just want to ask you.
For anyone on the show.
Then I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that. I just want to ask you. One question. Does anyone else have another question first? I got a question. All right. I just want to ask you. Thank you. One question.
One last thing with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
We like to end the show with your questions. You text them and twitch them in. Today, Studs gathers them and asks them, and Spiegs and I answer because Shane cut off his fingernail making an old-fashioned and Tanny was off today. So we're down to 2 of the 4 members of the mob. What do we got, Studs?
All right, from the 847, Parkins had to work late. What's the Bears' schedule? No, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking.
Wow.
Tune in to Gabe and Big Ann Heron. They're on from 6 to 9. They'll have it because they're professionals and I'm not.
Add Studs to the list.
Yeah.
All right.
Traitor.
Sorry. All right, I'm not sorry.
You shouldn't be.
All right, this one's from Twitch, a real one. What's the worst sports take you've ever made that you could admit is awful now?
Oh, I mean, there are countless, man. I bet on Mitch Trubisky to win the MVP. I said that Zach LaVine and Devin Booker were the same caliber of player. I thought that Jonathan Baldwin was going to be an all-pro receiver. I mean, how long do you have? I got a lot of them.
You got about 6 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I can keep going.
I don't traffic as much in the takeosphere in that way, but I've had a bunch of them, a huge pile of them. I don't know. Like I always thought that Derrick Rose and the Bulls were gonna beat the Miami Heat. I leaned on that. I called them the evil empire. I said it was never gonna work. I remember when they started 7-9 or something. I was like, see, it can't work, and they seem to have turned that one around.
You wanted to trade Javi Baez for Noah Syndergaard in 2015.
I did.
So,
I did.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Wait, you say you don't travel in the takeosphere. You do 4 hours a day of sports talk radio.
Yeah, right. So
it's a lot of opinions.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, a lot of It's impossible not to have a bunch of hits and misses.
Yeah, absolutely.
In our line of work. What else we got?
So this one also from Twitch. Name your biggest professional disappointments and how you've overcome that disappointment.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Colin Cowherd called me to be an original member of The Volume, and we worked on it for 8 months, and the deal fell apart after the press release announcing that I was a part of it was out. It was devastating.
And how did you recover from it, or have you not?
I'm working on it. Okay. I mean, doing my best. Being honest, I'm thrilled to be here. I had the opportunity to leave. I wanted to do it as a second thing. I'm glad that I stayed. I'm happy here. All of that stuff, but thought I was going to be able to do both. Wasn't, and it was tough. It was tough, but it happens.
Mine was probably when Jimmy DeCastro and his infinite wisdom blew up Spiegel and Parkins, along with Bernstein and Goff, and I was vaguely employed for a year and 8 months or something like that. I guess overall 2 years. So being removed from the full-time gig when I did not feel like I deserved it. And how I recovered, thankfully I had music. And thankfully I stayed at it and stayed at this place, and people were very kind and was able to recover. And luckily I got the chance to come back to a very, very different show.
Very different show.
Massively different show. So, just do other stuff. If the question from the Twitcher is from a place of how do you recover from stuff, just, find other stuff to do if you can.
Yeah.
Some sage advice. I like it. We got time for one more here. 219. If you had to describe each member of the show in one word, what would it be?
I'll go first. Shane, bloody. Tanny, reliable. Danny, smart. Me, D-bag. Is that a word?
No,
I'll go that one. All right, your turn.
Shane.
Bloody's good.
Shane is. I'm debating between two. I'll go with hilarious. He cracks me up.
He is legit hilarious. I agree with that.
Tanny
talented. Spieg's versatile. For me, I'm just so disappointed in myself. I can't really think of anything. Disappointing.
Dude, it's
disappointing.
It's not your fault.
I think disappointing is
your
is the
source
best.
dried up. It happens.
I think disappointing is the best.
I've got nothing since Marcus Stroman as a free agent signing. Nothing.
It's so funny. I'm gonna have a scoop in the next 60 days. I'm gonna be texting people.
You're doubling down, tripling down.
I'm just gonna be texting people that I've never texted for. I'm so mad. I'll give that one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we tried.
We made our way through.
Tried to pull you out of the morass with which you began the show.
Yeah, how'd that work? I got a podcast tonight. Pony broke basically the entire Steelers schedule on First and Pod, and here I am licking my wounds. My wife's at a wedding in Lake Tahoe without me.
Oh, God.
and I got to do this pod tonight with no schedule news.
It'll come.
No, it'll come before we record,
There
but
you go.
I'll be watching the show. It's ridiculous. Happy birthday to Herb, the big 9-0.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I'll be out tomorrow. I got to travel east for Herb Spiegel's 90th birthday. We put together a version of Jeopardy of trivia about his own life. So he gets to answer trivia questions about his own life at the party.
That'll be fun.
That should be fun. But yeah, thanks to Marshall Harris, who's going to be in tomorrow with you, and I will be back on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hosting with Marshall Harris tomorrow, and then doing marquee post game for Cubs and Twins.
Enjoy, man.
Tomorrow
Kill it.
night, which is going to be a new experience. Looking forward to that. Thank you to Adam Stadzinski for pulling double duty, man. Very much appreciate you. Thank you to Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lapka, that trader, for making that graphic about me that's going viral across the interwebs. Thank you, sirs. Dave Wanstead was our guest today. Thank you, Shane Reardon, our executive producer. Chris Tannehill also contributing and making us sound better than we are each and every day. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.